Chapter 1141. Jia Nan snorted coldly and demanded, "You couldn't leave me some flesh and blood? You swallowed it all. What's the point of that? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." She folded her arms across her chest, staring intently at Jilan, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Sister, you're hurting us when you say that. We're one, inseparable." Jilan, still smiling, tried to defuse Jia Nan's anger. "Think about it. Our cosmic team works tirelessly for the Elder Council. This harvest is the fruit of our efforts. Even if we didn't leave you any flesh and blood, hasn't our contribution to the Elder Council indirectly benefited you?" At this moment, Jialan, standing by, couldn't help but taunt, "Stop licking her lips. It's useless. The more you talk, the more she probably looked down on you. It's my honor to have a sister like you." Jia Nan turned and glared at Jialan. Jialan, unfazed by Jianan's rage, chuckled and replied, "What honor or disgrace? We're sisters, so we should be honest. Last time you cheated me, this time I'm cheating you. It makes sense, right?" She raised her chin slightly, a glint of pride in her eyes. "I've been doing this for nothing, and I'm not stupid. Now you're getting your comeuppance. You deserve it. You." Jianan trembled with anger, pointing at Jialan, unable to speak. She vowed to herself, "Just wait. Sooner or later, I make back everything I lost today." She clenched her fists so tightly, her nails digging into her palms. Jialan's smile widened. "Silly sister, work hard. I hope you keep your word, and don't let me down. I wish you success in advance." She smiled, winked at Jilan, and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here. If someone gets mad, we'd be in trouble." "Just wait," Jian shouted angrily, watching the two men leave. At this moment, she was filled with resentment and anger, yet helpless. Jilan pondered inwardly, deciding it would be best not to provoke Jinan. He turned and called out to Jinan in the distance, "Sister, don't be so angry. You need to be more open-minded about some things. You profited quite a bit last time, so it's only natural that we're getting some benefits this time. Besides, the Elder Council's success is inseparable from the efforts of our cosmic team. If our cosmic team hadn't handed over resources in a timely manner, how could the Elder Council have thrived so smoothly?" Jianan's face darkened. "You're saying I deserve this. That's not what I meant. I'm trying to persuade you to be more open-minded. Sometimes, in everything you do, there are losses, and it's impossible to achieve perfection. It's basically about looking forward and not dwelling on past losses." Jilan realized his persuasion hadn't had any significant effect, so he quickly resumed his efforts. Jianan's face darkened. "Your name is Jilan, right? I remember your name. I take my revenge on you someday." "No, sister, I'm not mocking you. I'm trying to persuade you. Don't misunderstand me. I really do want to persuade you. I might be a bit clumsy, so my words might be a little harsh. Please don't misunderstand me." Jilan was at his wit's end, having spent a long while trying to persuade him, only to have the opposite effect. Jialan's voice rang from afar. "What's there to explain? Come here now. You're acting like a nobody all day long. Do you think he'd forgive you just because you try to persuade him? He only hate you more. Boss, I really don't mean any harm. You must believe me. My intentions are good. You can't explain today because you're just angry. When I get a chance, I explain it thoroughly. Please believe me. I don't mean any harm," Jilan said. Jialan shouted, "Hurry up. Stop dithering. I'll be right over." Jilan rushed over. "Not a bad harvest. I wonder if I can completely digest all the flesh and blood I devoured this time, and evolve to the coveted immortal level in one fell swoop." Lin Luo frowned slightly, his eyes flickering with anticipation and trepidation, as he muttered to himself. "The path to immortal evolution is harder than ascending to heaven. Such a long time has passed, and although I made some progress, the distance to that unattainable immortal level is still as far as the vast galaxy." He sighed softly, his words filled with helplessness and emotion. Lin Luo increasingly realized how difficult it was to evolve to the immortal level. In the vast and boundless eighth universe, he had devoured numerous powerful creatures, including the highly nutritious Earth God Blood Red. Earth God Blood Red is of the eternal level, and the nutrients contained within it are in no way inferior to the blood and flesh essence of an immortal creature. Lin Luo had devoured nearly the energy equivalent of a semi-immortal creature, but even so, he still hadn't evolved to the immortal level. He knew his main body had to return quickly, absolutely not letting Jialan notice anything. Having previously administered blood injections and studied most bloodlines, Lin Luo had a deep understanding of Jialan's. It was an extremely rare white tiger bloodline, renowned for its speed and keen perception, said to be able to sense subtle changes imperceptible to other creatures. Soon, Lin Luo arrived at Woodstar. From afar, the planet was a blanket of green. Woodstar was renowned in the 8th universe. Looking out, the entire planet was covered in lush, verdant trees, bearing the mysterious name of the Tree of Life. An ordinary employee of a company called Tianyuan accidentally discovered this mysterious planet. At first, the planet had only one towering Tree of Life. It was so vast, larger than a small satellite, occupying 1% of the planet. Everyone who set foot on this planet was astonished to discover that simply breathing its fresh, unique air instantly refreshed them, as if all fatigue had been swept away. Even after spending just a single day on this planet of life, creatures didn't even need to eat, yet they felt filled with boundless energy, as if possessing inexhaustible strength. Later, the owner of Tianyuan Company, with foresight, resolutely decided to vigorously develop and expand Wood Planet. He envisioned carefully cultivating this miraculous Tree of Life, so that the entire planet would be covered with this vibrant tree. Chapter 1142. Then, with the special energy contained in the Great Tree of Life, Woodstar will surely experience unprecedented prosperity, and even have the potential to be meticulously developed into a world-renowned tourist destination. Tianyuan Company has overcome countless hardships and obstacles, using various complex financing channels, and spending hundreds of billions of universe coins to successfully transform Woodstar into a renowned tourist attraction. However, Woodstar's relatively high fees have deterred many people, who have expressed their disapproval of the opportunity. They believe there are many more cost-effective options in the vast universe. However, many wealthy individuals hold a different view. They believe that a visit to Woodstar is an essential experience, as it not only offers a wealth of new and exciting things to see, but more importantly, visitors can enjoy the thrill of travel while quietly evolving. For example, young creatures often make remarkable progress after spending a full year on Woodstar. Compared to their peers, they evolve at a significantly faster rate, a key reason for the planet's widespread fame. For this reason, many wealthy individuals eagerly send their offspring to Jupiter, allowing them to live there for a year, hoping to better develop their talents and potential. For quite a while, this craze remained unabated. Some creatures even took on heavy loans, resolutely bringing their children to Woodstar just to let them set foot on this magical land. In their hearts, they firmly believed that if they could cultivate their children to success, the rich rewards they would receive in the future would more than offset all previous costs and losses. In this way, Tianyuan Company, leveraging the dazzling cash cow of Woodstar, prospered remarkably. From a once obscure, neglected small company, it has rapidly grown into a dominant commercial giant in the universe, firmly occupying a prestigious position among the top 100 companies. Ziyan reported the team's battle situation in detail to her superiors. After completing the report, she immediately led the group to Woodstar. They had arrived at a spacious and grand treehouse restaurant. This unique structure was enclosed by a massive, immense tree. The center of the tree had been cleverly hollowed out to create a unique dining space. As everyone stepped inside, they were instantly enveloped by a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere, feeling completely refreshed, as if their souls had received a fresh cleansing. Long Xian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he were taking in all the air on Jupiter's planet. His face showed the relief of having survived a catastrophe. I was so badly injured before, devouring all that flesh and blood. I thought I was going to die. My body felt like it was falling apart. But after taking a few breaths here, it feels like invisible hands are piecing my shattered body back together bit by bit. It's amazing. Ziyun surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction, sighing and complaining, this place is truly amazing, a paradise. But the prices are a rip-off. 500 universe coins are already gone just as I entered. This entrance fee is a real pain in the ass. Pink, clutching a small makeup case, picked up her powder puff, mascara, and contact lenses, meticulously applying them in front of a portable mirror. Her movements were light and deft. She stared intently at the mirror, frowning slightly as she adjusted her makeup, striving to achieve near perfection. After a moment, she placed the case down with satisfaction, her already delicate face becoming even more vibrant and captivating. Click! Pink pulled out her communicator, her eyes sparkling as she waved her arms excitedly. Everyone, come over here. We finally made it to Woodstar, so we have to check in properly, and show those who look down on Team Deep Blue that we're not broke. Long Xian, upon hearing this, tried to dissuade her with a worried look on his face. Pink, this isn't a good idea. Earning our money isn't easy. If we flaunt it, we might get into trouble. Don't show off your wealth. We must remember that principle. Pink's eyebrows furrowed. She stood up straight, her almond-shaped eyes wide, and replied angrily, "What's wrong with you? You always throw cold water on us. It's rare for everyone to come out and relax, and you're messing around. You ruin the whole good mood." Ziyun quickly smoothed things over, a smile plastered on her face. "Long Xian, don't be so prim. Our Deep Blue team completed a difficult and dangerous mission, and we should enjoy the money we earned. Take a picture and post it, maybe it even boosts our team's reputation. Shaolin, come over here and take center stage. You're a big contributor this time." Lin Luo waved his hands hurriedly, his face full of humility. "Sister Ziyun, Sister Pink, and Brother Long Xian, we achieved such great success this time thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. How can I take all the credit? It's inappropriate for me to take center stage." Long Xian's eyes flickered with emotion, and he gave a thumbs up. "Shaolin, just for what you said, I'd protect you no matter what happens next. Before, no one recognized me for my hard work on the team. Now, with a warm-hearted brother like you, it's worth it." Lin Luo smiled at Long Xian, his eyes sincere. "Brother Long Xian, you're also an indispensable member of the team. Let's take a picture together, and post it to let everyone know that the Deep Blue team is not to be trifled with. It's not good to be too low-key, others might think we're pushovers. Before, we were so frustrated because of our failures. Many people look down on us. It's not easy for us now, but now that we're rich, we should show it off. We're no longer the same people we were back then." Long Xian nodded emphatically. "Shaolin, you're right. I listen to you. Let's take a photo together." Pink looked at Long Xian and rolled her eyes in disdain. "Hey, who was it that just now swore not to take photos? Now you're taking photos? You're shameless. You have no shame at all." Long Xian scratched his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle. "I figured it out. We're all on the team. It would be such a bummer if I didn't join in. Stay away from me. Don't ruin my fresh makeup," Pink said disdainfully, moving aside. Lin Luo was intimately sandwiched between Pink and Ziyun. Long Xian stood beside Ziyun. The fragrance of these two goddess-like beings made him feel dizzy. "Eggplant!" Pink took the lead in shouting. Everyone shouted along and smiled. Chapter 1143. Pink retrieved the communicator delicately, her eyes falling on the photo. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Ziyun, you truly are a beauty whose age never fails. The older you get, the more charming and stunning you become." In this highly evolved world of creatures, the concept of lifespan has been greatly downplayed. While life eventually comes to an end, for those advanced creatures with nearly infinite lifespans, there's truly no need to worry about it. On Earth, describing a woman as beautiful despite her age is generally not a compliment. In the 8th universe, living long and looking beautiful is considered a compliment. In this vast and boundless 8th universe, some creatures may appear plain in their youth, but with the passage of time, they blossom into a unique charm. Ziyun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I don't think I changed much. Sister Ziyun, you're too modest. I always been straightforward and don't know how to beat around the bush. You're much more beautiful than before," Pink said, turning her gaze to Lin Luo. "Shaolin, you're truly the embodiment of wisdom. Your looks are unmatched." Lin Luo waved his hand modestly. "Sister Pink, you're too kind. I'm just ordinary looking." "Ordinary? If you're ordinary, then there aren't many people in the world who can be called handsome. Look at Long Xian. He's decent looking, but the difference is stark when compared to you. It's like, on a normal day, you can tolerate simple meals, but once you experience the delicacies of nature, simple meals become unpalatable. Long Xian, it's just like plain food." Long Xian's face lit up when he heard this, and he protested, "Pink, can you please give me some face? You always put me down like that. I'm not as good as Xiaolin, but I'm not that bad. Don't you have any sense?" Pink retorted mercilessly. Long Xian curled his lips, ignored her, and picked up the menu. "I don't want to argue with you. I'm going to order. Order me more expensive dishes. We're all rich now, we need to treat ourselves well, and can't be so stingy as before. We finally made it to its star, and if we spend too little, people will look down on us," Pink said arrogantly. "You still don't trust me? I used to live a very affluent life, with the best food, clothing, and daily necessities. Don't think I'm a country bumpkin." Long Xian said this, but inwardly, he was secretly complaining. He had originally intended to choose something inexpensive, but Pink's words provoked him, so he gritted his teeth and ordered quite a few expensive dishes, the cheapest costing over 1,000 universe coins. Pink nodded with satisfaction. "It seems you really improved this time, ordering some good food. Soon, a series of delicious dishes arrived, a combination of meat and vegetables, each infused with ingredients from the Tree of Life. Eating dishes containing ingredients from the Tree of Life has numerous health benefits. Over a dozen dishes exuded a mouth-watering aroma, and everyone's stomachs began to growl. Long Xian couldn't help himself and reached out to grab some food. The dishes are almost here, let's get started. We've been busy all day and are starving. Pink was quick to slap Long Xian's hand away. The captain isn't back yet, and you're in such a hurry to eat? What's the rush? Long Xian grumbled aggrievedly, we can eat first. When the captain arrives, we can order her a table. Ordering more food is free, Pink said grumpily. Let's wait a little longer. I just messaged the captain, and she said she'd be back soon. It'd be more lively if we all eat together when she gets back. I go see if the captain's back. Lin Luo saw the right moment and stood up. Pink glanced at Long Xian and said, look at Xiaolin. He's so sensible, waiting for the captain. Unlike you, you have no conscience at all. Long Xian's face flushed and paled, and he said with a sense of shame, then Xiaolin and I will go out to greet the captain. No need. I can go alone. When the captain arrives, we all come in together. Everyone wait here for a while. The captain should be here soon. With that, Lin Luo walked out of the restaurant alone. Lin Luo's original form waited outside, while his clone entered his original form. This clone was a power he had gained after consuming a special creature, and it always came in handy in critical moments. Not long after, Jia Lan and Jin Lan appeared. Both had gained a lot, their auras noticeably enhanced. Jia Lan smiled gratifiedly upon seeing Lin Luo. Xiao Lin was thoughtful enough to wait for me outside. Those guys must have been waiting inside eagerly for their meal, forgetting about me. Shen Lan, with an eager expression, said, let's go eat. Every part of the Tree of Life is incredibly potent. Consuming it will significantly heal our injuries. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like we haven't eaten before. We have plenty of money now. If they're done, we can just order a few more. Jia Lan rolled his eyes at Jin Lan. That's right. Jin Lan nodded. Lin Luo smiled and said, Captain, you misunderstood. Everyone's waiting for you to dine together. I'm waiting here so I can welcome you in as soon as possible. Let's go back. How did you get this time? You still have some conscience. Let's go inside and talk. Jia Lan said cheerfully. Seeing Jia Lan return, Long Xian beamed. Captain, I've been waiting so long for you to finally come back. I've been thinking about you, terrified you get into any trouble. Jia Lan glanced at the table full of dishes and said coldly, don't I know you? You've been wanting to start eating for a long time. If the others hadn't stopped you, you probably have finished by now. Captain, please don't say that. I really wanted to wait for you to eat, otherwise I would have started long ago, Long Xian explained. Alright, I trust you, isn't that enough? Jia Lan said helplessly. Pink quickly stood up and enthusiastically offered her seat. Captain, please sit down. You had a hard time on the journey. Did you encounter any danger? Jia Lan and Jin Lan took their seats, looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table and nodding with satisfaction. Xiao Lin, please sit down too. Let's eat together, Ziyun called out. Okay, Sister Ziyun. Lin Luo responded and sat down. After the previous battle, everyone was already starving. Seeing the table overflowing with food, they began to devour it with relish. As the delicious food entered their mouths, everyone devoured it with abandon. The food on the table dwindled at a noticeable rate, and before long, only empty plates remained. Long Xian's belly bulged with food. Muzixing restaurant is so famous for a reason. I can't get enough of this delicious food. Chapter 1144. Pink's face was filled with disgust, and she spat bluntly, shut up. You're so eager to eat, like you're snatching food from your mouth. But when it comes to working, you're nowhere to be found, and your sneaky skills are truly perfect. Long Xian's face was filled with grievance, and he argued urgently, your words are so hurtful. In the previous battle, I risked my life to single-handedly hold off the human shark. You know how terrifying that guy is. Anyone else would have been torn to pieces long ago. Ziyun, a gentle smile on her face, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright. This is Long Xian's first time at Muji restaurant, so it's normal for him to react this way. I've been here a few times before, and the food here is absolutely amazing. Every sip is intoxicatingly fragrant, especially since it contains ingredients from the Tree of Life, imbued with powerful vitality. Pink's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising an octave. Sister Ziyun, don't tease me. You've been here several times? I've been with you for so long, how come I never even heard you mention it? Ziyun sighed softly, her expression gentle yet somewhat helpless. Our team carries out missions every day, weathering the elements, enduring countless hardships. If I kept raving about how wonderful this place was, would you be able to live with it? If it went on for too long, I'm afraid it would create resentment within the team and affect our unity. Jalan nodded slightly, agreeing. In the past, our small family was well off, so it was understandable that we often came to its star to enjoy ourselves. Pink curled her lips, her face brimming with envy as she sighed. Oh, it's all my fault for joining the team too late. I missed out on so many perks. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous. I feel like I'm being scratched by a cat. Jalan seemed suddenly struck by memories, his eyes dimming for a moment. He sighed softly. As soon as I stepped into this restaurant, all those memories of the past came flooding back to me, like a movie. Back then, I was a regular here, coming every now and then to satisfy my cravings. Time is truly unforgiving. So many years have passed, and when I came back, I realized how different everything is. Muji Restaurant has changed so much. It's gone from its former simplicity, now splendidly decorated. I guess they made a lot of money. I'm no longer the fearless, adventurous person I once was. That young boy, now middle-aged, isn't what he used to be physically and mentally. It's truly a source of deep emotion. Ziyun's face suddenly darkened, her gaze fixed on Jalan like a torch. She said unkindly, "Tell me the truth, have you come here several times without telling anyone? Don't try to get away with it." Jalan's heart skipped a beat, but he forced composure on his face and hurriedly defended himself. "Look at what you're saying. What do you mean by coming here secretly? We all been here together before. Did you forget?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jalan regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself twice. Ziyun's eyebrows shot up in anger, her voice rising several decibels. "Do you think we're 3-year-olds, so easily fooled? How could I possibly not remember how many times I've been here? I only been here 3 or 4 times at most, and you claim to have been here over a dozen times. Those extra times must have been sneaking in on your own." Jalan let out a long, feigned sigh, a trace of embarrassment forced across his face. "Oh, is that really true? It must be my age. My brain isn't working well, and I'm remembering it wrong. I only think I've been here 3 or 4 times. Look at my poor memory, I'm just causing trouble for everyone." As he spoke, Jalan's eyes rolled, and he quickly changed the subject. "Look, the waiter has brought another table full of delicious food. Everyone, hurry up and eat. The food will lose its flavor if it gets cold. These are all carefully prepared from the Tree of Life. They are extremely precious, so you must cherish them. The Tree of Life holds a vast amount of vitality and nutrients. If you get injured or exhausted during a mission, eating something made from the roots of the Tree of Life will surely speed up your recovery." Ziyun's fury flared up upon hearing this, and she slammed the table, shaking the dishes and chopsticks 3 times. Jalan trembled with fear and nearly fell off her chair. Ziyun's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth. "You're still playing dumb. You must explain everything to me clearly today. If you can't, forget about this meal." Jalan, realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, slumped his shoulders, his face filled with resignation, and confessed, "All right, since you're being so serious, I won't hide it anymore. I'll be honest. I did come here several times secretly by myself. Back then, I was always exhausted from taking on missions, and I was thinking, come here for a good meal and some rest." Ziyun snorted, her face still sullen, her tone thick with sarcasm. "I knew you weren't honest. You've been sneaking around so long ago. No wonder you kept borrowing money under the guise of the team. Turns out you have a history." Jalan waved his hands anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Every penny I spend here is earned through hard work, taking on private jobs. I haven't taken a single cent from the team's accounts. I swear to God." Jalan lost himself in memories, a hint of desolation flickering across his eyes. He sighed again. "Back then, to earn more money, I worked so hard. After completing my work for the company team, I immediately take on private work. Some of these private jobs were incredibly dangerous. Others wouldn't even have time to avoid them, but for the meager pay, I gritted my teeth and took them on. Several times, I nearly lost my life. I've been injured so many times, and have been so physically exhausted, so I often come here to eat good food and recover faster." Ziyun gave him a thumbs up, but her tone was unmistakable, sarcasm evident in her voice. "Amazing. You're truly capable. Taking private jobs to make a killing, without bringing teammates along. When things go wrong, he simply pats his back and asks the team to cover the consequences. Can't you just take some responsibility? You take on private jobs, so you have to bear the consequences. We team members have become your ATMs and lifelines. You take in all the benefits, and when you're in trouble, you think of us. You're such a calculating captain. I think of all the captains in the Universal Alliance. When it comes to selfishness and exploitation of team members, you're second to none. Jinlan was still struggling, trying to explain. You can't. So, I work so hard to make money, thinking that once I reached a higher level of strength and evolved to a higher dimension, I can then take everyone on a life of luxury and comfort. Ziyan sneered and asked, you mean you cheated us, and we should be grateful to you? Jinlan, looking helpless, spread his hands. Unforeseen events happen. Who could have predicted such a catastrophic outcome? If I had known the mission to the nuclear planet was so dangerous, I would never have gone, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. One wrong step, and I'm so sorry. Chapter 1145. Ziyan's lips curled into a sneer, her tone filled with sarcasm. What? Are you still treating me like a 3-year-old? Didn't you say that if you had the chance again, you would definitely go to the core star? Humph. To evolve to a higher level, you dragged the entire team through hard times with you. And you, on the other hand, keep running off to better places. Do you really think we're fools? Jinlan quickly argued, a flicker of uneasy expression on his face. How can I come here every day? I only come here a few times now, and then. Pink, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, shouting, well, you're living such a comfortable life, yet you keep complaining to us, saying you dedicated your youth to the team. We actually believed you. Long Xian chimed in. With a look of dissatisfaction he said, exactly. If you had contributed all the money you earned from your side gigs to the team, would our lives be so miserable? Jinlan's eyes widened at this, and he pointed a finger at Long Xian fiercely, his voice rising a few notches. How dare you say that to me? I won over $100,000 at the casino, but I didn't bring a penny back to the team. I plan to spend it all on my own on the smog planet. How can you be so shameless? Long Xian blushed and tried to defend himself. How could I spend that money myself? I won so much money at the casino, how could I not hide it? If they were targeted, it would be a big problem. I'm just being cautious. Do you believe what you're saying? I explained it before, and now you're still talking nonsense here. Shut up. Jinlan shouted, shaking with anger. Alright, Long Xian isn't great, but compared to you, he's still pretty good. You, on the other hand, have a terrible attitude, and you're just trying to trick us. Pink, her face brimming with anger, once again turned her ire on Jinlan. Hearing this, Long Xian felt a pang of discontent. He muttered, I finally got to hear you praise me, but when I think about it, it feels like you're actually scolding me. Pink gave him a look and said, you only listened to the second half. The first half is the important part, so the second half is a compliment. Alright, since you complimented me, I won't hold it against you. Long Xian waved his hand helplessly. Ziyan's fury remained undimmed. She gritted her teeth and said, you old scoundrel, Jinlan, I can tolerate other things, but I won't let this go. I must settle accounts with you today. You betrayed me before, causing us to be hunted by a shark-like creature. After consuming the immortal petals, that creature's strength skyrocketed. Even the two of us combined were no match for him. As your creditor, I asked you to hold him off. You're still not happy about it. You're acting like a deadbeat. Fortunately, I was smart enough not to give you the money. Otherwise they might have already turned against me. Look, I only been to Wood Planet 5 times, 2 of which were brought by my father. And you've been here over 100 times. Why do you get all the good stuff? Jinlan quickly waved his hands, his face flushing. How can I say over 100 times? I only been here a little over 40 times. Don't talk nonsense. Over 40 times is not enough. Are you still trying to break the 100 mark? I knew you weren't being honest. Jialan couldn't help but speak out, his face filled with anger. Jinlan lowered his head and muttered, I did have that thought before. We must settle things today. This kid is getting more and more arrogant. How dared he offend the captain like this? Long Xian waved his fist, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Dealing with this kind of ungrateful debtor requires strong measures. We can't easily forgive him just because he confessed a few words of repentance. Pink said with a serious expression and a resolute gaze. That's right. We must judge him. Ziyun's eyes revealed determination. Lin Luo watched this scene from the side, feeling both angry and amused. He thought that no matter what, Jinlan could never escape the fate of being judged. Sometimes Long Xian's status in the team was higher than Jinlan's. Jinlan looked at Lin Luo helplessly, his eyes filled with pleading. He believed that among everyone present, only Lin Luo could help him. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, and began to advise, everyone, don't be so impulsive. I think Captain Jinlan is already trying to reform. What's the point of giving him a harsher trial? If he's forced to death, our debt will be completely wiped out. Jinlan quickly climbed up the pole, feigning a pitiful expression. That's right, you guys have to be nice to me. I have depression. If he gets overwhelmed and commits suicide, all your debts will be ruined. You're so arrogant, Jinlan. You've grown so arrogant, haven't you? You dare to threaten us. Jialan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, leaping to his feet. Forget it, let's not judge him. Brother Jinlan, just give everyone a sincere apology, and this matter will be over. Everyone should stop saying harsh things. Lin Lu intervened again. Okay, I listen to you. Jialan reluctantly compromised, knowing that if he pushed Jinlan too hard, if he runs away, the debts in hand will become bad debts, and then who will we ask to collect them? Jinlan's face was filled with guilt as he said sincerely, this is all my fault. I kept so much from everyone before. I apologize to everyone here. I will repay my debts, and never again do anything behind your back. I have a letter of guarantee here. Please sign it, Ziyun said, pulling one out of her pocket and handing it over. Jinlan's face paled and flushed as he saw the letter, looking reluctant. You don't have to be so serious, do you? You even have to write a letter of guarantee? Ziyun said confidently, we have to be wary of deadbeats like you. What if one day you find better work, leave for another team, and refuse to pay your debts? Where can we go to seek justice? I really don't think you need to sign this. Do you really trust me? I was wrong before, but I feel guilty every day. Jinlan frowned, looking aggrieved, but Ziyun remained unmoved and insisted he sign. Pink said, everyone's forgiveness is already the bottom line. Don't go too far. If you don't sign this contract, forget about eating today. Is there really no room for negotiation? Jinlan asked pitifully. Jialan yelled, sign it quickly. I don't have that much patience. If you don't, you pay me back immediately. Jinlan reluctantly signed his name. Lanxian said happily, I think we can make today Victory Day. From now on, every day when we arrive in this team, we must celebrate it like a holiday. Today, we not only completed the mission, but also caught a deadbeat. Not bad, not bad. Pink agreed with Lanxian, a rare statement. Chapter 1146. Ziyun sat gracefully, her eyes shone with shrewdness and caution as she spoke, we have to sign the contract. Only with it in black and white can we have peace of mind and build solid trust. The universe is vast, and human hearts are unpredictable. Without a contract to back us up, there's no telling when something could go wrong. I was browsing the interstellar news a few days ago, and saw quite a few sad stories about people who blindly trusted their friends and relatives, handing over their money without reservation, only to be ripped off and left with nothing. That's a tragic outcome. Jialan suddenly reached out and patted Jinlan's shoulder, a sly smile on his face. You have to work hard to pay back the money. Take on more private work. With your skills, the more you work, the more you earn. Only then can we quickly pay off our debt. Think about it, with just the regular missions our team takes on and the meager pay, how long will it take you to pay off this debt? It'd probably take the universe several times over. Men can't be cowards. From now on, you have to take the initiative and take on more high-paying private jobs, striving to make a killing. Only then can we help each other escape the debt. Jinlan's previously straight back suddenly bent, his face paling and reddening. He looked extremely embarrassed, and muttered, this isn't good. Jialan's lips curled up, revealing a knowing smile. He said, I knew you were up to something. If you can't explain it, it just proves this is a serious matter. I can't let you get away with it all the time. I made up my mind. From now on, your living expenses will be stopped. What little money you worked so hard to earn must be used to pay off your debts. Not a penny left. Jinlan said reluctantly, if you don't give me money, how will I pay for my daily living expenses? And the hospital bills for my frequent treatments are also quite a lot. You can't just ask me to borrow money from anyone on the street. You know I can't borrow any money. You know you can't borrow money, so why are you wasting time? Go out and take some private work. Jialan frowned and said ruthlessly. At this moment, Ziyun, who had been sitting quietly, asked, Captain, what were your gains from this mission? Is there a chance you can evolve into an immortal-level creature? This is a matter of vital importance to our team's future strength. Jialan's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She said, you come to the right person. I made a killing this time. Then, dancing with excitement, she recounted the entire story in detail. He recounted the story in detail, even gesturing excitedly, as he simulated devouring the flesh of a human-like shark. he said. The flesh and blood of those human-like sharks contains extremely powerful energy. I devoured quite a bit, and I feel like my strength has truly leaped forward. Long Xian, who had been leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, abruptly straightened up upon hearing this. His face was filled with astonishment, his mouth wide open. He explained, "So there really are giant golden dragons in this universe." Thinking back to what happened in that forest, I was so wronged. My eyes were blurry at the time, and I made a mistake in my judgment. I always thought immortals had infinite lifespans, and wouldn't show any signs of aging. But who could have imagined that creature in the forest also had a limited lifespan? I tried to prove it wasn't me who devoured the forest's son. I nearly wore myself out, explaining it to the forest countless times, but it wouldn't budge, insisting it was me. It even tried to devour me. I'm truly speechless, and at a loss for words. Pink stood aside, her slender fingers gently stroking her delicate chin, her eyes pensive as she slowly. "Can you find out which universe this golden dragon comes from?" "I don't think it's from our 8th universe. I've been in this universe for so many years, but I never heard of such a powerful being. The golden dragon is from our universe, and has long been famous. There's no need for a written test, everyone probably knows his name. He's definitely on the list. In this 8th universe, there are many mysterious and important lists, diverse and varied. The most eye-catching are the immortal and eternal lists. The members of Team Deep Blue are all exceptionally powerful. With the exception of Lin Luo, all are eternal-level creatures. As they navigate the universe, they naturally focus more on the eternal list, as it's closely linked to their own strength and status. However, the immortal list shouldn't be ignored either. Every creature aspiring to evolve to the immortal level will inevitably attract considerable attention. Both the strong and the weak keep an eye on it from time to time. In fact, some creatures, more cautious and aware of their limited talent and inability to evolve to the immortal level, constantly monitor the immortal rankings. This is because immortals are incredibly destructive, affecting the lives of countless beings. A single careless move could easily result in death. Sometimes, when an immortal goes berserk, the devastation they unleash can be devastating. For this very reason, a special text message service was born in the universe. Whenever a powerful immortal approaches a planet, a special message is automatically sent to the communication devices of those involved, alerting them to the approaching powerful creature. Some creatures, naturally wary and extremely sensitive to danger, usually avoid immortals, fearing they might be drawn into unnecessary conflicts. After all, every attack from an immortal is like the end of the world. For most ordinary creatures, it's a fatal blow, leaving virtually no chance of escape. There was once an event that shocked the 8th universe. On a distant planet, there existed an immortal, descended from a cosmic royal family. Perhaps it was the emotional trauma he suffered, the endless pain of a broken heart, that drove him mad. He recklessly unleashed his immense power on that planet, leaving no blade of grass growing wherever he went. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of innocent creatures lost their precious lives. Afterwards, this cosmic royal family, with its deep pockets and extensive background, quickly offered a large sum of money as compensation. After much difficult negotiation, they were able to avoid the tragic fate of being auctioned off by other forces. Most of the creatures that tragically perished lacked the ability to be resurrected. Once dead, they could not be resurrected, and all the cosmic coins they had were useless. In this vast 8th universe, there existed a rather mysterious resurrection company. Most creatures were resurrected thanks to this mysterious resurrection company. Chapter 1147. This company has a unique pricing system, charging fees based on the creature's level. The annual premiums required are astronomical. For even the most common creature, one that hasn't yet begun cultivation, the monthly premium alone might be 3,000 cosmic coins. This is undoubtedly a heavy burden for many low-level creatures. If an eternal-level creature wishes to insure with this company, the cost is even more exorbitant, potentially costing 500,000 cosmic coins per month. However, this company also has its own promise. If an insured creature is unfortunately killed, it will provide 3 resurrection opportunities within a month. For this reason, the clientele of this resurrection company is primarily wealthy individuals with deep pockets. After all, the materials required for resurrection are extremely rare and expensive, their value roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the resurrection fee. For example, if a creature resurrected twice within a month, the resurrection company would barely break even, with virtually no profit. If it resurrected 3 times, the company would essentially be losing money. In its early days, the resurrection company struggled mightily, suffering heavy losses. This was because many individuals, hoping for a lucky break before undertaking dangerous missions, flocked to the resurrection company to purchase insurance. However, The company was new, with limited resources and a challenging business expansion. To expand its market, it had to invest heavily in advertising. They accepted many policyholders, and many of them initially profited greatly, while the only ones who lost money were the Resurrection Company. Our company launched its own advertising campaign and later established some rules. To purchase insurance, you must pay a 6-month retirement fee to the company. After 6 months, the premium will be refunded. If something dangerous happens within 6 months, the Resurrection Company will resurrect you 10 times. As long as you resurrect 10 times, the 6-month premium will be waived. Each resurrection will incur a significant deduction, 10% to 20% for the first time, 10% for each subsequent time, and by the 9th time, the premium is essentially deducted. After the 9th time, the final payment is free, regardless of whether you use it or not. After 6 months, the premium will return to normal at a normal price, without the need to pay excessively. Many people, faced with dangerous missions, chose not to purchase insurance due to the Resurrection Company's high premiums and harsh conditions. In the vast starry skies of the 8th universe, many mysterious planets are hidden. These planets, like forgotten corners of the universe, are extremely dangerous. Many of the creatures that inhabit them are powerful immortals. These creatures are solitary and unwilling to assimilate into the mainstream society of the 8th universe. They close their doors and live isolated, independent lives on their own planets. Some even despise the society of the 8th universe, believing it to be a perverse cult. On their own planets, they are free and unfettered, unburdened by the constraints of others. If the 8th universe were completely different, they would be controlled by the 8th universe. When immortal creatures reach a certain level of strength, they can unleash a miraculous and powerful ability, concealing entire planets and completely erasing them from the universe. However, this power doesn't come without a price. Over a long period of time, immortal creatures constantly consume their own energy. When depleted to a certain point, immortal creatures can no longer sustain this. Periodically, they are forced to unmask and reveal their true form to restore their energy. Lin Luo, through his unique channels, had previously learned some secrets about these hidden planets. It is said that the creatures within are incredibly powerful, some possibly even reaching the terrifying realm of phenomenal immortal, far surpassing the immortal creature in the forest in power, a stark difference. Furthermore, these indigenous planets are undeveloped and contain abundant resources, offering ample benefits. Of course, former Captain Jinlan's choice to enter the core planet was tantamount to seeking death. Among the many indigenous planets, the core planet is the most dangerous. Most creatures would have health insurance. Resurrection companies are prohibitively expensive for those entering a native planet. If Jinlan had purchased insurance from Resurrection Company, he wouldn't have suffered so badly, and there's a good chance he could have returned alive. His injuries were so severe that health insurance wasn't enough, and he even borrowed a fortune to barely get treatment. Health insurance is also incredibly expensive and generally doesn't provide much benefit. The insurance premiums can be 10 times what you pay. On Earth, the risk is often 1,000 times higher, while in the 8th universe, it's 10 times higher. Lin Luo could understand the insurance company's operation. When Earth was a civilized society, without these powerful creatures devouring it, accidents were unlikely to occur. As long as the policyholder didn't act recklessly, there wouldn't be much danger. Many insurance companies are pure profit, with no significant losses. Currently, insurance on Earth is also very expensive, with a guaranteed return of only 100 times. This is because combat is so frequent, and the danger is so great that accidents are more likely to occur. At this time, SMS service is crucial. With this service activated, a text message will be sent if there's danger, alerting you to the approach of a powerful creature, allowing you to evacuate in advance and avoid danger. SMS service companies earn tens of billions annually from this service, and they also need to pay their superiors for this service. Immortal beings have privileges in the 8th universe. The SMS service companies' actions simply disregard them, as human beings. They pay a considerable fee to the immortal beings, hoping they will activate their positioning systems and allow them to detect them. Many immortals are very willing to accept this payment. The SMS service company will also offer deluxe, super, and super invincible memberships. Deluxe membership costs 3,000 cosmic coins and simply warns of the approach of immortals, urging caution and caution. Super membership costs 5,000 cosmic coins and provides notifications of the danger level of immortals, ranging from safe, alert, relatively dangerous, extremely dangerous, and severely dangerous. Super Invincible membership is more expensive than the previous two, costing 10,000 cosmic coins for a year and granting access to a special rescue service. One rescue service costs 10,000 cosmic coins, which is very affordable, with a rescue rate of 99%, significantly more affordable than resurrection companies and medical insurance companies. Many people compete for a spot on this list because of the various income opportunities. This year, the SMS Service Company launched the Eternal Creature Service. Those who reach the top 20 will also receive some benefits. Chapter 1148. Ziyun, holding a tablet, frowned slightly as she spoke. I carefully checked the Eternal level list regarding this golden dragon, and its name is definitely not listed. As she spoke, she scrolled across the screen, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Jialan folded his arms across his chest and nodded solemnly. I'm currently ranked 10th on the list. If this golden dragon is truly a creature from the 8th universe, it would logically be impossible for it to abandon its universe coins. Pink suddenly became interested, her eyes sparkling as she approached Jialan and asked, Captain, how much wealth is hidden in the top 10 list? I heard there could be huge incomes in the future. Could there be 100 million universe coins a year? She rested her hands on her chin, her face filled with longing. Jialan glanced at Pink coldly and replied unhappily, without 100 million, can you give me the money? Captain, don't be so harsh. I'm just curious. You're so stingy. Pink pouted, aggrieved, but her eyes still gleamed with curiosity about the vast wealth. Ziyun spoke methodically, I did a detailed investigation ahead of time. If you're in the top 10, you can probably earn hundreds of thousands of universe coins a month. That's almost 3 million a year. That's just a small amount. A hint of disappointment crossed Pink's face, her tone filled with disdain, and she sighed softly. Jialan raised his hand and tapped Pink's head, fading anger. You only had a few days of good times, and you already forgotten your hard times? Over 3 million universe coins. That's no small sum. It's quite a substantial sum. Captain, you're getting more and more violent. I just said a few words, and you resorted to violence. Pink, clutching her head, complained in a feigned, pitiful voice, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Jialan put away her smile and looked at Pink seriously, saying earnestly, I'm trying to make you realize your place. Don't let victory get you carried away. Overconfidence can easily lead to disaster. Look at our team, there's an example of this. As she spoke, her gaze turned to Shenlan. Shenlan, looking aggrieved, quickly defended himself. What do you mean by conceit? Everything I do is to make everyone's life better. Come on, I don't know you yet. How could I not understand your little tricks? Jialan waved a hand, interrupting Shenlan, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, a barely perceptible smile. Ziyun cleared her throat, her expression becoming particularly serious. Captain, I have something extremely important to tell you. You consume so much flesh and blood, are you going to evolve to immortal level soon? Her eyes were filled with concern and anticipation. Yes, almost. I gathered everyone today to announce this. I'm going all out to reach immortal level. Only when I reach immortal level can our team take on higher level missions and become even stronger. Jialan stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination, as if he could already see the team's glorious future. Ziyun nodded slightly, then asked, how much does the potion cost to evolve? As she spoke, she pulled out a small notebook, ready to record the relevant information. It costs several 100 million. I need the immortal fluid and the life root. My main reason for coming this time is to search for the life root. After taking the life root, my body will be revitalized. With this powerful vitality, I'd be able to break through to the immortal level in one fell swoop. The immortal fluid will help stabilize my level. Both are indispensable. Jialan explained in detail, her tone revealing a desire and determination for evolution. Ziyun pondered for a moment, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I remember there's an auction going on here soon. They say the life root will be for sale. As she spoke, she quickly searched for information about the auction on her tablet. What a coincidence. I thought we have to wait a while. In that case, let's go to the auction. Jialan rubbed her hands excitedly and stood up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Evolving to the immortal level had always been her dream, and this auction was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. Long Xian's mouth was full of food, and he mumbled, I haven't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry? The auction might not have started yet. If we go now, we just have to wait. He shoveled food into his mouth as he spoke, showing no intention of getting up. Pink glared at Long Xian, hands on her hips, and said, You're always so slow. How can this be any different? An auction like this is bound to be packed. We need to get there early to get a good seat. If we wait until the auction is almost over, it'd be too late. You think we're selling cabbages on the street? Cabbages aren't worth much, and people might even beg to buy them. But this auction is for immortal level items. With these two items, the probability of evolving into an immortal creature is greatly increased. Immortal level creatures are of immense significance to any race. She spoke rapidly, her face filled with anxiety and dissatisfaction. If a declining race could produce an immortal level creature, it would instantly become a powerful race in the eyes of the public. Conversely, even if a race possesses many eternal level creatures, even if some are extremely powerful, possessing immortal level combat power, it wouldn't be considered particularly formidable in the eyes of the public. Jilan took over Pink's conversation, speaking with deep emotion. Recalling past experiences, he was filled with awe at the immense power of the immortals. Let's get going. As soon as I evolve to immortal, we have a wonderful trip to Cepheus, the center of the 8th universe. I cover all expenses. Jialan patted her chest and spoke generously. Her eyes shone with confidence and arrogance, as if she had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal level. Captain, you're so generous. Long Xian instantly perked up, tossing his food aside and jumping up excitedly. Cepheus, that's the core of the entire 8th universe. Countless fun places and precious resources are concentrated there. To him, it's a paradise. Cepheus, as the center of the 8th universe, is like a shining pearl, gathering the essence of the entire universe. The resources here are incredibly rich, and rare treasures from countless planets are continuously transported here. Unlike Wood Planet is famous for the roots of the Tree of Life. Any single root is a priceless treasure, and consuming it can bring countless miraculous benefits. Cepheus, on the other hand, has so many unique features that it's difficult to summarize them with a single sign. This is the center of the 8th universe, housing rare treasures from all directions. Of course, not everyone can enter Cepheus easily. To enter this planet, one must undergo a strict capital verification. One must possess at least 10 million universe coins to qualify for this journey into the heart of the universe. Chapter 1149. Inside the restaurant, soft lighting cast a shadow over the crowd, yet it couldn't dispel the subtle tension created by the bill. The waiter gently placed the bill on the table, the thin piece of paper now seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds. Long Xian's eyes darted around, sensing everyone's gaze fixed on the bill. He instinctively stepped back, wishing he could blend into the wall behind him, adorned with a strange interstellar pattern. Pink's shrill voice instantly shattered the silence. You're the most despicable. You always come so quickly to eat, but when it comes time to pay, you strategically retreat. She placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed slightly with anger, her eyes blazing as she stared at Long Xian. Long Xian's face paled and then flushed. He scratched his head, then explained with a dry laugh, "It's mainly because I'm relatively poor. I'm used to being poor, so I'm a bit frugal. I treat you this dinner." He spoke weakly, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but he secretly groaned. Once he paid, his coffers would be significantly thinned. Ziyunden said with satisfaction, "You finally found your conscience. You never paid when we went out to eat before, and the only times you did, we forced you to. This is a rare occasion where you volunteered to pay, and I think it's worth a record in our team." The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a teasing smile. Jia Lan folded his arms over his chest and said with a hint of joking, "I think he have to pay several times in the future. We can't let Long Xian get away with it too easily. We need to put some pressure on him." "No!" Long Xian shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice thick with reluctance. His eyes widened as he stared at Jia Lan, as if begging the captain to retract his order. At this moment of tension, Lin Luo, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, spoke softly, "Brother Long Xian, you don't have to pay. I already paid for you." Long Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately gave a thumbs up, beaming with joy. "Xiao Lin, I wasn't wrong about you. You're the most humane person in our team. You're like coal on a winter's day, warming my heart." As he spoke, he patted his chest exaggeratedly to show his inner excitement. Lin Luo's face flickered with embarrassment. He smiled wryly and said, "Brother Long Xian, if you can't use metaphors, please don't. It makes me feel awkward when you do." "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at speaking. I apologize here." Long Xian smiled and scratched his head, his innocent smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "It's okay." Lin Luo waved his hand. Pink wasn't about to let Long Xian off so easily. She pointed at him again, then turned to Lin Luo and said, "Xiao Lin, you're just too kind to give this guy a chance. How long have you been on the team? How much money have you made? That old man, he's got a lot of hidden money. He never pays when we go out to eat, and he doesn't pay at events either. He avoids paying whenever he can. You don't need to feel sorry for him. He has the money to pay." He always treats us the same way when we ask him to. Pink spoke rapidly, her chest heaving with anger. Lin Luo, still smiling, said, "It's okay. You all been so kind to me, so it's no big deal for me to treat you once. Next time, just treat everyone like it's big brother Long Xian treating you all." Long Xian patted his chest and vowed, "Of course, I treat you all nicely next time too. I promise you that." He spoke with conviction, his expression serious, as if he was determined to change his image as a thrifty person. "Then let's book a seat on Seafuse. The food there is better. We go there for a good meal and eat you out." Pink said half-jokingly, a sly glint in her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Upon hearing this, Long Xian's face darkened. He clutched his chest exaggeratedly and said, "Can't you just let me go? You're going to rip me off. My money's not easy to come by." Ziyun glared at Long Xian with disdain and said, "Can you please stop being so embarrassing? No wonder Pink keeps saying you should think more about your reasons. I didn't even want to say anything about you before. You just promised everyone you repay them when you had the money, and now you're being asked to pay for dinner, and you're so quick to refuse." Long Xian smiled bitterly. "It's not that I'm not good enough. It's just that the prices on Xianwang Star are too high. Forget it, I treat you on Xianwang Star. Everyone's been so kind to me, so I naturally have to repay them." Lin Luo said again. Jia Lan looked at Long Xian, his expression becoming serious. He said coldly, "Don't embarrass us old folks. If you say that to us newcomers later, we be looked down upon. Think about it, if you don't leave the team, and new members keep coming in, and every new member despises your stinginess, what's the point of living? Sometimes, money isn't meant to be saved, it's meant to be spent. If you can't spend it, what's the point?" Jia Lan's words were like hammers, hammering down on Long Xian's heart. His eyes held a hint of sternness, but also of hope for him, hoping he could truly change. Long Xian's expression shifted. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "You have a point. I can't keep being so stingy. Otherwise, I even look down on myself. If I promise something, I definitely do it." A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made some profound resolution. "Come on, you're just a flash in the pan. You be back to your old ways after a while." Pink scoffed, her arms folded across her chest, a skeptical smile on her face, clearly not quite believing Long Xian's words. Long Xian bit his lip and said, "I'm serious this time. No kidding. No matter what, next time we go to Seafuse I pay. No one wants to compete with me." His voice rose a few notches, his tone resolute. "Okay, finally a manly one for once." Pink gave a thumbs up. Long Xian nodded and said, "I let many newcomers know that even an old man like me isn't stingy. It's called thriftiness. I definitely spend what's necessary. I won't be stingy at all. Especially with newcomers, I be especially generous." Chapter 1150. Just then, Pink pulled a piece of paper from her pocket, handed it to Long Xian, and said, "Sign your name." A sly glint flickered in her eyes. "What is this?" Long Xian asked, puzzled. He took the paper, surveying the densely packed text, a surge of unease welling up in his heart. Pink explained, "This is a contract. It means if you don't pay for our meal, you owe us a lot of money, and we can take you to court. If you become a deadbeat, the court will cut off your flesh and pay us back." As she spoke, she deliberately put on a fierce expression, her eyes wide, trying to frighten Long Xian. Long Xian shuddered at the sight. He quickly pushed the contract aside and said, "Don't be so formal. Don't you trust me? I already said so." Refusing to agree would be completely humiliating. An awkward smile appeared on his face, trying to defuse the awkwardness with a joke. "I always said this guy has no sense of responsibility. Now that we're officially signing, he's immediately backing off." Lin Luo said with a smile, a hint of teasing, yet also a hint of understanding for Long Xian. Long Xian felt a little unconvinced upon hearing this. What's there to be afraid of? Just sign the contract. Who's afraid of who? Okay. Pink handed the contract back to Long Xian, a triumphant smile on her face. Long Xian took a deep breath, picked up the pen, and signed his name on the contract. His hand trembled slightly, and he thought to himself, "This is just a bit too much bragging." Ziyun took the contract back and said happily, "Once you signed it, you can't go back on your word. Just do your job properly. This is a great thing. The captain has reached immortal level. The team's biggest stingy guy is finally willing to spend money on a treat. This is a blessing in disguise." She couldn't help but laugh as she spoke, her eyes narrowing into slits. Long Xian held out his hand and said, "I didn't read the contract clearly just now. Can I take it over and take a closer look?" "What contract?" You're not planning on going back on your word, are you? Forget it. Don't you know the saying no regrets after a move? You signed the contract, and it's basically legally binding. Ziyun refused, neatly putting the contract away. Pink echoed, don't show it to him. He's a cunning fellow. He might do something shady. She eyed Long Xian warily, her eyes filled with distrust. Long Xian sighed helplessly, silently grumbling, thinking he really shot himself in the foot this time. He could only silently pray that the cost of the trip to Celestial King Planet wouldn't be too outrageous. Otherwise, he'd be truly bankrupt. Jialan frowned, stamping his feet in frustration, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is wrong with you guys? You're dragging your feet on such a trivial matter as paying the bill. At this rate, the food will be cold by the time we get to the auction." Long Xian retorted, "Captain, paying the bill isn't just a simple payment. There's a hidden agenda behind it. It's clearly a thrilling and intense game of chess." Jialan curled his lips in a mocking manner. "Oh, you're still talking about chess? I see you lost everything in this game, and you're forced to pay." Long Xian's face flushed red, and he stiffened his neck in protest. "How can it be considered a loss? We treated everyone to a meal, and we were happy to do it. Everyone has always taken such good care of me. No matter how I, Long Xian, could afford to be so stingy, I wouldn't be so stingy as to not even spend a penny. That would be inhumane. Come on, you lose, you lose. Stop being so stubborn. I don't know you. You're a stingy person. Plucking a single feather from you is harder than climbing to the sky." Jialan rolled her eyes in disgust. Long Xian sighed helplessly, his expression somewhat dejected. He slowly said, "Oh, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. As time goes by, you naturally understand that I'm not stingy, I'm just frugal. Think back to the hard times I went through, living hand to mouth. It's only natural that I developed a frugal habit now. Stop, stop. Stop reminiscing about the good old days. I don't want to hear your nagging. Hurry up, let's get going and finish the auction as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to relaxing." Jialan waved her hand impatiently, urging, "Let's go!" Her pink eyes sparkled, and she raised her hand high with excitement like a child. Her voice was crisp and melodious, full of anticipation for the upcoming auction. The team had successfully completed an incredibly difficult mission, and now everyone was looking forward to some time to relax and soothe their frayed nerves. Everyone arrived at the auction. Wow, it was a bustling scene, packed with people. Everywhere they looked, they saw all sorts of powerful creatures and bizarre-looking monsters, densely packed together. Pink had put on some beautiful makeup today, hoping to wow everyone at the auction, but reality dealt her a heavy blow. She was jostled and swayed, sweat pouring down her face. Her carefully applied makeup was now completely ruined. She stamped her feet in anger, muttering, "These people are hopeless. They have no regard for beauty at all. They're all like wooden blocks. They don't even know to make room for me, a beautiful lady. How rude." Long Xian was no better. His body was practically twisted into a knot, yet a wry smile remained on his face. He struggled to adjust his posture and said helplessly, "Pink, I told you 800 times. In this vast eighth universe, there are countless species of life, and each race has vastly different aesthetic standards. Even if you dress like a fairy, they might not appreciate you. They won't appreciate you. Shut up. What do you know? I don't dress up like this for these idiots. They don't understand shit." Pink glared at Long Xian and angrily replied, "It's so packed. I feel like I'm getting squashed." Ziyun couldn't help but groan, her voice filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "It seems we have no choice but to use our ultimate move. If this continues, we'd be squashed like a meat patty today. There's no chance of finding a good spot." Jinlan frowned, his face solemn. A terrifying aura of an immortal-level creature suddenly erupted from his body. This aura, like a surging ocean wave, instantly engulfed the entire venue. The surrounding creatures, feeling the overwhelming pressure, trembled with fear. Some of the weaker ones, those with less resilience, collapsed to their knees with a thud. Furthermore, some monsters were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels and bladder, their feces and urine flowing simultaneously. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. The auction venue, already smelling foul due to the sheer number of people, now became even more nauseating. Many creatures covered their noses and ducked aside in disgust. Ding! Immortal-level experts have been detected arriving at the Woodstar auction. Please proceed to the exclusive private room. Just then, the roar of a helicopter approached from afar. A sleek helicopter flew in at lightning speed, hovering steadily above everyone's heads. Chapter 1151. Then, A thick rope slowly lowered from the helicopter. Shenlong, quick-witted and agile, grabbed the rope first and climbed up in a matter of seconds. He then leaned forward and pulled Jialan, Pink, Ziyun, Long Xian, and Lin Luo onto the helicopter one by one. Pink breathed a sigh of relief as she boarded the helicopter, sighing with lingering fear, "Oh my god, I'm finally free." I attended many high-end cosmetics launches before, and they were quite crowded, but compared to this, it's nothing compared to the grandeur of it all. Of course there's no comparison. Cosmetics, after all, have a limited audience. But immortal-level evolutionary medicine is a completely different beast. Who wouldn't want it? How could it possibly be equally appealing? Long Xian couldn't help but speak, a hint of pride on his face, as if he were quite confident in his own opinion. Shut up. When was it your turn to speak here? Get out of here. Pink's eyebrows shot up at this, and she glared at Long Xian, snapping in anger. The helicopter sped along, soon bringing everyone to a magnificent sky-high pavilion. Looking down from the pavilion, one could clearly see the massive 1,000-inch screen below, flashing a dazzling array of images. The pavilion, approximately 20 square meters in size, was spacious enough to accommodate over 20 people without feeling cramped. Team Deep Blue entered the pavilion, feeling instantly refreshed, finally free from the cramped conditions they had been in. As soon as I entered the pavilion, a sweet-looking cat-eared girl greeted me with a beaming smile. Her features were as delicate as a meticulously crafted work of art, and her skin, as white as snow, shone softly under the light. She stood a full 1.8 meters tall, with a pair of long, straight legs that swayed gracefully as she walked, a truly eye-catching sight. Welcome, distinguished guests, to our castle in the sky. This attic is specially prepared for distinguished immortals like you. Here, you can fully enjoy the excitement of the auction. There's a special button on the table. Press it to place your bid. Our professional customer service staff will coordinate your bids, and your bid information will be displayed on the large screen in real time, making it convenient and quick. Excuse me, are you Mr. True Blue from the Deep Blue team? I heard you evolved into an immortal over 2,000 years ago, and are incredibly powerful. I long admired your name. The cat-eared girl wore a perfectly balanced smile, her voice soft and melodious, like a clear mountain spring, flowing slowly into everyone's hearts. Yes, I am True Blue, a powerful immortal. Throughout the universe, there are few who can rival me. At the cat-eared girl's praise, True Blue's confidence surged. His chest puffed out, and a proud smile spread across his face, as if he were on top of the world. Come on, can you please speak normally? I just asked you a question, and you're so embarrassed you're practically cocky. Jialan looked at Shenlong with disdain, mercilessly pouring cold water on him. The cat-eared girl couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and chuckled secretly. Her cute and adorable look was enough to make anyone laugh. Upon hearing Jialan's words, Shenlong's face paled and then flushed, and he complained with discontent, Jialan, I'm an immortal after all. As the captain, could you please give me some respect in a public place like this? Stop constantly undermining me. I'm not only your captain, I'm also your creditor. Don't forget that. Jialan warned with a serious, stern face, his eyes revealing an unquestionable authority. Shenlong curled his lips helplessly and compromised, Okay, you're so cruel. Whatever you say is right. Okay. Just then, several beautiful and graceful Mu Maidens strode in, holding cups of alluring green juice. These Mu Maidens were all sweet-looking and well-proportioned, clearly meticulously nurtured. They were a special race bred on Woodstar specifically to serve distinguished guests. Many creatures who enjoy this type of service are willing to spend vast sums of money just to enjoy their services, just to indulge in this brief moment of pleasure. As the dozen or so Wood Maidens entered the room, they exuded a delicate and charming fragrance that quickly filled the room, making everyone feel relaxed and happy. The cat-eared maiden extended her slender, jade-white hand and gracefully pointed at the green juices, introducing them. Dear guests, this green juice is called life juice. It is extracted from the extremely ancient tree of life. This tree of life is so magical that it takes a full 10 years to secrete this precious green juice. Drinking this life juice will not only prolong your lifespan, but also has the magical effect of strengthening your yang and kidneys, benefiting all aspects of your body. Furthermore, the weaker the creature, the more pronounced the effects. Please enjoy this rare delicacy. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your hospitality, Shenlong said politely with a smile, a hint of the pride and reserve of an immortal-level creature on his face. You're welcome. The presence of such a powerful and noble immortal-level creature is a great honor to our entire planet. We should be the ones to express our gratitude. If there's nothing else, I take my leave. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. The cat-eared girl smiled, bowed slightly, and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Long Xian suddenly shouted, as if remembering something. The cat-eared girl turned around in confusion, still wearing a polite smile, and asked softly, "Excuse me, is there any help? I'd like to ask, are these things free? Look at this life juice, it looks extraordinary. It must be very expensive, and the price must be high, right?" Long Xian asked cautiously, a hint of worry and caution in his eyes. After all, he was known for his frugality, and was particularly concerned about money matters. Pink's face flushed red with anger upon hearing Long Xian's words. She pushed him away and shouted, "Can you please stop embarrassing yourself here? Look at you, you're embarrassing us all by asking such incompetent questions." Ziyun approached the cat-eared girl and said politely, "We haven't touched this juice yet. If you're charging for it, please return it for us. We don't really need it." Pink quickly chimed in, "Yes, we haven't touched it yet. If you're charging for it, return it immediately. Don't waste your money. You two are so hypocritical. I say no, and you say yes. Is that even fair?" Long Xian, feeling aggrieved and close to tears, looked at Pink and Ziyun with a resentful expression. Jinlan stepped forward, patted Long Xian on the shoulder, and soothed him. "Long Xian, don't take it too personally. There are more girls on the team, and sometimes it's just like that. You have a lot of thoughts, but you just get used to it. It's so tragic. Why am I so miserable?" Long Xian sighed, his face filled with helplessness and disappointment. Jinlan's eyes rolled, and he took the opportunity to say, "Look, I'm trying to comfort you so much. Can you pay me back a little less than what you owe me? That won't do. Feelings are feelings, but talking about money hurts. I worked so hard to save that for my retirement, and I can't afford to take even a penny less. Don't even think of taking advantage of me." Long Xian immediately grew serious upon hearing this, his eyes firm, and he showed no sign of giving in. Chapter 1152. Seeing this, the cat-eared girl hurriedly explained, "Dear guests, rest assured, these life juices are free of charge. Just a service fee of 3,000 cosmic coins." "What? 3,000 cosmic coins?" Long Xian's eyes widened in shock, his voice unconsciously rising an octave, as if he had heard some unbelievable fairy tale. Jinlan was also surprised and asked hurriedly, "If I cancel now, can the service fee be waived?" The cat-eared girl shook her head regretfully and said, "I'm afraid not. Regardless of whether you drank the life juice or not, as long as you enjoyed our service, the service fee must be paid. Please enjoy it without worrying too much." Lin Luo sighed helplessly and said, "I pay for it. Everyone, stop arguing. Fighting over such a small amount of money is so toxic. No way. As a powerful immortal level creature, if I can't even afford this little bit, how can I survive in the martial arts world? I have to pay for it." Jinlan felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he decided to pay himself. At this moment, he regretted it to the core. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept his identity secret. He would have preferred to squeeze in at the bottom rather than spend this money unnecessarily, feeling like a sucker. If you can pay in advance, do so. Things might change later, the cat-eared girl kindly warned. "What do you mean? What might change?" Jinlan asked curiously, a nagging feeling of foreboding. The cat-eared girl explained, "As you can see, the auction is incredibly crowded today, and the private rooms are limited. If you haven't paid yet, and a more distinguished guest needs the room later, you might have to give it up." "No way. I already paid. How can I be kicked out over such a thing? It's so embarrassing." Jinlan gritted his teeth, steeled himself, and obediently took out 3,000 universe coins to pay. As soon as he finished paying, he felt like he'd been ripped off. This was a classic hunger marketing ploy. But the money had already been paid, the deal was done. Even if he wanted to cancel the room now, it wouldn't be refunded. Pink paced back and forth in the pavilion, a satisfied smile on her face. She said, "That's more like it. The crowd down there is unbearable. It's making me suffocate. The most infuriating thing is those guys. They're all blind. They didn't even give up their seats for me. It's so infuriating." Pink gritted her teeth in anger as she recalled the previous experience of being squeezed in the crowd. She was still brooding over it. Long Xian, seeking revenge, belittled Pink, saying, "According to our aesthetic standards, your appearance isn't truly stunning. Perhaps within the boundaries of your own race, it might be considered exceptional, but that's all." Pink's almond-shaped eyes instantly widened, like two round black gemstones, blazing with rage. She shouted, "Do you understand what beauty is? You're a complete blockhead. Shut up." Jinlan had long salivated over the mysterious, precious life juice on the table. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, he impatiently snatched up the cup and drank the contents in one gulp. Then, a look of immense satisfaction slowly emerged on his face, and he sighed sincerely, as expected of a miraculous product originating from the wood planet. The Tree of Life's fame is truly well deserved. After drinking this life juice, I feel as if every cell in my body has been activated, as if infused with endless power. It's as if my entire body has undergone a magnificent transformation, achieving a comprehensive elevation. Seeing this, Jialan also took a sip from the cup, then gave a thumbs up and generously praised it. The high price is justified. The taste is simply perfect. From the first touch on the tongue to the aftertaste in the throat, there's not a single flaw. The only drawback is probably the staggering price. Jialan was initially immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the life juice, but in an instant, his brow furrowed tightly, his face full of pain. He sighed and said, "The cost of this private room is outrageous. Just for an hour, it cost 3,000 universe coins. When we arrived, we agreed that there were still 3 hours before the auction officially began. That's a lot of money. And, in my opinion, this auction will take at least 5 or 6 hours to finish. That's a total of 15,000 universe coins, a hefty sum I simply can't afford." Jialan glanced at him coldly, a hint of iciness in his eyes, and said mercilessly, "If you don't have the money, you can ask me for it. But first, you have to pay me back in full. If you're willing to pay a little more interest, I won't refuse. I've been incredibly lenient with you by not arguing with you about the interest." Ziyan nodded softly, agreeing, "That's right. Our money is in the Universe Bank, and we earn a considerable amount of interest each year. Now that you're calculating the cost of the private room, then it's only natural for us to ask for interest on the previous loan." Jialan, seeing the situation was extremely unfavorable, rolled his eyes, and instantly put on a smile. He quickly explained, "Oh, look at my mouth, I was just joking. We're comrades in the same squad, fighting side by side. Talking about interest would hurt our relationship." Jialan snorted coldly, a disdainful sound coming from his nose, and said, "You have some self-awareness. I won't bother to say more." Pink, with a serious expression, suggested, "The previous captain was always so unreliable and inconsistent. I think we should find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, sooner or later, he'll screw us over." Upon hearing this, Jialan frantically waved his hands, a sincere expression on his face as he vowed, "How could I do such a thing as to betray my teammates? If I did, I'd be worse than pigs and dogs." Jialan, seeing his expression, waved his hand and said, forget it. You seem sincere in your oath. I won't hold it against you this time." After drinking the juice, Jialan suddenly remembered something important and slapped his head, annoyed. "Why the hell did I forget to ask if I could get a refill of this life juice? I spent 3,000 universe coins, only to get this once. It's such a waste." Chapter 1153. Upon hearing this, Pink rolled her eyes in disdain, her gaze gazing at an incredibly bizarre creature. She said, "Former captain, have you been with Long Xian for too long? How come you become so petty? Aren't you ashamed to even ask for a refill?" Long Xian was immediately displeased and retorted loudly, "What's wrong with me? Can face be eaten or spent? Real things are what matter most." As he spoke, he reached out and pressed the nearby display screen. A sweet, adorable cat-eared girl instantly popped up on the screen. The cat-eared girl wore a typical professional smile and said in a voice so sweet it seemed to drip with honey, "Dear masters, how may I assist you?" Long Xian's face lit up with a goofy grin as he said, "Did you hear that? She called me master." Pink, with a look of helplessness on her face, sighed heavily and said disdainfully, "Could you please stop being so unworldly? She calls everyone that. You're really embarrassing us." Long Xian coughed awkwardly twice, trying to mask his embarrassment. After clearing his throat, he asked seriously, I finished my cup of life juice. Can I have a refill? How much would it cost?" The cat-eared girl, still smiling, replied, "You can. It's 100 cosmic coins." Long Xian's heart was torn upon hearing the price. 100 cosmic coins wasn't a lot, after all, and he had the money. It wasn't too little, but it still felt painful to spend, making it difficult for him to make a quick decision. Lin Luo watched all this from the side, a gentle smile on his face. He said, "Brother Long Xian, I pay for it." Long Xian waved his hand and firmly refused, "No way. I have some savings after all. How can I let a newcomer like you pay for it? If I tell anyone, where will my face be? I just do it myself." With that, he gritted his teeth, paid, and received his desired refill of life juice. Jialan, watching Long Xian's actions, couldn't help but think of asking for a refill. But when he thought of the 100 cosmic coins and his current tight financial situation, he reluctantly gave up the idea. A less dignified thought even crossed his mind, whether to trick Long Xian. But just as the thought had surfaced, he suddenly remembered that Long Xian was one of his many creditors. If he did so, and Long Xian used the debt to provoke him, he would be in serious trouble. At that moment, he deeply understood the true meaning of the saying, "Without money, you can't move an inch." The others were completely bored in the private room, and time seemed to stretch infinitely longer. Long Xian, bored, gazed out the window at the surging crowd below. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, like a brilliant shooting star streaking across the night sky. He excitedly pointed at a plump woman in the crowd wearing dragon horns and exclaimed, "Look, look! That woman is absolutely stunning. She's my perfect type." Pink looked in the direction of his finger, her face instantly filled with disdain. She said, "Do you have good taste? You think she's so fat, and you think she's beautiful? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Long Xian retorted unconvincedly, "You don't understand. As the saying goes, different people have different tastes. Everyone has different aesthetics. In my opinion, you're too thin, and you lack a certain charm. A little more weight would make you look more attractive." Pink gnashed her teeth chattering, and said, "Stop talking nonsense here. You're just trying to. You're belittling me. Although you didn't say anything harsh, you're certainly filled with resentment, and are taking this opportunity to get back at me." Long Xian sighed helplessly and said, Okay, you're the prettiest, okay? You're the most beautiful woman in the world. But you can't deprive me of my own unique aesthetic sense." Pink, however, remained unyielding, saying, "I have to teach you a lesson today. You always call me ugly. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? What right do you have to criticize others?" The two of them exchanged barbs, refusing to give in, and soon descended into a fierce verbal battle. Ziyan shook her head helplessly, sighing, "This is so boring. Why are these two arguing again?" Zhenlan paced back and forth in the private room, his steps hurried and frantic, and said anxiously, "Didn't we agree that the auction would start in 3 hours? It's already been 4 hours, and there's still no movement. My money just burned right before my eyes. My heart is bleeding." He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have exposed himself and insisted on coming to this expensive box. If he had squeezed in with the crowd downstairs, it might have been a little uncomfortable, but he definitely wouldn't have spent his money so quickly like this. Ziyan analyzed with a serious expression. "According to my previous research, some auctions don't actually show any respect for immortals. To put it bluntly, they're simply using a more covert method to make money. In their minds, immortals are mostly incredibly wealthy, with more money than they could possibly spend in several lifetimes. So, they're obsessed with extracting as much profit from us as possible." Jialan nodded, agreeing, indeed, for immortals, 3,000 cosmic coins might not be a lot of money. 5 hours in a private room only costs 15,000 cosmic coins. Zhenlan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. He shouted, "What? Such discriminatory practices? Not all immortals are rich. I'm a down-to-earth poor man. And I'm always unlucky, encountering all sorts of unexpected situations. This is so unfair. Is there anywhere I can complain? I absolutely must complain and vent my anger." Jialan looked at him with disdain and said, "Don't embarrass yourself. There's no place to complain." Ziyan shook her head helplessly and said, "I noticed that our team's combat effectiveness is truly undeniable, but their shamelessness is growing. No matter what, they can justify it with a clear rationale." Chapter 1154. Pink immediately chimed in, "I think this is all Long Xian's fault. He's the most shameless person on our team." Long Xian had just returned from outside, and happened to overhear this. His face was filled with dissatisfaction, and he said, "How can you blame me? You should save money when you should. Appearances are just empty talk, inner beauty is the real key." Pink curled her lips in disdain and said, "Come on, you're afraid to confess your feelings just because you're ugly, and you're still making excuses." Long Xian, upon hearing this, quickly defended himself. "Why aren't you brave enough to confess? Look, I'm on top, she's on the bottom, and she just smiled at me. It's just that I haven't found the right opportunity." Pink ruthlessly pointed the finger at him. "Don't kid yourself. She just glanced at you, and then immediately turned away, chatting animatedly with her friends." Long Xian said helplessly, "You spend all day trying to put me down. Can you find something else to do?" Lin Luo watched this lively scene with a gratified smile. As the Ace team, the Deep Blue team always had a lively atmosphere. Although they often enjoyed teasing and bickering, and even had the occasional minor disagreement, their relationship was remarkably harmonious. During missions, they worked together to overcome all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. At this moment, the host's passionate and energetic voice suddenly rang out from the auction hall. Thank you all distinguished guests for coming. We especially want to thank the Universal Alliance Elders Council, Star God Company, TL1 Company, and many other powerful organizations for their joint sponsorship. It is because of your strong support that this grand auction is possible. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Shenlong, upon hearing this, nearly jumped up in excitement, shouting, "Oh my God, it's finally started. If I keep waiting, my money will be gone. I'm about to collapse." Jialan looked at him with disdain and said, "Why am I embarrassing myself? We made so much money on our previous mission. Is 15,000 cosmic coins really that painful for you?" Junlan's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with shock and indignation. He retorted at the top of his voice, "What 15,000? Look carefully, the price has risen to 20,000 now. I used to naively believe that loan companies were ruthless, but standing here at the auction today, I finally understand that compared to this, loan companies are child's play. It's clear they're exploiting people. They're ripping our money like a knife, but we're like fish on a chopping block, powerless to fight back, forced to surrender without even the slightest chance to struggle. Alas, it's all my fault. This was my first time attending this auction, and I was completely clueless about the market, so I ended up suffering a huge loss. Next time, I never try to be so arrogant again. I rather save every penny and never pretend again. This time, I've been so arrogant that I'm almost questioning my life. This loss is excruciating." Shenlong sighed and stamped his feet, his face thickening with regret. Jialan's brows furrowed, a subtle flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He curled his lips and said, "Don't act so useless here. It's fine for our team to chat behind closed doors, but don't shout so loudly that outsiders can hear. If this gets out, our team will be humiliated. How will we survive in this world?" Jialan said, glancing around warily, afraid that others would overhear their conversation. Pink, a playful smile playing on her lips, hurried over to smooth things over. Gently waving her hand, she said, "Captain, don't get angry with them. Just get used to it. Look at our team. It's always been like this. With those two idiots, Long Xian and Jinlan, they're like two dead weights. Even if the team gets richer, changing their personalities would be incredibly difficult." Pink couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes narrowing into crescents. Come on, stop harping on them. They're stingy, and won't change anytime soon. Let's focus on this auction. The main event is about to begin, don't miss it." Ziyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke enthusiastically. The auction was filled with a dazzling array of merchandise. The pre-prepared information sheet detailed every item. Ziyun's eyes quickly scanned the chart. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world, and she fixed her gaze on one of the items. She knew that if she could acquire this coveted item, her strength would surely soar, bringing her one step closer to the coveted immortal level. Although her current strength wasn't comparable to Jialan's, with her current drive, a breakthrough to the immortal level wasn't impossible. At this moment, Ziyun's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her breathing became rapid. Her mind was filled with images of her own immense power boosted by possessing the item. Thank you, Immortals, for coming to this auction and adding luster to it. Thank you all for your generous sponsorship. The host's clear, melodious voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Upon hearing this, Shenlong's face twitched in pain, as if someone had pinched it hard. He couldn't help but complain loudly, "Sponsorship? You're talking so high-soundingly about it, but what's the difference between this and blatant robbery? Stop wasting time and talking nonsense. Hurry up and bring out the real stuff for everyone to see." Shenlong waved his arms as he spoke, his face full of impatience. Jialan couldn't help but laugh at Shenlong's exasperated expression, his lips curling slightly as he teased, "Don't complain. You're not the only one being ripped off. From that perspective, it's fair. After all, no one here can escape the fate of being ripped off. We're all the same." Jialan smiled and gently patted Shenlong's shoulder, trying to soothe him. "That's different." Shenlong jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face etched with grievance, his eyes slightly red. "They're all wealthy and powerful, spending their money without a blink. But I'm a complete pauper. Every penny I save is painstakingly saved, and I have to carefully calculate every expense. How can I squander it like they do?" Jialan sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with fatigue. He waved his hand and said, "Stop whining like that. No matter how much you complain, the auction rules won't change just because of you. Save your energy. Chapter 1155. At this moment, Pink suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned her head sharply to look at Lin Luo, her eyes filled with concern. She said earnestly, I remember there's a 3-star black dragon bloodline. That bloodline and your dark dragon bloodline, Xiaolin, are a perfect match. They will complement each other, and greatly enhance your strength. Lin Luo thanked her. Thank you, Sister Pink, for your attention. I was thinking of doing just that. I plan to do my best to photograph this bloodline, and inject it into myself to enhance my own bloodline. In the 8th universe, bloodline injection is extremely common. Bloodlines are categorized by star rating. The higher the star rating, the greater the power contained in the bloodline. Those with high star bloodlines often achieve twice the result with half the effort on their cultivation path. Pink looked at Lin Luo with a pleased smile on her face, and said earnestly, You're welcome. You made tremendous contributions to our team. The stronger you become, the stronger our team's position will be in this 8th universe, the more promising our development will be, and the more missions we'll be able to accomplish. Pink spoke, gently patting Lin Luo's shoulder in encouragement. Ziyun nodded in agreement, frowning slightly. Xiaolin really needs to improve his skills. Some of our team members are too confused and act without thinking, which has hindered their overall strength. What we need most right now is resourceful people like Xiaolin. If we had a few more Xiaolins, our team would have no problem growing. As she spoke, she glanced at Long Xian and Jinlan, both intentionally and unintentionally. I'm sure the fool you're talking about isn't me. Long Xian patted his chest, his face radiating confidence, as if declaring him the embodiment of wisdom. It definitely wasn't me, Jinlan said quickly. Pink mercilessly undermined her, rolling her eyes, and saying angrily, How dare you two? Don't even look at yourselves in the mirror. I'm talking to you too. Who else could possibly deserve the title of fool? Pink pointed at Long Xian and Jinlan as she spoke, her eyes full of mockery. Now, the auction officially begins. The first item presented is the Leaf of Life. The host's passionate voice rang out again, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The beautiful cat-eared girl, graceful and elegant like a dancing fairy, gracefully walked onto the stage, holding a deep green leaf. The leaf, as it appeared, emanated a dazzling, precious light. A rich, almost materialized aura of life instantly filled the room, causing everyone present to take a deep breath, as if they could feel the life force coursing through their bodies. The 100-inch screen displayed the leaf in the cat-eared girl's hand with incredible clarity. The veins and veins on the leaf were clearly visible, each vein like a meticulously carved work of art by nature. The technology of the 8th universe far surpassed Earth's, and the clarity of the image amazed everyone, as if the leaf was right before their eyes, within reach. You may think this leaf in my hand is just an ordinary leaf, but it's not. It comes from the main tree of life, a century-old tree. The main tree of life leaves you eaten in the past are worlds apart from this one. No matter how you cook it, this tree of life leaf offers immense benefits. When injured, consuming this leaf can accelerate recovery at an astonishing rate. It's truly a must-have for space travel. With it, you have the assurance of life, without having to worry about the threat of fatal injuries. The beautiful cat-eared girl finished her detailed introduction in a clear, melodious voice, then announced the starting price. Starting price, 10,000 cosmic coins. Each bid cannot exceed 1,000 cosmic coins. 11,000 cosmic coins. Someone in the crowd took the lead, their voice booming, breaking the brief silence. 12,000 cosmic coins. Another voice followed. 13,000 cosmic coins. The bids rose and fell, like waves, one after another. 30,000 cosmic coins. The price soared, and the competition intensified. 31,000 cosmic coins. 33,000 cosmic coins. Long Xian gritted his teeth, his facial muscles contorted with effort, and veins on his forehead bulged like angry little snakes as he shouted out a price. Pink's mouth dropped open in surprise as she exclaimed, Long Xian, I always underestimated you. You're willing to spend so much on the Leaf of Life. Did you get it wrong? This isn't 300, it's 30,000. You need to think this through. Long Xian feigned composure, holding his head high and chest puffed out, trying to mask the nervousness and heartache he felt. He said, You don't understand? Sometimes life is the most precious thing. If a person is gone, all the money is useless. I always been pragmatic and know what's important. Thinking back to the previous battle, those life or death scenarios kept replaying in his mind. He figured that 33,000 universe coins didn't seem too much to pay. Long Xian gasped again, his wallet aching. Pink pointedly pointed him out, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Stop pretending. You call yourself generous, but I don't understand your inner thoughts. Actually, you're heartbroken, aren't you? You're just afraid of death, so you gritted your teeth and acted decisively. Long Xian's face was filled with pain, as if someone had stabbed him in the heart. He covered his face with his hands and pleaded, "Stop talking. If you keep saying that, I really back out. This money is costing me my life." "Oh, you're so vulnerable. You can't stand me mentioning the high price?" Pink teased, a playful glint in her eyes. Long Xian thought to himself, staying alive is the most important thing. No matter how much I eat, it's not as important as staying alive. I have to work hard to make money. Only when my wallet is full can I improve my strength. I don't have any children, and if I die, there's no one to inherit my property. What's the point of keeping money? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth again and steeled his resolve. Don't forget our team. How can you be so selfish, only thinking about leaving money for the kids? We're all one. No matter what, you have to consider the team's best interests. Pink criticized sternly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. That's right. Long Xian nodded helplessly as he looked at the crowd. Lin Luo quickly intervened. He walked over to Pink and whispered, "Sister Pink, if Brother Long Xian buys the Leaf of Life, it will also benefit our team. If anyone gets hurt, maybe they can use it to recover. It's also a safety net for the team." "You're right, but I'm afraid some people won't be willing to lend it." Chapter 1156. Pink looked at Long Xian with a hint of doubt in her eyes and asked, "If anyone in the team gets hurt, will you give us the Leaf of Life to help everyone recover?" Long Xian hesitated, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, then gritted his teeth and said, "Of course. We're all a team. If I had money, I wouldn't be stingy. The same goes for the Leaf of Life. If anyone gets hurt, I won't stand by and watch them die. I definitely give it to everyone." Long Xian patted his chest as he spoke, his eyes evasive. Pink sneered, her laughter filled with distrust. "I trust you, but I trust myself. With your stingy nature, who knows if you hesitate when the chips are down?" 35,000 universe coins. Another bid, like thunderclap, broke the debate. Long Xian was so angry that he stamped his feet, stomping them hard on the ground, and shouted, "This person is obviously trying to drive up the price. Even if this Leaf of Life is 100 years old, is it really worth 35,000? This is just ridiculous. This person has no brains at all. It's a bit expensive. I think it's beyond reasonable. Why don't we just forget it?" Ziyun counseled, her brow furrowed, her eyes revealing worry, as she tried to soothe Long Xian. Long Xian's face flushed, and he roared angrily, "No! This isn't just about money, it's about my dignity. I won't let anyone outwit me like this. Today, I'm determined to get this Leaf of Life." As Long Xian spoke, he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms tensing with the effort. Pink suddenly realized something. She slapped her forehead and said, "I finally understand why you keep going to the casino. You're a gambler at heart. Once you're hooked, you're driven to win, no matter the cost. I must win." Long Xian gritted his teeth and shouted out a high price again, 40,000 universe coins. Pink's eyes widened in surprise. She gave Long Xian a thumbs up and said, "Great job, Long Xian. I'm really impressed. I used to think you were a coward who failed at the crucial moment. Now it seems I was wrong. But you have to think clearly. You can't get this money back once you spend it. No big deal." Long Xian said complacently, feigning a casual smile, but his heart was pounding. After all, this was no small sum. Pink smiled and warned, "I just praised you a few times, and you're already getting carried away. You bid so decisively just now, it's obvious you're putting all your money on the line. There will definitely be competitors coming your way, and they might even be stronger. You need to be mentally prepared to avoid a crushing defeat. Let's compete." "Why would I be afraid?" Long Xian said stubbornly. Although he was already feeling a little apprehensive, he refused to back down. 45,000 cosmic coins. The price was raised again, pushing the atmosphere in the auction hall to a new high. "Those who dare to bid against me had better think twice. I'm an immortal. You all know the consequences of offending me." A deep, commanding voice boomed from a private room. Like a resounding bell, it shook the entire auction hall slightly. A powerful, oppressive feeling instantly enveloped the room, making it feel breathless. Immortal-level creatures are so great. It's as if I don't have any immortal-level friends. Long Xian was furious, feeling his dignity deeply insulted. He quickly glanced at Jinlan, but Jinlan's face was filled with disdain. His expression clearly said, "You were so stingy with your money just now, and now you remember I'm your friend. What were you doing all along? Former captain, you have to help me. You can't just stand by and watch me get humiliated like this, can you? We're on the same team after all. We should support each other. Long Xian pleaded pitifully, his eyes filled with anticipation. He clasped his hands together and repeatedly bowed to Jinlan. Jinlan snorted coldly, a sharp breath escaping his nose. I'm not the captain anymore, so I have no obligation to stand up for you. Besides, have you completely forgotten everything you did before? Don't be so ungrateful. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for helping me? I'm your creditor after all, so you can't just stand by and watch me die, right? Long Xian gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with anger and helplessness. Give me 10,000 universe coins, and I help you. If you don't have the money, don't bother talking to me. I don't have the time to waste with you. Jinlan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Long Xian, speaking coldly. We're teammates. Can't you give me a discount? 10,000 universe coins is too much. You're just taking advantage of me. Long Xian's eyes widened, unable to believe Jinlan would offer such a high price. Alright, then, from now on, we're no longer teammates. 10,000 universe coins isn't too much at this point, is it? Think about it for yourself. Jinlan said, turning away from Long Xian, looking as if he had nothing to do with the matter. You're so cruel. I put this money on my account. Long Xian reluctantly compromised, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. Jinlan shook his head, a wry smile on his face. He said, No, most of my income has been spent on mission profit sharing. I don't have much left. The money you mentioned is not enough. If you really want my help, you must transfer the money to my account first, without delay. My original body is still in the hospital, and is in urgent need of money. The daily treatment costs are like water. Your little money is just a drop in the bucket for me, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Long Xian gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out the words, help first, and I give you the money later. I, Long Xian, keep my word. If you don't believe me, I swear. As Long Xian spoke, he raised his right hand in a gesture of oath. Jinlan snorted coldly, Don't use the excuse of swearing. It's completely useless to me. Transfer the money now. The communicator is super fast. It arrived in 0.01 seconds. Long Xian said helplessly, Don't worry. I transfer the money right away. Ding! 10,000 universe coins have been transferred to your 8th Universe Alliance bank account. Please carefully check the legitimate source of funds. If not, your account will be blocked in the future. Jinlan said with satisfaction, You're quite sensible. You transferred the money right away. Chapter 1157. Long Xian frowned, anxiously urging, Jinlan, fight back. We spent a fortune. We can't let it go to waste, and get nothing in return. A hint of nervousness and worry lingered in his eyes. After all, the sum was a significant sum for him, but he risked it for the sake of his reputation. Jinlan, upon hearing this, immediately became displeased. He patted his chest and declared confidently, Long Xian, that's harsh. What do you mean by taking the money and not doing the work? I, Jinlan, always keep my word. As long as I accept the money, I will definitely do the job properly. You can rest assured of that. As he spoke, he raised his head confidently, his face brimming with an unquestionable expression, as if to prove his ability and determination to Long Xian. Jinlan thought to himself, I've been in this business for so many years, I've seen so many things. How could I possibly mess this up? Then, Jinlan straightened his back and loudly declared, I, Jinlan, was once the captain of Team Deep Blue. Today, I'm determined to obtain this leaf of life. It's just an immortal level creature, what's so great about it? His voice was loud and resolute, resonating through the auction like a bell, attracting the attention of many. The creature that had been eyeing the leaf of life, upon hearing Jinlan's words, couldn't help but hesitate. After all, Jinlan's reputation in Universe 8 wasn't great, and he had previously engaged in a number of ridiculous and outrageous actions, nearly costing his own life and causing the team to fall into a state of heavy debt. But it's undeniable that, when things weren't going well, Jinlan truly possessed extraordinary strength. He was a renowned figure in Universe 8, and most people wouldn't dare to provoke him. At that moment, Jinlan held his head high, his eyes brimming with a domineering, unwavering confidence, as if declaring to the entire auction that the Tree of Life was his. 46,000. Jinlan announced the price without hesitation. A brief silence fell after his announcement. As Jinlan announced the price, he felt a sense of trepidation, silently praying that no one else would bid higher. Those 10,000 universe coins weren't easy to earn. The countdown is now 3 seconds. If no one bids within 3 seconds, I declare this leaf of life to be Team Deep Blue. The graceful, elf-like cat-eared girl on the auction stage announced in her clear, melodious voice. Her voice, like a heavenly sound, echoed throughout the auction hall, clear to everyone. The cat-eared girl's lips curled up slightly, revealing a professional smile. Her lively ears twitched gently, as if anticipating the final outcome of the auction. Unsurprisingly, no one bid higher in those brief 3 seconds. Onwood Planet, the Centennial Leaf of Life, while precious, was not unique. 46,000 cosmic coins was more than most people could have hoped for. Furthermore, some, fearing the possibility of offending Shenlong and the unnecessary hassle of such an item, chose to withdraw from the competition. Long Xian successfully obtained the Leaf of Life, but he felt no joy at all. Instead, his face was filled with sadness, as if he had suffered a crushing blow. He sighed and grumbled, "What a shame! Just to buy 100-year-old Leaf of Life, I spent a full 45,000 universe coins." As he spoke, he counted on his fingers, his expression growing increasingly painful. "No, including the 10,000 universe coins I gave to Shenlong, I spent a total of 56,000 universe coins. If anyone knew about this, I'd be laughed to death." The more Long Xian thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. He felt as if a gloomy haze enveloped him, his mood reaching its lowest point. Long Xian was filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time and make a new choice. He blamed himself internally, wondering why he had been so impulsive and wasted so much money. Seeing Long Xian's expression, Shenlong stepped forward and tried to comfort him. "Long Xian, sometimes there has to be someone in this world who gets taken advantage of. It's impossible for the same person to always be the lucky one. Just be open-minded." As he spoke, he patted Long Xian's shoulder, a seemingly sincere smile on his face. Shenlong felt a little guilty. After all, the money he spent was quite a bit, but he also felt that he wasn't entirely to blame. "Get away from me." Long Xian angrily shook Shenlong's hand off and shouted, "I feel like you got a lot to do with my bad luck. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have wasted so much money." Long Xian was now completely overwhelmed by anger, completely disregarding their previous friendship, and venting all his anger on Shenlong. Shenlong, irritated by Long Xian's outburst, immediately erupted. Pointing at his own nose, he retorted, "Me? What's wrong with me? You're unlucky yourself. That's your own problem. How can you blame me? You're saying I'm implicating you? That's too much." His face was filled with grievance and anger, his hands on his hips, a look of unwillingness to give in. Shenlong felt utterly wronged. He had dedicated himself to the auction, yet in the end, he was the culprit. "How about return the 10,000 universe coins to me?" Long Xian looked at Shenlong, his tone pleading. He truly felt sorry for the 10,000 universe coins. After all, he had painstakingly saved them, and to give them away to Shenlong was a shame. As Long Xian spoke, his eyes were filled with hope, hoping that Shenlong would, out of their past friendship, return the money. Upon hearing this, Shenlong couldn't help but sneer. "Haha, if you want to be shameless, you're the one. You still want me to return the money? Do you think that's possible?" He shook his head as he spoke, a hint of sarcasm on his face, as if mocking Long Xian's naivety and childishness. Shenlong thought, "The money's already in my hands, there's no point in returning it. I was too impulsive." Long Xian sighed helplessly, filled with regret. He finally realized that impulsive decisions often come at a heavy price. At this moment, he could only endure it all silently, his heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. Long Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but the pain within him remained with him. Just then, Pink came over. She sighed softly and said, "You two, stop blaming each other. You're both the same, so don't criticize each other. Two unlucky souls, together, are a perfect match." As she spoke, she shook her head helplessly, a wry smile on her face. Pink thought these two were hilarious. It was really unnecessary for them to get so worked up over such a small matter. Chapter 1158. Jialon also nodded, agreeing, "Yes, it's a pity our Deep Blue team doesn't have backups. Otherwise, based on their performance, they could have been eliminated. Being too polite to them will only end up hurting us." Her eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and worry. As the captain of the Deep Blue team, she understood the importance of team members. Long Xian and Shenlong's performance made her anxious about the team's future. Jialon frowned, thinking to herself that she had to properly overhaul the team and not let this happen again. Ziyun, stroking her delicate chin with a calculating look, said, "But having said that, while they both have their flaws, they're cheap. Finding someone cheaper than them won't be easy. I think, Given the current situation, they're quite suitable. Although Long Xian and Jinlan have many shortcomings, they still have certain advantages in terms of cost effectiveness. Ziyun weighed the pros and cons in her mind and felt that she couldn't give up on these two people easily just yet. Long Xian turned and said to Jinlan again, "Stay away from me. I feel like my bad luck has been passed on to me by you. If I hadn't been with you today, I wouldn't be so unlucky." His tone was still filled with resentment, and his dissatisfaction with Jinlan had not diminished in the slightest. Long Xian glared at Jinlan fiercely, as if Jinlan were his greatest enemy in life. "Humph, what do you mean by being infected by me? If you have bad luck yourself, don't blame me. Why don't you just say that you passed your bad luck on to me? You really have no shame at all." Jinlan's face flushed with anger as he loudly retorted. He felt utterly wronged. It was clearly Long Xian's own impulsive actions, yet he was being blamed. As everyone was engaged in a flurry of discussion, the stunningly beautiful cat-eared girl at the auction table spoke again. "Next up is a star core, freshly plucked from a planet. Listen up everyone. Anyone who buys and consumes this star core will experience a powerful energy that will render them food-free for a long period of time. If you're undertaking a long mission, the star core will provide you with sufficient nutrients to maintain your energy levels. Furthermore, with the star core's help, your body will become immensely stronger, and your strength will be greatly enhanced." As she spoke, she displayed the gleaming star core in her hand. The star core radiated a dazzling light, as if imbued with boundless energy, drawing envious glances from the audience. The star core in the cat-eared girl's hands gleamed, as if proclaiming its miraculous power. Everyone in the audience was captivated by it, their eyes filled with desire. Starting price, 50,000 cosmic coins. The remarkably beautiful cat-eared girl's clear voice rang out again, instantly breaking the silence. The audience began bidding, eager to secure this precious star core. The price soared as everyone vied for it. The scene suddenly became bustling with activity, with the shouts of bidders rising and falling like a fierce battle. After a fierce battle, a tall, stern-faced man successfully won the bid for the star core for 100,000 cosmic coins. A satisfied smile graced his face, as if declaring to everyone that he was the ultimate victor of this competition. The tall man took the star core, a smug grin on his face. He held it high, displaying his trophy to the crowd. He had no idea that many people below were cursing him as a victim. Seeing this, Ziyun couldn't help but comment, "The prices on Woodstar are ridiculous. A fresh star core like this, if placed elsewhere, would probably only be worth 50,000 universe coins. Even if it were sold at a higher price, it would probably be worth 70,000 universe coins at best. But here, they're asking for 100,000, double the price. This Woodstar auction is simply a money grab." She shook her head as she spoke, a hint of helplessness and regret on her face. Ziyun thought to herself, "This Woodstar auction is too shady. The prices are ridiculously high. I need to stay away from places like this in the future." Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Ziyun's words. "Thankfully, seeing someone spend so much more than me makes me feel alive again. Living is truly hard. It seems I'm not the unluckiest one." At this point, a long-lost smile finally broke out on his face. Long Xian patted his chest, thankful he wasn't the one spending the most money. A huge weight lifted from his heart. "Shut up." Jia Lan's heart ached upon hearing Long Xian's words. He angrily said, "If these worthless things up front are selling for so much, won't the truly valuable things I'm selling later on have to be even more expensive? I can see my wallet shrinking rapidly. What should I do?" Seeing the high prices of the items ahead, she was filled with uncertainty about whether she could successfully secure the item she desired. Jia Lan clenched her fists tightly, pondering her next move. She didn't want to waste too much money at this auction. "There's nothing we can do. The root of life is only found on Woodstar. They're capitalizing on this scarce resource to drive up the price. The company behind Woodstar relies on this, and who knows how much money they make annually." Ziyun sighed helplessly and explained. She had a deep understanding of the market conditions on Woodstar and the business model behind it, but she was powerless to do anything about it. Ziyun gazed at the items on the auction block, feeling helpless. She knew that in this monopolistic market, buyers, like them, were at the mercy of others. Upon hearing this, Long Xian couldn't help but laugh. "It seems my early loss wasn't for nothing. Anyway, I won't be buying anything later. No matter how much they try to rip me off, I won't be the one getting ripped off again. I don't want to be the one getting ripped off again." He shook his head smugly as he spoke, as if he had found the best strategy for this auction. Long Xian thought to himself, "I must not be so impulsive again. I must learn from this lesson." "Shut up. Do you believe I get you out of Team Deep Blue right now?" Jia Lan was furious when he heard Long Xian's words. Chapter 1159. Jia Lan felt that Long Xian's attitude was far too negative. At this critical moment, not only did he fail to bring any positive impact to the team, but he even made sarcastic remarks, which made her extremely angry. Jia Lan's face flushed with anger. She pointed at Long Xian and shouted, wishing she could immediately expel him from the team. Long Xian, frightened by Jia Lan's genuine anger, quickly sealed his mouth, not daring to utter another word. He knew that Jia Lan was furious at the moment, and if he truly angered her, she might actually expel him. He didn't want to lose his position on the Deep Blue team because of a momentary impulse. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him to develop. Long Xian lowered his head, not daring to breathe, silently praying that Jia Lan would calm down. Next, several more rare items were brought to the auction. Each of these treasures was priceless, and the prices were ridiculously high, more than twice the price of similar items on other planets. But it's undeniable that some items are truly worth the price. These items are simply unavailable anywhere else, only at the Woodstar auction can one have the opportunity to see them, and perhaps even acquire them. One treasure after another appeared on the auction block, each one captivating, yet the high prices also deterred many. Finally, it was Lin Luo's long-awaited Black Dragon Bloodline auction. When the auctioneer announced the starting price for the Black Dragon Bloodline at 300,000 universe coins, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This price was truly exorbitant, not only exceeding many people's expectations, but also not including other expenses like surgery and registration fees. You know, the Dark Dragon Bloodline that Lin Luo had previously learned about only cost a little over 200,000 universe coins for a complete set, and that was at a relatively expensive resort hospital. And now, the starting price for this Black Dragon Bloodline alone was a whopping 300,000 universe coins. The auctioneer could make a profit of 50,000 universe coins just from this price alone, shocking many. The crowd at the scene was buzzing with discussion, debating the exorbitant price, which everyone felt was outrageous. Upon hearing the price, Pink angrily exclaimed, "This auction is a complete money grab. A 3-star dragon bloodline is selling for so much. I can't believe my 4-star bloodline only sold for 400,000 universe coins. The difference is just too huge." As she spoke, her face flushed with anger, her hands clenched into fists, deeply dissatisfied with the high price. Pink stamped her feet, thinking, this auction is shady. They're simply exploiting us buyers. How about, let's go somewhere else? Long Xian suggested cautiously. Seeing the high price of the Black Dragon Bloodline, he began to hesitate. He felt it would be difficult for them to get what they wanted at a reasonable price at this auction, so it would be better to try their luck elsewhere. Long Xian looked at everyone expectantly, hoping for their support. Lin Luo shook his head firmly, saying, "It's not easy to change. I've been searching for this Black Dragon Bloodline for a long time, but I still can't find it. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to get it again. We see how it goes. Try your best to get it. Money isn't a big deal." His eyes revealed a determination and perseverance, as if he would obtain the Black Dragon Bloodline no matter the cost. Lin Luo knew that he had 100 million cosmic coins, and he could potentially earn another 50 million after completing the mission. Financially, he had more than enough capital to bid for the Black Dragon Bloodline. Ever since his time on Earth, he had developed a deep understanding of money. In his view, money was a tool for continuously enhancing one's strength. One should not let excessive concern for money lead to neglecting the improvement of one's own strength. Lin Luo was well aware that many people were overly obsessed with money, focusing solely on saving and neglecting the improvement of their strength, resulting in stagnation in their growth. Take Long Xian, for example. He had considerable talent, and should have had greater potential. But because he was always too stingy with money, he hesitated and shrank from opportunities to improve his strength, wasting many opportunities, and failing to achieve significant progress. In stark contrast, Zhenlan, despite often complaining about his financial prudence, would act decisively and invest without hesitation when presented with an opportunity to improve his own strength. In his view, money was merely a resource to aid his own advancement, and he would invest it without hesitation when it was time. Lin Luo yearned to improve his own strength, and he knew that to achieve his goal, he had to, like Zhenlan, wisely invest his money in improving his own strength, maximizing his potential, and achieving a leap in strength. For 100,000 cosmic coins. Lin Luo called out the price. He had participated in numerous auctions on Earth, and was well versed in the intricacies and procedures involved. He understood that in auctions like this, a decisive strategy was sometimes necessary, offering a relatively high price from the outset. This allowed him to overwhelm his opponent, catching them off guard and forcing them to bid further. If one were to bid cautiously and hesitantly, like Long Xian, this would attract many bidders to follow suit. This would inevitably drive the price higher and higher, ultimately potentially far exceeding the item's value. The best strategy for winning an auction was to offer a high price from the outset, disrupting the opponent's rhythm. When Long Xian heard the price Lin Luo offered, his eyes widened. He exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Lin, you're asking such a high price right now. From my experience, you might become a real target of resentment. You better think carefully." His tone was filled with worry. He felt that Lin Luo's offer was too bold, and he was afraid it would put him in financial trouble. Lin Luo remained calm and replied evenly, "It's okay, Long Xian. Think about it. If I don't raise the price immediately, a bunch of people will definitely follow suit. By then, the price will only skyrocket. We have to pay a much higher price to acquire this item. I'm doing this after weighing the pros and cons." Pink listened to Lin Luo's words, pondered for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. "Xiao Lin, you're really good. I bet you must have spent a lot of time and effort researching key information before the auction. Otherwise, how could you come up with such a clever trick to instantly overwhelm your opponent? That's a really good price." Chapter 1160. Ziyan gently stroked her delicate chin, speaking thoughtfully. Sometimes, toiling away, wasting so much time and energy, is less effective than coming up with a brilliant idea at a crucial moment. Like Xiao Lin this time, with his unique bidding strategy, he was able to save money while successfully acquiring the item he wanted. The rewards were immense. That's the power of wisdom. She nodded slightly as she spoke, as if she had grasped some principles about investment and decision-making from Lin Luo's actions. Lin Luo was naturally delighted by the praise, but he knew he couldn't reveal his experiences on Earth. So, he could only say with a touch of modesty, "I just watched a few more auction videos and learned some experience. I didn't expect it to come in handy this time." Jiao Lan, listening intently, couldn't help but say, "Xiao Lin, I learned your trick. When it's my turn to bid later, I try it too, trying to lower the price. Honestly, I estimate this auction will cost me quite a bit, maybe 100 million. Last time, as captain, I received 200 million. Now the team has a total of 800 million. Making money isn't easy, so every penny saved counts. Alas, unlike Shenlong, who borrows money and doesn't pay it back. He's quite shameless. But sometimes, I envy him for that. Sometimes being thick-skinned really does get you more benefits and improves your strength faster." She sighed, shaking her head helplessly with a wry smile. She felt helpless about Shenlong's shamelessness, but also had to admit that in some cases, his approach did bring real benefits. After rounds of intense bidding, Lin Luo finally secured the Black Dragon bloodline for 450,000 universe coins. His strategy proved remarkably effective, time and again, successfully securing his desired possession. However, Lin Luo also understood that this method wasn't foolproof and inherently carried certain limitations and risks. If he encountered a wealthy, lavish bidder who wouldn't care about the price and would insist on competing with him, he would likely have to pay far more than he anticipated to secure the item. The price would be driven ever higher by the bidding war, leading to a costly tug-of-war. In the end, both parties would lose, with the only beneficiary being the merchant. Seeing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up with excitement. She said to Lin Luo, "Xiao Lin, you've given me a great inspiration. When it's my turn to bid for the superstar bird bloodline, I copy your method. I believe, using this method, I can definitely get what I want at a lower price." Her tone was filled with confidence and anticipation, as if she had already seen herself successfully bidding for the bloodline. Soon, it was Ziyan's turn to bid for the superstar bird bloodline. On the auction stage, a beautiful cat-eared woman gracefully took the microphone and introduced the item vividly. "Dear guests, the item up for auction is the extremely rare superstar bird bloodline. Possessing it will not only greatly enhance your strength, but also unlock unique abilities. Starting price, 2 million universe coins." Her clear and melodious voice echoed throughout the auction hall, instantly igniting the bidding enthusiasm of the crowd. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of bids erupted from the audience. Pink, watching the intense scene, stamped her feet in anger, exclaiming angrily, "There are so many rich people out there. They already raised the price to 5 million universe coins right from the start. The most infuriating thing is that there are some unscrupulous traders among them. They have no use for this bloodline and are buying it just to hoard it. Then they resell it to others at a high price. It's these people who repeatedly drive up the price, stirring up chaos in our Universe 8 market. Competition is becoming increasingly fierce, and everyone is suffering. As she spoke, her face flushed with anger, her hands clenched into fists, and she held a deep hatred for those profiteers who maliciously inflated the price. Pink's bloodline was purchased from a profiteer. What originally cost 500,000 universe coins was inflated to 800,000 universe coins. Ziyun sighed helplessly at the ever-increasing price, saying, "Alas, I originally thought I was the only one who wanted this superstar ancestral bird bloodline, and the price wouldn't be so outrageous. I didn't expect it to be this bad. It seems like it's going to be quite difficult to successfully secure it this time. With so many people bidding, and many of them hoping to speculate, I'm afraid my original plan will be thwarted." Evolving to a 4-star bloodline on her own was already the limit. Further evolution would require external assistance. The superstar ancestral bird bloodline is a 5-star bloodline, far superior to her current level, making it much easier to evolve to the immortal level. Lin Luo took the initiative and stepped forward. "Sister Ziyun, if you trust my skills, leave it to me. I help you secure it." Ziyun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. She nodded without hesitation, her hair swaying gently as she did so. "Okay, I trust you. Just based on your previous performance, I'm reassured." Lin Luo, a bright smile on his face, jokingly said, "Sister Ziyun, if I don't succeed, you can't blame me." Ziyun shook her head slightly, her eyes brimming with admiration. She reached out and gently tapped Lin Luo's shoulder. "Don't be so modest, sir. How could I not know your abilities? Just based on that move just now, I have complete confidence in you." Pink came over quickly and clapped Lin Luo's shoulder, nearly making him stumble. "We all trust you. If it were that fellow Long Xian, we wouldn't give him this opportunity even if we talked our mouths off." As she spoke, she curled her lips in Long Xian's direction in disdain. Upon hearing this, Long Xian jumped up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face aggrieved. "Hey Pink, why are you always picking on me? I haven't done anything wrong, and I know I'm not that skilled, so I'm not going to take on such a delicate job." "Humph, I'm glad you know." Pink folded her arms, raised her chin slightly, and snorted softly. Jiao Lan folded his arms, a smile on his face, and looked at Lin Luo with hope in his eyes. "Xiao Lin, practice first. I'm counting on you for this order later. Money's not a problem. As long as I can get it, everything else is fine. I definitely try my best." Lin Luo nodded confidently, then turned to Ziyun and asked seriously, "Sister Ziyun, what's the most you can offer for this bloodline?" Ziyun frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, her index finger gently tapping her chin. 5 million universe coins, that's about as much as I can afford." Chapter 1161. "Okay, leave it to me." Lin Luo nodded solemnly. 2.5 million. 2.5 million. 3 million. The bidding rose and fell like surging waves. On the stage, a stunningly beautiful cat-eared girl posed gracefully, a sweet professional smile plastered across her face. Her voice, as clear as a silver bell, said, "Wow, it seems the distinguished guests are really into this bloodline. Just a moment ago, the price skyrocketed to 3 million, and it's still climbing. Another super powerful bidder has raised it to 3 million universe coins." As she spoke, she excitedly waved her hammer, as if cheering on the fierce bidding. Pink frowned, curling her lips in disgust. "I see so many of these people here are speculators. They're selling these bloodlines first, then driving the price up to the sky at the next auction. What a bunch of ruthless people. Alas, it looks like we're going to have to pay a heavy price this time." Long Xian sighed helplessly, his shoulders drooping, his face filled with helplessness. His hands gesticulated in front of him, as if calculating the enormous sum of money he was about to pay. Ziyun, noticing Lin Luo's solemn expression, gently patted him on the back and said soothingly, "Xiao Lin, spending a little more isn't a big deal. Sometimes money is meant to be spent. I think the 5 million you mentioned earlier isn't enough. Given the situation, we have to raise it to at least 10 million to have any chance. I can definitely get 5 million. Lin Luo clenched his fists. The price skyrocketed, rapidly approaching over 10 million from 3 million. Zhenlan, hands behind his back, shook his head slowly, a look of dejection on his face. He sighed, "Sometimes, wisdom can accomplish a lot, but sometimes it feels like it's too much. Take me for example. I think I'm pretty smart, but I just can't achieve anything big. Xiaolin, I'm sure you experience the same." As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze deep into the distance, as if recalling a past of unfulfilled ambitions. Ziyun's face was filled with disdain. She snorted softly, and waved her hand away, like she was shooing away a fly. Come on, stop bragging. How can you be so smart? Xiaolin is the one with real talent, unlike you. Pink joined in the fun, jokingly saying, you're hanging out with Long Xian all the time. What's the point of talking about intelligence? I think your intelligence is diminished when you two are together. She covered her mouth with her hand as she spoke, giggling, her eyes darting back and forth between Jinlan and Long Xian. Jinlan sighed deeply and shrugged helplessly. Alas, it seems you're still hung up on that incident and won't listen to me. Forget it, forget it. I won't talk about it anymore. She shook her head helplessly, her face filled with disappointment. Want us to change our minds? That's easy. Just pay us back. Pink, hands on her hips, declared confidently. 11 million. 13 million. The price continued to soar, showing no sign of stopping. Ziyun's shoulders slumped, her face filled with frustration, her voice weak. I was so naive to think I could buy the superstar Zubert bloodline for 5 million. It's simply impossible. The price is clearly out of control now. I'm afraid it's going to go straight to 20 million. 20 million is too much. If it goes that high, I just have to give up. It's a waste of money. Pink frowned. Just as everyone thought the price would continue to rise wildly, a sudden, violent roar echoed from the sky. A massive spaceship, like a giant beast descending from the sky, slowly landed in the center of the venue. A group of uniformed, dignified law enforcement officers filed out. The leading officer, tall and burly, announced in a resounding voice with a serious expression on his face, "We now suspect that this auction is deliberately inflating prices, and there is a serious suspicion of tax evasion. We are immediately launching a full-scale investigation." The voice echoed throughout the venue like a bell, making everyone's ears ring. Huh? The cat-eared girl in the lead, who had been smiling broadly, suddenly widened her eyes, her mouth dropped open, and her body trembled slightly. You know, Planetwood is owned by their company. Auctions held there have always gone smoothly, without a single mishap. But this time, it was the Space Regulatory Bureau that came. They usually turned a blind eye to large companies, but this sudden visit caught her completely off guard. Call your representative here. You have no right to talk to us. The leading law enforcement officer, his nose almost raised in the air, glanced at the cat-eared girl with disdain, as if he were looking at an insignificant insect. In his eyes, the cat-eared girl, despite her stunning beauty, was just a figurehead for a large company, with no real power. The Space Regulatory Bureau's intervention instantly threw the auction into chaos, forcing it to be suspended. Upon receiving the news, the representative hurried over, a smile plastered on his face, nodding and bowing to the law enforcement officers, offering a lengthy explanation. Thanks to his efforts, the auction was able to continue. The beautiful cat-eared girl's face was filled with apology, her smile a little strained. She cleared her throat and said, I'm truly sorry for a small incident today, wasting everyone's precious time. On behalf of the organizers, I offer my sincerest apologies to all of you. As a token of my sincerity, all VIPs attending will enjoy a 10% discount. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed, trying to calm the crowd. Who told you to continue the auction? I haven't finished my inspection yet. Everyone here must be inspected. No one can escape. We check for tax evasion. The leading law enforcement officer stood with his hands on his hips, his attitude as firm as a rock, showing no room for compromise. His voice rose several decibels, shaking the air around him. The beautiful cat-eared girl's face instantly turned pale, and her once rosy lips lost their color. This auction allowed anyone with cosmic coins to participate. The company hadn't conducted a thorough background check. Most of these wealthy individuals have shady origins. If thoroughly investigated, few would stand up to scrutiny. Thinking of this, she felt a surge of panic, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Taxes for privately selling items without documentation are exorbitant. Small transactions may not be monitored, but large ones must be reported. In reality, however, many creatures deliberately conceal their possessions and conduct transactions privately in order to maximize profits. This practice is fraught with drawbacks, and creatures are often tragically killed as a result of these private transactions. Such incidents are common. Chapter 1162. You, the host, are you questioning me? The leading law enforcement officer glared at the beautiful cat-eared girl, his eyes filled with menace, a look that seemed to hold a murderous power. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The beautiful cat-eared girl waved her hands in fear, her body trembling, her voice trembling like a frightened little rabbit. Everyone, stop running. Obey the inspection, and leave only after it's completed. Anyone who dares to slip away will be shot on the spot. The leading law enforcement officer roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue, terrifying everyone to the point of pausing. Faced with the authority of the Universal Alliance Regulatory Bureau, the creatures dared not speak out, only to cooperate obediently. As expected, many people's accounts were found to have problems, and were arrested on the spot by the Regulatory Bureau. Lin Luo and his group were not spared and were subject to inspection. The Universal Alliance no longer has the same trust in the ACE team as it once did. Ever since the ACE team was exposed for tax evasion exceeding tens of billions, they have been conducting regular inspections of the ACE team. However, the inspections of the ACE team are relatively lenient, primarily checking bank accounts. ACE teams with good performance may even be subjected to little more than a formality. The Deep Blue team is quite well known among the ACE teams, but they are burdened with debts that they have yet to repay. At one point, the elders saw that the Deep Blue team was facing such a difficult time, with members often injured, that they considered refusing to collect taxes. However, they could not break the rules and reluctantly accepted the taxes. You are suspected of fraud and must undergo a proper investigation. We will verify your financial resources, and as long as they are legitimate, we will release you. If the source is questionable, get a lawyer immediately, or you be facing a lawsuit. The leading law enforcement officer's gaze was stern as he scanned the suspects. Just then, an immortal-level creature, unable to endure the inspection, violently knocked down the officer next to him, and fled frantically off the planet, so fast that it whipped up a gust of wind. Damn it! Chase! Don't let this thing get away. The leading law enforcement officer's face flushed with rage as he shouted. Seeing someone take the lead, the others followed suit, fleeing like a flock of frightened rats. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerful creatures vanished. They were all in debt, and staying here would only lead to a tragic end. Escape was the best option at the moment. You guys are courting death. How dare you escape right under my nose? None of you will survive. When I catch you, I make sure you taste the harshest punishment. The Supervisory Bureau members hurriedly gave chase, shouting and cursing as they ran. Pink was stunned, her eyes wide as bells, her jaw dropping to the floor. She turned to look at Lin Luo, her mouth wide with astonishment. Shaolin, did you report this? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? I did. I noticed a lot of people who look incredibly wealthy, but when it comes to their identities, they're being secretive and furtive. I thought something was amiss, so I thought of the regulatory agency, so I tried reporting them. To my surprise, they actually caught quite a few people. Lin Luo explained with a smile, a hint of smugness on his face. Pink gnashed her teeth in anger, her teeth chattering. I was wondering, when did so many wealthy people appear in the 8th universe? Turns out they're all shady people running illegal businesses. I think the entire local universe needs to step up its crackdown. We can't let these guys steal our social resources. The next time I see a high-priced auction like this, I definitely report it immediately. Jinlan shook his head, folding his arms over his chest, and calmly poured cold water on him. The same tactics may not work every time. What do you mean? Pink said with annoyance. Jinlan patiently explained, generally speaking, auctions pay a fee to the Regulatory Bureau, taking a cut of about 1 to 2%. While this percentage might seem low, the sheer volume of transactions at each auction adds up to a significant sum. At the Wood Planet auction, they clearly didn't pay. They probably relied on being on their home planet, figuring no one would report them. They quickly paid the fee later, and that's how they managed to avoid punishment. Ziyun frowned worriedly, feeling somewhat frustrated. They didn't pay before, and now they have to pay double to avoid enforcement. Anyway, this auction definitely won't end on time. She was filled with worry, terrified that the auction wouldn't go ahead, and that her long-for-star-swallowing ancestral bird bloodline would be lost. Ziyun had been striving for so long to find her race's 4-star bloodline. Now that she had finally found it on Wood Planet, she didn't want to give up so easily. A flicker of anxiety and unease crossed her eyes at the thought. Shenlong, with his vast experience, confidently reassured them, as long as they still want to survive in the 8th universe, they definitely continue the auction. Losing some money is unavoidable. That's good. As long as they can continue, I'm confident I win. Ziyun's eyes rekindled with hope. Her once dim gaze instantly brightened, and a resolute smile appeared on her face. The beautiful cat-eared girl spoke again. Someone just offered 13 million. Is there anything higher than that? For a moment, the entire place was silent, as if time had stood still. No one bid again for a long time. The blood of the great star bird was indeed precious, but it was far from worth 10 million. Under normal circumstances, 10 million could buy several 5-star bloodlines. Spending so much on a 4-star bloodline was simply not worth it. Many people came here simply to drive up the price and resell it to those who needed it. This kind of smuggling is not allowed by the Universal Alliance, but as long as the hefty 50% tax is paid, it is allowed. Those who engage in such activities are bold and cautious. Naturally, they are unwilling to give up such high profits and will try to evade taxes. Those who have such thoughts will not end well. Some speculators were caught by the Universal Regulatory Bureau and either arrested or just fled with the others. The rest, feeling guilty and fearing a surprise attack from the Universal Regulatory Bureau, have already chosen to leave. Even if you have money, you need a life to spend it. If you're caught by the Cosmic Alliance, paying all the fines is a minor punishment. In many cases, you might even lose your life. The beautiful cat-eared girl said, "The one who just bid 1.3 million, now it's yours." A long time passed, and no one bid. The giant ancestral bird bloodline itself wasn't that expensive, but 1.3 million was already a stratospheric price. No one would be fooled. In the end, the auction had to be resold. The giant ancestral bird bloodline was priced at 2 million, and each bid could not be less than 100,000 cosmic coins. 3.5 million. Lin Luo opened the bid directly. Chapter 1163. Very well, this gentleman has offered 3.5 million. Is there a higher price? The beautiful cat-eared auctioneer, with a graceful figure, had a pair of lively cat ears that trembled slightly. A perfectly composed smile graced her face, and her eyes were filled with confidence, as if she was certain the auction price would not be low. Clad in a shimmering, tight-fitting dress that outlined her graceful figure, every movement was graceful, and every gesture revealed the demeanor of a professional auctioneer. The bloodline of the great star bird was an extremely valuable item in her eyes. If it could be sold for 5 million universe coins, the auction would reap at least half the profits. But after the 3.5 million bid, the entire auction hall fell into an eerie silence. The previously noisy voices instantly vanished, leaving only the occasional soft breathing. Everyone remained silent, unresponsive to the offer. Everyone's eager to participate. This price isn't expensive. Anything sold outside would cost 4 million universe coins, but now it's only 3.5 million. The beautiful cat-eared girl, seeing this, quickly began to promote the item. Her clear, melodious voice, resonant in the silent auction room, attempted to break the awkward impasse. As she spoke, she moved lightly back and forth across the auction table, gesturing gracefully with her hands, attempting to convey the item's value through body language. However, no matter how hard she tried, the crowd remained uninterested in the superstar Zubird. The wealthy, having already secured what they desired at the previous auction, had already departed, contented. Most of the remaining creatures were in average financial circumstances. After all, while smuggling was lucrative and had indeed produced a number of wealthy individuals, many creatures still hesitated to engage in this illegal business. Smuggling carries extremely high taxes, and a single mistake could lead to a complete loss. Furthermore, once involved, one would be blacklisted by the Universal Alliance and placed under constant surveillance. The risks were simply too great. 3,600,000. Just as everyone fell silent, a voice rang out from a private room. The voice was deep and raspy, as if carrying the weight of time. The eyes of the beautiful cat-eared girl lit up, a smile breaking out on her face once again. She excitedly raised her voice. "Did you hear that? 3,600,000. Is there a higher price? This thing is definitely worth buying." Her cat ears perked high, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she scanned the auction room, trying to spot new bidders. But her enthusiastic sales pitch was met with silence. The entire auction hall was eerily quiet. Everyone sat silently, no one bidding again. 3,700,000. After a long moment, a voice from another private room broke the dead silence. The price remained at that figure, with no one bidding for a long time. The beautiful cat-eared girl had no choice but to confirm the item's ownership. Selling it for 3,700,000 cosmic coins was a significant loss, but there was nothing she could do. The auction was already underway. They couldn't just cancel it and take the item back. If the Woodstar auction truly did this, it would surely be blacklisted by many buyers, its reputation tarnished, and future auctions would draw fewer visitors. Elsewhere, Ziyun jumped with excitement upon hearing the final price. Her long, purple, satin-like hair fluttered with her movements. It only cost less than 4 million universe coins. I thought it would be at least 10 million. This price is truly worth it. It saves a lot of money. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Pink gave a thumbs up, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Xiao Lin, you're incredible. If the auction house knew you were the one who reported it, they'd fight you. As she spoke, she patted Lin Luo's shoulder with a touch of boldness. I just took advantage of some loopholes. I didn't really do anything big. Lin Luo shook his head slightly, a modest smile on his face. His tall figure and delicate features gave him an air of composure. Very impressive indeed. Ziyun walked over to Lin Luo and praised him again, her eyes filled with admiration. Jialan rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms tinged with blue veins. She was tall, her eyes gleaming with determination. Next is the root of life. Swallowing it will quickly boost my level to immortal. It all depends on now. I believe I have what it takes. As she spoke, she patted Lin Luo's shoulder firmly. Shaolin, my future depends on you. No, the future of the entire team depends on you. Long Xian sighed, a hint of resignation on his face. It's a shame the auction didn't have what I wanted. If there was something I really wanted, I could have asked Xiaoling to buy it for me. I could have made a lot of money. Shut up, kid. You're always here to take advantage of us. Can't you just be more responsible? You're always trying to profit from us, but you never even try to put in the effort yourself. Pink glared at Long Xian with disdain, her hands on her hips, her eyes wide. Ziyun stroked her delicate chin, thoughtfully saying, if the captain evolves to an immortal, our team will have 2 immortals. Our strength will be greatly enhanced. She gently stroked her chin, her eyes revealing a longing for the future. Pink's face flushed with excitement as she explained, in the future, we can take on better missions or earn the most money. Then, every time someone mentions our Deep Blue team, the first words that come to mind are in debt and humiliating. The first thing they think of is how rich our team is. They're envious and desperate to join us. Long Xian nodded heavily, his face lit up with anticipation. From now on, when others mention the Deep Blue team, I can hold my head high and say, we're rich. Shout out loud that we are rich. True Blue echoed this. He had experienced the hardship of being broke and yearned for wealth. Look at how far you two have come. Do other people's opinions really matter? Sometimes, what matters most is having money to buy what you want, not trying to compete with others. Pink said with a smile, her eyes narrowed into slits. I don't have to buy second-hand new cosmetics anymore. I can just buy first-hand. I buy whatever's currently being offered. You ever bought second-hand? Long Xian looked at Pink in surprise. Pink said impatiently, what's wrong? You look down on me because I'm broke and everything I say is wrong. If I were rich, I'd definitely be quite good. Buying second-hand is natural for me. That's not what I meant. I'm mainly asking if you have any second-hand platforms. I always wanted to buy some second-hand products, but every time I buy something, it's either of questionable quality or counterfeit. Long Xian quickly explained, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Chapter 1164. This is very simple. It depends on whether you're willing to spend money. You're buying things at 1/10 of the original price. Those items must be fake, right? Or they have quality issues. Pink said proudly, her chin raised, a hint of pride on her face. I buy things at half the price. Those are the real things. Others might find them unsuitable, and then sell them, or they might be short on money or something. Anyway, it's useless for me to teach you this. You still won't spend money on these things. There's no point in learning it. Pink finished sharing her experience and scorned Long Xian. Long Xian sighed, I remember there was a second-hand auction. Some people have a lot more second-hand items. I could join them and save a lot. Look at you, you're such a loser. Not to mention our team, we're almost rich, and you're still so stingy. It's shameful to say the least. Pink retorted, rolling her eyes with disdain. Long Xian said confidently, this is a good habit of mine. Whether I have money or not, I always try to save as much as possible. Having money makes me feel secure. Don't be so disgusting. If you're stingy, just be stingy. What good tradition are you talking about? Pink commented mercilessly. Jialan patted Lin Luo's shoulder, his eyes full of trust. Keep going, Shaolin. I believe in your abilities. Lin Luo smiled wryly, I do my best to help you, Captain, obtain the root of life. I believe in your abilities. If that's what you say, then there's basically a 90% chance you could obtain it. Jialan spoke confidently. Thank you, Captain, for your appreciation. Lin Luo nodded slightly grateful. Jinlan had a different opinion. He frowned, a look of concern on his face. I don't think the situation is particularly good. Your bloodline wasn't popular because not many people needed it. This life root is different, it's more in demand. Many people have already evolved to very high levels and want to reach immortal. Hoping to take it one step further, they all want to obtain the life root to evolve, so it's going to be more difficult. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. I think many people will compete fiercely to obtain this life root. It's not easy to snatch it. Jialan's face darkened, and he said with some displeasure, "Can you be more normal? You only think about bad things every day. Why not say something positive? You need to say, I definitely get this life root. I'm stating a fact, not something else." Jialan quickly explained, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Long Xian said, "The former captain's words may be harsh, but it's true. I'm afraid many will vie for the root of life." Pink angrily said, "It seems I'm sometimes right. I definitely made the right choice by lumping you two together." Makoto's face showed determination, and he shouted, "No matter what, I'm going to take the root of life, okay? This auction is drawing to a close. I know there are some items that everyone really loves, and they're the most important treasures of this auction." The beautiful cat-eared girl auctioned off several treasures before finally reaching the grand finale. "Hurry up and bring out the treasures. We've been waiting here for so long, yet you put the most important treasure last. You're only starting the auction now that we're out of money." A burly creature shouted, his face flushed, his eyes wide with anxiety. "Hurry up. I've been wanting to become immortal for a long time. All I need is a life root, the life force I need to unleash to reach immortal." Another shrill voice echoed, thick with desire. "I already prepared 50 million this time. No one wants to compete with me. I must evolve to immortal." A creature dressed in ornate attire stood up and announced loudly, his eyes gleaming with dominance, as if declaring his determination to everyone. "I think those without powerful backers shouldn't stay here. Those with immortal level backers can stay. Unless you can evolve to immortal here, don't even think about leaving." A mysterious voice rang out from the corner, its tone cold and eerie, chilling one to the bone. "No matter what you say, I will take this root of life. My family has contributed a great deal of money to me, and the entire planet has contributed a great deal more. I am the hope of my family and the planet." A young creature shouted excitedly, his face wet with tears, his eyes filled with a sense of mission. "If I don't evolve to an immortal, I will be letting my family and my planet down." Another voice echoed, a hint of tragic grandeur in its voice. Everyone spoke up, determined to take the root of life. The auction, which had once regained its quiet, erupted into a clamor of deafening noise. A cacophony of voices mingled, transforming the entire auction hall into a bustling market. Excitement washed over every creature, some waving their arms, some shouting, and others clenching their fists, as if preparing for the fierce competition to come. The beautiful cat-eared girl, smiling, tried to quiet everyone down. "I kept you waiting. I now present the root of life." A section of root was brought out, about a meter long and as thick as a fist, emitting a strong aura of life. A few green leaves shone brightly, and the rich aura of life instantly filled the entire auction hall. This root of life seemed to possess a life of its own, trembling slightly on the auction table, emitting an irresistible attraction. Long Xian's eyes widened at the sight of the life root. He involuntarily opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. "This is all precious life qi. I must absorb it thoroughly. I feel like this auction was worth it. Every breath I take is like earning back 1,000 universe coins." He spoke, breathing greedily, his face ecstatic. "Look at you, you're such a loser. Can you be a bit more ambitious?" Pink looked at Long Xian with disdain, her face full of disdain. Long Xian sniffed deeply, saying, "I just bought the 100-year life leaf and made a lot of money for the auction. It's only natural that I should get some return now. I need to inhale more too." Ziyun was also drawn to the rich life qi. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, trying to draw more life qi into her body. Jialan, Jilan, and Lin Luo joined in the absorption of life qi. They were all immersed in this rich aura, feeling the powerful strength brought by the life root. "I think everyone can tell this root of life is genuine, right?" The beautiful cat-eared girl looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "What authentic? Why can't I tell it's genuine? It must be fake. I think I need to play with it a little more before I can be sure it's genuine." A skeptical voice rang out. "Yeah, your auction house is so stingy. We won't steal yours. Breathing it in isn't a big deal. So why are you being so stingy?" Another voice echoed. "If you don't give us the root of life to absorb, then we won't auction it off and let you use it yourselves." More and more people protested the auction house's stinginess. Their voices grew louder, their dissatisfaction growing. The beautiful cat-eared girl stood at the auction table, her face unfazed, her smile growing ever wider. Chapter 1165. A grand auction was in full swing. Dazzling lights intertwined, illuminating the exotic creatures from various planets. They chatted amongst themselves, their gazes fixed on the auction table. The air was thick with tension and excitement. The more enthusiastic the creature's reaction, the more valuable the items on the table were, promising the sellers a lucrative return. Previously, a series of minor incidents had occurred at the auction, resulting in profits falling far short of expectations. At this moment, the beautiful cat-eared girl standing at the auction table was filled with worry. Her furry ears drooped slightly, and a subtle hint of sadness crossed her delicate face. As auctioneer, the success of an auction was crucial to the beautiful cat-eared girl. If she failed this time, she might face severe punishment, or even the loss of her hard-earned job. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Her clear, sweet voice echoed through the auction hall. The starting price is 10 million universe coins, and each bid cannot exceed 1 million universe coins. In the audience, Long Xian's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out, "As expected of this treasure, the starting price is so high. It starts at 10 million universe coins, and each bid cannot be less than 1 million. In my opinion, the final price will definitely be over 500 million. Jinlan stood aside, his eyes slightly narrowed, lost in memory. That's normal. The root of life is a treasure that can be promoted to the immortal level. The previous time I obtained it, the process was extremely dangerous and cost me a full 500 million. After saying this, he sighed softly, and that sigh seemed to carry the hardships of the past. 500 million. Where did you get that much money back then? Ziyun's eyes were sharp, and she immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She had a graceful figure, a piercing gaze, and long purple hair cascading down her back, exuding a powerful aura. Jinlan's expression tightened slightly upon hearing this, and he quickly explained, "This is all for my daily frugality, so naturally I have this much." He unconsciously touched his nose as he spoke, a subtle flicker of panic in his eyes. Ziyun snorted coldly, her tone icy. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I believe your words. What do you mean by frugality? No matter how much you save, you can't save that much. You must have embezzled again." She folded her arms over her chest and took a step forward, staring intently into Jinlan's eyes, as if to see through him. "What do you mean by corruption? At most, I took on a lot of private work and did it myself, without sharing the compensation with you. You can't accuse me of corruption. I'm an honest person." Jinlan loudly defended himself. "Shut up. If you're honest, there's no one else in this universe who is." Ziyun sneered mercilessly. Pink reached out to touch her delicate chin, a sly glint in her eyes, as she suggested, "Sister Ziyun, I think we must thoroughly investigate Jinlan after this incident. We can't keep such a dangerous person on our team." She had a slender figure, dressed in a pink bodysuit. She looked playful and cute, and her words spoke with a mature air. "Okay," Ziyun replied curtly, her gaze still fixed on the auction table, seemingly having completely put the matter of Jinlan behind her. "You guys." Jinlan, filled with helplessness, spread his hands, his face etched with grievance. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but felt something choking his throat, and ultimately, he could only shut it helplessly. He had to keep a low profile from now on, or else his life in the team wouldn't be easy. The auction continued intensely, the price soaring. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, with bidders raising their paddles and shouting loudly. From 10 million universe coins, it quickly soared to 300 million. Amid the crowd, Lin Luo stood quietly, his expression calm, not participating in the bidding. Long Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, I think you're probably not going to get this root of life. After just a few rounds of bidding, the price has already reached 300 million. In my opinion, it won't be worth less than 1 billion. Jia Lan's face darkened, and he glared at Long Xian fiercely, saying unhappily, "You're happy to see me spend so much money on the root of life, aren't you? Don't think I'm unaware of your little tricks. No, I'm hoping the captain will succeed and make more money. If the captain isn't doing well, what good will that do me? I'm not stupid." Long Xian shuddered at Jia Lan's look, and quickly waved his hands to explain, a flattering smile plastered across his face. "That's better," Jia Lan said coldly, his gaze like a knife. He glanced at Long Xian again, then returned his attention to the auction table. Jinlan frowned and analyzed carefully. A price tag exceeding 500 million is unnecessary. The root of life isn't necessarily found only on Jupiter, it could also exist on other planets. After all, the tree of life is planted in many places. The only drawback is that the life roots from other planets don't contain enough vitality. The life roots of wood are incredibly powerful, so the trees of life planted there are naturally unique. Ziyun nodded slightly in agreement. That's true. There was an eternal level creature before, and everyone thought it was weak after testing, believing it couldn't possibly evolve to immortal. It seems he bought life roots from other planets twice, but failed to reach immortal level. Then he bought the life roots of wood. Long Xian's mouth opened in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. Is the life root of wood so powerful? When I reach the peak of eternal level, I use it to evolve to immortal. Given your limited potential, would you be willing to give it up? Even if the life root of wood were only worth 100 million, and you got a great deal, you still give it up because you couldn't bear to spend the money. Pink looked at Long Xian with disdain, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly in a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, Long Xian was immediately displeased. He complained, "You're underestimating me? What do you mean by stingy? I'm thrifty. Evolving to immortal level creatures brings many benefits. Sometimes, money should be spent wisely. If you can gain greater benefits, it's all worth it." He stiffened his neck, his face flushed, and loudly defended himself. "I don't believe a word you say. You talk nicely now, but when you really have that much money, you'd definitely be reluctant to spend it." Pink folded her arms across her chest and turned away with disdain, no longer looking at Long Xian. "Believe it or not," Long Xian said angrily, turning away, no longer paying attention to Pink. Shenlong pondered for a moment, then said, "I think we should just take it." As Long Xian said, no matter how much you spend, as long as you can evolve to immortal level, it's easy to earn it back. Chapter 1166. Ziyun stepped forward, patted Jialan on the shoulder, and said firmly, "Don't worry, just go ahead and bid. Our team has a total of 1.5 billion. We can spend it all." Her eyes revealed unwavering support, as if telling Jialan that they would fully support him, no matter the cost. "Yes, Captain, don't worry. I'm happy to give you the money." Pink said this, giving Jialan a deliberate glance and adding, with a hint of meaning, "If it were Jialan, we wouldn't give him the money even if he screamed at the top of his lungs. But you're different, Captain. We're willing to pay for you." "I agree." Lin Lu agreed. Jialan could become an immortal level creature, which would bring him many benefits in the future. He wouldn't have to worry about not being able to repay his debts. Jialan was deeply touched, his eyes slightly reddening. "You've been so kind to me." Shenlong, upon hearing this, leaped with anger. "Can you please not drag me into this every time you're talking? I get hurt too. You seem very reluctant. You know we're your creditors. We have the final say here. Just stay out of the way." Pink said bluntly, a hint of smugness on her face. Shenlong sighed helplessly and dejectedly said, "The creditors are right. There's no need to rush now. Maybe we can get the root of life without spending so much money." Lin Luo's eyes were pensive. Long Xian, upon hearing this, immediately questioned, "How is that possible?" Pink slapped Long Xian's back, angrily saying, "Don't be so narrow-minded. They're much smarter than you are. Just because you think you can't do something doesn't mean they can't do it. That's true, but it's certainly very difficult." Long Xian muttered softly, rubbing his sore back. Shenlong nodded, agreeing, "I think it's extremely difficult, practically impossible." He frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Pink's eyes rolled, and she suddenly said, "How about we call the Universal Regulatory Bureau and investigate whether this auction is involved in tax evasion?" Shenlong quickly shook her head, denying, "That's obviously not possible. The other party has already paid all the money they're owed. Those who remain here have clean records and are basically fine. Reporting them is pointless." As he spoke, he waved his hand, signaling Pink to give up the idea. "That's true," Pink said dejectedly, her smile instantly vanishing, replaced by a look of disappointment. Jialan looked at Lin Luo and softly soothed him. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even spending 10 billion won't do you any good. Don't overthink it." His eyes were filled with concern, trying to ease Lin Luo's mind. "I give it a try," Lin Luo said with a firm gaze, nodding slightly. At this point, the auction price had soared to 350 million. The bidding gradually died down, as many bidders were deterred by the exorbitant price. 600 million at most. Any more than that, and I'm ready to give up. Besides, I have several important materials to buy, so I can't spend too much on the root of life." Jialan pondered, already having a clear price limit in mind. Just then, a massive space battleship slowly descended from space. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing particularly majestic in the sunlight. The hatch slowly opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin white as snow, her figure perfectly curvaceous, and each step was graceful and composed. A faint, divine aura emanated from her, as if she possessed a natural aura, drawing attention. "Jianan." The moment Jialan saw the woman, his expression suddenly changed, and he blurted out her name. "It's you, sister!" Shenlong exclaimed, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Pink, curious, speculated. Is our sister here on an important mission? Is there something fishy going on this with Star that you need to handle personally? She tilted her head as she spoke, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Long Xian quickly declared, as long as you need me, I give you at least a 10% discount on the full price. No one else gets that discount. He wore an ingratiating smile, as if he were already expecting Jianan to give him a commission. Jia Lan's face darkened, and he said angrily, Why are you calling me sister? This is my sister, not yours. What right do you have to call me sister? Captain, that's exactly what you're doing wrong. Your sister is our sister. Besides, she's so capable, so of course we have to look up to her. Pink said with a smile, completely oblivious to Jia Lan's disapproval. Look at you useless people. Jia Lan glanced at his teammates with disdain. Long Xian asked curiously, Isn't our sister's main purpose in coming here in person to help you, Captain, by the root of life? He nudged Jia Lan with his elbow as he spoke, a hint of gossip on his face. How is that possible? That old woman isn't trying to harm me, but she's here to help me. Jia Lan quickly retorted, a slightly awkward look on his face. Zihyun, lost in thought, looked at Lin Luo and asked, Shaolin, you invited my sister here, didn't you? I did. I have to apologize to the captain for inviting her here without your consent. Lin Luo bowed his head slightly, apologetically speaking. Jia Lan's face grimaced, and Lin Luo continued, It's mainly because the captain has cheated us so many times. We should ask for her help when we need it. We can't always be at a disadvantage. Your words make perfect sense. She's cheated us so many times, and she's made so much money off of us. It's only natural for her to help us. Jia Lan listened, thought carefully, and nodded, feeling that Lin Luo was right. Jia Nan bore the title of Chief Elder of the Elder Council, a title revered throughout the universe, radiant and dazzling like a bright sun. So cool, so impressive. Long Xian was stunned, his mouth wide open. He enviously said, How come I never seen anyone else use this title? If I could, how much would it cost? As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with longing. Not much, maybe just 1 million universe coins, Shenlong replied, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Long Xian sighed helplessly, saying, It's a shame my name isn't famous enough. If it were, it would be worth the expense. It would let everyone know how amazing I am. What a shame. Pink glared at Long Xian with disdain, mercilessly exposing his feelings. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just think the price is too high. You'd be happy if it were cheaper. Don't say that. It's embarrassing. You know I'm a bit frugal. There's nothing I can do. Some things need to be saved. Long Xian spoke shamelessly, showing no shame at being exposed. Pink opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but seeing Long Xian's thick skin, she gave up. She shook her head helplessly, thinking that this guy was too shameless, and no amount of talking would be of any use. Chapter 1167. Even on the other side, the auction's principal arrived hurriedly. This was a dragon man, already immortal. He possessed a majestic dragon head, covered in tough scales, yet his body was human. At this moment, he secretly grumbled. He had held countless auctions before, but never had he encountered such a daunting situation. It would have been fine if the Universal Regulatory Bureau had come for an inspection, but now even the Grand Elder of the Council of Elders had arrived in person. But he was well aware of their status and power. If he offended them, he would certainly face the consequences. So, he had no choice but to greet them with a smile on his face. Long Chung, with a face full of courtesy, said respectfully, Grand Elder, how come you have time to visit us today? He bowed slightly, his tone filled with awe. Why, you can't come if you don't have time. Jianan's expression was cold, a hint of displeasure in his tone. What are you talking about? No matter how busy you are, you can come anytime you want. As long as you're willing, we at Woodstar will give you a warm welcome. Long Chung hurriedly explained, sweat beads beating on his forehead. Jianan said coldly, I don't like to hear such flattery. I be honest with you, my sister has evolved to the immortal level and needs your life roots. Her eyes were sharp as she stared at Long Chung, her gaze revealing an unquestionable aura. Which sister is she? Long Chung asked cautiously. The captain of the Deep Blue team. So it's Captain Jialan. If I had known she was your sister, I would have given her the best position. Long Chung said quickly, smiling broadly. Don't talk nonsense. Give the life root to my sister, and you decide the price. Jianan said bluntly. This doesn't seem appropriate. I still have rules here. If I'm too partial, I have trouble explaining myself to so many bidders. Long Chung hesitated, his face grimacing. I don't like to talk nonsense either. If you can handle it, I can give you tax exemptions and expedite some procedures. Jianan laid out his terms, a sly look in his eyes. Long Chung listened, calculating. His company's business was extensive, encompassing not only Wood Planet, but also many other planets. If he could get the Elders' Council's approval, those businesses could save a huge amount of money. The maximum profit from auctioning off a single life route was around 600 million. But the savings from the other businesses combined would definitely far exceed 600 million, resulting in even greater profits. After a moment's deliberation, Long Chung gritted his teeth and nodded, agreeing, I agree to your terms, but you must keep your word. No problem. Jia Nan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction as he nodded. Do you know what to do next? Jia Nan looked at Long Chung, his eyes full of meaning. I understand. As a senior auctioneer, Long Chung was best at behind-the-scenes manipulation. He had a comprehensive plan in mind, to subtly allow Jia Lan to obtain the root of life during the next auction. Very good. Jia Nan's lips curled up slightly, as he nodded with satisfaction. Then, with graceful steps, he walked towards Jia Lan's location. When Jia Lan saw Jianan approaching, her eyebrows knitted together, and she muttered in dissatisfaction, What do you want from me? I helped you take the root of life. Shouldn't you thank me properly? Jianan raised an eyebrow, and said with a half-smile, as if she had done a great deed. Jia Lan snorted, a puff of cold air coming out of her nose. What are you thanking me for? You cheated me out of so much money before. It's only right that you help me now. She crossed her arms, her face full of disdain. Okay, you're such an ungrateful person. Jianan's face showed no sign of anger, he simply waved his hand, unconcerned. I was thinking of giving you the mission reward, but now I think it's unnecessary. After all, you don't need my help. You get 200 million for completing this mission. Not anymore. Only 100 million. My contribution is valuable. 100 million is well worth it. Jia Nan's lips curled up with a smug smile. Jia Lan, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, his eyes bulging like bells. 100 million for just a few words. How shameless of you. I don't agree. If you embezzle my money, I sue you in Parliament. Whatever you say. If you don't need the root of life, tell me, and I sell it to someone else and make a profit. I make at least several hundred million. Jia Nan shrugged nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Who's afraid of who? Jia Lan stamped her feet in anger. Seeing this, Long Xian said earnestly, Captain, don't be impulsive. You don't want this life root, but I do. I make a fortune selling it, and I even give you a lot. Don't let the middleman take the difference. His eyes gleamed with greed, seeing the fortune he had already made. Jia Lan was so angry that he gasped like a deflated ball. You have no right to speak here. Get out of here. Lin Luo hurried forward, trying to mediate. Captain, if you can get this thing, you evolve to the immortal level, and the initiative will be in your hands. Okay, that old woman is so cunning. Even if I don't want it, she'd definitely try to cheat me. I might as well just take it. Jia Lan gritted his teeth, thinking he couldn't let himself be taken advantage of. At the mention of old woman, a hint of discontent crossed Jianan's face, like ripples on a calm lake. You're going too far, calling me an old woman to my face. It's just the truth. If you stop cheating me, I won't call you an old woman anymore, Jia Lan retorted without a shred of weakness. Never mind, just call me an old woman. Jia Nan shook his head helplessly, as if stating an unchangeable fact. You're so realistic. Jia Lan curled his lips, his face filled with disdain. Everyone's pretty much the same. How can you call me so realistic? Jia Nan spread his hands, looking innocent. The auction continued, with bids swirling in the air, the scene resembling a fierce battle. Someone pushed the price up to 2 billion yuan, but others, seeing the price as insurmountable, gave up. In the end, the root of life was sold for 2 billion yuan. Long Xian's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes widening like two bells. That idiot actually spent 2 billion yuan on the root of life. He's got a lot of money to burn. He's really rich, Jinlan echoed, his face also filled with surprise. Chapter 1168. Pink rolled her eyes in annoyance, looking at two clueless fools. Are you two really stupid, or are you just pretending? Others might be selling for themselves, so they're offering a higher price. Anyway, it's the auction house's business. Whether they offer a high or low price, you don't have to pay for it in the end. Ziyan's face flickered with displeasure. I suddenly remembered a time when I really liked something at an auction, but the price was ridiculously high, 7 or 8 times the normal price. Later, I realized it might have been the auction house's fault. Jianan, who knew a lot about this, spoke like a seasoned veteran. Some auctions are pretty good. They sell to themselves and offer very high prices, making it virtually impossible for anyone else to buy. Some go a bit too far, simply jacking up the price to trick some unfortunate buyers into paying even more. I guess that's the current situation. Ziyu nodded. I've been to several auctions, and seen many people pay far more than the original price. The sweet voice of the beautiful cat-eared girl echoed. The root of life was purchased by an immortal-level gentleman. Congratulations to this immortal-level gentleman. What a shameless person. Spending so much money on a single root of life. 2 billion for a single root of life. How foolish. I think the auction couldn't afford it. Maybe there was some shady dealings going on. The buyer could have been the auction itself. I came here with 1 billion, thinking I was sure I win. I didn't expect this to be the outcome. Everyone was buzzing with speculation, suspecting an inside story, but with no way to complain, they felt helpless. Pink, her face filled with worry, turned to Jinan. Sis, your high-profile appearance just now, won't it let people know something's wrong? Are you worried I damage my reputation? Don't worry about that. It's unlikely. What I just said is known only to me, and the person in charge. Jian said confidently. Sis, I'm relieved now. Pink breathed a sigh of relief, a reassured smile on her face. Stop flattering me. Jialan gave Pink a disdainful look. Jianan checked the time. It's almost nap time. Evolve to immortal level quickly. I assign you some tasks. I knew you had bad intentions. Now that I evolved to immortal level, you won't give me difficult tasks, will you? Jialan eyed Jianan warily, sensing that he had ulterior motives. That's really harsh. What do you mean by assigning you a difficult mission? You're my sister, how could I possibly frame you? Jianan patted her chest in mock sadness, a look of grievance on her face. If anyone else said that, I might believe it, but I don't believe you at all. You're just hoping for bad luck for me. Jialan curled her lips, her face full of distrust. Jianan sighed helplessly. It seems you misunderstood me quite deeply. No matter what I say, you won't understand. You understand my painstaking efforts in the future. Longxian quickly said, like a puppy trying to please its owner, don't be sad, sister. I believe the captain will understand your painstaking efforts sooner or later. I hope so. Jianan sighed again, his voice filled with resignation. Jialan was furious. Longxian, if you keep talking nonsense, I kick you out of this team and tell you to get out. The captain is angry. I won't say anything. The captain was just confused for a moment. I hope you can understand. Longxian quickly shut up, frightened, and tried to explain himself. Shut up. Jialan roared angrily. I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving now. Jianan yawned and waved goodbye to everyone. Longxian quickly followed suit, a smile on his face. Sister is so kind. She always shows up when we need her most, and helps us so much. Yes, our team's escape from poverty is all thanks to you. She even gives me money for my cosmetics. Pink said with a smile. Ziyu nodded. I have to admit, we were able to escape poverty, so quickly thanks to Sister Jinan. You're all so quick to admit your mistakes now. You know the price later. That guy is no pushover. Jialan snorted, a look of disapproval on his face. Shenlan said, Captain, don't overthink it. There are some things she intervened, even if you don't ask for her help. It's better to ask for her help, so we can feel more at ease. That's right, Ziyu agreed. Even if we don't accept her kindness, we still have to complete some tasks. We can't disobey the tasks assigned by the Elders' Council. It's a rule, and violating it will not go well. Jialan listened to everyone's opinions and nodded. You all have a point. Even if I reject her kindness, I still have to do what I have to do. There won't be any concessions. Rather than being badly ripped off by her, it's better to make a profit from her. Even if I get ripped off, it's still worth it. My sister became a powerful elder mainly because she's so shrewd. Jinlan glanced outside, like a student afraid of being discovered by her teacher, afraid that Jinan might have heard. Longxian also realized that his words were not quite right, and quickly looked outside. Luckily, fortunately, she didn't hear. Look at you two cowards. What are you afraid of? What's the harm in saying a few bad things about her behind her back? Jialan gave them a disdainful look. Captain, you don't understand. You and Elder Jinan are sisters. No matter how much you quarrel, it won't get too awkward. We're different. Longxian's voice trembled with fear. That's right. Jinlan agreed. Jialan said, okay, don't dwell on it. If she wants to know what you're thinking, she can actually read your mind. Long Xian's face instantly turned pale. Sister actually has that ability. Jilan hesitated. Should I go over and apologize to her now? Maybe she forgive me. Oh, don't worry too much about that. She rarely uses this ability. After all, knowing too much makes life uncomfortable. Jialan, seeing the two panicking, offered comfort. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Then I'm relieved. Pink gave Lin Luo a thumbs up. I have to give Lin Luo a compliment. If he hadn't invited Sister Jian on here, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for us. It just occurred to me. Mainly because the captain's improved strength is so beneficial to us. Lin Luo said with a smile of humility. Chapter 1169. Ziyun said, it's crucial for our team to have a smart person. If it were all idiots, it would be troublesome. Jinlan and Long Xian immediately looked at each other, each confidently believing that the other was the idiot, and they were the smart ones. The five of them chatted for a while before the auctioneers arrived, delivering the root of life. The person who brought them was the extremely beautiful cat-eared girl. Long Xian immediately pounced on the extremely beautiful cat-eared girl, startling her. Hello, young lady. Let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the Deep Blue team. I'm a veteran and earn at least 10 million universe coins a year. Can I add you as my friend? Long Xian's face was full of courtesy. Of course. The extremely beautiful cat-eared girl's eyes shone like two shining stars. After adding Long Xian as her friend, she handed the life root to Jialan. You're Captain Jialan, right? This life root is a gift from our auction. Jialan was familiar with the 8th universe, and knew there was no fee, but a hefty handling fee. I see. How much is the handling fee? 450 million. Pay it, and the life root is yours. To verify its authenticity, you can check it out. We have surveillance cameras here. The beautiful cat-eared girl said politely. To be on the safe side, Jialan carefully examined the life root, confirming it multiple times. I transferred the money. I'm very satisfied with it. Jialan asked Ziyun to transfer the money, and soon after, the beautiful cat-eared girl received the payment. Happy everyone. There are many fun places on Woodstar you can all check out. The beautiful cat-eared girl said this, then flirted with Long Xian, completely captivating him, as if he were drunk. Long Xian danced with joy. Did you see that? She was flirting with me just now. Stop being so disgusting. She's obviously after your money. If you didn't tell her you earn 10 million universe coins a year, do you think she'd add you as her friend? Pink curled her lips in disdain. Shenlong, with the air of a seasoned veteran, quickly advised, listen to me, don't get involved with those auctioneers. They're ruthless, treacherous, and capable of manipulating people. If you get caught up in them, you'll be left with nothing. Not only will your savings be gone, but you even have to borrow money. Ziyun nodded slightly, agreeing, that's absolutely true. Who among those who attend auctions isn't wealthy and knowledgeable? Saying you have 10 million is just an entry ticket. Don't overestimate your abilities, and think you can control everything there. If you truly want a partner, look among your own kind. There are many beautiful and talented women out there. Isn't it better to find someone who knows you well and can support you? Instead of these discerning, unimportant people of other races and sexes, wouldn't it be better? Jialan frowned, his face filled with disdain. How can you be so petty? As a member of the Deep Blue team, we're considered elite with a strong organization and a promising future. Look at you, so timid, so unmotivated, like a complete wimp. You're really bringing shame to the team. Long Xian sighed and said helplessly, alas, I simply long to meet someone I'm meant to be with, regardless of race. To me, sincerity is what matters most. Pink curled her lips, her face filled with disdain. Come on, stop pretending. Aren't you just attracted to women from other races and disdain those of your own? This preference is truly incomprehensible, even somewhat offensive. Absolutely not. Long Xian quickly waved his hands in denial, his expression filled with anxiety. All right, stop arguing. Jialan excitedly waved the box containing the root of life in his hand, beaming with joy. I already got the root of life. As long as I gather a few more key items, I'd be able to evolve to the immortal level in no time. We need to hurry and continue searching for treasures elsewhere. Long Xian smiled and approached, suggesting, Captain, you obtained the root of life. This is a huge event. Shouldn't we celebrate properly? You brat. Jialan feigned anger and glared at Long Xian, jokingly scolding, why don't you mention that I went through so much hardship to obtain the root of life? You should be celebrating for me. Instead, I pay for the treat? Long Xian grinned, scratched his head, and said, "When I evolve to an immortal, I definitely prepare a sumptuous feast to treat everyone nicely." "How about that?" Pink snorted disdainfully, curling her lips. "You? I don't think you ever achieved that in your lifetime. Is reaching immortal so easy?" "What do you mean by that?" Long Xian's face flushed instantly, and he retorted unconvincedly, "I believe I have unlimited potential and a promising future. Don't underestimate me. I'm telling the truth. Evolving to immortal is harder than climbing to the sky." Pink responded mercilessly, her tone filled with sarcasm. "Humph, just wait and see." Long Xian clenched his fists, his eyes determined. "When I evolve to an immortal, I definitely amaze you and leave you speechless." "Tisk, impossible." Pink folded her arms, confidently declaring, "By then, I have stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, looking down upon all living things." Jialan purchased the root of life, and everyone rejoiced as they headed to the renowned Jupiter restaurant in the interstellar space to celebrate. With a wave of his hand, Jialan ordered several bottles of premium fruit wine brewed from life juice. Each glass of this life wine was worth a fortune. Previously, the team members wouldn't even dare to dream of drinking it, but now they could drink it to their heart's content. Everyone reveled in this rare joyous atmosphere, celebrating all night long. After the banquet, Lin Luo bid farewell to everyone and returned to his residence. As soon as he returned to his room, Lin Luo eagerly entered his consciousness to contact Ho Tu and the others. It had been a long time since they had contacted, and he was filled with longing. As soon as he entered his consciousness, a familiar figure came into view. The god of karma had a keen sense of smell and instantly ran to Lin Luo's side. He sniffed his scent and exclaimed in surprise, "Good boy, you've been drinking and quite a bit. This wine is rich in life force, and it's extremely nourishing to the body. Looks like you had a very pleasant night. Your nose is sharper than a hound's." Lin Luo quipped with a smile, "I did drink some life fruit wine, carefully brewed from the juice of life." The god of karma's eyes widened in amazement. "You're living a very fulfilling life, boy. You can even afford life fruit wine at 1,000 yuan a glass. Your spending is exorbitant, aren't you? Don't you consider our future? We still rely on you to improve our strength." "Don't worry, it's not my money," Lin Luo explained with a smile. "The captain is about to evolve to an immortal level creature, and he's in a good mood, so he treated us to a meal. I'm just taking advantage of it. When I become successful, I will definitely treat you well and ensure you enjoy better resources." Chapter 1170. The god of karma nodded slightly, a gratified smile on her face. "You're kind, young man. But honestly, I'm going crazy here." She glanced at Nara beside her and continued, "It's not that this place is bad, it's just that this day-to-day life is too monotonous. It's okay for a short time, but over time, it's really unbearable. I understand how you feel." Lin Luo reached out and gently touched the god of karma's head as a comforting gesture. "Don't touch me." The god of karma instantly became alert, took a step back, and looked at Lin Luo suspiciously. "I suspect you have ill intentions towards me." "That's harsh," Lin Luo said with a look of helplessness and disdain. "Given your appearance, what can I expect of you? Don't be so naive." The god of karma snorted coldly and explained, "You don't know that beings like us possess extraordinary abilities, able to transform into any creature. I'm in this form now simply to avoid unnecessary harassment from some people. No matter what you become, I'm not interested." Lin Luo replied indifferently. "You?" Yin and Yang stamped their feet in anger and said coldly, "Don't deny it. I know you well. You're such a playboy, flirting with so many people. I know all too well how many people you harmed." At this moment, Nara stepped forward with a solemn expression and asked, "Have you heard recently that the Deep Blue team has become so famous? They completed an extremely difficult mission, successfully killing the humanoid shark from Universe 6 and nearly obtaining the immortal flower. Indeed, the mission was extremely dangerous." Lin Luo nodded solemnly, his face still filled with fear as he recalled the scene. The god of karma said anxiously, "Lin Luo, why didn't you try to get the immortal flower? If an immortal level creature could consume the immortal flower, it would surely achieve a higher level of evolution, greatly increasing its strength. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could you have missed it? You think I didn't want to?" Lin Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying helplessly, "But with my life level, I had no chance of getting close to the immortal flower during the battle between those two powerful beings. One misstep would have cost me my life, so how could I even dare to hope to seize the immortal flower?" The god of karma sighed, his voice filled with regret. "As expected, you can't do anything without me by your side. If you had my abilities, you could have taken the immortal flower without anyone noticing. Don't let your imagination run wild." Lin Luo rolled his eyes at the god of karma and retorted, "That's two people fighting back. Near-phenomenal immortals are fighting for the immortal flower. Their power is unfathomable. You think we can profit from this, but if we're not careful, we be shattered by their aftermath." The god of karma, puzzled, pressed, "What are phenomenal immortals? They sound very powerful." Ho-Tu stepped forward and patiently explained, "Phenomenal immortals are far beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. Their power is beyond imagination. Their attacks can trigger phenomena in heaven and earth, possessing the power to destroy everything. This incident has escalated to such a dangerous level due to the intervention of phenomenal immortals." The Jade Emperor added, "According to the records of the 8th universe, once a phenomenal immortal attacks, ordinary immortals are completely powerless to resist and are instantly crushed, unable to fight back." So incredible. The god of karma's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He explained in amazement, "According to that, phenomenal immortals can be classified as a completely new realm. The power gap between them and ordinary immortals is like an insurmountable chasm." Indeed, Nara nodded slightly, her expression solemn. "The power gap between the two is enormous. The existence of phenomenal immortals has already exceeded our understanding of ordinary immortals." Lin Luo looked at the god of karma with a hint of sarcasm and said, "Don't you always say you're well-read and knowledgeable? You don't even know this common sense, and you still dare to say you're diligent? I think you've been slacking off lately. Don't talk nonsense." The god of karma quickly waved his hand in denial, his face flushing. "I have indeed read a lot, but these phenomenal immortals are so rare, and there's not much information about them, so I really haven't done any thorough research before. I don't want to waste my time on you." Lin Luo waved his hand, then recounted his recent experiences in detail to everyone. After hearing this, Ho-Tu said with concern, "It's too dangerous. You must never take such risks again. If those powerful ones attack you, you won't be able to defend yourself, and your life will be in danger." "Don't worry, I'm prepared," Lin Luo said confidently. "If anything goes wrong, I evacuate immediately. Besides, I recently devoured a lot of shark-like flesh, which has increased my life level. At this rate, if I can gather a few more powerful bloodlines, I can evolve to the immortal level. However, achieving the immortal level is no small undertaking and must be approached with caution." Having lived in the 8th universe for a long time, Lin Luo gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of biological evolution. He knew that before evolving to the immortal level, many creatures continuously strengthen their bloodlines during the eternal stage in preparation for the final evolution. Any creature undergoing this crucial sublimation during its evolution to the immortal level is faced with a crucial opportunity for a leap in strength, and it only happens once. During this sublimation, a creature's bloodline is greatly enhanced. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the increase in strength after the sublimation. Jia Lan had already possessed the conditions to evolve to the immortal level, but she had lofty ambitions, yearning to achieve a qualitative leap and a significant increase in strength during her evolution. Therefore, she continuously accumulated resources and strengthened her bloodline. She searched far and wide for precious materials, hoping to possess even greater strength when she evolved to the immortal level. The life root of Wood Star was of exceptional quality, standing out from the life roots of many other planets. Jia Lan spared no expense to purchase the life root of Wood Star, precisely because of its exceptional quality. Even though she later failed to acquire the life root of Wood Star as she had hoped, the replacement she chose was equally superior. Furthermore, Jia Lan was fortunate enough to obtain the flesh and blood of the immortal flower, a precious treasure imbued with immortal level shark blood. Lin Luo concluded that after evolving to the immortal level, Jia Lan's strength would undergo a drastic transformation, transforming her into a formidable powerhouse. In contrast, creatures that didn't accumulate sufficient strength during the eternal stage, even if they successfully evolved to the immortal level, would often be mediocre in strength, making it difficult for them to stand out in a universe teeming with powerful beings. Although Jia Lan was at the eternal level, his profound accumulation and powerful bloodline gave him combat power comparable to that of immortal level creatures, allowing him to compete with those who had hastily evolved to the immortal level. Chapter 1171. This situation is particularly common among indigenous races, with limited information and scarce resources. Having never encountered immortal level creatures, these indigenous races lack evolutionary guidance and experience, often facing a difficult and bumpy path on their evolutionary journey. For example, the two Mulung brothers, due to their inadequate accumulation during the eternal stage, were relatively weak after evolving to the immortal level, often struggling to keep pace with powerful opponents. The 8th universe is highly information-rich, and some powerful immortal-level creatures share their evolutionary experiences and key information. Upon learning this, many creatures, unwilling to be ordinary, will make thorough preparations in advance and strive to evolve to the immortal level. Lin Luo also aspires to evolve to the immortal level, and is naturally actively preparing. However, his foundation on Earth was flawed, and his access to information is limited, leaving him facing numerous challenges on his evolutionary path. Furthermore, in this fiercely competitive universe, even if some creatures succeed in evolving early, they will not easily reveal this information to others. After all, we're all competitors. In the brutal struggle for survival, avoiding backstabbing is already a good thing. How could we easily help others improve their strength and increase our competition? The god of karma, displeased, angrily said, You truly have no good intentions. When you devoured the flesh and blood of the human-like shark, couldn't you leave some for me? If we could eat that flesh and blood, our evolution would surely be greatly accelerated, and our strength would be even greater. What are you thinking? Lin Luo shook his head helplessly and explained, Didn't I tell you about the benefits of the immortal flower before? The flesh and blood of the human-like shark contains powerful energy. If not consumed promptly, its energy will quickly dissipate. I couldn't bring it back intact. The situation was urgent, and I could only take care of myself first. If I didn't devour it, I wouldn't gain anything. Also, the immortal flower emits a fragrance that attracts many powerful creatures. If I brought it back, I would be subjected to countless attacks. He still remembered the scene of the shark seed being devoured. Many creatures, unable to withstand the fragrance, rushed to devour it without hesitation. The god of karma hovered in the void, the faint threads of karma swirling around her, reflecting the desire surging in her eyes. She stared into the distance, her voice filled with bitterness and regret, as if piercing through this space. If I could get even a little taste, I would surely break free from my constraints and advance to a higher level, and not be in such a predicament as I am now. Lin Luo folded his arms across his chest and commented, Stop daydreaming. Who wouldn't want a piece of the action? But how easy is that? When I went to rob it, I was on the brink of death. One misstep and I'd be dead. The god of karma snorted heavily upon hearing this. You take it all the advantage. I wonder what kind of luck you got to have such an encounter. His eyes were filled with jealousy, but beneath that jealousy, a hint of envy lingered, envy for Lin Luo's chance to change his fate. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Luo's eyes. What do you mean by good luck? In your eyes, I have no strength at all? He took a step forward, his aura rising, and the air around them trembled slightly. Strength? Humph! The god of karma scoffed, unwillingly saying, If I could get out, my achievements would be no less than yours. You're just lucky, nothing special. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, rubbing his brow. Okay, if that makes you feel better, then I admit it's just luck. You're such a pain in the ass. His tone was both helpless and doting, as if coaxing a wayward child. A smile unconsciously curled up at the corners of his mouth. It was just luck. The god of karma crossed her arms and turned away. Ho-Tu chuckled at this. A soft silver-white light emanated from her, caressing everyone's hearts like a spring breeze and soothing the tense atmosphere. Isn't luck also part of strength? Why dwell on it? If Lin Luo thrives, it will greatly benefit our entire group. She approached slowly, her skirt trailing tiny specks of starlight, and every gesture exuded a reassuring aura. The god of karma nodded slightly. Though reluctant, he had to admit Ho-Tu's point, muttering softly, That's true. At this moment, Nara's expression suddenly grew serious. She clenched her fists, her eyes grim. She quickly approached Lin Luo and asked, Jiao Lan is about to evolve to the immortal level. What are your plans next? Lin Luo shook his head slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes, his brow furrowed. I don't have a clue yet. This is a difficult matter. Only after Jiao Lan truly evolves to the immortal level can we formulate a plan based on the situation. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, clearly indicating he had been pondering this matter for a long time. Ho-Tu gently patted Lin Luo's shoulder and soothed him softly, Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Commanding an ace team is not something that can be achieved overnight. There's no rush. We take our time. Her voice flowed like a gurgling stream, flowing through everyone's hearts, bringing a sense of comfort. The soft light grew brighter, enveloping Lin Luo. The Jade Emperor, hands behind his back, slowly approached, adding, Indeed, we are here now, well-fed and well-clothed. We can simulate battles in the game room to gain practical experience, and work out in the gym to enhance our physical strength and combat effectiveness. The 8th universe is technologically advanced, offering numerous benefits to our growth. We can continuously improve our strength without leaving here. A faint purple mist lingered around him. His strength had increased significantly recently, almost overflowing with power. The god of karma disagreed, Her fangs bared, and she said, "You can't coddle him like this. You have to put some pressure on him. If he stagnates, you all be to blame." Her eyes were sharp, her tone stern, like a demanding mentor, full of expectations for Lin Luo. Lin Luo glanced at the god of karma coldly, her lips curled up slightly with a hint of teasing. "You're so cruel. You eat my food and use my things every day, and now you want to put pressure on me?" The god of karma sighed, her expression filled with longing. She gazed at the simulated starry sky above, her voice filled with a longing for freedom. "You don't understand the feeling of being bound. If you do this for too long, you become sick. I'm like a bird trapped in a cage, longing to fly into the vast sky." Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a half smile on her face, and said, "I'm sorry you wronged me. Next time, I show you a video of our battle. Once you witness the horror of immortal level creatures, you won't find life these days so difficult anymore." Chapter 1172. The god of karma curled his lips in disdain. "Don't try to scare me. How many times have you faced an immortal creature? Aren't all the dangerous tasks handled by your teammates?" Her tone was filled with suspicion, clearly disbelieving Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo's face darkened, and he spoke sternly, "You're overthinking it. When facing an immortal creature, life and death hang in the balance. This isn't a turn-based game. They don't play by the rules. Once they strike, it's a killing blow." Nara nodded with lingering fear, folding her arms, as if she were reliving that terrifying battle. "Indeed, I fought an immortal creature before. It set its sights on me, and I fought tooth and nail to escape. Thinking about it now still scars me." A flicker of fear flashed in her eyes, and her body trembled slightly. It was clear that the experience had left a deep mark on her. Lin Luo withdrew his gaze, and said sternly, "I'm going to send you 10 million universe coins. During this time, you should adjust your training methods and improve your strength as much as possible. The Deep Blue team is a veteran and powerful team. You may face hell-level missions upon joining, so you must be prepared in advance. The previous training equipment is a bit outdated. Using this money to upgrade it will greatly aid your growth." Then he began to plan for the future. "Some things must be prepared for a rainy day. You can't wait until that time comes, because then it will be too late." The god of karma's eyes lit up, and a smile instantly spread across his face. "You're kind, young man. It seems my love for you is not in vain." She rubbed her hands, as if she had already seen the brand new training equipment, which would significantly enhance her strength during training. Lin Luo's lips curled up in a sly smile. "If that's the case, I won't pay you the 10 million. He crossed his arms, watching the god of karma's reaction with interest. The god of karma's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly apologized. "Xiao Lin, no, brother Lin Luo. I was wrong. You must send the money. We urgently need to upgrade our training equipment, and you don't want your teammates to fall behind, do you? Even if it's not my fault, you have to consider the Jade Emperor and Ho Tu's." Her demeanor was completely different from her previous arrogance. She kept bowing to Lin Luo, making everyone laugh. Lin Luo laughed heartily. "I'm just kidding. Why would I really not give it to you? But you must train hard and don't waste these resources." He patted the god of karma's shoulder, his eyes full of laughter. Then, Lin Luo turned to Nara and said sincerely, "Of the 10 million li, you can keep 1 million for yourself. You helped me so much during this time. This is what you deserve. Don't be polite with me." His eyes were filled with gratitude as he gazed into Nara's. Nara quickly waved her hand, her expression resolute, her eyes clear and resolute. "No. My help to you is insignificant, and I cannot accept this money without the elder's permission." She stood straight, revealing her inherent integrity and kindness. A warm feeling welled in Lin Luo's heart. He knew that Nara, as a fellow earthling, had gone above and beyond the call of duty in helping him. From food, clothing, shelter, and even the smallest details of life, Nara meticulously cared for him. "The elder's orders are one thing, your friendship is another. I will always remember everything you've done for me." His voice was low and sincere, deeply moved. Fellow villagers often backstab each other, so Nara being so kind to her was already very kind. Nara hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded gently. "Then I'd be grateful. I use the money to help everyone improve their strength." Lin Luo looked at Nara with a burning gaze. "If you're willing, you can join my team and become vice captain in the future." His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if he had already envisioned what would happen if Nara joined. Nara was slightly startled, lost in thought. Her current team, Team 399, had easy missions, a stable income, and a comfortable life. But evolving to the immortal level was almost hopeless. On the other hand, Team Deep Blue, While fraught with danger and every mission a life or death test, was also full of opportunities, allowing them to constantly unleash their potential and improve their strength on the brink of death. She bit her lip, torn between comfort and her dreams. Are you serious? Joining Team Deep Blue really gives me the chance to evolve to the immortal level? Nara's eyes flickered with anticipation and confusion. She clutched Lin Luo's arm tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline. Lin Luo nodded seriously. There's an opportunity, but the risks are also great. Don't rush into a decision. Once Jialan evolves to immortal, I might be able to become vice captain. It won't be too late for you to reconsider then. Besides, once you join Team Deep Blue, it won't be easy to quit. And after leaving Team 399, it's even harder to return. He said this upfront to prevent Nara from regretting it. Nara was silent for a long time, her eyes growing firmer. She released Lin Luo's arm and straightened her back. I made up my mind. I want to join Team Deep Blue. To break free from my limitations, I must step out of my comfort zone. Even if the abyss lies ahead, I'm willing to give it a try. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised, yet also somewhat relieved. Since you decided, I definitely help you arrange it. But there's no need to rush. I plan to buy a planet first and settle everyone down. You can join us later. He patted Nara's shoulder, offering her encouragement. Nara pondered for a moment, then said, I keep the 10 million for now, until you buy a planet. Once I leave, this service planet will no longer belong to me, and it won't be too late to repurchase equipment later. This is the rule of the 8th universe. When a team leader leaves, many things must be reset. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Alright, I started selecting a planet recently. With my current financial resources, I should be able to buy a good one. Even if I start with a planet, we can move everything there at once. He activated his portable holographic projector, which immediately displayed information about various planets. His eyes were focused and serious. Nara began to explain the planets. Most service planets are leftovers from others, and their quality is average. The Elders' Council makes a profit from their centralized purchases, so while the prices are low, the value isn't great. For example, my 399 service planet has relatively poor conditions. A good planet can be refreshing and beneficial for cultivation. She pointed at the planet on the projection and explained in detail, her eyes revealing her longing for a high-quality planet. The god of karma's eyes widened in surprise. Is there such a thing? I always thought a 399 service planet was pretty good. It seems I'm just ignorant. She leaned in front of the projection, curiously examining the information about the planets. Lin Luo teased with a smile. Now you realize how ignorant you are. Keep a low profile, or you make a fool of yourself when you go out. The god of karma angrily said, Don't think you're anything special. You only been in the universe a little longer than us. If you were like us, you wouldn't be much better off. Chapter 1173. I think you better be polite to me. I'm going to a new planet, and you be moving soon. Lin Luo feigned seriousness. I have the final say on this living environment. If I don't allow you to enter, you won't have the chance. The god of karma angrily said, You're such a despicable fellow. To threaten me with something like this. Lin Luo's dark eyes reflected the god of karma's fury, and he teased, I realize you're the one with no shame. You eat and drink from me, and yet you threaten me. You're completely unreasonable. Others are just piggybacking on their parents, but you're piggybacking on me. The god of karma's eyes widened with anger. That's what I should be piggybacking on. I helped you so much back then, I always been by your side, and I given you so much help. That self-righteous demeanor was exactly how a teacher should be. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, questioning, Are you sure you're helping me, and not just trying to gain experience from me? Yes. The god of karma replied firmly. Lin Luo shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Some shameless people will always think they're right, no matter what the customer says. I find a good planet, and make arrangements, and then you can move there. Ho Tu's gentle voice sounded timely, tinged with concern. Will buying a planet be too much of a burden for you? Her shadow stood beside the god of karma, graceful and beautiful. Lin Luo's expression was relaxed, a confident smile on his lips. It's not a big burden. I have more than enough money now. I try to convert it into energy for our evolution. It will be a great improvement for both of us. Money is useless if we just keep it around. Only if we utilize it, transforming it into our evolutionary strength, can we go further and better complete our missions in the future. Under the starry sky of the 8th universe, countless planets dot the landscape like dazzling gems. While this place shares many similarities with Earth society, it still suffers from the fundamental law of the jungle. In this vast universe, strength reigns supreme. While money is important, it's not essential to being the most important thing, and remains a secondary asset to strength. Before the apocalypse, Lin Luo had staked everything on his billions, investing his entire fortune into improving his combat power. Now, having traversed the universe and accumulated a wealth of cosmic currency, he naturally wouldn't skimp on such a crucial matter. The Jade Emperor gazed at Lin Luo with admiration. Sometimes I really admire the Dragon God. He sees things before we even think. He's right. Sometimes he's more foresight than I am. Next, let's focus on improving our strength. The God of Karma, however, showed no sign of politeness and directly made a request. I looked at my recent bloodline. I possess the power of space-time, which is a perfect fit for a bloodline. This bloodline, the Space-Time Emperor Bird, appears to be a 5-star bloodline. Little Lin, please make an effort and bring this bloodline to me. I injected, and I'm sure your strength will increase significantly. Her voice was filled with anticipation, as if she had already seen her own strength skyrocket. You don't care about the price of a bloodline at all. Lin Luo's face darkened instantly, his eyes as cold as a knife. You're really not being polite to me. You just asked for a 5-star bloodline. Don't you know what the starting price for a 5-star bloodline is? The God of Karma patted his chest and said casually, we're good brothers. Talking about money hurts our feelings. Don't worry, your investment in me will definitely pay off. Lin Luo snorted coldly, his eyes filled with distrust. What kind of payoff is that? I don't know. You call it a payoff, but I'm the one being screwed. You're definitely the one getting the benefit first. Look at you. I told you you're stingy, and you're just that stingy, the God of Karma muttered, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Luo didn't want to argue with her anymore. With a thought, he said, I stopped talking nonsense with you. Next, I go by a high-quality planet. As his words fell, the light in his consciousness gradually dimmed, and he slowly withdrew from it. In this vast universe, to dominate the 8th universe, one must first establish a solid foundation, a home of one's own. Lin Luo's fingers tapped rapidly on the Star Network terminal, and in a blink of an eye, 100,000 universe coins were transferred into Lin Na's account. He looked at Lin Na's profile picture on the terminal, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. During those difficult days, Lin Na had given him meticulous care, and now it was time for him to repay her. Not long after, Lin Na's video call request popped up. On the screen, Lin Na's long chestnut hair was casually tied into a ponytail, her delicate face filled with surprise. Brother, I haven't spent all the 10,000 cosmic coins you sent me last time, and now you're sending me another 100,000. That's a lot of money I can't spend. Lin Luo leaned back in the starship seat, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Feel free to spend whatever I had before. I don't spend much money in the team anyway. Now that you left Fat Fu Lai Company, what are your plans? Lin Na sighed softly, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. I'm still looking for a job. I try to choose a good one. I can't be so impulsive as before. I almost got killed by Fatty Fu Lai. Recalling that time of working overtime, and the extreme danger of each mission, her body shuddered unconsciously. Zhou Daolong fled the forest planet, fearing liquidation by the Deep Blue team. He immediately paid a large sum of money in compensation, saying he was short-sighted and shouldn't have provoked them. The Elders' Council claimed that this large sum of money was mainly given to the Deep Blue team, but it was just a nominal payment. Xiaolan unceremoniously accepted some bribes, earning a round of criticism from her sister, Jinan. She meant that if you weren't my biological sister, she would give you a hard time. Xiaolan ignored it, believing that she had been cheated so much that a little interest was justified. The Deep Blue team had been exploited to begin with, and could have been killed. Reclaiming some of the crucial money wasn't too much to ask for. Ever since Zhou Daolong made the compensation, Fat Fu Lai has fallen from a first-rate company to a second-rate one, losing its former luster. Lin Na successfully escaped from the company thanks to Lin Luo's abilities. Lin Luo looked at Lin Na on the screen and said seriously, take your time to find a job. There's no rush. If you run out of money, just tell me and I transfer more. Lin Na smiled and shook her head, her eyes full of concern. No need, right? You have to save up some money by then, and you have to find a partner. Finding a partner is hard these days, and you need a planet, especially a good one. You definitely need a planet. Then don't look for a good partner. Just find an ordinary one. Find someone from the Wind tribe and buy a house on their planet. Lin Luo said jokingly. Chapter 1174. Lin Na's eyes lit up, and she said seriously, that's fine. Do you want me to help you find a partner? With your current job, many people will come to you if you ask. I can ask the Star-Lord's daughter for you. I think the Star-Lord's daughter is the only one in the Wind clan who is worthy of you. I'm just kidding, sister. Don't take it seriously. But I'm going to buy a planet. I'm looking for a place to live. Can you help me look for one during this time? Lin Luo said seriously. Are you really going to buy a planet? Lin Na's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. She knew Lin Luo had made a lot of money, but she hadn't expected him to be able to buy a planet. Of course it's true. I was just kidding. Let's take a look soon. If there's a good planet, we can buy it, and build a home and all the necessary living facilities. Since you don't have a job, come and help me. I pay you a monthly salary, and we can start a private company while we're at it. Lin Luo had his plans. Private companies are not uncommon in the 8th universe. Many individuals with exceptional personal abilities establish companies solely for their own benefit, facilitating their handling of various matters. Lin Luo also wanted to build his own business empire, and Lin Na was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. She was familiar with the rules of the 8th universe, and was reliable, giving Lin Luo complete confidence. Lin Na hesitated, a look of concern on her face. If you want me to be the general manager of this company, will it hinder your work? I have little experience in many areas. You could find a professional agent. Lin Luo shook his head, his tone firm. I don't trust professional agents. I heard that if they're bad, they offer themselves exorbitant salaries and make huge profits. It's better to find someone you trust. That's true. Some companies are ruined by these professional agents. They're driven to make money, so they do anything to get it. You could also find a professional agent to help you. With someone holding them back, they might not be as interested. If I leave them alone, they might do something reckless. Lin Na analyzed seriously. Okay. I transfer you 1 million yuan. Then you can make arrangements and help me check out the planet. Lin Luo said, and began to make the transfer. I still have some money. Do I need to transfer it? Lin Na said quickly. Don't be polite with me. How can you open a company without 1 million yuan? Besides, you need a deposit of 100,000 yuan to get a business license, Lin Luo insisted. Yeah, I go study for a bit. I bring Lin Shui along too. She's been trying to get a permanent position lately, but she's been stuck and says she wants to resign. Lin Na's eyes lit up, suddenly thinking of Lin Shui. Sure, Lin Luo agreed, then hung up. At this moment, the Deep Blue Squad was docked at the port of a trading planet. This trading planet was teeming with life, its surface covered in vast forests. Tall trees reached the sky, their branches gleaming with strange light. Creatures of all shapes and sizes wandered through the bustling market, surrounded by all sorts of exotic goods, their cries of hawking and haggling echoing incessantly. After considerable effort, Jialan finally bought the item she longed for. She excitedly cradled her prize in her arms, her long blue hair fluttering in the wind, a bright smile on her face. I'm so happy to have bought what I need today. Let's all go out and celebrate. I pay for the meal. Long Xian immediately gave a thumbs up and exaggeratedly said, as expected of the captain, you're usually so stingy. You only treat when you achieved a huge benefit or accomplished something great. He wore a mischievous smile, completely unaware that his words might anger Jialan. Jialan's face darkened instantly, and a dangerous aura surged around her. If you can't talk, don't talk to me. I suspect you're mocking me. Believe it or not, I kick you off the team right now. Her eyes were fierce, as if she wanted to devour Long Xian alive. No, I just meant you're more capable. Long Xian paled with fear and quickly waved his hands to explain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If you're not, then stop explaining. I thought everyone didn't understand what you meant. You're just secretly mocking me and holding a grudge. Pink folded her arms, her face cold and her eyes filled with disdain. It's unfair. I was just so happy that I easily said the wrong thing. You have to understand me. We've been teammates for so long. Long Xian stamped his feet in frustration, his voice tinged with tears. Stop annoying me. If I didn't know you were prone to making mistakes, I'd kick you off the team right now. It's okay to be useless, but you have so many problems. Let's go to a high-end restaurant today. We have enough left over to eat there every day. Jialan said unhappily, then patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. You're the one I should thank most. If you hadn't bargained so often, I wouldn't have saved so much. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Lin Luo smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. It's my duty to help the captain. Jialan shook her head seriously. It's not my duty. Our team still has clear rewards and punishments. I let you take over the captaincy temporarily when the time comes. Lin Luo's face showed surprise, and he quickly declined. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for me to be captain. I seem to be the youngest and relatively weak. It's a bit inappropriate for me to be captain. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. It seemed like he was refusing, but in reality, he was paving the way for his own promotion, wanting to leave a humble and good impression in front of everyone. Jinlan stood aside, looking at Lin Luo, his eyes filled with emotion. If I had a teammate like you back then, I could have saved a lot of money. I wouldn't have had to work so hard to pick the immortal flower, leading to the accident at the back door. Thousands of years have passed since I was injured. If I had saved money during that time, I might have been able to buy an immortal flower. Speaking of the immortal flower, a hint of longing and regret flashed in his eyes. The immortal flower is an extremely rare treasure in the universe, capable of healing all injuries and enhancing the strength of cultivators. Although it occasionally appears at auctions, it always attracts countless immortal-level creatures, and the price is ridiculously high. Every century, the main planet of the 8th universe holds a grand auction, with the immortal flower as the final item. The entire planet is packed with people, and the atmosphere is bustling. Jialan impatiently interrupted Jinlan. Stop annoying me. I know the exorbitant prices they always quote, and you never be able to afford them anyway. What's the point of constantly spouting that nonsense? She rolled her eyes, her tone filled with disdain. Pink looked at Lin Luo encouragingly. Xiao Lin, I believe in your abilities. Feel free to take on the temporary captain role. We won't have many missions during this period, now that the captain is gone. Long Xian also leaned over, his face sincere. Xiao Lin, honestly, over the years, you made me feel the warmth of the team. I wouldn't agree with anyone else being captain. You're the best choice. Chapter 1175. Stop annoying everyone. You're acting like you're useful. You're the least influential person on our team. We agreed, so just keep quiet. Pink folded her arms, curled her lips, and rolled her eyes at Long Xian. Long Xian said sadly, Didn't you invite me to the meeting last time? You completely ignored me. I objected to that. Pink rolled her eyes impatiently, her tone filled with disdain. You act like coming to the meeting can change anything. It's better if you don't come. It saves some effort. If you come, it's the same as not coming at all. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively, as if any more words from Long Xian were a waste of air. That's true, but you're being too subtle. At least let me call you, and then I sit in. Long Xian's face flushed red, the veins in his neck throbbing with excitement, and his voice was filled with resentment. At this moment, Jialan coughed softly, breaking the standoff between the two. Okay, I definitely call you to the next meeting, but I won't be the one leading it. I temporarily step aside from some business, and let Lin Luo handle the meeting. Her voice was gentle and steady, like a calm lake, gently soothing the tense atmosphere. Long Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and the gloom on his face instantly dissipated. I still trust Xiao Lin in this regard. He will definitely call me during the meeting. Unlike you guys, who have completely abandoned me. He grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, wiping away his previous displeasure. Ziyan nodded slightly, her eyes firm and confident. If I'm the captain externally, we let Xiao Lin be the captain internally. Once Xiao Lin reaches the eternal level, I pass the position on to him. You know, the captain is the face of a team, so naturally, someone with strong abilities should be chosen. Generally, someone too weak wouldn't be up to the task. In the universe, some teams' primary mission planning isn't handled by the captain. The captain is merely a facade, while mission planning is delegated to more intelligent individuals. The Deep Blue team currently plans to do just that, letting Ziyan be the face while Lin Luo handles the main duties. This will better facilitate the mission. Okay. Lin Luo nodded calmly, very satisfied with the arrangement. Jialan cleared her throat and continued with her next announcement. For now, we won't be carrying out any missions. We asked the elders for a holiday. Our Deep Blue team hasn't had a break in a long time, so we should rest up. Sometimes working too hard isn't good. You and I have aged a lot, but it's just too tiring every day. The commute is a pain in the ass. Pink hands cupped her cheeks, she complained coquettishly, during these few days of rest, I'm definitely going to buy some makeup and skincare products, then go to the salon for a good treatment to make myself even more beautiful. I also need to have a few days of fun. That's how I justify working so long every day. Even though I'm naturally beautiful, I'm still prone to aging. As she spoke, she used a small mirror to play with her hair, her eyes filled with longing for a wonderful vacation. Ziyan stretched contentedly. I don't want to do anything. I just want to stay home, sleep well for a few days, and play some games. Jialan smiled wryly, and shook her head. You guys are happy, but I'm miserable. I still have to continue evolving. I have to work hard during this period to reach the immortal level as soon as possible. Her eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, but more of a firm determination. Pink blinked and teased, there's a saying that goes, with great ability comes great responsibility. I believe you're a capable person, and your responsibilities will only grow in the future. That makes me a little uncomfortable. You should have said I'm going to work hard and try to share as much of the pressure as possible with the captain. Jia Lan's face darkened, and she glared at Pink in mock anger. Jinlan said with a mixture of helplessness and envy, you guys are having a good time, but I still have to stay in the hospital. You have to work hard to free me from the hospital soon. My main body can join the battle outside the hospital, and my combat power will skyrocket. Next time we encounter some powerful immortal level creatures, we don't have to be timid. I just charge in and kill them. Everyone should give me some money during the holiday, so I can eat better in the hospital. Jia Lan's face darkened, and he said in a serious tone, you're trying to restore power, aren't you? I'm telling you, as long as I'm around you can't. Lin Luo is our team leader. Jinlan waved his hands quickly, his face full of panic. Don't say that. How could I possibly be thinking of restoring power? I just want to pay for my medical expenses, so I can live better in the hospital. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Even if I wanted to restore power, no one would agree. Even if they chose Long Xian, they wouldn't choose me. Jinlan pointed at Long Xian and spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. Pink couldn't help but burst out laughing. That hurts, Long Xian. Long Xian was furious, his face flushing crimson. Jinlan, you're going too far. I didn't provoke you, so why are you using me as an example? Do you realize how disgusting your behavior is? Jinlan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue. Don't be angry. Others can insult me, but you don't have the right to insult me. I'm your creditor after all. Be polite to your creditors from now on, okay? If you do it again, I charge you interest. Long Xian warned fiercely, hands on his hips. Jinlan felt a surge of anger at hearing this. He felt his status had fallen so low, he was now ranked behind a dog, Long Xian. He reflected on how much he owed Long Xian, and felt that he hadn't done anything particularly wrong. At this moment, Pink turned to look at Lin Luo and asked curiously, Shaolin, what are you planning to do on your vacation? I'm planning to buy a planet. I think I have a bit too much money to spend all at once, so buying a planet and setting up a private company would be a good idea. Lin Luo spoke calmly and unhurriedly. He didn't hide the planet purchase, after all, it was such a big deal, the Deep Blue team would know about it sooner or later. It was better for Lin Luo to bring it up now. It would be a bit inappropriate to wait until everyone found out. Ziyun's eyes lit up instantly, and she was filled with excitement. As expected of Xiaolin, you're so well organized and think ahead. Money is a fixed asset. Why not buy a planet and cultivate your own territory? Xiaolin, when you're old and about to retire, you can return to your own planet and rest up, and even rent out properties. With your monthly pension and rental income, you can live a comfortable life. It's so wonderful. Why didn't I think of buying a planet? Successfully buying one is truly necessary. Chapter 1176. Ziyun eagerly said to Lin Luo, Shaolin, buy a planet first. I take a look. If it's suitable, I buy one too. It'd be a great place to retire in the future. Lin Luo smiled and nodded. Sure. I'll let you know after I buy it. Ziyun continued excitedly, it would be best if you could buy some star systems with lots of planets. We could become neighbors and look after each other. Then we could develop some business, trade various items, or even hold an auction. By then, we'd be driving the work of the entire star system. Our Deep Blue team will develop into a company. I even decided to call it Deep Blue Company. She grew increasingly excited, as if she could already see the glorious rise of Deep Blue Company in the universe. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. We can set up a joint company, and then we can manage the operations of our entire production team. If we make this much money in the future, we definitely invest in a lot of businesses. Jinlan stroked his chin and sighed heavily. You guys are really smart. You knew how to start a company. If I had been as smart as you, I wouldn't be bankrupt now. His voice was filled with regret and helplessness. Ziyun glanced at him and said mercilessly, you don't understand human nature. What do you mean by not going bankrupt? You can't manage the company's business at the hospital. You might quietly pay yourself a salary of hundreds of millions, and then your company will go bankrupt in an instant. That's true. Many companies can be successful in the beginning under certain hands, but once they lose management, they quickly go bankrupt. Shenlong nodded thoughtfully. Ziyun said seriously, when you start a company, you definitely need someone you trust to handle it. Are you really going to set up a company? Add me in. I want to invest. Pink's eyes lit up, and she said quickly. Of course, we welcome it. The more people in a company, the better. I think if everyone agrees, we can set up a company for our team. Now that teams are responsible for their own revenue, many teams are setting up companies specifically to serve them. If they relied solely on the income from those few missions, many teams would starve to death, let alone survive. We have a holiday right now, so we can set up a company and everyone can invest. Lin Luo analyzed methodically. Upon hearing this, Long Xian became anxious and shouted, I want a stake too. Pink looked him up and down, scornfully saying, Do you have any money, kid? If we all invest together, shares will be deducted from our salaries. If you don't contribute enough, you won't even get any. Long Xian panicked and cautiously asked, How much money do I need to get a stake? Let's start with 10 million. A bit more would be better. The company will perform better later, so we can leave the management to Lin Luo for now, Ziyun recommended. Sure. My main business is to help us handle some things. I can earn a small profit from it, and we split it equally among everyone at the end of the year. Employees' salaries are also paid out of profits. If everyone agrees, let's proceed with this arrangement. I invest 10 million yuan. Lin Luo officially announced. Pink and Ziyun exchanged a glance and each contributed 10 million yuan, preparing to launch Deep Blue Company. Deep Blue Company will initially serve Lin Luo and the other two, and later recruit more capable individuals to form smaller teams. Eventually, Deep Blue Company will expand its reach to the entire 8th universe, earning even more money. In the 8th universe, everything is similar to human society. The fundamental principle of survival remains profit. Jialon watched everyone's enthusiastic gathering, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but he quickly became resolute. Once I become an immortal, I might not stay with the team for long, but I think I should invest a bit to ensure I can profit greatly in the future. I also invest 10 million, a corresponding percentage. Compared to Deep Blue, I have money to spend even without working. Great. You can just join us as captain. We don't need to find an immortal to act as a figurehead. This will save us a lot of trouble and money. Pink clapped her hands happily, a bright smile on her face. In the 8th universe, legal persons have a fixed percentage within a company. No matter how much they paid to become legal persons, they will receive a 20% share. At this moment, True Blue reappeared. Why don't you even look for me? Just look for me. I'm an immortal, and I can even give it to you for free. Pink snorted, her eyes filled with vigilance. Forget it. I'm afraid you sell the company to us. I don't know your character. If you could do something like this back then, it's very likely you do it again. Jalon's face was filled with guilt, his voice choking with sobs. I was forced to do this. If I had a choice, I would definitely do something that hurt everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Ziyun's expression was cold and ruthless. As long as you put in the same amount of money, we let you invest. If not, forget it. Jalon's face was doomed, and he said pitifully, How about this? I owe you the money for now. I pay you back as soon as I have money. Do you think you have the credibility to owe money here? If you don't have the money, get out, Ziyun said coldly. Just as True Blue was despairing, Lin Luo stepped forward and said, I pay Captain True Blue. If we make money later, I deduct the fee from Captain True Blue's Pink's profits. Pink sighed helplessly. Shaolin, you're good in every way, except you're too kind. You actually trusted this guy. The money you gave him is essentially a wasted investment. It would be better to just spend it yourself. That would be better. It's okay. 10 million is nothing. Besides, if the company thrives, I think all the money will be easily earned. Lin Luo smiled, his eyes brimming with confidence. The profits would have to pass through Lin Luo's hands, and he would just take the money back. As for the possibility of losses, he hadn't considered it. In his opinion, the Deep Blue team's earning power meant it was impossible for them to suffer losses. They were no ordinary team. Chapter 1177. Across the vast, almost mystical expanse of the cosmos, countless interstellar teams carry out numerous missions, maintaining interstellar balance. The missions undertaken by ordinary teams are mostly monotonous and mundane routine patrols. They pilot ordinary interstellar spacecraft, following predetermined routes, patrolling the borders of various planets day after day, alert to any possible anomalies. Or they pursue desperate criminals fleeing after committing crimes across the interstellar space. Some criminals are often extremely vicious, resorting to any means necessary to evade capture, making the pursuit fraught with unknown dangers. Not only are these jobs fraught with constant danger, but the salaries earned by the team members are also pitifully meager. The world of the Ace team, however, is vastly different from that of ordinary teams. The missions they undertake often carry enormous risks that are unimaginable, even beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. These missions might involve exploring the depths of mysterious black holes, or engaging in fierce confrontations with powerful alien civilizations. Each one is fraught with uncertainty and mortal danger. But equally, if the mission is successful, the rewards are so astronomical that even ordinary team members could never hope to achieve them in their entire lives. The allure of high risk and high reward captivates countless beings eager to change their fate and achieve success. Nara is one of the many lightseekers drawn to this radiance. Nara knows that if she remains in her original team, her future will be like being trapped in a small, dark cage, never able to reach higher heights and realize her dreams. The Deep Blue Team, the Ace Squad renowned across the interstellar world and admired by countless, became her hope for evolving to the immortal level. However, she was also well aware that in this fiercely competitive interstellar world, filled with rules and barriers to entry, joining the Deep Blue Team was nearly impossible without the recommendation of a reliable person. Captain Jialan announced, after many in-depth discussions and careful consideration, we have decided that everyone will invest in this new project company. Each person will contribute 10 million universe coins, with shares distributed evenly. Although nominally I own 20%. But in reality, everyone's rights in this project are completely equal. I hope we can work together like a close-knit family to create our own glory. As soon as she finished speaking, Pink stood up excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. With a twinkle of excitement, he gave a thumbs up, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Captain, you're so generous. That's the way to go about big things. Following you, we definitely make a lot of money. Long Xian's lips curled slightly, and with a hint of teasing, he said, you usually seem stingy, haggling for ages over a bottle of energy drink, but when it counts, you're really decisive. I have to admit I'm impressed. Jialan glared at Long Xian and feigned anger, saying, if you can't talk, just shut up. What do you mean I'm sometimes generous? I always been this outspoken. Don't say that in the future, or else people will misunderstand you. His words drew laughter from the crowd, and the tense atmosphere in the meeting room eased considerably. Ziyun coughed softly, gracefully bringing everyone's attention back to the main topic of the meeting. Then it's happily settled. Everyone, enjoy these rare few days off and relax your tense nerves. When you return, you need to fully commit to your work and absolutely must not slack off. No problem. Everyone responded in unison, their faces beaming with anticipation, eagerly anticipating this hard-earned break. Jialan walked over to Lin Luo and gently patted his shoulder, his eyes full of trust. Shaolin, you have to work hard for a few days off. Get started on the company's preparations. It's a massive undertaking, and there's a lot to consider. And by the way, find a suitable headquarters. A good headquarters is crucial to our future development. With your abilities, I'm confident in entrusting these tasks to you. Lin Luo nodded firmly, his eyes radiating confidence. Don't worry, Captain. I do my best to ensure the mission is accomplished. After the meeting, the team members gradually left the meeting room. Jialan, however, stayed. He walked up to Lin Luo, with a genuine smile of gratitude on his face. Shaolin, honestly, this time, thanks to you. If you hadn't helped me at a critical moment, I would have been in big trouble. When I return to the main hospital to recuperate, you must come and see me. I treat you well, and let you taste the most unique hospital food. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow and smiled. How will you treat me? Treat me to special healing medicine, or let me experience high-tech surgery. Maybe even upgrade my body functions? Jialan feigned irritation, his eyes widening, but a smile barely concealed its presence. You're always saying unlucky things. Am I that kind of person? I definitely treat you to delicious food and wine, so you can enjoy yourself and have a blast. I'm seriously injured this time, and the floor treatment is exhausting, so I have to stay in the hospital for quite a while. Don't forget to come. It's so boring being alone in the hospital. Lin Luo nodded earnestly, his tone sincere. Don't worry, I definitely come see you when I'm done with this. Don't mind me bothering you then. I might even ask you to tell me some interesting stories about the hospital headquarters. I couldn't ask for more. I'd be waiting for you on the planet. See you then? Jialan laughed heartily, then turned and left the meeting room. After saying goodbye to Jialan, Lin Luo's mind shifted to another important matter, finding Nara. Now that his identity had been legalized, he no longer had to carefully conceal his whereabouts and identity. He knew that in the complexities of the 8th universe, sometimes being honest could help avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion. So, he invited Nara to a high-end restaurant on a planet. The restaurant was located in a bustling area of the planet. The exterior design is unique and futuristic. Entering the restaurant, soft lighting, like warm moonlight, permeates every corner, interweaving with the melodious, soothing interstellar music to create a warm and elegant atmosphere. A moment later, Nara, dressed in a tight dress, entered with graceful steps. Her figure is impeccable, her curves exquisite, and every step exudes captivating charm. Her smile, like the brightest spring sunshine, instantly illuminates the entire restaurant. Wow, you spent so much money to treat me to such a high-end restaurant? I'd be remiss not to enjoy your hospitality, Nara said with a smile, sitting down across from Lin Luo. Lin Luo replied with a smile, if I want to ask for your help, I naturally have to show some sincerity. If I don't even have this little bit of sincerity, how can I even ask you for such an important favor? Nara took the menu from the waiter and flipped through it as she said, don't call it a one-sided favor. I'm counting on you to recommend me to the Deep Blue team. But seriously, do you think I'm qualified? In my old team, I was the captain, and I had a team of people under me. But everyone in the Deep Blue team is a formidable force. Any of them is more capable than me. I'm always worried I'd be a drag and cause you trouble. She couldn't hide a hint of uneasiness in her tone. Chapter 1178. Lin Luo looked at her firmly and said seriously, don't underestimate yourself. Look at me. I come all the way from that tiny planet Earth, helpless in this vast universe, and yet I established myself on Team Deep Blue. You've been navigating the 8th universe for many years, and have accumulated a wealth of experience. This is your advantage. Give it a little time to adapt, I believe you shine. Who knows, I might even need your help in the future. Don't overthink it. Take the first step first. How can you know if you can't do it if you don't try? Nara smiled bitterly, and shook her head. I really envy your confidence. You made it this far thanks to your real strength. As for me, luck played a big role. If it weren't for that chance encounter, I'd probably still be on Earth, dead long ago. Now I need your help. Otherwise, I'd still be stuck with my old team, with no chance of evolving to immortal level. Don't underestimate yourself. I'd be watching over you and the team, so rest assured. When you join, we fight side by side, and evolve to a higher level in the Deep Blue team. Lin Luo's words flowed through Nara's heart like a warm current, gradually calming her previously uneasy heart. Your words put me at ease. When I join the Deep Blue team, I thank you profusely. I treat you to a delicious meal, and take you to some exciting and fun places. Nara's face once again bloomed with a bright smile. Don't thank me yet. A full stomach gives you the energy to do anything. By the way, after dinner, let's go check out the planets. I plan to develop in the 8th universe for a long time, so I need to find a decent place to stay. Having a place of your own gives you peace of mind, just like how everyone on Earth wants their own house. Maybe it's because I'm from Earth. I have a special obsession with home, Lin Luo said. Nala's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, I was just about to mention this. I did some research ahead of time, and selected a few good planets. Just looking at 3D simulations isn't intuitive enough, many details are missing. We need to visit them in person to truly understand each planet's strengths and weaknesses. I'm on vacation these days, so I have plenty of time. So, please lead the way. Let's explore each one and pick the one we like best. With your help, I have a better idea. It's great to have you along. If I choose on my own, it would be so awkward if it doesn't suit your taste. And since we both have different perspectives, we might discover some overlooked gems. Nala smiled. After dinner, the two of them went to the planet agency. A fox-haired woman with fair skin and a slender figure came up to greet him warmly. She was wearing a pink, hip-hugging skirt, her ears swaying gently from time to time, her every move radiating a captivating charm. Welcome, Mr. Lin. I'm Xiaohong. I heard you're interested in purchasing a planet, and I carefully selected several high-quality options. Each has its own unique advantages, guaranteed to satisfy you. Xiaohong's voice was sweet and melodious, and her face was always filled with a bright smile. Lin Luo nodded politely. Then I trouble you, Miss Xiaohong. I hope you can find a suitable planet. Xiaohong expertly activated the holographic projection and began to explain in detail. There are currently 2 star systems with planets to choose from. Let's start with the Dragon and Tiger star system. The Dragon and Tiger planets, there are beautiful, like fairyland environments, and the planets are rich in spiritual energy, making them ideal places for cultivation and residence. Amidst the dense forests, a variety of rare plants flourish, and clear streams meander, like a meticulously crafted painting by nature. However, these two planets are relatively small, and future development potential is limited. The other is the Kanglin Galaxy, which contains 3 developed planets, Kanglin Main, 2nd, and 3rd. This galaxy is larger, and the 3 developed planets boast well-developed infrastructure and bustling cities. Although there are still 5 planets undeveloped, the Universal Alliance has promised to prioritize you for future development and offer preferential pricing. In the long run, the potential is enormous, but the price will be higher. Lin Luo pondered for a moment, his eyes scanning the holographic projection. Let's go see it in person first, then make a decision. Some things can't be judged simply by hearing about them. You have to see them in person to judge. Xiaohong led them to the Dragon and Tiger Galaxy. As the spaceship slowly landed on Dragon Planet and the hatch opened, fresh air, rich with the fragrance of vegetation, filled the air, refreshing and invigorating. Here, green mountains and clear waters, vibrant and full of life, towering peaks in the distance, their summits shrouded in mist, resembled a fairyland. But as Lin Luo worried, the planet's small size and limited land available for development made it difficult to meet long-term development needs. Even if artificial planets could be created later as a supplement, the technical difficulty of construction and subsequent maintenance costs were significant. Moreover, artificial planets could never rival the original planets. Xiaohong keenly sensed Lin Luo's concerns and quickly said, the Dragon and Tiger Galaxy does have development bottlenecks. By comparison, the developed planets in the Kanglin Galaxy have well-developed facilities and a strong business atmosphere, making them a more suitable starting point. You might want to check it out. You might find something surprising. In the Kanglin Galaxy, the 3 developed planets are bustling with skyscrapers and interstellar spacecraft. But the 5 undeveloped planets appear bleak and dull, their surfaces covered in desolate rocks and ravines, offering little prospect of exploitation. Lin Luo was plagued by doubts. He knew full well that price gouging and malicious competition were common in interstellar investment. If a large investment in development spurred the development of the entire system, the developer would likely suddenly raise prices, putting him in a difficult position. Furthermore, after a planet is purchased, many will copy the business model and products of the developed planets, resulting in significant losses for the developer. Is there no larger system with greater potential? I hope to find one with ample room for development, so that I can realize my plans. Lin Luo asked with a burning gaze, a hint of urgency in his eyes. Xiaohong looked hesitant and said helplessly, these 2-star systems are currently the best options, offering excellent value for money. It would be a shame to miss them. You might want to reconsider. With your capabilities, you definitely achieve good results in these 2-star systems. Lin Luo stood decisively, his tone firm. If these are the only options, then we have to look elsewhere. I don't want to compromise. After all, this is related to future development, so we must choose carefully. Xiaohong's heart tightened at this. She knew the client before her was powerful, and missing out would be a huge loss. She quickly pulled out her communicator and pretended to talk, a look of surprise on her face. Then, with excitement, she said, what a coincidence. I just got word that a large star system containing over 20 planets is on sale at a special price. The total price is 100 million universe coins. If you buy them all, you get a 20% discount, which works out to 80 million universe coins. If you buy individual planets, the price is negotiable. This star system is rich in resources and has unlimited development potential. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you must seize it. Chapter 1179. Faced with Xiaohong's earnest sales pitch, Lin Luo let a faint smile play at the corner of his lips. His voice was steady and confident. No matter what, I have to go take a look. If it's a good deal, I buy it. If not, I won't make an offer. Xiaohong's eyes flickered with a subtle cunning, and her previously overly enthusiastic salesperson's demeanor instantly subsided. She straightened her slender waist, her meticulously styled red curls swaying gently as she moved. Her fingertips, painted with dazzling star sand nail polish, gracefully brushed the hem of her skirt. I guarantee you be satisfied this time, and our prices are definitely the lowest. No matter who compares, they can't compare. Her tone was filled with confidence and sincerity. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, his tone a bit nonchalant. I hope it's as you said. Led by Xiaohong, Lin Luo and Nara boarded a streamlined silver-gray spaceship. The spaceship cut through the dazzling interstellar dust, hurtling towards the multi-subsystem galaxy. Xiaohong didn't use holographic projection technology this time, believing a live demonstration would better pique Lin Luo's interest. Through the spaceship's panoramic windows, the multi-subsystem galaxy gradually became clearer. The main star resembled a giant ruby, radiating a fiery glow, surrounded by similarly sized substars, like a multitude of stars surrounding the moon. A multi-subsystem galaxy is defined by the fact that it contains many galaxies. It primarily has a main star, which is 10 times the size of a typical planet. Xiaohong explained as she navigated the spaceship. Other galaxies are all similar in size, like a mother with 20 or so children. That's why they're called multi-subsystem galaxies. The spacecraft slowly descended onto the surface of the primary planet, a resounding roar that shook the ground slightly. Lin Luo stepped out of the hatch and felt a wave of heat, though not scorching. Looking up, the primary planet's vastness was beyond imagination. In the distance, rolling mountain ranges met the horizon, while the planets orbited the primary planet in a rhythmic pattern. Despite the high temperature radiating from the primary planet, it didn't make the surrounding space unbearably hot. Instead, a unique sense of harmony reigned. Nara tightened her radiation-proof jacket, her eyes filled with confusion. This primary planet radiates so much heat, and the temperature outside is already so high, so the temperature inside must be even higher, right? Probably reaching hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Her gaze was fixed on the primary planet's depths, probing for the problem. Xiaohong smiled, the diamonds at the corners of her eyes gleaming in the sunlight. That's the magic of this planet. Don't be fooled by the high temperature outside, it's actually not that hot inside. If it's so amazing, then let's go in and see what the temperature is like. Nara said eagerly, curiosity glittering in her eyes. Of course you can. Xiaohong gracefully gestured for permission. The two returned to the spaceship, which slowly sailed into the interior of the main planet. As they passed through the outer layer, the intense friction caused the spaceship to tremble violently, and flames shot out the portholes. Xiaohong remained calm and explained, the outer layer of this planet radiates heat, protecting it. If we land, we'd be able to consume most of the heat without the need for the atmosphere. Her voice was clear above the clashing noises. With the atmosphere consuming us later, the entire meteorite will be completely consumed. There's no danger at all. It's basically a very peaceful place on this planet. As the spaceship landed smoothly inside the main planet, the hatch slowly opened, revealing a breathtaking scene. The planet beneath was a vast expanse of green, lush vegetation stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering peaks reached the sky, and the terrain was a patchwork of varied shapes, plains, plateaus, mountains, and basins. Xiaohong, treading gracefully on her 10-centimeter star crystal heels, swayed forward. This home planet is mostly plains. You want to build a palace here? Any other structure would be simple. Nara nodded slightly, her eyes gleaming with longing. That's great. We can build a base here in the future. We can make it larger and provide some protection. She imagined what the future base would look like, her heart filled with hope. The main planet has natural protection. If we spend some money to build protective facilities, we can effectively prevent any biological invasions. Lin Luo folded his arms, calculating rapidly in his mind. The funds required to purchase this system and build protective facilities would be considerable. But thinking that this would become Universe 9's escape route, everything seemed worth it. He secretly resolved that as long as he could ensure the safety of everyone in Universe 9, his current efforts would be rewarded. For the next few days, Xiaohong led Lin Luo and Nara on a tour of every corner of the main planet. She described each location in detail, the exotic plants swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a mysterious glow, and the unique animals darting through the jungle, occasionally making strange calls. This planet is quite good. You can develop it well. It's undeveloped, and no intelligent species has ever lived here. Xiaohong emphasized, because there's a layer of fire outside the planet, creatures from other planets shouldn't even think about entering. Lin Luo meticulously observed every detail, his satisfaction with this star system growing. However, his business instincts kept him from easily compromising. I'm quite satisfied, but the price needs further negotiation. I feel 80 million is a bit steep. Can it be a little cheaper? Xiaohong's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. This price is truly unbeatable. We're already our lowest offer. 80 million isn't expensive, she said sincerely, trying to convince Lin Luo. Lin Luo said calmly, we have to consider it. Let's see what the situation is like on other planets. His words were neither hurried nor slow, yet they radiated undeniable resolve. For the remainder of the trip, Xiaohong took Lin Luo to visit over 20 substars. Each substar was unique. Some were covered in dazzling crystals, reflecting a dreamy light in the sunlight. Some were shrouded in mysterious mist, as if hiding countless secrets. Xiaohong's pretty face perpetually wore a smile, and she secretly lamented that if Lin Luo didn't have Nala, an equally impressive woman, by his side, she would have used her charm to secure this lucrative deal. After all, Lin Luo was tall and handsome, generous enough to buy an entire star system, and a member of the Ace Squad. A client like him was truly rare. However, Lin Luo remained unresponsive to Xiao Hong's hints. In his mind, Xiao Hong, while beautiful, lacked Su Daji's charm. Chapter 1180. After touring all the planets, Xiao Hong asked softly with anticipation in her eyes, "How's it going?" "Very good, right? How about signing this?" Lin Luo asked tentatively. Xiao Hong beamed. "If you sign now, we can give you a discount on the handling fee. This means our company will cover the handling and transfer fees, so you don't have to pay for them." Her voice was filled with excitement. Lin Luo pondered for a moment. He had already surveyed the entire galaxy and found no fatal flaws. Furthermore, he knew that if he didn't buy the galaxy, someone else would soon take it. There's no fear of not selling a good thing. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively decided, okay. Xiao Hong nearly jumped up with excitement. "Thank you, boss. If there are no problems, we can pay a down payment. If you can pay in full, we have 1 million universe coins short." Full payment. Lin Luo didn't want any further hassles and opted for a lump sum payment. "Do you need a construction team or something?" Xiao Hong continued her enthusiastic sales pitch. Lin Luo shook his head decisively. "No. I find someone myself." He had his own plans in mind. Information about the 9th universe must be kept strictly confidential, and outsiders must not interfere with its construction. What he wants to establish is the 9th universe's foothold in the 8th universe. Cheng Xuexin, Li Yinyan Yushin, and others will all make their homes here in the future. There's no room for error. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Hong reassured him, "Boss, if you need anything new in the future, you can always come to me. I give you the best price immediately. You never get a bargain from me. If you find a place cheaper than mine, I compensate you at the original price. You can rest assured about that." Lin Luo nodded calmly. "You can go back now. I come to you if I have any questions." Xiao Hong nodded happily, bowed gracefully, and turned to leave. Nara watched Xiao Hong's retreating figure and turned to ask, "You plan to build this place next? You should find someone you trust very much. How about I quit my job and come to you?" Her eyes were filled with concern. Lin Luo quickly shook his head. "That's bad, isn't it? You're already quite busy at work. If you quit now, you'd be at a loss if you don't join the Deep Blue team later. Besides, there are still many of us on the service planet. If you quit now, the service planet will be taken away soon. At least wait until this place is built and everyone is transferred. Then you have time to resign." Nara nodded thoughtfully. "That's true." Lin Luo pondered for a moment and said, "I already thought of a candidate. It's the sister of the original owner of this body. Lin Na, this person is quite reliable. She's probably figured out my identity." Nara looked worried. "Is this okay? She won't blame you for her brother's death?" Lin Luo smiled confidently. "Don't worry about that. He's not that kind of person. I done some research. Regarding his brother's situation, it's all those people's fault. I have no real connection to it." Nara, however, remained somewhat concerned. "I advise you to reveal your identity. There are things you need to explain. If you don't, she might not be able to accept the difference." Lin Luo nodded seriously. "You're right. I should be honest with him. There are some things that are pointless to avoid." He secretly resolved that, no matter the outcome, he would confess everything to Lin Na. After resolving the star purchase issue, Lin Luo felt much more relaxed. He looked at Nara, a smile in his eyes. "You should be free tonight, right? I treat you to dinner. I've been able to thrive thanks to your care during this time." Nara covered her mouth and laughed. "You already treated me so much, and you're still treating me to dinner. I'm afraid I bankrupt you." Her smile was bright, and her eyes gleamed with mischief. Lin Luo feigned a sigh. "It seems you don't want to eat. If you don't want to eat, then I have to eat alone." Nara quickly followed, feigning a complaint. "You're not angry at all. I was just saying it, and you took it seriously. You've been so rude to me, so I'd be rude to you too." Nara pouted, looking adorable. Lin Luo laughed heartily. "I was just kidding. Buying such an expensive galaxy, let alone treating you to a meal." Nara shook her head helplessly. "Okay, I'm still envious of you. I need to get back home after dinner. I have a mission to go on. Before I resigned, I was still the captain of Team 399. When the team is on a mission, I have to be there. It's a life of hard work, and I don't make much money." Lin Luo smiled. "You feel that way now, but you won't feel that way later. Deep Blue Team's missions are always dangerous. If you're not careful, you could get killed." Nara nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I can only say I didn't join. Once I joined, I realized this Ace team isn't very good. Today we're on this planet, and trying some of the seafood. It's somewhat similar to Earth's, but much larger, Lin Luo suggested. Yes, after living in Universe 8 for a while, you find it quite pleasant, a place you can live long term. I'm leaving a way out for now. If Universe 9 can't be saved, I build another within Universe 8. Hearing this, Nara's expression darkened. It's a shame I've been away from Earth for so long. I'm sure my family has all been lost. If they hadn't, I'd like to bring them here to enjoy a better life. It's easy to live for a few hundred years here. On Earth, the maximum is 100, and human life is at its limit. You can't say my family doesn't believe me, right? I can only say I'm incredibly lucky. If I hadn't traveled to Universe 8, I'd be dead by now. Her words were filled with longing for her family, and a sense of loss for her fate. Lin Luo sympathized. That's true. Being here is a blessing. I came here by chance. It's truly not easy. He thought back to his own struggles, each one filled with hardship and challenges. A single misstep could have led to irreparable consequences. Nara smiled wryly, so I guess I'm lucky. If I fought as hard as you, I don't think I have made it. Let's book one of the best private rooms and have a seafood dinner, right? It's a shame the others can't come. If they could, we have enjoyed the meal even more. Lin Luo suggested. The two of them arrived at a popular seafood restaurant. The restaurant's exterior exuded a futuristic, technological feel, with a huge transparent dome offering a view of the starry sky. Chapter 1181. A dazzling galaxy streamed beneath the azure sky of the 8th universe. Lin Luo and Nara stepped side by side into a seafood restaurant suspended in the quantum clouds. This top-notch restaurant, renowned for its starry sea delicacies, boasts an exterior wall constructed of liquid crystal. The flowing starlight refracted through the transparent material, creating a myriad of halos, as if encompassing the entire galaxy. As the two entered, the air was filled with a unique blend of salty and fresh aromas. A waiter, dressed in a dazzling interstellar uniform, respectfully led them to a private dining room. Inside, a holographic projection simulated a deep underwater world, where luminous cosmic jellyfish drifted leisurely, and schools of colorful space fish darted and frolicked among the coral reefs. The dome simulated a vast starry sky, where the twinkling stars and the faint glow of the seabed intertwined, creating a magical and luxurious atmosphere. A uniquely shaped dining table sat in the center. Its top was crafted from a single piece of transparent meteorite. A miniature artificial ocean current swam beneath, and a variety of seafood swam vibrantly within. Lobsters waved their mighty claws, crabs bared their teeth, prawns shimmered with translucent hues, and clams lay quietly half-hidden in the sand. Each one resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. There was a special rule. Takeout was not allowed, food had to be cooked in-house. They had a special charcoal fire, and large seafood grilled over it was not only incredibly delicious, but also retained its original flavor, and even came alive after eating. Lin Luo took the menu, and ordered a large selection of dishes. This is a truly sumptuous meal. Nara gazed at the table full of delicacies, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Lin Luo smiled faintly, his gaze brimming with confidence. Enjoy it. Every seafood dish here is top quality, carefully selected from interstellar sources. From catching to cooking, we utilize the most advanced technology, ensuring that every bite will bring you the flavors of the depths of space. As the waiter wielded his energy cookware, a feast for both the senses and the palate unfolded. The lobster, seared to a brilliant crimson, emanated a rich, burnt aroma. Crabs tumbled in a special sauce, their rich aroma wafting across the air. Prawns, meticulously prepared, were tender and incredibly sweet. Clams, gently opened by the steam, revealing their tender flesh. The enticing aromas of each seafood, like playful spirits, drifted freely throughout the private room, tantalizing everyone's appetite. Nara frowned slightly, as she gazed at the table overflowing with seafood, her tone tinged with worry. Isn't it a bit too much for just the two of us? We might not be able to finish it all? Lin Luo shook his head gently, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Don't worry about that. We can definitely finish it. The seafood here has a unique charm. Every bite is like a firework exploding on your taste buds. Once you take one, you'd be tempted to keep eating more. Nara took a hesitant bite of the tender shrimp, and her eyes widened. The delicious taste in her mouth spread like a warm current throughout her body. She gave a thumbs up, her tone filled with admiration. It's delicious and juicy, and it carries a mysterious energy. After eating it, I feel like my whole body is full of energy and strength. It's simply the best in the world. That's the feeling. These seafood grows in a special cosmic magnetic field, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which is why they contain such powerful energy. That's why the seafood in this restaurant is so expensive. A single head costs hundreds of cosmic coins, Lin Lu explained. Nora winked mischievously. Then I won't be polite. I'm going to eat you out of money. Otherwise, such opportunities won't come often. Since you came to the 8th universe, this is only the second time you treated me to a meal. Lin Lu laughed heartily. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I definitely treat you to a meal whenever I get the chance. You helped me a lot in the past, and I've been fed and served you. Now that I'm rich, it's time to repay you. It seems I helped someone who deserved my help. Some people are like ungrateful wolves, who can never be fed. Helping them is pointless, and you are the person I can invest in the most. Nara sighed, her eyes filled with relief. Then let's achieve mutual success. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to survive in Universe 8. But then again, who was that elder you mentioned who helped me? Why did he help me? Lin Lu asked curiously, his eyes filled with confusion. Nara shook her head helplessly. I really don't know. I did some inquiries afterward, as you requested, and the elder simply disappeared. Perhaps, he simply wanted to help you. Lin Lu pondered for a moment, his expression growing serious. Isn't it likely? I find it hard to believe he offer unwarranted benefits. Perhaps he's planning something bigger. You must be extremely careful. If he asks you about me right away, tell me immediately. That's no problem. I don't think he asks about you very often, because the messages he sends are very cryptic. From some clues, I can roughly deduce which elders they're asking about. But identifying the specific elders is still difficult. I'm also trying to carefully inquire. Nara said seriously. She knew that she would be traveling with Lin Luo from now on. His future safety depended on her. The better Lin Luo's life, the better she would benefit. In the unfamiliar and dangerous world of the 8th universe, fellow countrymen are more reliable. Lin Luo continued, you already joined the Deep Blue team. What about your team members? They should be able to guess some of our identities. Are there any hidden dangers? Nara frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, I almost forgot. Although they concealed a lot of information, there's no ruling that they might reveal your life in the future. I considered it. Their qualifications are too low to join the Deep Blue team. I plan to have them join your company. I'm worried they won't join, clinging to their positions. Lin Luo said with some concern. I've been with them for so long, I know them quite well. Organization is actually dispensable in their eyes. After all, aside from the Ace squad, the other squads earn very little. For example, I make less than 200,000 Cosmos coins a year, and they make even less, maybe only 70,000 or 80,000, with some even making less. And you can easily buy the next planet, but it would take me hundreds of years to buy this entire galaxy. Besides, even regular squads aren't always safe on missions. The squads have changed members several times, and the current ones are relatively new. The last one to join might be someone who joined 2 years ago. Nara analyzed. Lin Luo nodded, his expression solemn. The mortality rate is indeed quite high. I oversimplified some things. Squad missions are indeed quite dangerous. I go back and do some convincing with them. I think most people will agree, Nara said confidently. Chapter 1182. Thank you for your help. It's not a big deal. You treated me to such a sumptuous meal. Besides, this matter has a lot to do with me. If I can do it right, I save myself a lot of trouble. The two ate and chatted, and the time flew by. Afterward, they returned to service Planet 399. Although the seafood restaurant didn't allow takeout, grilled food could be taken outside, as long as it was grilled over a special charcoal fire. Lin Luo followed Nara to a secret space, which was specially built later to provide a comfortable home for the Jade Emperor, Ho-Tu, the god of karma, and others. The previous space was too small. Even with a dozen people, it felt cramped. Sometimes, several people couldn't even train together. Lin Luo gave Nara a considerable amount of money, and Nara also contributed some of her own money to meticulously renovate the secret space. Nara was quite good at this. She was absolutely sure to spend her money where it counted. She had always treated the purple-skinned people well, and because they had helped her, she had always cared for them. With Nara's help, the purple-skinned people's population gradually increased, and the single-service planet could no longer accommodate them, requiring a larger planet for their survival. Lin Luo promised Nara that when they moved, they would give the purple-skinned people a suitable planet where they could thrive, reproduce, and grow stronger. The secret space spanned over 500 square meters, and was fully equipped with everything you could need. It featured fantastical game scenes, that made you feel like you were in another universe, a state-of-the-art gym to meet all your workout needs, and a cozy kitchen for preparing delicious meals. The Jade Emperor, Ho-Tu, the god of karma, and the others stayed inside, never feeling crowded again. Lin Luo entered the secret space and arrived at the public dining room. The dining room was over 20 square meters, with 3 dining tables. Isn't this dining room too big? Aren't there just 3 of us here now? Lin Luo asked, somewhat puzzled. It seems a little big, mainly because I was thinking that Li Sun and Jean Dashan would come back, and they could eat here together. But it's been so long, and they haven't returned. Nara's tone was tinged with worry. They haven't come back yet? Did something happen? Logically, no matter how busy they are, they should be back soon. Lin Luo frowned, his eyes filled with concern. I don't know what happened. I asked someone to find out. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. I leave it to you then. Lin Luo valued his friend Li Sun very much. Li Sun had helped him a lot, and was a very kind person. Lin Luo's arrival in the 8th universe was largely due to Li Sun's help. Li Sun was capable, yet not stingy at all, always doing his best to help Lin Luo. It's been a while since Li Sun returned to the Wind Tribe planet, and he still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. If everything was alright, he would have returned long ago. Even if nothing was wrong, Lin Luo would still go to the Wind Tribe planet to confirm. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor, the god of karma, and Ho-Tu hurried over. All 3 were delighted to see Lin Luo, their faces beaming with joy. The god of karma immediately glanced at the food Lin Luo had brought, his eyes gleaming. Little Lin, you're quite good. You even brought me food when you came. Lin Luo sighed in mock sorrow. I thought you ran so fast because you were happy to see me, but I didn't expect you were thinking about my food first. You really make me so sad. The god of karma feigned fear, folding his arms tightly, a playful expression on his face. What do you want? What's your attitude? What can I do to you? Stop being so self-indulgent. I don't have any big feelings for you, Lin Luo said helplessly. Stop pretending. I don't know you, you playboy. The god of karma pulled Nara over and said seriously, you must be careful. Lin Luo is a dangerous guy. He has big feelings for you. Nara couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. Lin Luo's face darkened, and he angrily said, I think the worst thing I did was bringing you here, letting you constantly expose my secrets. No, to be more precise, you're spreading rumors about me, twisting right and wrong. Nara chuckled disapprovingly, you're just talking nonsense. How could I be spreading rumors about you? I'm telling the truth, as you said just now. As she spoke, she pulled out a package of seafood, and instantly, an alluring aroma filled the air. It smells so good. The god of karma's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I know where this package is. It's from that famous seafood restaurant. Their charcoal grill is exceptional, a product unique to this planet. I heard their charcoal grill is a specialty. Even grilling it on stone is delicious. I've been eyeing that place for ages, but I never had the chance to go. You're truly kind. Lin Luo teased, you don't need to thank me. These are my leftovers. I already eaten all the good ones. The god of karma glared at Lin Luo angrily, you're such a disgusting fellow. You deliberately left some food and only left me this little bit, nothing else. You already found out. You didn't have to eat it. Nala quickly explained, we specially ordered a large platter of the seafood before we left. We grilled it over the charcoal fire and packed it away. It's untouched. You can eat it without worry. It's all freshly cooked. You're still being kind to me. That little Lindsay is getting worse and worse. He's always trying to disgust me, the god of karma said unhappily. Lin Luo smiled and said, I think you should have some backbone. Don't eat my food. I paid thousands of universe coins for this food. If Nala paid, I wouldn't be able to eat it. But if you pay, I'm very comfortable eating it. Damn it, you have assets exceeding hundreds of millions. Why should I be embarrassed? The god of karma said bluntly. Don't eat it all. This isn't all for you. We have to share some with the Jade Emperor and my wife, Lin Luo warned. Ho-Tu smiled gently and said, we won't be in the way. If he wants to eat, he can eat more. Lin Luo quickly said, you can't say that. If you do, this guy might really eat all the food and leave nothing for you. That's a bit harsh. I'm not that good of a eater, the god of karma retorted, his hands constantly stuffing seafood into his mouth. The seafood on the table was dwindling at a visible rate. Hurry up and eat. This guy really wants to finish it all. And this seafood is not only delicious, but also has significant health benefits. After Lin Luo said this, Ho-Tu and the Jade Emperor also joined in the fray, beginning to devour their food. Originally drawn to the food, The two picked up their pace after learning about its special effects. Lin Luo was in no hurry to speak, quietly watching the three of them eat. He brought enough food for 10 people, and the three of them were able to eat their fill no matter how much they ate. After a bit of a battle, the three of them were satisfied, their faces beaming with joy. Chapter 1183. Ho-Tu lazily leaned against the suspended chair, her smooth fingertips unconsciously caressing the gilded dinner plate. The remnants of the interstellar spirit juice on the plate shone with tiny glints under the anti-gravity light. She patted her slightly swollen belly contentedly, the stardust drifting through her hair trembling gently with her movements, like the Milky Way falling into her hair. How's the galaxy search going? Have you found any suitable ones? Lin Luo, who had been casually leaning against the cabin wall, instantly straightened, his dark eyes gleaming with a serious look. He called up a holographic projection, and a dazzling star map slowly unfolded before everyone. A galaxy, shimmering with a pale purple glow, stood out. He introduced it. We found a suitable galaxy, and have already purchased it. It's called the multi-sub galaxy. His slender fingers traced the projection, revealing the crisscrossing ravines on the main star's surface, and the 20 or so satellites orbiting it. There's a large main star, and more than 20 other smaller stars. I plan to build up some important facilities in the back, so we can live there long term. My main idea is to build a base there, and bring everyone over. The resources in the 9th universe are too scarce, making development difficult. Only by moving to a more expansive world can they achieve better development. Ho-Tu nodded slightly, the star pendant on her earlobe swaying gently. That's a good idea. I feel like we're a burden to you. Back on Earth, we relied on you, and now in the 8th universe, we still rely on you. There was a subtle hint of guilt in her tone. Lin Luo feigned seriousness and said, if you truly feel guilty, repay me well in the future. Work hard to become stronger, and don't hold me back. You heartless man, shut up. How much have I helped you before? Isn't it only natural for you to help me now? The god of karma's voice was sharp and a bit coquettish, his delicate eyebrows raised high. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow in retaliation. I find you truly shameless. You can make even the most unreasonable things sound reasonable. You keep deceiving me, and you still act so confidently. I still admire you. The god of karma stamped his foot in anger. I just laughed. I don't want to say anything. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I feel like you didn't learn anything on Earth, but you mastered the essence of boxing. I have to admit you're right. Lin Luo crossed his arms, his eyes full of mockery. The god of karma, hands on his hips, said confidently, there's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes you just have to learn to protect yourself. It seems you learned to comfort yourself by eating my food and drinking my drinks. If you don't have strong mental abilities, you wouldn't do such a thing. Lin Luo shook his head, half smile. What do you mean by that? I just ate and drank some of your food. Why are you so stingy? When I make money, I definitely won't pay you back. The god of karma tilted his head back, looking matter-of-fact. I thought you say you'd definitely pay me back, but you said this instead. Lin Luo sighed helplessly. The Jade Emperor smiled gently. You made progress. You're quicker to plan. We've been staying home and haven't had much luck. We've been relying on you for everything. Sun Wukong loves to play. If he came to the 8th universe, the universe would be delighted. With his power, he would improve rapidly in the 8th universe. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian are indeed very talented. The 9th universe lacks a stage, a bigger one. If they had a bigger stage, they would definitely develop better. Ho-Tu echoed, I think so too. If they had a better stage, their future development would also be better. The god of karma suddenly jumped in. That's a bit unfair. I also lack a stage. I feel like I definitely thrive in the 8th universe, becoming far more powerful than many creatures. It's a shame I've been unlucky, stuck here. If I had a better identity, I would have long ago evolved to a very high level, far more powerful than some creatures. Lin Luo rolled his eyes, and sarcastically said, go ahead and brag. Bragging doesn't require any real skill, so take it as it comes. I suspect you're just jealous of my talent. If you hadn't suppressed me, I would have made a great career long ago. Yin and Yang glared at Lin Luo angrily. You're just daydreaming. Who's trying to frame you? Lin Luo sneered. Little Lin, sometimes you don't even need to say anything. I know you're jealous of me. I can sense it in every look and every movement you make. It's all because I'm so talented. Yin and Yang crossed his arms, a proud expression on his face. You're just daydreaming. Lin Luo was completely speechless. Nara said seriously, if you have any suggestions, you can tell us now. We can arrange everything by then. If you have any opinions after the construction is completed, it will be troublesome. Lin Luo nodded. Feel free to share your opinions. Any good ideas will be adopted to improve our work. The god of karma's eyes lit up, instantly perking up. My opinion is quite simple. The daily meals must be good. This cannot be neglected. For the sake of our combat effectiveness, we must play the best games. We must play newly released games, so that we can gain a deeper understanding. As for the gym equipment, I needn't even mention it, we must upgrade it every day. A good gym will allow us to further improve our strength. Until we reach our desired level, we can't be forced to do tasks we're unwilling to do. She spoke rapidly, anxious not to miss a single request. After finally finishing his words, the god of karma smacked his lips, unsatisfied. I haven't thought of some good ideas yet. I just leave them here for now. I tell you later when I think of them. Lin Luo held his forehead with a headache. You don't have to live here anymore. I can help you with any ideas you have. The god of karma snorted coldly. I knew you had too many ideas. To be precise, you have too many ideas. Alas, it's still better to be in the deep blue team. Having someone constantly nagging me makes me feel much worse. Lin Luo shook his head helplessly. Okay, you unfaithful man, the god of karma said angrily. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. I have nothing to do with you. If you talk like that, I'm afraid Hutu will misunderstand, and it might cause discord between us, Lin Luo said seriously. You're pissing me off. The god of karma's face flushed red with anger, and his delicate body began to tremble slightly. Chapter 1184. Hutu covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing. Both of you should take a step back and stop arguing. We finally meet again, and yet you're arguing again. Ingyin turned his head away proudly. I wasn't arguing with this guy. He came to me and argued, and I had no choice. The Jade Emperor had always been interested in construction, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After dinner, let's plan how to build it. The heavenly palace I built was magnificent, and I ruled for a century. For the next few decades, the grandeur of the heavenly palace was passed down to us, and Lin Luo, and the others still. You can know about the heavenly palace. Hutu's eyes lit up. Jade Emperor, since you're such a great architect, why not start building an entire galaxy? Take all possible problems into account, and we'd be even better. The Jade Emperor waved his hand awkwardly. It's a little inappropriate to entrust such a large project to me. The 8th universe doesn't have a strong construction team. I built a large palace with my own resources. I even gave it a very impressive name, Heavenly Palace. Actually, it's not that impressive, just ordinary. I was mainly afraid that what I did would delay your work. His tone was filled with insecurity. The god of karma suddenly jumped out, the threads of karma condensing around her body into a finger, pointing at the Jade Emperor. Don't be so insecure. I know about the palace you built before. We build it according to your heavenly palace. She had visited the heavenly palace during the Jade Emperor's reign, and even someone as discerning as her couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Nara smiled gently and said, You don't need to feel pressured. I call the construction team later. Just give us your suggestions. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, I draw a design. I think the name of this galaxy isn't very good. Multiple Galaxy? We need to find a better name. The god of karma began to voice his opinions again. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Let's call it the Celestial Palace Galaxy. I think the word Heavenly Palace is quite good, but the other names aren't particularly good either. The god of karma instantly flew into a rage. You're interrupting me. I was going to say that, but now you've beaten me to it. Take it back, and let me say it again. Say it again. I listen. Lin Luo said with a half smile. You're ordering me around, but I won't say anything. The god of karma turned his head away angrily, no longer looking at Lin Luo. Lin Luo remained unperturbed and chatted with the others for a while longer. Aside from preparations for the construction of the new star system, not much has changed recently. Nara continues to carry out her daily missions, while the others remain on the service planet. Li Sun and Jean Dashan have been away for some time. Lin Luo is still thinking about them, and plans to visit the Wind Clan planet tomorrow to find their location. After all, they've given him so much help, and he's not one to be ungrateful. He won't sit idly by. Night falls, and the entire spaceship falls silent. Lin Luo doesn't rush to leave. Hutu has dressed meticulously. She wears a gown of thin gauze, shimmering stardust swirling through the fabric, outlining her graceful figure. Through the soft fabric, a faint glimpse of her beauty emerges. Her delicate red lips burned like a blazing flame, exuding a deadly allure as they gently opened and closed. Lin Luo felt his heartbeat quicken. The two of them spent the entire night in a passionate embrace, finally pausing in the latter half of the night. Ho Tu nestled in Lin Luo's arms, her hair scattered messily across his chest. "Husband, when are you going to bring our sisters back?" Her voice was filled with anticipation, tinged with a touch of worry. Lin Luo gently stroked her back. "Having you is enough. They're not in a hurry, are they? They have to wait for the right time to bring you back." Ho Tu raised her head, her beautiful eyes full of affection. "You know I'm not asking you that question. I'm a little jealous of the other sisters coming over to share your presence, but I think it's better to be with everyone." Lin Luo lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. "See, as soon as the heavenly court is ready, I prepare to bring them back." "Okay, that's good news for us. We all thrive together in Universe 8. I think the others are also very talented and can evolve to higher levels, but they just lack the resources," Ho Tu said with anticipation. "Yes, according to Universe 8's plan, they most likely abandon Universe 9. Besides, Universe 9 can't withstand any storms." Lin Luo's tone was filled with worry. "Are you planning to go to the Wind Clan planet tomorrow? To see how Li Sun and Jean Dashan are doing?" Ho Tu suddenly asked. "Why, you're reluctant to let me go?" Lin Luo quipped with a smile. Ho Tu sighed softly. "I'm a little reluctant, but there's nothing I can do. They've been gone for a long time, and we need to go see them. They helped us a lot, and we can't abandon them." "What did they say before they left? Tell me." Lin Luo suddenly had a bad feeling, a feeling that this trip wouldn't be easy. Ho Tu recalled, Li Sun just said he had news of his parents, and that he had to go back to see them. That's all he said, nothing else. Yes, he also said something less important. He asked them to help him resolve our situation if he found them. His parents are also kind-hearted. Ho Tu added, "We were afraid of any accidents, so we asked him not to tell anyone about this for now. His parents might not agree with him. He promised me that before he left. Let's go and see tomorrow." Lin Luo hugged Ho Tu tightly, trying to draw strength from her. "Husband, it's still early. We might as well get some sleep," Ho Tu said coquettishly, wrapping her arms around Lin Luo's neck. Lin Luo felt her soft body, their passion reignited, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. The morning sun streamed through the ship's window, and Lin Luo woke refreshed. After experiencing last night's tenderness, he felt brimming with strength, and at the same time, he cherished this hard-earned warmth all the more. Sometimes, being alone at home can be quite lonely, but having family by your side makes that feeling completely different. Nara was already busy in the dining room, the table laden with a dazzling array of food, the rich aromas filling the air. Seeing Lin Luo approach, she smiled brightly, her armor gleaming softly in the morning light. "You're up so early. Come and eat. I prepared special dishes from your home country for you. They'd be delicious." Lin Luo was a little surprised. "Don't you have to work today? It's so embarrassing to get up so early to prepare food for us." Chapter 1185. Nara's lips curled with a gentle smile, her eyes curved like a clear spring. She said briskly, "If you feel embarrassed, you can get up early next time and cook for me. I don't actually cook every day. The Jade Emperor is a better cook, he's the one who cooks most of the time. I only cook occasionally, and my cooking isn't particularly delicious. Today, I suddenly felt like eating food from my own country," Nara continued. Lin Luo nodded slightly, a look of gratitude on his face. "You're welcome," he said. Then, he gracefully took his seat and, with unhurried movements, began to enjoy his meal. Nara came from the land on which the sun never sets, where the culinary culture is unique. The main fare is dry bread with a little jam, simple and unpretentious, and oatmeal soaked in milk, exuding a light, mellow aroma. The food tasted quite good, with a unique flavor, though a bit bland and overly simple. Savoring it occasionally can feel refreshing and delicious, with a unique flavor, but over time, it can easily become boring. Lin Luo ate while pondering the time. He checked the time, feeling the timing was perfect, and opened the Deep Blue Team's dedicated chat group. As soon as he entered, Lin Luo saw that the group chat was already bustling with activity, with numerous messages constantly popping up. While everyone often complained about the hardships of work and life, their relationship was remarkably harmonious. This seemingly contradictory state of affairs truly reflected their deep friendship. Pink was the first to share her joy in the group chat, excitedly describing the pile of cosmetics she had purchased, her words filled with pride and satisfaction. She highlighted the most expensive mask, gushing endlessly about its miraculous benefits, claiming it could effectively remove impurities from the skin and leave it radiant and radiant. She also specifically mentioned the high price of this mask, with 20 masks costing over 10,000 universe coins. Her tone was as if she were showcasing a rare treasure. Long Xian couldn't help but scoff at Pink's boasting. His words were dripping with teasing, suggesting that no matter how good this mask was, it wouldn't attract the attention of the alien race. The alien race wouldn't look at her any differently just because she used one. His words were tinged with sarcasm, as if he was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. Pink was instantly enraged, her emotions erupting like a tinderbox. She immediately retaliated with sharp, unrelenting words. The two exchanged barbs, quickly engaging in a heated exchange of words, and the atmosphere in the group instantly became tense. The two exchanged barbs, quickly engaging in a heated exchange of words, and the atmosphere in the group chat instantly became tense. Lin Luo watched the argument, a sense of déjà vu welling up in his heart. He couldn't help but think of how he and the god of karma had often argued over trivial matters, each resulting in losses and neither gaining any advantage. This familiar scene filled him with a flood of emotion. At this moment, Ziyun also shared her recent situation in the group chat. She arrived at a villa she had purchased for everyone a long time ago. Once, due to financial pressure, she had considered selling it. However, with the planet's price plummeting, she couldn't bear to part with it. And so, with repeated delays, the villa remained untouched until now. Recently, the planet's price had seen a slight increase, but Ziyun wasn't short of money, so the price increase didn't matter to her. She was currently relaxing in the villa, enjoying life. Ziyun had also posted a number of vacation photos, most of which showed her in her true form. Lin Luo couldn't help but rant when he saw them. Ziyun's true form had purple fur, a huge beak, and a massive body, full of flaws. Her claws were long, sharp, and covered in scales, giving her a strange, eerie feel. But in her human form, Ziyun was a completely different person. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as white as milk, her figure curvaceous, and her legs long and straight. Dressed in beautiful clothes, she was even more captivating. But Ziyun had a unique aesthetic, always believing her exotic form was most beautiful, which left Lin Luo rather frustrated. Jia Lan had also posted important information in the group chat. She informed everyone that she was about to evolve to the immortal level, which might take some time, and she might not be in touch during this period. Once the evolution was successful, she would share the good news in the group chat as soon as possible. She also reminded everyone to take good care of themselves during this period, and to return to work on time in a month. She said she would likely appear this year, and in the meantime, Lin Luo would handle all matters, hoping for everyone's cooperation. The others replied got it, and Lin Luo followed suit, albeit a little late. It turned out that he hadn't checked his communicator the previous night, so he hadn't been aware of the news. Just then, Jinlan posted a few pictures in the group chat. The images showed a blanket of white, with several quietly placed hospital beds. Jinlan then sobbed, "Did you see that? This is what I was like in the hospital. It was truly miserable, facing white every day, lying in bed every day. It's worse than death, and the daily expenses are exorbitant." Pink responded bluntly, "You deserve it. You've been such a jerk. You screwed us for so long. Having you stay in the hospital is practically a blessing." Her tone was filled with anger and dissatisfaction, clearly still resentful of Jinlan's previous actions. Long Xian, for once, agreed with Pink. He gritted his teeth and said, "That makes sense. You deserve it. We only had a good time recently, but the rest of our lives are still miserable. What's the point of telling us all this? I think we should give you a little extra interest, so you know what regret is." Ziyun sent an applause emoji and said gloatingly, "Great. Seeing you're having a hard time makes me feel better." Jinlan, seeing everyone blaming him, quickly sent a crying emoji and said aggrievedly, "It's so sad. You guys are truly on vacation, while I'm the only one suffering in the hospital. I know what I did was wrong. But that's all in the past. I'm working hard now. I'm working hard to make your lives better and better." He tried to gain everyone's forgiveness through explanations, his tone filled with sincerity. Pink, however, responded contentedly, "You owed me this. We should live a good life." Long Xian echoed, "Yes, you haven't experienced those days, so you don't feel that way. If you had, you feel like you were being torn apart." Jinlan made a troubled expression and continued to plead, "Don't be so serious. Can't you just forgive me? Can't you give me a chance?" Ziyun sternly corrected, "We already given you a chance. If we hadn't, you wouldn't be able to join the team and would have been kicked out long ago. Our production team is making a lot of money now, and many people are eager to join us, even immortal level members." Jinlan quickly protested, "I absolutely cannot agree with their point of view. They all have ulterior motives towards our team. I'm the only one who doesn't. I'm immortal level, but I came from the team. You can be absolutely sure of that. Chapter 1186. Pink mercilessly exposed her, saying, "You're the one with ulterior motives and have taken action. You had a lot to do with our poor performance." Long Xian added, "That's right. I think you're the first person to be on guard against. I don't think the other new members are that troublesome, but we still need to be cautious of you, mainly because you owe us so much." His words put immense pressure on Jinlan. Jinlan felt that continuing the conversation would only make it more uncomfortable, so she quickly changed the subject. "Xiaolin, aren't you planning to buy a star system? Have you done it yet?" Lin Luo smiled and replied, "Yes. It cost a total of 80 million, which is quite expensive. This star system is quite good. The main star is particularly large, so it could be our main star. There are also over 20 other small planets. I haven't decided on the development of these small planets yet. If you have any good ideas, feel free to implement them. Once they're developed, we can live nearby together." His words were filled with anticipation, hoping everyone could participate in the construction of the galaxy. Long Xian was instantly excited upon hearing this news. He eagerly said, "Xiaolin, can you give me a planet? I develop it well, and you won't have to pay for the development costs." Pink, seeing this, immediately said in dissatisfaction, "I find you truly shameless. You're just trying to take advantage. What do you mean by giving you a planet? Xiaolin spent tens of millions to buy a planet. A planet is worth at least a few million. You're asking for a planet right away. You're just wishful thinking." Long Xian responded unyieldingly, "I didn't ask you to say anything. Why are you so nervous? Shut up." His somewhat forceful attitude only infuriated Pink. Pink raged, Okay, you're so powerful in the chat group, but in real life, I see you're so timid and afraid to say a word. I didn't realize you were so powerful." "Very good. Remember this." Seeing Pink's genuine anger, Long Xian quickly relented, saying, "I admit I wasn't polite just now. I apologize, and hope you forgive me." Pink nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good." She felt quite satisfied that Long Xian had apologized so quickly. After all, they were far apart, and the exchange of insults over the communicator was limited to a few words, preventing a real conflict. Seeing this, Lin Luo quickly said, "Everyone can choose a planet. I'm going to choose one right here. Everyone pick one. There are plenty of substars anyway. That way, we can all choose a better place. We can all establish a base here, and our Deep Blue team can finally settle down here." However, Lin Luo felt a lingering sense of guilt. He knew that while he could share the benefits of the Deep Blue team's struggles with everyone, if the ninth universe were to leak, everyone would suffer. This potential danger weighed on his heart like a huge rock. Long Xian gave him a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. "Xiaolin, you're the best. I think there's no problem with you being our temporary captain. You really do mean to us." Jinlan also asked cautiously, "I think I should have a planet too." Lin Luo smiled and replied, "Yes, you've been very kind to me lately. You can all choose your planets. From the 20 or so planets, try to pick the best ones. The planets behind will probably be used for business, so basically no planet will be left idle." Lin Luo already had a preliminary plan in mind. He planned to adopt Earth's business model, focusing on a low-end approach in the 8th universe, making everything extremely affordable. He knew that many creatures in this universe could only earn a few thousand cosmic coins a month, and were barely worthy of traveling. However, these creatures deeply yearned to travel, but they simply lacked the funds. Meanwhile, many businesses on the planet were also facing difficulties. They lacked the capital to open a business, as it required a significant investment. Without capital, their dreams of opening a business were impossible. To address these issues, Lin Luo planned to implement a subsidy policy. He hoped this way would help his galaxy prosper. At first, his idea was simple: to keep a low profile, keep all information secret, and keep it within his own team, allowing everyone to slowly develop within this relatively closed environment. He also planned to temporarily house the arrivals from Universe 9 on the main planet, then, through a series of clever maneuvers, give them a legitimate identity to help them integrate into their new environment. Now that he was thinking about it, he felt that this idea wasn't working. The Universe 8 Alliance enjoyed investigations, and the simpler something seemed, the easier it might be to uncover. Things only become harder to investigate when they appear complex. Jinlan was deeply moved by Lin Luo's words. He said, "I knew Xiaolin was a good person. All my time caring for you wasn't in vain. I agree that being captain has its benefits. Our team is full of compassion." Long Xian sighed and said, We met Xiaolin too late. If we had met him earlier, our team would have been even more prosperous. Jinlan quickly agreed, that's true. I think I made a mistake becoming captain. Xiaolin should have been the one. Our team is prospering. At this moment, Xiaolin deliberately sent a coughing emoji, and the atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became somewhat tense. Seeing this, Jinlan quickly explained, I was just joking. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to praise Xiaolin. There was nothing more to it. Xiaolin said slowly, you think I'm stupid? I don't understand what you mean. I remember you. Anyway, it's hard to settle accounts with you during the holidays, so you can enjoy yourself during these few days. There was a hint of threat in her words, which made Jinlan's heart tighten. Jinlan said timidly, you might as well settle accounts with me. I feel better faster. You're being so sarcastic, and I won't feel comfortable throughout the holiday. Xiaolin continued, that's exactly what I wanted. I was originally going to transfer you a few thousand yuan to make you feel more comfortable in the hospital. If you say that about me behind my back, I definitely won't give you face. Her words made Jinlan feel extremely regretful. Jinlan pleaded, Captain, I know I was wrong. You must forgive me. I agree to anything as long as you forgive me. His tone was filled with despair, hoping for Jiaolan's forgiveness. Jiaolan said firmly, no. Then, she added to Long Xian, remember this too. I will settle this with you. Her words chilled Long Xian's heart, and he realized he was doomed. Chapter 1187. Lin Luo, noticing the tension, quickly changed the subject. Captain, I also reserved a planet for you. You can choose a suitable planet and build here. Jiaolan's tone softened a bit after hearing this, saying, you've been so kind to me, I definitely accept it. I start building after I'm done with this. Or, you could send me the map and I pick one. It's a pity I'm evolving at the last minute, otherwise I definitely choose a planet carefully. I pick it first. I'm the captain, and I pick first. You shouldn't mind. Lin Luo said, I show the holographic projection. You can choose. If you find one that seems suitable, just tell me directly, and I reserve it for you. Okay, let's pick one right here. The holographic projections aren't much different. Even if there's a slight difference, it won't be a huge difference. Ziyin suggested. Okay. Everyone began to choose, and after a round of selection, everyone had chosen a planet they liked and found suitable. Long Xian was going to the second substar, Pink the 4th, Jiaolan the 9th, Jinlan the 10th, and Ziyin the 11th. Lin Luo reminded them, you can choose carefully. There's no need to make a decision so quickly. If you change your mind later, just tell me. I swap with you anytime. I just want this one. There's nothing to choose from, Jiaolan said. Pink complained, Xiaolin, stop talking. You're telling me my choice correction syndrome is kicking in again. I spend the better part of a day choosing, and still not be able to decide which planet is best. Jinlan was touched and said, I'm already very touched that you can give me a planet. There's no need to choose anymore. I'm already very satisfied with this planet. I recuperate here when I'm discharged. If someone could lend me some money, that would be even better. If they can let me stay in the hospital here, I can go back to my own hospital to recuperate. My illness isn't really that serious anymore. As long as I stay in the hospital and get some relatively cheap medicine, I'd be fine. Pink said with disdain, don't even think about people lending you money. Giving you a planet is great, but lending you money? Can you guarantee your credibility? If you can guarantee your credibility, how can an immortal not borrow money? You're just blaming someone. Jinlan protested, I think you should be fair and just. You can't just keep thinking about someone because they made a mistake. Sometimes you should forgive them. Forgive? Think about whether you deserve it. You're overthinking it, Pink scoffed. Jinlan feigned pity and said, that hurts. Lin Luo said, Brother Jinlan, if you want to build a hospital, I fund it directly. After all, if anyone gets sick in the future, we could all go to that hospital. Jinlan said happily, that's great. I just think you're a good person. You help me with anything. You have a dazzling radiance that shines before me. Stop being so disgusting, you idiot. What are you talking about? Xiaolin, don't trust his face. If you do, you find that even if you cry out to heaven or earth, no one will answer you. Pink warned. Ziyu nodded. We used to absolutely trust this person, but after what he did, we no longer trust him. You should be careful too. Sometimes, people like him are the most dangerous. Long Xian agreed deeply. People as upright as me are rare in the world. You should be more careful with others. Don't be disgusting. You're still upright. When I insult you, you remain silent, then secretly seek revenge. You see, I'm not around, and then you take revenge on me in the group. People like you are the most disgusting. You are the one I despise. Next time we meet, I teach you a lesson. Pink threatened. I was just joking. Do you take me so seriously? Long Xian immediately backed down. You're just joking. I laughed. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid who believes everything you say? You're obviously not joking. Pink taunted. Lin Luo, my idea is to build the hospital well, then hire more senior nurses and doctors to run it, and make it a good one. It's Jamon's name. Everyone will have shares in the future. I pay for the capital, and I distribute the monthly dividends equally to everyone. Initially, I pay back my investment. If everyone agrees, I start running this hospital. I soon find some construction teams to build the main planet and the 10th planet. Jamon nodded quickly. I absolutely agree. No objection. It's full of benefits. What's there to disagree with? You didn't spend a penny, and you got a planet and a... No one could be happier than you. Pink commented. Ziyun said, when you put it that way, it seems like everyone benefits, and you're the only one who suffers. That seems a bit unfair. I think we should just pay for it. No need. The hospital building is still very important. No one may need it in the future. Lin Luo clarified, I built the hospital, and it's a big help to me. You could use the company card to pay for it, right? We all invested a little, and you used that money to build it, just in the name of Zhilan. The benefit we give Zhilan is free hospitalization. This guy shouldn't have any objections. Jialan said. Zhilan said, rather dissatisfied, I haven't even answered yet, and you already made the decision for me. At least wait until I finish my answer. Jialan said with a sullen face, do you mean you still have opinions and want to object to what I say? There's absolutely nothing wrong with what you said. It's just a formality. Zhilan looked flattering. When I have some free time, I go there myself. I talk to a few cosmetics and skincare vendors about bringing them to my planet. I already spent so much money with them. If they don't make arrangements for me, I won't buy from them anymore. Anyone who's not a fool will, I'm sure, respect a regular customer like me and manage the business for me. Pink had a plan in mind, to build a mall dedicated to cosmetics. She believed that under her management, business would flourish. The 8th universe still has many creatures who love beauty and have a high spending power, regardless of gender. Anything that can make them look more beautiful or handsome is worth a fortune, and loans are readily available. Even if they might not have food to eat tomorrow, they will still borrow money to achieve their beauty goals. Chapter 1188. Pink was in this situation initially. She borrowed a lot of money, and then began to become increasingly beautiful. She kept it a secret, fearing that others would find out how much she owed. As a result, the interest compounded, and she ended up owing a significant amount. Thankfully, the Deep Blue team made a significant profit, and they paid themselves a lot of dividends to be able to share that much. Long Xian happily said, I want to open a casino and get all the money back. Don't open a casino. You don't have much power. Others who do open casinos at least have the backing of immortal-level beings. Not everyone can open a casino. Without a strong backer, opening a casino is a joke, Pink said in frustration. Ziyun suggested, you should just find a proper job. Don't keep thinking about frivolous jobs that will only bring bad luck to everyone. That's right. Casinos involve too many things. We might end up fighting, Pink said. Can you guys stop being so cowardly? We're members of my team, after all. Everyone's afraid of us. Opening a casino is difficult, so why not try another approach? I just open an arcade. Running an arcade is all about luck, and most people won't cause trouble. Long Xian listened to the advice, and came up with a more conciliatory approach. Pink said, there's been a lot of trouble in arcades. Didn't you know about the arcade vandalism incident that broke out a while ago? A gambler lost so much money that he destroyed the entire arcade. The person responsible was eventually caught and ordered to pay back the entire amount. The result is that this creature has no money at all and is forced to sell itself. In the end, this person suffers a loss in vain, gaining nothing. Do you really think you can solve all your problems by opening an arcade? Ziyun stroked her delicate chin. I forgot to tell you a piece of data. Arcades aren't very profitable. In fact, they tend to lose a lot of money. Rich people generally gamble in casinos. Few people like to go to arcades, they're generally poorer creatures. Opening an arcade means you lost a group of wealthy people. One of these wealthy people can be worth 1,000 poor people. Think carefully. Long Xian sighed. I thought everyone made so much money opening casinos that it was easy. But according to your analysis, it's still very difficult to make money. What I want to make isn't easy. I think you should change your mindset. Honestly, opening a casino isn't for you. Pink said. Long Xian looked at Lin Luo pleadingly. Xiaolin, you're smart and have a lot of ideas. You definitely have a solution. Please help me. Tell me how we can solve this problem. Xiaolin, don't help him. He's always thinking of creating instability. If you help him open a casino today, he might open a boxing gym tomorrow. Pink said. Long Xian was afraid Lin Luo wouldn't help. Please, I beg you. If all else fails, I kneel down for you. I never begged anyone in my life. Please help me. You're too kind. We're all teammates. We should help each other. Lin Luo said, I think you could build a casino and game room yourself, then let a third party move in, and you could just collect the rent. Long Xian clapped his hands, the sound quite loud, echoing throughout the chat group. He said, how come I haven't thought of such a good idea? Generally speaking, third parties are more powerful. Let them do the work themselves. I just need to make the money. I don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Luo nodded and said, try to find some powerful third parties to back you up, and investigate those who haven't been in trouble. I understand. Long Xian thanked him. Xiaolin, you're really good. You can solve any problem smoothly. Can you help me find a place to stay? I pay whatever you spend. Pink hurriedly said, Xiaolin, you must make this guy pay up front. He's so stingy, he definitely default on his payments. You have to get the money first, otherwise he definitely default. What you said is a bit insulting to my character. I'm a bit stingy, but I have my own principles. Whatever you spend on construction, I pay you everything, and I even pay you for your labor later. You can rest assured on that. Long Xian patted his chest. Pink sneered, don't keep talking nonsense. If you have the guts, just give me the money first and talk later. If you're reluctant to give me any more money, and then start talking nonsense, I do the same. Keep your word. I give Xiaolin 10 million now. Xiaolin, you can arrange it. Try to build it as well as possible so that the third party will like it more. I trust your character. You can do a great job for me. Please pay me first, and don't save me any money. Long Xian's face flushed with anger, and he said very firmly. You said it. Send the money immediately? I see you've finally shown some toughness. Talking is useless. Send the money quickly. Pink said. Long Xian gritted his teeth and said, I pay you right away. I, Long Xian, may be stingy, but I'm an upright person. I'm morally upright in everything I do. Okay. Pink gave a thumbs up. Long Xian hesitated, but his words were too confident. If he didn't pay, he might be looked down upon by everyone. From then on, his status in the team declined again, reaching the bottom. Although it was already the bottom, the arrival of new members meant advancement. Pink said, finally, you're being generous for once. Sometimes you have to use some provocation to get you to pay. I call this investing, not giving money. Only by investing can I make more money. Long Xian consoled himself. It's a good idea you have. Pink scoffed. Lin Luo said, if anyone has anything you can ask of me, please let me know. I do my best to get it done. I'm quite free lately. A month is plenty of time to arrange everything. Let them build it themselves later, and we just supervise them regularly. Jialan said, help me build a huge outdoor game and battle hall specifically for combat training, without any gambling. I understand. I arrange it together later. Lin Luo nodded. Pink smiled and said, Xiaolin, I have a designer send you the blueprints. You can help me build it and supervise it. I believe in your ability to build the entire planet beautifully. I just come over and tell you about it, and then I get some businesses to move in. We run it well, and the entire galaxy will flourish. Chapter 1189. Jialan asked, I almost forgot what this galaxy is called. I named it the Celestial Galaxy, but now I feel like that might be a bit of a bad name. How about the Deep Blue Galaxy, representing our Deep Blue team? Lin Luo thought that the Celestial Galaxy held special significance on Earth, so sticking with the name Celestial Galaxy wouldn't be a bad idea. He now felt that his idea was a bit hasty. Calling it Deep Blue would be a better choice. The name Celestial Galaxy wasn't well known in the 8th universe, and it might easily arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Those with ulterior motives might investigate the Celestial Galaxy's origins. The 9th universe wasn't far from the 8th universe, but with the 8th universe's advanced information system, there was a high probability they would learn about it. The chances were low, but Lin Luo didn't want to take the risk. If the truth came to light, it would likely implicate many people. Counselor Songlong and Elder Songlong were not people he could afford to offend. Elder Songlong was also a bit crazy, insisting on issuing a wanted notice for him. This matter clearly had nothing to do with him, But he just had a dream and blamed himself for killing him. It wasn't just a dream he had last night. If Counselor Songlong killed him, wouldn't he be able to settle the score with Counselor Songlong? Lin Luo thought about it, but it was impossible. After all, they were so powerful. He and the other members had a rough plan. They would start building the Deep Blue Galaxy. Once the Deep Blue Galaxy was built, everything would be different. I have something to do, so I hang up now. You guys can chat. Jialan said. Keep going, Captain. Let this plan become part of our Immortal Day routine soon. Our team's happiness rests in your hands. Pink said. Ziyun said, I believe the Captain will succeed. Our team is such a good team. God should be blessing us. If you all give me your blessing, I'd like to thank you all. When I evolve to the immortal level, we have a big celebration. Jialan said happily. Of course we do. The better you become, the better we all be, said Pink. Longxian said, I hope the Captain succeeds. There's no such thing as a what if. Shut up. What? You can't say the word what if? If I get into trouble, I'd be the first one to deal with you when I get back. Jialan said fiercely. Captain, please forgive me. I blurted it out. My usual words are a bit depressing, so I couldn't help but say them. Please forgive me. Longxian explained. I don't want to bother with you. I'd definitely give you a good lesson if I said that normally, but now I don't have time. I need to go back and retreat, using this time to evolve. Jialan said. Captain, just evolve. Leave it to me. I make sure you're satisfied. Lin Luo patted his chest. I believe in your ability. Jialan turned off the communicator. Pink, Longxian, and Ziyun all said they had things to do and left. The Deep Blue team was quite friendly, and everyone got along quite well. Otherwise, when True Blue tricked everyone, they would have paid them back later. If it were any other team, they might have simply abandoned the team and refused to pay back the money. The team's current situation is improving, and it will be even better in the future. Shenlong reminded him, Shaolin, you must come see me when you have time. I'm definitely not trying to trick you. You've been so kind to me, so I definitely come and thank you. You understand when you come over. There are some things I won't say. If I do, others might want them too, and I won't be able to give them to them. Lin Luo nodded. I definitely come see you after I'm done with this. He thought Shenlong was being so secretive because she really had something good to give him, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that she was trying to trick him. Shenlong might want to pay her own medical bills, treat him to a meal, or request some special services, all very likely. Lin Luo wasn't short of money right now, so he cheated Shenlong a little. It was just a way to build a good relationship. A little money wasn't a big deal. Shenlong said happily, you must come over. I won't let you get away with anything if you do. Okay. I come. Lin Luo hung up the communicator, and his meal was quite satisfying. Is that enough? If not, I still have plenty here, Shenlong asked. Yes, this little bit of food is enough. Lin Luo nodded in response. What are your plans for today? Do you want me to go out with you? I'm still on break. No, you don't. You should go back to work. I need to take care of some personal matters. Okay. Nara's eyes dimmed. I come with you next time I'm free. Lin Luo could sense Nara's disappointment, but not wanting her to feel sad, he offered a comforting gesture. Nara smiled cheerfully. Thank you very much. You should be the one thanking me. You've done so much for me. It's a bit unreasonable for you to take time off to help me. No need to thank me. I can't do much to help you. On the contrary, you help me more. We're helping each other, right? Tell them. I'm leaving now, Lin Luo said. The god of karma approached and deliberately yelled. Lin Luo was almost frightened and said angrily, You're crazy. You're still a child, and you're trying to scare me like that. I did this on purpose, you know? Because you must have done something bad again. You're thinking of starting a harem in Universe 8 again. Haha, some disgusting people always have illicit thoughts. Nora and I have a lifelong friendship. Don't think everyone is so filthy, okay? It's not that I think everyone is filthy, it's just you. I just have a feeling you have bad intentions, said the god of karma. I don't want to bother with you. I'm leaving now. Lin Luo turned to leave. Wait, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? What's it to you? You're meddling in so much. Besides, I want to take you out, but I can't. You know too much, and it won't do you any good. Are you deliberately not taking me out? I'm hidden inside your body, so no one can find me. I don't think anything will happen. The god of karma had been at home for too long, and naturally didn't want to give up the opportunity to go out. I asked Nara about this. If Nara says she can take you out, I will definitely take you out. If she says she can't, then I definitely can't take you out. If our identities are revealed, we'd be hunted endlessly, and all our previous efforts will be in vain. You definitely don't want that to happen, Lin Luo said. Nara shook her head. Some places have special security checks that can tell if you're carrying 2 people or just 1. They're common on many planets. Because most planets charge a fee. For example, if you enter, you're charged a toll. If you're alone, they charge the fee for 1 person. 2 people, they charge 2 people. They're specifically designed to prevent people from evading the fare, and they got some very sophisticated equipment. It's basically impossible to evade the fare. Let Lin Luo go. Chapter 1190. Lin Luo nodded. Yes, it's okay if I'm discovered alone. I have ID, but you don't. If I were to investigate, I'd definitely find out which universe you're from. Besides, I'm going to discuss some personal matters. There's not much point in you coming with me. It's useless even if I'm here. So why are you coming with me? Are you expecting a free dinner? Let me tell you, restaurants out there are very expensive, and the food is only average. I don't take people out to eat easily. The god of karma's face turned pale with rage. He angrily said, you don't need to explain so much. You wouldn't want to take me with you even if you had the chance. That's good to know. Lin Luo, knowing the god of karma was about to engage in a fight, replied calmly. He argued with the god of karma for a while, and then left service planet 399. To build the deep blue galaxy, a dedicated person is needed. Lin Luo picked up his phone and called Lin Na. What's going on? Lin Na no longer addressed him as brother, her voice distinctly distant. Their identities were revealed, and Lin Na accepted her brother's death. Those who had previously caused his death were also dead. As time passed, he slowly came to terms with this reality. It's about work. You come over here alone, and we have a good chat. Then we call Lin Shui over. Lin Luo sent an address. It was in the deep blue galaxy, an undeveloped area with simple equipment outside. The equipment prevented other creatures from eavesdropping, making it normal to discuss matters here. The 8th universe has many private venues where people can discuss matters for a fee. These places are generally isolated from the outside world, and there's no chance of leaks. But Lin Luo was a little skeptical, believing the deep blue galaxy to be even safer. I'd be right there. Wait a moment. Lin Na nodded. Lin Luo had previously transferred money to Lin Na, and since she had plenty of money, she could call the Phileum Space Travel Service, and it would arrive quickly. Half an hour later, Lin Na arrived. Lin Na, who hadn't been seen for a long time, looked much better. Her skin had become even whiter and smoother, and she wore a blue dress that revealed her long straight legs. Her makeup was delicate, indicating she had carefully dressed up. You're here, Lin Luo said. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? I was delayed a bit getting here. I'm really sorry. I haven't been here long. Have you bought this entire system? Yes, I have. 1 main star and about 20 satellites. That's more than enough for our daily needs. I trouble you to build them for a while. I don't have much experience in this area. Are you really confident leaving this to me? It's not a big problem. For some things, you can find a professional agent. You just need to handle the money. Just send me the data on that money, and I have someone analyze it. Lin Luo still needed to maintain some authority. He couldn't just be a hands-off boss, leaving everything to Lin Na. Lin Na was completely trustworthy. As she herself said, she had no experience in this area, and there was a high probability that she would be ripped off. Lin Luo planned to ask Ziyun for supervision. Ziyun specializes in finance, and has unique expertise in this area, so he can be trusted completely. Lin Na nodded and said, since you trust me so much, I will definitely do my best to fulfill your instructions. I find a professional agent, and then I take care of the finances. Generally speaking, with a trustworthy professional agent, there shouldn't be any major problems under my supervision. I definitely give you a satisfactory answer regarding galaxy construction. Lin Luo nodded and said, thank you very much. You're welcome. Lin Na said, I should be the one to thank you. I was unemployed, and you offered me a high-paying job. If you were to put your job on the market, there would be plenty of people who would take it. You're different. I can trust you. After all, you know my identity, and haven't revealed it to anyone. I can trust you completely on that score, Lin Luo said. Actually, I'm not that kind. After I realized you might not be my brother, I might have had some negative thoughts. That's a normal thought, isn't it? Well, if you knew your brother was impersonating someone else, you'd definitely think your life was in danger. Well, I didn't have that thought. Mainly, I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to get my revenge. Lin Na is very smart and can deduce a lot of things. It was probably because of you that I was able to leave the company. If it weren't for you backing me up, I'd still be working at Fat Fu Lai. Do you hate Zhou Dalong? Lin Luo asked. Of course I do. I still can't let it go. We did so much for the company, and it grew and became a top-tier company, but this is the reward. We really can't accept it. When Lin Na went to sleep at night, she often thought of the tragic deaths of her teammates. They were all going to retire, and the gradual improvement of Fat Fu Lai Company depended on the hard work of everyone in the company. Do you need my help? Lin Luo asked. No, I want revenge on my own. Zhou Dalong framed us so badly, and we can't just let this go. Let me help you. I offended quite a few people with this Zhou Dalong, and he's so petty, he'd definitely seek revenge. Thank you. You're the Golden Dragon, right? It seems you figured it all out. Lin Luo didn't deny it. I thought about it for a long time after I came back. There were almost no people capable and willing to help, and you were the most mysterious. I had a feeling it might be you. Plus, you quickly rose in the team, and so many things made sense to me. The Golden Dragon must be you, Lin Na explained. Have you accepted your brother's death now? I can. One must always look forward. These past few years, I thought I lived a harder life so my brother could have a better life, but this is what happened. Lin Luo chatted with Lin Na again, specifically asking her to keep her identity secret and to build the galaxy. He also added Lin Na to the group chat, so she could stay in touch with everyone. Everyone agreed. After all, everyone was busy and didn't have time to truly build something. It was good to have someone to help with the new students' requests, someone they could trust. Welcome, newcomer. You're Xiaolin's sister. I heard you're quite talented and joined the team a long time ago, Long Xian said. Not bad, Lin Na said shyly. Xiaolin's sister is very beautiful. Don't even think about hitting on her, or I won't let you go, Pink warned. Chapter 1191. Long Xian complained, your words are a bit harsh. What do you mean I'm plotting against someone else? I was just asking. I didn't have any bad intentions. No, how can you say I had bad intentions? I didn't have any such intentions at all. Pink nodded. It would be best if you didn't have such intentions. Behave yourself, kid. Ziyun said kindly. Thank you very much. No one has time to build a galaxy, so we could only ask you to run errands. Lin Na quickly said, you don't need to thank me. I happen to be unemployed, and my brother told me you needed a huge galaxy, so I decided to come and help. Ziyun said, it's not really a favor. Just think of it as a job. We pay you. Thank you very much. I definitely work hard. Lin Na nodded. Long Xian said more attentively, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I help you as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Lin Na smiled. Jilan said attentively, you're Lin Luo's sister. When you come to the hospital, you can come see me. We're such a good friend, I won't treat you unfairly. I definitely go. Lin Na was cheerful, and quickly became friends with everyone. Lin Luo was quite satisfied with this, he didn't have to do much. Lin Na could handle things on her own. How are you getting along with everyone? It's okay. I feel like everyone's nice. They don't look down on me because I'm lower level, and they get along with me peacefully. The Deep Blue team is pretty good. It's not like I say it's bad sometimes. We get along more like friends. We don't give anyone a hard time, and we don't use rank as a barrier. Lin Luo was quite comfortable with the Deep Blue team. While there were occasional disagreements, most of the time, they were all quite nice. He considered it more like a joke among friends, but he didn't know if Long Xian and Jilan saw it that way. Long Xian certainly thought so. After all, the Pinks constantly insulted him, and when he saw the opportunity, he still took revenge. Lin Na's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head. It's a pity for my team members. If they had persevered until now, they might have had a good life. With their level, they would have been very successful in the Universal Alliance. Captain Phoenix, in particular, is the most powerful. There's a good chance she'd join the Ace Squad. Working in the organization means she won't be abandoned so quickly. Lin Luo sighed. Don't overthink it. Sometimes these variables are beyond our control. All we can do is strive to become stronger, and prevent the same thing from happening again. Yes, you have a point. I won't let this happen again. I will focus on evolving. I've given you a lot of money. You can use it to buy some good, high-level bloodlines. The Wind Clan bloodline is too weak and lacks combat effectiveness. Okay. It wasn't that Lin Na didn't want to change her bloodline before, but she lacked the money. Any bloodline was expensive, and she couldn't afford it. Her brother was a spendthrift, asking her for money almost every day. Later, when he lost his job, he naturally had no money. I'm off to work. I start working on the main planet first. If you have any questions, please contact Nara. Lin Luo added Lin Na and Nara to a group. He transformed into a massive black dragon and headed towards the Wind Tribe planet. A planet covered in green. Lin Luo tried to enter, but was stopped by someone outside. This is the territory of the Protoss. Please show me your ID. A human, almost identical in size to Lin Luo, blocked his path. The Protoss and humans are similar, but there's a huge difference. The Protoss possess the innate power to destroy the heavens and earth, far beyond the reach of humans. The gods humans consider immortals might be the Protoss of the 8th universe. The two share many similarities in appearance, yet they are completely different. Lin Luo suspected that the Protoss of the 8th universe may have visited Earth and left behind a group of people. These people became gods in the eyes of humans, but they weren't powerful enough, their lives were short-lived, and they died in the course of history. Some of the stronger individuals found opportunities to return to the Protoss embrace. Those Protoss who remained behind, unable to return, were forced to remain on Earth, where they tended to have children over time. Their descendants gradually forgot they were gods and became just like everyone else, only more powerful. These deductions weren't made by Lin Luo. The best deductions were made by Li Sun. Li Sun studied the matter for a while, and shared his own thoughts. His view was confirmed by the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor's tribe had a long tradition, and believed they were born gods, not humans from Earth. The tribe's leader had a motto: one day, when his people became powerful, they could return to the universe. The Jade Emperor spoke of returning to the universe, not to a specific place, but to leaving Earth. This had been a long-standing tradition, and the leader spoke of it daily. There was no specific place, so they could only grow stronger gradually, hoping to fulfill the leader's wish and become even stronger there. Some members of the tribe believe these legends are false, fabricated by past generations. The Jade Emperor is certain that these legends are true, and that the 8th universe is where the tribe wants to go, but their limited power prevents them from fulfilling their wish. Lin Luo's ID was checked, and found no problems. Security personnel let him in. He spent 500 universe coins on a beautiful female guide, a price that was quite high. A typical tour would only cost 100 universe coins a day. Sir, welcome to our Protoss. Our Protoss has a long history, and has produced many immortal-level creatures. The royal family of the universe has quite a few immortal-level creatures, but compared to our Protoss, they are relatively few. We have a very large population. Some creatures who come to our Protoss planet initially cannot comprehend the immortal level, but after a visit, they gain a considerable understanding of it. Han Qingqing said with joy. Lin Luo said, looks like if I want to reach immortal level, I have to go to the Protoss planet and have some fun. Han Qingqing said enthusiastically, of course you can. As a member of the Ace Squad, it's easy for you to evolve to immortal level. The Deep Blue Squad is quite famous right now. They carried out 2 major missions without a single casualty. Lin Luo now realized the advantages of being in the Ace Squad. He was still being touted and welcomed by many people. Han Qingqing initially treated Lin Luo coldly because of his low level. The Protoss planet is a popular tourist destination. It's a frequent tourist destination, most of whom seek to evolve to immortal level. Generally speaking, the higher the level of a creature, the wealthier it is, and the greater its spending power. Lin Luo was only an ultimate life form, and in those eyes, he was quite poor. Chapter 1192. Generally speaking, most people consider life level first, occupation second, and appearance third. Lin Luo met all of the above criteria except the first. Han Qingqing's attitude immediately changed, becoming much more welcoming. Let me introduce myself, distinguished customer. I'm the tour guide for 788. It's a pleasure to meet you. Han Qingqing smiled. If you're satisfied this time, you can call me next time. Of course. Lin Luo asked. By the way, do you Protoss have dragon blood? Yes, but our dragons are different. We call them divine dragons, not bloodline dragons. Han Qingqing said. If you're interested, you can come with me to the Divine Dragon Palace, where a powerful divine dragon is dedicated. This divine dragon is an immortal creature with terrifying combat power. It can single-handedly fight against several powerful dragons. We gods all desire the lifeblood of these great immortal creatures. A little of the dragon's blood would make us immensely powerful. It's said that the dragon and our ancestor were good friends. They traveled to many places, battled many powerful creatures, and slew and devoured many powerful creatures. The ancestor and the dragon mysteriously disappeared. They both left behind bits of flesh and blood, and now the higher-ups auction them off every once in a while. Lin Luo asked in confusion, shouldn't this be properly enshrined? And yet, are they being auctioned off? This isn't just a custom on Earth. The practice of using ancestral ashes and relics for sacrifice is also common in the 8th universe. Han Qingqing shook her head and said, my god clan is different. Instead of using our ancestors' ashes for worship, it's better to maximize the benefits of their possessions. Sir, you're interested in bloodlines, right? You can save up now, and buy a drop of divine dragon blood later. It's better than any other bloodline. Of course. Lin Luo was interested in any dragon bloodline. Absorbing a powerful divine dragon bloodline would bring him many benefits and powerful abilities. He had absorbed many dragon bloodlines, but these bloodlines were limited in their abilities, and had many shortcomings. Lin Luo was not satisfied with this, and wanted to find a primary dragon bloodline. The divine dragon bloodline was quite suitable. According to Han Qingqing, this divine dragon bloodline was very expensive, perhaps worth 1 billion yuan, which he didn't have enough money at the moment. 1 billion yuan granted the auction rights, not direct ownership of the divine dragon bloodline. The average auction price was around 70 or 80 billion yuan. Lin Luo was quite wealthy now, but still far from the truly wealthy. He used to think he was rich, believing he could buy everything in the 8th universe. After Han Qingqing's introduction, he realized he was still a frog in a well, his knowledge extremely limited. There were even more expensive things, but Lin Luo hadn't seen them. Lin Luo hadn't expected to come to a Protoss planet and know so much. He had originally wanted to see Li Sun and Jean Dashin. Finding these two people wouldn't be easy, so he decided to first learn more about the situation on the Protoss planet. There was no rush for Li Sun and Jean Dashin. If anything had happened to them, it would have happened long ago, and it would have been too late for Lin Luo to rescue them. After all, the two had been missing for almost 3 months, so the accident must have happened long ago. Led by Han Qingqing, Lin Luo, and the others arrived at the Shillong Palace. The Shillong Palace was enormous, covering an area the size of a county town on Earth. Blue-gray clouds swirled above the dome, shattering the palace's outline into a floating silhouette. The building stood 3 stories tall, its vermilion pillars supporting the eaves and corners like a giant's backbone. The gilded beast heads, with their mouths gleaming coldly through the clouds, and the tinkling of bronze wind chimes dangling from the eaves whispered the passage of thousands of years. In the center, a divine dragon sculpture coiled itself, its body wrapped around the entire panlong pillar. Its scales shimmered in the sunlight, a shimmer of amber and black jade. The dragon's whiskers unfurled in the mountain breeze, its eyes blazing with anger, as if it were about to burst through the sky and soar into the clouds. Dragon claws dug deep into the pillars, as if grasping boundless power. Mottled rain marks still lingered between its scales, adding a touch of age and majesty. The white marble railings surrounding the palace were carved with smaller dragons that echoed the main dragon. Some played with pearls, others leaped, their forms varied yet seamlessly integrated with the main dragon. From a distance, the dragon palace resembled a celestial palace floating in the clouds, and the dragon sculpture stood as the guardian deity guarding the palace, crystallizing ancient legends and mysterious power within the palace. Han Qingqing pointed at the dragon atop it and said, "This dragon is as powerful as our ancestor. It's our ancestor's best friend, and we come here every year to pay our respects. Let's go in and take a look." "I'm quite curious," Lin Luo said. "Okay," Han Qingqing said. As soon as he entered, Lin Luo encountered several people selling dragon dolls. Each one cost 5 universe coins. Han Qingqing immediately stepped forward and introduced, "This dragon doll has lived here for a long time. If you buy it, you will receive the dragon's power. Obtaining this doll will bring you good luck and help you evolve into an immortal. Many people have purchased it, and several have succeeded." Lin Luo casually bought a dragon doll. It looked a bit like a milk dragon, and looking at it too much was a bit disgusting. He continued to visit many places, and Han Qingqing recommended many worthwhile purchases. The entire Protoss planet has done a great job with tourism. The Dragon Palace has developed a lot of peripheral products. Every place you go has a place selling items, including dolls, sweets, cosplay, and other related items. Looking at Han Qingqing's sincere expression, Lin Luo thought the Protoss truly revered the dragon. Lin Luo realized how naive he had been. The 8th universe was all about money. How could they possibly continue to worship it? The dragon was a powerful immortal, surpassing ordinary immortals. That must have some publicity value. Lin Luo bought quite a few things, making Han Qingqing so happy, she was willing to recommend more. In Lin Luo's eyes, Problems that could be solved with money were not a big deal. Lin Luo paused on a mural depicting a powerful dragon, with many worshippers beneath it. Beside the dragon stood a powerful creature, a man and a dragon about to depart. The next mural depicted two creatures leaving a blue planet and heading for an unknown universe. What's the story behind this mural? Lin Luo asked. Han Qingqing replied, I don't know about this mural either, but it roughly suggests that the ancestor may have arrived on an unknown planet and, on this unknown planet, found the dragon. Chapter 1193. Lin Luo frowned and asked, Do you know where this unknown planet is? He was more worried about the gods discovering Earth's location. It now appeared that the Shenlong wasn't a creature from the 8th universe, but rather from Earth. Some things were deeper than Lin Luo had imagined. He believed the gods had accidentally arrived on Earth and lived alongside humans for a period of time. The truth might be even more complicated than he had originally imagined. The Shenlong Palace originated from Earth, and it's not ruled out that the gods also came from Earth. Stronger beings within the human race claim to be gods, seeking to sever ties with humanity. These gods traveled to the 8th universe with the Shenlong, leaving the others behind. Han Qingqing struggled to recall the situation and shook her head, I don't know. Our ancestors never mentioned this. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The gods' planet knowing about Earth's situation wouldn't benefit humanity in any way. The 9th universe is the most isolated universe, and many might believe it's still in its earliest stages, devoid of treasure. The Protoss originated from Earth, not the 8th universe itself. This might lead many creatures to believe the 8th universe holds many treasures, and to explore the 9th universe. Perhaps the 8th universe explores the 9th universe, seeking what they desire. Even if these creatures were merely exploring the 9th universe, it would be too much for humans to endure. That's a shame. Lin Luo sighed. Han Qingqing said enthusiastically, Sir, if you need any help, I can help you find out where our Protoss homeland is. No need to ask. Lin Luo didn't want to create a butterfly effect. If his investigation uncovered something, it would be a disaster. Many major events are caused by the actions of small individuals, leading to changes in the entire situation. The items for sale decreased significantly, and Han Qingqing began to explain them in detail. The dragon and the powerful ancestor went to a place no one knew what it was, and never returned. Two transcendental immortals vanished without a trace? This is too strange, isn't it? Lin Luo asked. I find it strange too, but I can't explain why they evolved to such a high level, beyond our reach. I just know that when the ancestor and the divine dragon left, all the tribe members cried. No one was optimistic about the return of these two powerful creatures. It's strange, they're so powerful, yet no one was optimistic. Han Qingqing sighed. My level is too low to know more. These are some of the things I know, but they're not comprehensive. Lin Luo said, It seems that evolving to the immortal level isn't truly safe. There are even more powerful beings above it. I heard that to evolve to a higher level, you need to reach this place. This place is very dangerous. Many creatures have never returned from it before, Han Qingqing asked. Where is that? Lin Luo asked, puzzled. Han Qingqing glanced around, confirming that no one was there. I want to tell you something. Don't tell anyone else. This secret is extremely important. No problem. Lin Luo nodded in agreement. Universes 1 through 8 are called life universes. The counterpart to the life universe is the death universe. Powerful creatures will appear in the death universe, and they will compete with us for the chance to evolve. Han Qingqing asked. Shouldn't the death universe be devoid of life? How can there still be life? Lin Luo asked in confusion. Han Qingqing, it's just a different name. The main reason is that the creatures that die here might end up in that universe, so we call it the death universe. The probability of that kind of death is relatively low. Someone discovered a friend had died, and then reappeared in the death universe, still on the battlefield. Of course, they call us the same thing. I think this might be related to our biological evolution reaching such a high level. Once we evolve to the ultimate life form, we possess an infinite lifespan. With a long lifespan, don't seek death. There will be more and more living things, and the same goes for the death universe. The two universes will compete with each other. I think the battlefield was created just to send us creatures rushing in to die. As long as the immortals continue to consume each other, the devouring will continue. Lin Luo nodded and said, You make a lot of sense. As long as creatures continue to devour each other, their numbers will continue to increase. Han Qingqing didn't forget to promote her, so at this time, you have no choice but to purchase more of our divine dragon bloodline. Think about it, even immortals can't control their own life and death, let alone lower-level creatures. Only by evolving to a higher level can they avoid death. Lin Luo smiled bitterly inwardly. How easy would that be? The Protoss and the Divine Dragon, two immortals well known in Universe 8, failed to return from the evolution battlefield, let alone him. Lin Luo didn't need to worry too much. He hadn't even evolved to the level of an immortal, so evolving to the phenomenal immortal level would be very difficult. According to Han Qingqing, only phenomenal immortals are eligible. After so many years in the 8 universes, there are no more than 100 phenomenal immortals. Many phenomenal immortals died on the battlefield of evolution. Lin Luo smiled. Okay, I try my best. Han Qingqing said, you're so young, yet you joined the Deep Blue team. The Deep Blue team is an ace team, and they completed many missions recently. I believe that with hard work, you can definitely evolve to a higher level. Come visit our Protoss planet when you have time. Our Protoss planet is quite good. I heard that more visits to our Protoss planet are more conducive to evolving to the immortal level. Lin Luo said, I understand. I definitely come when I have time. I take you to the hotel. They have many services, all available for a fee. Han Qingqing gave him a wink. I want you to help me find out about someone. Money is no object, as long as you can help me find out about this person. Lin Luo said, leave it to me. If you mention this person's name, I promise to find out about him for you. There's no place on the entire Protoss planet I don't know. I'm looking for Li Sun. His parents are immortals. With this information, I'd be able to find them for you quickly. Han Qingqing readily agreed. While Li Sun's name alone was difficult to find, finding someone with immortal parents was easier. There weren't many people with the same name, but even fewer had immortal parents. Thank you for your help. Lin Luo gave Han Qingqing 100 cosmic coins. It was a lot of money just to find someone. Han Qingqing quickly thanked Lin Luo and promised to take care of Lin Luo's affairs. He would do his best to ensure everything went smoothly. Lin Luo returned to the hotel and had a good night's sleep. Late at night, a sweet-voiced woman called, and he scolded her. Chapter 1194. Lin Luo felt the service was completely inadequate. Calling earlier wouldn't work. They had to wait until the evening. He was soundly asleep. Getting up to do anything else was pure torture. The next day, Lin Luo received a call from Han Qingqing early in the morning. Dear customer, I found the person you asked me to find. I imprisoned this Li Sun in a mental hospital. I wonder what happened. A mental hospital. Yes. We found out that Li Sun returned home and stayed there for a while, before suddenly going insane and assaulting someone on the street. He was apprehended by law enforcement, and his mental health was diagnosed. The mental hospitals on the Protoss planet aren't designed to control patients. They're primarily for treatment. The 8th universe has many powerful races specializing in mental health. Many creatures who can't handle battle trauma, such as the loss of teammates, are treated in mental hospitals. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This was a better option. The worst fear was that Li Sun would be shot dead by Protoss law enforcement during his mental breakdown. Lin Luo asked, is there any way I can meet him? Yes, it costs some money. Han Qingqing smiled. Money isn't a problem. Lin Luo gave Han Qingqing another 10,000 cosmic coins. I arrange it for you right away. Han Qingqing happily took the money and ran to the mental hospital to do some public relations. 2 hours later, Lin Luo got permission to go to the mental hospital. Han Qingqing drove a space car to pick Lin Luo up. I already arranged connections there. I can see Li Sun anytime. Li Sun's condition is very stable now, so a meeting isn't a big deal. I don't want anyone to know my affairs. You should know that. The money I just gave you included 5,000 cosmic coins as a confidentiality fee. Of course I know that. I won't reveal anything to you. Very good. Lin Luo arrived at the White Palace Mental Hospital. In the 8th universe, anyone who could afford medical treatment must be wealthy. Mental hospitals are places avoided on Earth, but in the 8th universe, they serve the wealthy. Many creatures desire to enter a mental hospital, and are proud to secure a position there. Serving the wealthy naturally requires dedication, and the place is beautifully built. Han Qingqing arrived at the entrance to the hall, and pointed forward. I made arrangements for you. Just go in here, and you see Li Sun. Lin Luo entered the designated area, and was met by a caregiver, who led him into a room. The window was unglazed, allowing them to face each other. Li Sun, led carefully by another caregiver, appeared to be in good spirits, with a rosy complexion and a vibrant spirit. Dragon God, you came to see me, Li Sun said happily. I heard you've been stuck on the Protoss planet, unable to leave. I thought something had happened to you. So, I happened to have some free time, so I came to see you. Lin Luo said. I'm fine. I've been almost fully recovered from my time in the mental hospital, and I'll be discharged soon. I was thinking of contacting you. But then, I realized it wouldn't be easy to contact you in my current state. I better wait until I'm fully recovered before I come out to see you. I didn't expect you to come. I'm really sorry. I was originally going to go over and help you, but now I have to ask you to come see me, Lee Sun said. Can you tell me what happened? Lin Luo asked. Lee Sun sighed. This is about my parents. It's okay to tell you now, since the higher-ups on the Protoss planet have already asked about it. My parents went to the evolution battlefield. The evolution battlefield is for those who evolve to phenomenal immortal level creatures, where they can fight and unleash their potential. Because the evolution battlefield has a special factor that's easily absorbed during intense battles, allowing them to evolve to higher levels. Lin Luo continued, Do you mean your parents are back? They are back. They were seriously injured and chose to leave. They didn't go to the evolution battlefield voluntarily, they had no choice. I happened to meet them, and their special factor transformed my body. What do you mean? After this incident, your evolutionary talent will improve, and your level may increase faster. Yes, I'll be discharged soon. I have something for you then. Lee Sun chatted with Lin Luo for a while longer, and the visit ended. Lin Luo had expected a multitude of problems to resolve during his visit to Lee Sun, but it went surprisingly smoothly. Lee Sun even hinted at giving Lin Luo something, which seemed a bit unreal. Take good care of yourself. I'll be here for a month. You should be able to be discharged in a month, right? Yes, I can be discharged within the next 2 weeks. I'm almost fully recovered. The mental hospital is real, and it costs 10,000 universe coins a week. If you don't have enough money, I have it here. No need. Leave it all to me. I just fix up the house. I'll be leaving soon anyway, so keeping it won't do any good. You should keep the house. I have plenty to pay you. Lin Luo offered to pay the bill, and Lee Sun felt embarrassed. Lee Sun said, I'm embarrassed that you paid this. I'm already happy that you came to see me. You helped me so much. This money is nothing. If you really feel guilty, you can pay it back later. Lin Luo said that he had built a galaxy, and that Lee Sun was someone he could trust. Lee Sun had helped Lin Luo so much in those difficult times. Coming to the 8th universe, Lee Sun could abandon Lin Luo and his group and return to his own place. He was still very kind to Lin Luo and never left her side. Thank you so much, Dragon God. Brother Lin, I realized that among all my good friends, besides Dashin, you're the only one left. Lee Sun said happily. You've given me so much help, so naturally I have to give you some feedback. Lin Luo said. You're a good person from the first sight. I can be wrong sometimes, but I'm not wrong about you. My parents gave me some help, so maybe I become a different person. Really? I'm looking forward to seeing you become different. If you perform well, I arrange for you to join the Deep Blue team. You must work hard. Can I really join the Deep Blue team? I can't even join a weaker company team. Joining the Deep Blue team is too unrealistic. Lee Sun couldn't help but get excited. He had always wanted to join a team. Unfortunately, his talent was too poor. He couldn't even join an ordinary company team, let alone the established ace team. Chapter 1195. Lin Luo smiled and said, Sometimes you shouldn't overestimate this. The greater your power, the greater the danger you face. If you're not strong, you can avoid many dangers. Lee Sun hesitated. Although I really want safety, my parents have done so much for me. I can't live an ordinary life and let them bear everything. They've been through something terrible, and we must help them. His eyes grew firm as he stared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo observed Lee Sun's expression. It seems you've grown a lot since I last saw you. You're much more mature than before. Really? Lee Sun said happily. This is all thanks to Brother Lin. If it weren't for your help during this time, I wouldn't have grown so much. Sometimes, you have to die before you can grow. I guess that's the case with me right now. My parents are also very kind to me. They have many children, but I'm their favorite. They've given everything to fulfill my wish. After returning from such a dangerous place, like the evolution battlefield, they found me first. Lee Sun couldn't help but shed tears as he spoke of himself. Lin Luo consoled him, Don't overthink it. Just keep getting stronger. Once you're strong enough, you have a place among the strongest of the 8th universe. I believe I can do it. I can believe I can't, but I can't disbelieve Brother Lin. If Brother Lin says I can do it, then I definitely can. Lee Sun said confidently. Why do I feel like what you said is a bit strange? What do you mean you cannot believe in yourself? You must believe in me. I don't think I am that strong. Lin Luo smiled wryly. Lee Sun said, You do? You always been an idol to me. Other immortals are much weaker than you. I know how hard it is to get out of there. Lin Luo glanced around, and Li Sun quickly said, "There won't be any surveillance here, you can rest assured. If you have anything to say, wait until you're discharged. I wait here for you. It'll only be half a month anyway," Lin Luo said. "Thank you so much for waiting for me. We're friends. This little favor is nothing. Being Brother Lin's friend is the greatest honor of my life," Li Sun said happily. "I feel honored too," Lin Luo said. Yeah. Li Sun was delighted. Lin Luo and Li Sun chatted for a while, and then it was time to explore. "I come see you from time to time when I'm free. When I come out, I arrange work for you. You always said it's boring to stay on one planet, but when you get a job, you can't complain." Lin Luo was about to hand over some of the work to Li Sun. Lin Na couldn't handle so much alone, so she needed someone she could trust. Li Sun was a trustworthy person. He was good in every way, not least his character. He stood by Lin Luo during his most difficult times. In his eyes, Li Sun was no less capable than his friends like the Jade Emperor. Li Sun quickly shook his head and said, "My biggest fear is not having a job. How could I possibly complain about being tired?" Of course. Lin Luo emerged from the mental hospital. Han Qingqing was waiting outside. Han Qingqing was wearing a JK outfit similar to those worn on Earth. She was a full 1.7 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and fair skin. Her long, straight legs were revealed beneath her black pleated skirt. A pair of black pig kidney shoes, polished to a brilliant shine, shone with a dazzling brilliance. A delicate, fair face, paired with a swan-like neck, exuded a strong youthful aura, her whole person exuding both purity and allure. Han Qingqing knew how to dress, and she looked stunning, utterly captivating in Lin Luo's eyes. Seeing Lin Luo emerge, she trotted over with a beaming smile. "Boss, you're out." Since Lin Luo wasn't about to spend any money, Han Qingqing's address changed, from distinguished customer to boss. Lin Luo had no strong desire for Han Qingqing. After all, Lin Luo had seen too many beautiful women, and Han Qingqing wasn't particularly beautiful. "Things are almost done. Can you help me find someone named Jean Dashan? Money isn't a problem, and I give it to you later. I might need to stay for a month." Lin Luo felt that Han Qingqing was capable and easy to work with, so he planned to rent her out long term. Han Qingqing was tactful and didn't raise the question of money. He patted his chest happily and said, "I take care of this. Boss, don't worry, I take good care of you for the next month. I believe in your abilities." Lin Luo nodded with satisfaction. Han Qingqing made a call on the communicator. "I found someone for you. Next, I take you to the Ancestral Palace. It's the most famous and fun place on our Protoss planet." He arrived at the Ancestral Palace again and saw a towering figure, a massive sculpture. The sculpture had white hair, a handsome face, and a tall, strong body, covered in muscles. It stood tall and proud, and its hands wielded terrifying power. The sculpture was enormous, nearly 100,000 meters high, piercing the clouds. Lin Luo couldn't see the end of it. He was genuinely worried that the sculpture was so large that it might fall and kill someone. "Han Qingqing, boss, do you think our ancestor is incredibly tall? Our ancestor was probably even taller than this. This is only a 1/10 reproduction." Lin Luo gasped. "According to your statement, your ancestor must have been much larger than a star." "Yes, the ancestor evolved to a very high level, very close to the legendary cosmic realm." Han Qingqing sighed. "It's a pity the ancestor entered the evolution battlefield and never emerged. If he had, he might have evolved to a higher level. I'm really confused. Some creatures of a lower level have emerged from the evolution battlefield. Logically, if your Protoss ancestor hadn't emerged, then the other, weaker, immortal being shouldn't have been able to leave at all." Lin Luo raised his doubts. Han Qingqing said, "You're talking about Li Sun's parents, right? They're both phenomenal immortals, significantly weaker than the original creator. They were the chosen ones. At first, we weren't optimistic about them, thinking they'd die in the evolution battlefield. But they survived and even brought something back from there. As for what it was, our Protoss leaders were also very curious, but they didn't stop or say anything, choosing to simply leave." Chapter 1196. Lin Luo asked, "Why did they leave immediately? Were they afraid someone would kill them?" "I don't know about that. Didn't Li Sun tell you? It seems someone was trying to frame his parents. I'm not sure of the specific reason. Staying on the Protoss planet could bring huge trouble to the planet and put them in mortal danger. That's why they decisively chose to leave Earth. It's beneficial for both parties," Han Qingqing explained. Lin Luo shook his head and said, "Li Sun doesn't know. His parents didn't tell him." Han Qingqing stroked her chin and said, "It's normal they didn't tell. The less we know about these secrets, the better. If ordinary people like us know too much, we might end up in danger. The evolution battlefield is a special place. It's different from ordinary places. You don't choose your opponents yourself. They're chosen by the power of the laws. The stronger you are, the stronger the creature you be matched with. The two creatures will remain in the same space until the winner is determined. The victorious creature can. Devouring dead creatures also absorbs evolutionary factors, significantly increasing their strength. Lin Luo said, it seems Li Sun's parents had a difficult time surviving. They survived brutal battles. Han Qingqing said, yes, they are very strong. It wasn't easy for them to survive and return. They likely suffered severe injuries that needed to be healed, but there's a high probability they wouldn't be able to, which is why they sought a safe place. If they had even half their peak strength, they would definitely stay on the Protoss planet. Only on our planet would they receive the best medical care. Lin Luo nodded and said, it's probably the same as you said. Li Sun's parents were seriously injured. But there's a benefit too. After Li Sun's parents recover, their strength will reach new heights. Han Qingqing said, let's visit the Ancestral Palace. Lin Luo had just stepped outside when many people came over to sell ancestral merchandise. When you come to our Protoss planet and visit the Ancestral Palace, you absolutely must buy ancestral merchandise. It's a memorable experience. It's said that there are creatures that attain enlightenment in our Ancestral Palace and, not long after returning, evolve to immortal level creatures. Boss, you're so handsome, you absolutely must buy ancestral merchandise. A group of vendors surrounded him, trying to sell their wares. Move aside, this is my boss, Han Qingqing said angrily. The group tactfully left, leaving Lin Luo feeling relieved. Lin Luo rather disliked these salespeople, but being on the Protoss planet, he was forced to accept them. Having taken so much money, Han Qingqing seemed to have some conscience, and knew how to provide service. Boss, follow me. Led by Han Qingqing, the two arrived in front of the Ancestral Palace. The Ancestral Palace was even more bustling than the Dragon Palace, teeming with people, many of them worshipping. The morning mist had just dissipated, revealing the Ancestral Palace to be tall, no shorter than the statue of the Ancestral, and equally piercing the clouds. A gilded gargoyle on the eaves held a half-moon of the rising sun, and the glazed tiles reflected a myriad of golden rays, as if the entire sky had been shattered and poured down upon this towering palace. The white marble railings, entwined with auspicious cloud patterns, shone with a warm glow in the sunlight. Each stone step was carved with auspicious dragon and phoenix motifs, and the exquisite craftsmanship of the original craftsman was still clearly visible despite the passage of time. Lin Luo looked up. Vermilion pillars supported the three-story, double-eaved-hipped roof. Interlaced brackets resembled a blooming golden lotus, bolstering the building's majestic grandeur. Bronze bells dangling from the eaves tinkled softly in the breeze, their lingering melodies resonating with the vicissitudes of hundreds of millions of years of history. The central ridge of the pagoda shimmered in the sunlight, its gilded patterns outlining a mysterious totem, echoing the three golden characters Shirzwa Palace hanging high beneath the eaves. The inscriptions, inscribed by a renowned calligrapher, were powerful and majestic against the golden background, lending them a solemn and awe-inspiring presence. The shimmering moat surrounding the palace reflected the golden giant, adding a touch of spirit to its imposing presence. Willows swaying gently on the bank formed a stark contrast to the palace's solemnity, further accentuating the otherworldly sacredness of Shirzwa Palace. Lin Luo looked at the crowd around him. There are more people in the Ancestral Palace than in the Dragon Palace. Of course. Han Qingqing said, the Ancestral is the ancestor of our god clan. It's fair to say that without the Ancestral, we wouldn't exist. Hasn't your god clan been passed down for a long time? Isn't the Ancestral your earliest ancestor? Lin Luo asked. Isn't that right? Our god clan has a long history. The Ancestral was one of our strongest god clan members. I'm not exactly sure about the details. It's said that the Ancestral came from our homeland. Our god clan has two groups. One stayed in our homeland, and the other came to the 8th universe. Over the long years, the two groups have almost lost contact. Our god clan was very powerful in the 8th universe, while the population in our homeland was much weaker. Later, our god clan suffered an accident, and the entire race's strength was greatly weakened. That's when the Ancestral came. Originally, the first ancestor wasn't particularly powerful, only considered average in strength. But in our 8th universe, it flourished, evolving into a phenomenal immortal-level creature. Han Qingqing beamed. It was under the first ancestor's protection that our race became known as the gods. Back then, they called us the Wilds, meaning we came from the wild. Lin Luo felt that things were more complicated than he imagined. He thought the first ancestor had come and created the gods, But now it seems that wasn't the case. A long time ago, perhaps a group of humans arrived in the 8th universe. Earth has many myths, and the human race isn't that weak. It's simply that they lack the necessary environment to evolve. With the right environment for evolution, humans aren't weak. Many humans on Earth are experiencing atavism. The more pronounced the atavism, the faster the evolution. Ancient humans are stronger, and can rely on their physical bodies. Lin Luo chose the path of evolving into the Dragon Clan, which differs significantly from ancient humans. Gaining the bloodline of ancient humans would also be extremely beneficial, greatly enhancing his own strength. Sometimes, relying on one's own strength to increase one's power is truly powerful. There are shortcuts available, and Lin Luo naturally wouldn't give up. "Boss, let's go inside and take a good look around," Han Qingqing said enthusiastically. "Sure." Led by Han Qingqing, Lin Luo entered the Ancestral Palace. The Ancestral Palace was already filled with people, and golden lights illuminated the entire hall. The counters displayed items similar to those in the Dragon Palace. The exhibits included the Ancestral's daily necessities, photos, weapons, and more. The general collection was similar to that on Earth, and there were also murals. Lin Luo saw a photo of the Ancestral, a handsome, muscular man with white hair, almost identical to the sculpture. The photo, using 3D printing, appeared vividly before Lin Luo's eyes. It was hard for him to imagine the extent of a creature's power, capable of such a large size and supreme strength. Chapter 1197. Han Qingqing sighed. "In all our long history, our God clan has never seen anyone so handsome and powerful, and that only includes the Ancestral. His strength is unquestionable. By the way, you just mentioned the reason why the Ancestral Palace has so many more people than the Dragon Palace." Lin Luo asked in confusion. Han Qingqing said, "The main reason is that we share the same bloodline as the Ancestral Palace. We can obtain bloodlines by begging at the Ancestral Palace. Have several lucky individuals ever received such a gift?" Lin Luo said, "When you say bloodline is obtained, you should be referring to a true bloodline, not the kind of begging or psychological comfort." "Yes, this isn't a legend, it's real." Han Qingqing stroked her delicate chin. "It's said that some people prayed at the Ancestral Palace, hoping to become even more powerful. Among these people, those with exceptional talent were summoned by the Ancestral Palace and granted a gift." "What does a gift mean?" "A gift refers to the granting of bloodline and abilities, not necessarily bloodline. Bloodline can greatly enhance one's strength, allowing us to revert to our ancestral state, while abilities are powerful abilities." "Are there any examples?" Lin Luo asked. "Yes." Han Qingqing gave 2 examples. One example involved a divine race who gained bloodline abilities. Their talent and physical form were greatly enhanced, and their evolutionary speed increased, reaching the immortal level. Another example involves a Protoss who gained the ability to grow in size, using it in combat to greatly enhance their strength. Both Protoss races inherited the bloodline of their ancestors and evolved into immortal beings. In the early days, the 2 Protoss didn't dare speak out, fearing someone might plot against them. Immortal-level creatures don't have this concern. In the 8th universe, many things are similar to Earth. Some successful individuals enjoy promoting themselves. They enjoy publishing books about how to evolve to immortality. Immortals are equated with successful individuals, and many buy them to learn from their experiences. Some creatures have gained considerable experience through these books, and many have even evolved to immortality. Of course, some are simply marketing bragging, primarily aiming to profit from this, and many people want to capitalize on this opportunity. Immortals in the 8th universe also require significant funds. Publishing their own success stories can bring in significant income, so some are naturally willing to do so. Han Qingqing sighed. "I'm a long-term tour guide here. I've been here a long time, and I'm always at the Ancestral Palace, but I never encountered this kind of special gift." She couldn't help but say, "Perhaps my talent isn't good enough, so I never received one. If I had one, I wouldn't have to continue being a tour guide and could pursue a career of my own. Tour guides earn a lot of money, but it's not a glamorous position. I'd love to be able to advance to a higher level, so I don't have to work from 9 to 6 every day." Han Qingqing was a tour guide, not a high-ranking one, but she earned a decent income, especially when she met some high-profile clients. Some decent clients were fine, but with some lesser ones, Han Qingqing had to endure the abuse. There was no way. Han Qingqing had no unique characteristics, so she was eliminated long ago. There are very few people like Lin Luo who are handsome, wealthy, and have high social status. However, these people have their own obsession with cleanliness and won't interact with tour guides like them. Han Qingqing, who has strong emotional control, said with a smile, "I'm not saying that tour guides are no longer viable. I'm just saying I want to change jobs. It's mainly because someone as powerful as our boss doesn't have our bloodline. Otherwise, you could be blessed. I think it's great that you can come and visit. It's okay even without the blessing, Lin Luo said. Han Qingqing praised, but I believe that with boss's abilities, evolving to the immortal level is a matter of time. Even without our divine bloodline, you can still achieve it. Generally speaking, even powerful people are the same without the grace of their ancestors. With the grace of their ancestors, they are even stronger. Without it, I believe they can still be very powerful. Lin Luo smiled, don't flatter me. The Ace Squad is quite powerful, but that doesn't mean all creatures can evolve to the immortal level. There are still many creatures that cannot. Han Qingqing touched her tender lips with her hand. That's true, but you give me a different feeling. I think you will evolve to the immortal level. I hope what you say is true. Lin Luo smiled. Han Qingqing took Lin Luo to continue his tour of the ancestral palace. Inside, there were many murals depicting immense power. The ancestral had slain and devoured many powerful creatures. Some immortal-level creatures were vulnerable to the ancestral. The ancestor killed and devoured many powerful immortal creatures before he could evolve to his current level. After Han Qingqing took Lin Luo on a tour of the ancestral palace, they arrived at a high-end restaurant. While it offered many unique features, its biggest drawback was its high prices. Lin Luo was quite satisfied with Han Qingqing's attitude today. As expected, money makes the world go round. At first, Lin Luo was a new member of the Ace Squad, and Han Qingqing, believing he had little money, became quite distant. He offered a large sum of money, and Han Qingqing's attitude changed. Lin Luo didn't blame Han Qingqing, believing it was common sense. This profession was all about making money. There was nothing wrong with someone wanting to earn more money. After dinner, Han Qingqing asked Lin Luo to sleep together, but he declined. Lin Luo wasn't a casual person, and besides, he had just returned from Ho Tu's visit. As soon as he returned to his hotel, a heavy-hearted man's voice echoed in his mind. Are you from the ancestral planet? Who are you? Why am I hearing your voice in my mind? Don't panic. You just visited my memorial hall this morning. I'm the so-called ancestor of the gods. So it's you. It seems the legend isn't false. Entering the ancestral palace really does have a chance of receiving your gift, Lin Luo said. The white-haired ancestor appeared before Lin Luo's eyes. This is my reserve measure. Anyone who is human and shares similar blood has a certain chance of receiving my gift. It can't be called a gift. It's more of an investment. If it's a good investment, there's a high probability of a return. Even if there's no return, it doesn't matter. Consider it a good connection between me and him. These blood and abilities aren't that important to me anyway. If these things can be passed on to future generations, it can give them a great opportunity to continuously amplify their strength. There's a certain chance they reach my level in the future. Chapter 1198. Lin Luo said, reaching your level is extremely difficult, isn't it? Your power has already surpassed that of phenomenal immortals. The entire 8th universe. No, there aren't many creatures in the entire life universe more powerful than you. Are you sure your investments will pay off in the end? The white-haired ancestor said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you can't. Just treat it as an investment. Investments are inherently risky, and failure is normal. It's impossible for every investor to want to make money. Lin Luo smiled, your words sound very much like 8th universe. I'm even doubting you're from Earth. I'm absolutely certain I'm from the ancestral star, the Earth you mentioned. The white-haired ancestor sighed, I came here by accident. After spending time here, I naturally develop a sense of familiarity. Lin Luo asked, what do you want from me? Of course, I want to invest in you. The white-haired ancestor said, you're from the ancestral star. Your talent is formidable, and I'm interested. I'd like to invest in you. Your investment doesn't come without a price, does it? Lin Luo asked. Yes, I died in the evolution battlefield, but I didn't fully die. If a creature is powerful enough, even a single cell can be revived. The white-haired ancestor asked. Are you hiding somewhere in the evolution battlefield? Yes, I am. It's been tough all these years. I've been investing for so long, and not a single creature has evolved to the phenomenal immortal level. Otherwise, I could have escaped. The white-haired ancestor was quite frustrated. Too few creatures could enter the evolutionary battlefield, and they needed to be powerful enough to become phenomenal immortals. He had invested in several talented individuals who seemed to have decent character, but none of them had evolved to phenomenal immortals. There were several Protoss with exceptional talent, but their character wasn't good enough, so the white-haired ancestor had no choice but to give up. Is that all? Lin Luo asked. The white-haired ancestor said, that's all. I don't have any special requirements. Some of my descendants are also very powerful, and don't need my care. On the contrary, I have to be wary of some of my descendants. Some of them have poor character, and want to gain something from me. Lin Luo said, no wonder you didn't look among your own descendants. If you had just looked that way, it would have been much simpler. The white-haired ancestor nodded, then sighed helplessly. Offspring are definitely not the best choice. 2 of them are talented. They have the best talents, and I personally nurtured them into phenomenal immortals. I originally wanted to find them, but after I died, these 2 guys were celebrating their every day. Do you think I dared to find them? If I did, they wouldn't help me. They might even tear down the ancestral palace, denying me the opportunity to invest. Lin Luo asked, are the 2 people you're talking about the 2 currently in charge of the Protoss planet? The 2 currently in charge of the Protoss planet are Zhang Kuan and Zhang Luan. Both are phenomenal immortals, possessing immense power. They have controlled the Protoss planet for a long time, are deeply entrenched, and wield immense authority. The 2 men even became council members, wielding considerable power within the parliament. The Protoss has a total of 10 phenomenal immortal level beings, an absolutely powerful race in the 8th universe, ranking very highly. The white-haired ancestor said, it's them. Among my many descendants, they are the most powerful, and I treat them with the utmost care. But they treated me this way. I have no recourse. Even if I had a solution, I wouldn't resort to such methods. His tone was quite helpless. The Ancestor Palace's investment carried too much uncertainty, and there was a high probability of failure. I think investing a little here and there is useless. It would be better if you invested all your money in me, making me even more powerful. Then I could help you solve many problems. Lin Luo said. The white-haired ancestor shook his head. You have a good idea. Let me invest everything in you. If you fail, I'd be in trouble. No one will help me later. You should have a little more confidence in me. If I succeed, all that extra investment won't be necessary. Sometimes more isn't always a good thing. You need to strive for excellence. Lin Luo said. The white-haired ancestor said, wait until you evolve to an immortal-level creature. You want to trick me now? That's impossible. Only when you evolve to the immortal level, and let me see your potential. Of course. Lin Luo knew that the white-haired ancestor, having lived so long, was definitely not someone who would be easily deceived. He wouldn't just give his entire investment to one person. He wasn't in a hurry. Sometimes, to gain something, one must prove their worth. Only then will they invest. Let me give you a drop of blood, the same blood you have. Let's see how much you can fuse, and how much stronger you will become. Then I won't be polite. You sound like you're going to be polite to me. The white-haired ancestor began to doubt Lin Luo's character, but then he thought about how Lin Luo had come from the ancestral planet and rescued his friend, which was quite good. When he was on the ancestral planet, the 2 sides had completely different perspectives. The strong were supposed to protect the weak. It was a righteous act that was praised. In the 8th universe, things were completely different. The strong protecting the weak was despised, and the weak and the strong could not be friends. Unless 2 creatures could grow stronger together, they could maintain a good relationship. If one of them was stronger, it would be difficult for the 2 creatures to be friends. The white-haired ancestor pointed at Lin Luo, and a drop of golden-red blood traveled through time and space, entering Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo felt the sound of bones shifting within him, and blood gushed out, his body becoming larger than before. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a complete transformation, becoming many times stronger than before. Very good. Your blood is very useful to me. The only thing missing is that I don't have enough. If I had more, I could evolve to a higher level. Lin Luo said contentedly. How did you almost finish absorbing it? The white-haired ancestor asked in surprise. Otherwise, it would take a long time to absorb all this blood? Lin Luo asked. I can't answer you right away. I remember that they absorbed my blood before because their aptitude wasn't good enough. There were a lot of impurities in their bodies that needed to be expelled in large quantities. This expulsion process is extremely painful. You're the first one to do it so easily. I don't know what to say. Should I say your talent is good, or should I say your talent is poor? The white-haired ancestor hesitated. Chapter 1199. Of course, I have good talent. If I had poor talent, how could this process be so short? I think it would have been much longer. Lin Luo said. White-haired ancestor, you have a point, don't you? But I think this needs to be verified. Only after verification can we know whether it is true or not. Lin Luo still refused to give up. I think you should invest all your money in me. Investing too much won't make you much. Sometimes, investing in one high-quality stock is enough. You don't need to invest in so many stocks. If you invest in more stocks, you will only make a small profit. If you lose a lot in one stock, you will lose money overall. If you invest all your money in me, the meaning is completely different. White-haired ancestor said, you don't need to waste your time. I suffered more losses than you eat in food. I won't be fooled so easily. When I first came here from Earth, I'm not used to it. It's two completely different worlds. How are things changing on Earth? Is it still the same as before? Has it gotten a little better? Lin Luo said, the situation is the same as in the 8th universe. Biological evolution is closely linked to money. Okay. The white-haired ancestor said helplessly, when you evolve to the immortal level, you can come here again. I give you something. You have to show me your value before I fully invest. If you don't, I won't invest in you. As expected, the old ones are the wisest. It seems it's too difficult to trick you. Let's make a deal. When I come back, you can't break your promise. Lin Luo said. The white-haired ancestor smiled and said, all right, as long as you perform well, I will definitely not be stingy. Helping you is the same as helping myself. Your evolution to a higher level will benefit both of us. Lin Luo ended his conversation with the white-haired ancestor. This trip to the Protoss planet had been quite good. He had gained a considerable opportunity from the white-haired ancestor, bringing him one step closer to the immortal level. Evolving to the immortal level is still very difficult, and requires a lot of effort. Lin Luo wandered around the Protoss planet for a while, feeling tired, so he returned to the hotel to rest. Early in the morning, just as the sky was getting light, Han Qingqing called, and Lin Luo answered. What's up? Boss, I found the person you asked me to find. He lives in a slum. His life is a bit tough right now, and he's being bullied every day. Give me the address, and I go check it out. Lin Luo said. Han Qingqing said, Boss, you're not from here, so it's difficult to handle. It's safer for me to bring someone to handle this for you. If you don't do your job well here, you might face retaliation from some of the Protoss. Okay. Lin Luo washed up. Han Qingqing was already waiting downstairs. Han Qingqing was wearing a JK outfit, which perfectly showcased her slender, curvaceous figure, especially her long, black legs. Seeing Lin Luo approach, she jumped up and said, Boss, I already notified law enforcement. If your friend poses any threat, we can directly notify the officers, and have them come and handle the situation. Okay. Lin Luo said. A spaceship landed in front of the two men. Lin Luo entered and headed towards his destination. In a dark alley. The surrounding garbage was scattered everywhere, emitting a foul odor. Could there be a loud noise coming from inside? A group of people assaulted one person, who was beaten so hard that he dared not resist, and could only passively endure the attack. Jean Dashin did not dare to resist his attackers. Fighting in human form is unlikely to result in a fatality. If they were to reveal their true forms and attack each other, the meaning would be completely different. If they were not careful, someone could die. What kind of a jerk is this guy? Didn't you have a Protoss friend on our planet? Do you think you can come to our Protoss planet? That jerk Li Sun is just as good. He used to take whatever you asked him to, but now he's so stingy. You're the one who taught him that. And you're ridiculous. You're bullied every day, yet you still try to defend others. I don't know what's going on in your head. You're not in the right place. It's a shame we can't beat this guy to death on the Protoss planet. Otherwise you'd be dead. I'm going to beat you to death. Just listen to me. Li Sun's going to be released soon. When he does, find a way to get some good stuff from him, especially since it's a gift from his parents. The men were tired and stopped attacking Jean Dashin. Jean Dashin curled up in pain, unable to utter a word. The leader, Jean Xinyan, said, just beating him every day isn't enough, I think. This guy's too resilient to be beaten. He won't be killed in a while. I think cutting off one of his arms would be a better approach. Chen Yongxian smiled cruelly. That level of beating won't have any effect at all. If we don't cut it off now, it will be much more effective. Just be obedient under the excruciating pain. Jean Xinyan nodded. Your idea is quite good. Beating is pointless. Excruciating pain is what's interesting. Then let's cut off the arm. Jean Xinyan drew his machete and attempted to chop off Jean Dashin's arm. Jean Dashin began to struggle frantically. A severed arm would be difficult to regenerate, but with the severity of the beating, it would heal quickly after a period of rest. Furthermore, Jean Dashin had no medical insurance, and living expenses on the Protoss planet were extremely high. Regular hospital fees were about 20% higher than those for new cars. Jean Dashin's arm was gone, and he needed hospital treatment. Don't cut off Brother Dashin's arm. A young woman, her face covered in dirt, approached Jean Dashin, hoping to stop Gene Sinny's group. Gene Sinny didn't immediately attack. He laughed. This foreigner is truly hilarious. He can barely protect himself, yet he's taking in a homeless woman. You're just being ridiculous, aren't you? Gene Dashin quickly said, Xiao Dai, get out of here. This is my business, not yours. Don't get involved in this or you die. Xiao Dai's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. I can't help it. I can still watch, but they're trying to cut off your arm. I simply can't bear to watch. Gene Dashin sighed. I'm useless. I can't protect you. There's no point in you coming out. You might end up suffering with me. Gene Sinny pulled Xiao Dai over and examined her closely. Your features are fine. You just need to wash your face, put on some makeup, and dress nicely. You could become a tour guide at the lowest level. Chapter 1200. The profession of tour guide is not only found on Protoss planets, but also on many other planets. Tour guides are divided into several levels, high, medium, low, and lowest. There are significant differences between the levels, and the content of their services is also completely different. The lowest level tour guides engage in the sex trade and have the hardest time earning money. Many creatures from outside will specifically request the lowest level guides to experience the customs of other races. It's okay if they don't have extreme fetishes, but the real fear is encountering those with extreme fetishes who enjoy torturing people. Many lowest level guides die every year, each one a tragic death. Some specialized accomplices will seek out attractive males and females to expand the ranks of the lowest level guides. Few creatures who work as lowest level tour guides can escape this profession alive. Many die along the way. Even if a creature survives, finding other work will be difficult, and this will be recorded on their resume. Gene Dashin angrily said, just take revenge on me. Don't target anyone close to me. She's innocent and has done nothing wrong. Gene Sinny sneered, are you kidding me? And your tone is wrong. You should be begging someone, not angry. Do you think we're easy to talk to? Please let her go. Gene Dashin continued to beg for mercy. Please tell me Li Sun's secret, and I let you go. Gene Sinny said. I really don't know. Li Sun's parents haven't said anything. If I knew something, I'd definitely tell you, but I really don't know anything. Gene Dashin said. You're still holding on, you bastard. We can't get Li Sun, but we can get you. Gene Sinny put down his sword and picked up Xiao Dai, preparing to leave. Your hand is safe for now. If you want to save this woman, remember to tell us the secret. And it's best not to let Li Sun retaliate. I can't guarantee her survival. Only if you obey me will Xiao Dai survive. Just as he was about to leave, Gene Dashin grabbed his foot. You can do whatever you want to me, but you can't do anything to the people around me. I won't let you take her unless I'm dead. Gene Dashin gritted his teeth. Gene Sinny said viciously, I was going to let you go, but I didn't expect you to be so desperate. So, I chop off your hand first and keep you hospitalized for a few more days. He had recently learned that Li Sun would be released from the mental hospital within 2 weeks. Although Li Sun had always been a loser, he couldn't help but have a close relationship with him. Li Sun had a pair of phenomenal immortal parents, 2 of 10. It was practically impossible for Gene Sinyan to attack Li Sun. He could only strike from his immediate surroundings, ideally posing as a threat. If Li Sun wasn't threatened, then Gene Sinyan would be the one to die. Just as Gene Sinyan was about to strike, a group of law enforcement officers descended from the sky. Everyone, stand still. Anyone who moves will be killed immediately, the leading officer declared. Frightened, Gene Sinyan and his companions quickly raised their hands in surrender, knowing the officers before them were serious. The Protoss planet had clear regulations. Law enforcement officers were permitted to kill and behead people without responsibility. Gene Sinny and his companions were powerless, and even if they died, no one would stand by. Brother Dashin. Xiao Dai dove into Gene Dashin's arms. It's okay, the law enforcement officers are here, and we're relatively safe, Gene Dashin comforted. Xiao Dai's face paled, and she grew even more frightened. Law enforcement officers don't usually show up. They only come when something bad happens. They generally treat everyone equally, and there's nothing good about them. If she had handled the situation fairly, her family wouldn't have been torn apart. Xiao Dai came from an ordinary Protoss family. Her parents had stable jobs, lived a 9-to-5 lifestyle, and she had a younger brother. This kind of ordinary family was common on the Protoss planet. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Dai would have lived a peaceful and comfortable life. Ordinary, without money, but very happy. Unfortunately, Xiao Dai's younger brother was diagnosed with an atavistic bloodline, endowed with immense strength. This is common on Protoss planets, where Protoss bloodlines often revert to their ancestral form, gaining immense strength. If her brother were an ordinary person, the family would have lived a happy life. Her brother was no ordinary person, destined to face disaster. Initially, the Protoss leaders hoped that Xiao Dai's brother would voluntarily hand over his bloodline, which would save him much pain and earn him a substantial sum of money. Since Xiao Dai's family was from a Protoss planet, they naturally knew the cost of refusal and considered obtaining the bloodline immediately. Her parents consulted many people, but the answers were unsatisfactory. The cost of giving up the bloodline was high, potentially crippling the individual. With his transplanted bloodline, Xiao Dai's brother would likely have a normal lifespan of 100 years at most, and would be unable to evolve into any other form. In the meantime, Xiao Dai's younger brother had to be trained, while the Protoss higher-ups dug up his bloodline. This torture was protracted. Xiao Dai's parents rejected the offer, and were met with frenzied retaliation. Not long after, Xiao Dai's parents died in an accident, and Xiao Dai's younger brother vanished. Xiao Dai was unable to continue her studies. Her family's house was repossessed, with accusations that her father had amassed a massive gambling debt. She refused to believe this. Xiao Dai knew her father well. He had no bad habits, let alone a massive gambling debt. She knew she was being persecuted by those who wanted her younger brother's bloodline. She felt a deep resentment and a desire to avenge her parents. But the reality of her powerlessness forced Xiao Dai to give up. Ever since being persecuted, Xiao Dai couldn't even afford to eat, and she had been wandering. There were many homeless people on the Protoss planet, most of whom had been persecuted and forced into hiding. Once, Xiao Dai sought out law enforcement officers, but instead of helping her resolve her situation, they even made trouble for her. One of the law enforcement officers was kind enough to tell Xiao Dai not to approach them. If the person she had clashed with was of a high status, the law enforcement officer would have been fair and impartial. But since Xiao Dai had offended a wealthy individual, dealing with her would have been extremely difficult. It was a good thing the law enforcement officer didn't take action against Xiao Dai. It was simply because the other party hadn't paid any attention to her, believing her to be a worthless individual. If the other party had taken her seriously, the law enforcement officer would likely have taken action, and Xiao Dai would have had no chance of survival. The law enforcement officer advised Xiao Dai to find a new place, change her identity, live a good life, and forget everything. He said many people had experienced the same fate, and ultimately, resistance had no good outcome. Chapter 1201. After leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Xiao Dai had completely given up hope. She hadn't known how dark society could be before, but this time she truly understood. Xiao Dai had been living in a daze, struggling to avenge her parents, and unwilling to give up on her younger brother. Until Jean Dashin appeared, she felt a sense of warmth again. Xiao Dai was very young, knew very little, and had always felt helpless. Jean Dashin noticed Xiao Dai's annoyance and comforted her. Don't worry. Sometimes law enforcement officers don't necessarily help small-time thugs. I think they help me. Xiao Dai nodded. I hope so. Jean Sinny lost his previous ferocity and addressed the leading law enforcement officer. Brother, my name is Jean Sinny. I sent you something a while ago. 10,000 universe coins. You said you take good care of me? Jiang Ping's face turned cold. Are you threatening me now? No, how dare I threaten you? Jean Sinny said quickly. You provoked the wrong person today. Li Sun is about to be discharged. You're truly courageous. I wouldn't dare to provoke him, but you did. Sometimes I really admire little thugs like you, Jiang Ping said coldly. Jean Sinny's face paled with fear. I was just a little greedy. I shouldn't die. Then just be obedient from now on. At least you won't die. Okay, Jean Sinny said. A group of law enforcement officers, beating and dragging, took Jean Sinny and his group away. Xiao Dai's eyes lit up, radiating light. Brother Dashin, your prediction was correct this time. They seem to be doing something different. They dealt with the original group. Jean Dashin said, I'm telling you, there's still justice in this world, or maybe there's nothing at all. Yes, there is justice, Xiao Dai said. As Jean Dashin was speaking, he spotted a familiar figure. A look of ecstasy crossed his face, and he quickly ran over. Xiao Dai, sensing something wasn't right, hurried after Jean Dashin. After wandering for so long, Xiao Dai trusted only Jean Dashin. Jean Dashin approached Lin Luo and said excitedly, Brother Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm happy to see you too, Lin Luo said with a smile. Jean Dashin quickly understood. Brother Lin, did you send these law enforcement officers? Or what else? Lin Luo asked. Jean Dashin scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems I was naive. I thought the law enforcement officers had suddenly become righteous. Turns out it was thanks to your help, Brother Lin. Han Qingqing said from the side, of course. Without the boss's apprentice, we wouldn't have been able to find you so quickly. Sometimes money can solve a lot of problems. Lin Luo looked at Xiao Dai. Who do you think this is? Jean Dashin explained. This is someone I rescued. Her life was very tragic, so I treated her like a sister and kept her with me. Xiao Dai trembled. Hello, my name is Xiao Dai. Hello. Lin Luo greeted her and said, this isn't a place to talk. Let's find a quieter place and talk about what happened. Okay. Jean Dashin trusted Lin Luo deeply. He owed a lot of his survival to Lin Luo's help. Lin Luo instructed Han Qingqing to find a quiet place with good food, and money wasn't a problem. Okay, boss, I definitely find you a good place, and I guarantee you be satisfied, Han Qingqing said, patting his chest. Under Han Qingqing's arrangement, they arrived at a prestigious restaurant. It was packed, and getting a table was usually quite difficult. Han Qingqing had put in a lot of effort to secure a table for Lin Luo and his companions. Jean Dashin and his companions hadn't had a good meal in a long time. Their eyes lit up as they watched the food being served. They'd been through so much hardship. Lin Luo extended his hand, saying, if you want to eat, just start eating. There's no need to worry about anything. We all know each other so well. Then I won't hesitate. Jean Dashin was the first to start, stuffing his food into his mouth. Knowing Xiao Dai was shy, he gave her more food. Xiao Dai, starving, slowly began to eat. After filling their bellies, the two men walked much more slowly than before, and Jean Dashin and Lin Luo began chatting. Jean Dashin explained that he and Li Sun had come to the Protoss planet to visit his parents. When they arrived, Li Sun's parents weren't there. As they were about to leave, Li Sun's parents arrived. Because it was Li Sun's personal matter, Jean Dashin stayed out to listen. After nearly an hour of conversation, Li Sun finally emerged from the room, but his parents had already left. Li Sun gave Jean Dashin some money, implying that he should return, as staying on the Protoss planet would only lead to suffering. The outsiders arrived too quickly, giving Jean Dashin no chance to escape. Jean Dashin said helplessly, Li Sun was captured. Later, I heard he was taken to a mental hospital. When I got out of prison, I had spent almost all my money, so I only had a little left for food. I originally wanted to return to Li Sun's home for a while, but my home was also sealed off. I really started wandering around the Protoss planet for a while. During this time, I tried to find a job. But finding a job wasn't easy. I had nothing on the Protoss planet, and was a foreigner. Long-term jobs didn't want me, only short-term ones. The salary wasn't high, and I was often harassed. My work experience is enough for me to eat here. The salary here on the Protoss planet is much higher than where I was before, but the cost of living is ridiculous. The money I earn in a day is only enough for daily meals. He looked at Xiao Dai again. She's a good girl I met. When I was starving and almost unable to move, she gave me some money to buy food and then introduced me to some short-term jobs. I was able to. She's been living with me for a long time. I've been relying on her for so long. You saw it just now. If it weren't for her help, I might have lost an arm. Medical expenses are so expensive these days. Reattaching my arm would probably cost tens of thousands of universe coins, which is simply not something I can afford. Xiao Dai shook her head. Brother Dashin, don't say that. I helped you a lot up front, and you helped me later. I need to thank you for that. Jean Dashin asked Lin Luo curiously, Brother Lin, how have you been doing recently? I believe that with your abilities, you'd definitely be doing very well. Not bad, I think. Mainly because we've been quite effective. We completed several major missions, and received a lot of dividends. Lin Luo said. Han Qingqing said from the side, Boss, you're being low-key. The missions the Deep Blue Team completes are all major ones, involving immortal-level creatures. Chapter 1202. Jean Dashin took a bite of a large chicken drumstick and said, I know this very well. As long as it involves immortal creatures, the mission is worth billions, and Brother Lin will get a good share of the profits. You're worthy of being my idol. You're much more capable than I thought. You're not doing as badly as I am. To be honest, my time on Sister Nara's planet was the best. I used to think I was unlucky, but then we had a good opportunity. If I had had a good opportunity, I might have done very well somewhere. Now it seems that's not the case. My main reason for doing so poorly is my lack of ability. Brother Lin and I are a stark contrast. I'm a negative example. Lin Luo smiled, don't dwell on it. You have your own shining points. Xiao Dai said, Brother Dashin, you're the best. Jean Dashin smiled bitterly, my only good quality is my personality. I'm not good at anything else. Being a good person is definitely a plus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much money to help you, said Lin Luo. That's right. Jean Dashan was truly fortunate to have befriended Lin Luo and Li Sun. Han Qingqing didn't forget to flatter him, saying, the boss is truly kind. He'd do his best to help anyone who's his friend. I already gone to Li Sun, and he's truly kind. Some people simply won't help. The 8th universe is a society steeped in inequality, rank, occupation, ability, and so on. Lin Luo held a high position. As a member of the Ace Squad, he held considerable power. After completing 2 missions, he earned a substantial share of the profits. Jean Dashan said gratefully, yes, I used to have quite a few friends, and we had very good relationships. Later, when they reached higher levels, I lost contact with them. It's not that I lost contact with them, it's more that they lost contact with me. I understand that. Different levels lead to different social interactions. Lin Luo said, just hang out with me for a while. After a while on the Protoss planet, come help me. As long as you work hard, I pay you more. Jean Dashan quickly said, I work hard and won't let you down. There's still half a month left. Where do you want to go? Whatever you want to eat, I satisfy you. Lin Luo remembered that upon arriving in the 8th universe, Li Sun immediately sought out Jean Dashan. Jean Dashan was very generous and chose to help immediately. He felt it was only right that he should repay Jean Dashan now. He remembered the saying, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Others wanted to do the same, but Lin Luo didn't know it, he was determined to do it. Jean Dashan thanked him, thank you so much, Brother Lin. You truly been such a benefactor to me. You've been so helpful, I don't know how to thank you enough. It's a small matter. Lin Luo smiled, you deserve what I'm saying. You've given me so much help, and now I'm giving back. Jean Dashan said, thank you very much. The 4 of them continued eating, and Jean Dashan made a decision. Jean Dashan struggled to speak, I shouldn't have asked for this. I already troubled you so much, and now I'm troubling you with other people's matters. I really feel bad for this. It's nothing to be sorry about. We're friends. Tell me anything you need, and I do my best to help you, Lin Luo said. Jean Dashan said, I want you to help Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai's brother was captured by the God clan's higher-ups. His parents died from persecution, and his brother's bloodline is being dug out. He definitely needs some time to recover. Her brother is probably still alive, but there's a good chance he suffer for some time to come. I hope you can help him. Xiao Dai said sincerely, please. Lin Luo hesitated, I want to help you, but who is this person to you? I can't possibly help a stranger. Jean Dashan was nervous, his palms sweating. Well, she's my sister. Just a sister? Lin Luo asked doubtfully. Xiao Dai looked at Jean Dashan and said, as long as Brother Dashan doesn't dislike me, our relationship can take a step closer. Her pretty face flushed. If our relationship develops well, I think we can become husband and wife. Xiao Dai had been spending time with Jean Dashan for a while, and had fallen deeply in love with him. Her pretty face flushed, and for a moment, she didn't dare look at him. Well? Jean Dashan hesitated. Lin Luo smiled, she's already taken the initiative. Why should you, a grown man, be shy? Jean Dashan said, I like Xiao Dai too. I can't live without her. Han Qingqing said, I think you two are perfect for each other. You can be together. That way, the boss can be more helpful. Xiao Dai nodded quickly, I do. Lin Luo and Han Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Han Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed, I already taken the initiative. Why don't you just kiss and show your affection? The two were so shy that they couldn't utter a word for a long time. Xiao Dai took the initiative and reached out to shake Jean Dashan's hand. Jean Dashan didn't back down and took Xiao Dai's hand. Xiao Dai smiled happily, Brother Dashan, you're really good. Jean Dashan scratched his head, don't say that. I feel unworthy of you. You're a god, and I'm just an ordinary race. The gap between us seems too big. Xiao Dai shook her head, I won't despise you. You helped me so much when I was at my worst. Now that I'm better, I won't despise you. You can rest assured of that. I will do this well and rescue your brother, Lin Luo said. Jean Dashan said, thank you so much. Xiao Dai's eyes sparkled as she said, Brother Lin, no wonder Brother Dashan always says hello. Now I see, you're even better than I imagined. Thank you later. I help you first. Lin Luo instructed Han Qingqing to investigate the identities of those persecuting Xiao Dai's family, and to arrange a place for them to stay. Jean Dashan and Xiao Dai were both jobless, without a place to live, and spent their days wandering. Lin Luo planned to find them a place to stay so they could spend some quality time together. Jean Dashan was also quite lucky. At his advanced age, Some creatures have had several wives. In the 8th universe, many creatures have long lifespans, and those who have multiple partners are different. They have many partners. For creatures of Gene Dashin's age, it's unknown how many partners he's had. Gene Dashin was relatively docile, with only Xiao Dai as his only opposite-sex partner. Chapter 1203. Lin Luo felt that without his help, the relationship between Gene Dashin and Xiao Dai would hardly improve. He was a good person to the end, helping the two break the final curtain of closure. Han Qingqing, receiving Lin Luo's instructions, immediately began work investigating the perpetrators behind Xiao Dai's persecution. She had heard that Lin Luo was building a galaxy and needed help. This galaxy was owned by the Deep Blue team, and it presented Han Qingqing with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Luo quickly received the results of his investigation. The Jiang family had framed Xiao Dai's family. The Jiang family wielded considerable power throughout the entire Protoss planet. The Jiang family held considerable influence in various departments, and Jiang Qinglu, in particular, was hailed as a rare genius within the family. Jiang Qinglu's own bloodline was somewhat weak, and the Jiang family sought to obtain a more powerful bloodline through others. Xiao Dai's younger brother became a target. Their family was too ordinary, and having exposed their bloodline naturally drew scrutiny. It's the same everywhere. Those without power and influence will be bullied, and the 8th universe is no different from Earth. Han Qingqing said, Xiao Dai's brother is not dead. He's still being nurtured by the Jiang family. His bloodline hasn't yet fully formed and needs to be nurtured. Rescue Xiao Dai's brother, and then kill the mastermind. Lin Luo took out nearly 100,000 universe coins and handed them to Han Qingqing. Han Qingqing put the 100,000 universe coins away and patted his chest, saying, Boss, don't worry. I take care of this matter. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Go ahead. Lin Luo's money was in place, and Han Qingqing handled the situation with remarkable efficiency. Han Qingqing successfully resolved the matter, and the Jiang family, the culprits who persecuted Xiao Dai's family, were dealt with. Xiao Dai's younger brother was also rescued by Han Qingqing. The 100,000 yuan hadn't been wasted. Lin Luo approached Gene Dashin, who quickly thanked him. Brother Lin, if you spent any money on this matter, you spent 100,000 universe coins to rescue Xiao Dai's younger brother. I definitely pay you back when I have more money. Gene Dashin thanked him. Lin Luo looked at Han Qingqing, who quickly explained, Boss, I don't want to say more. Brother Dashin keeps asking me, and I have no other options. Hurry up and thank me, big brother. Xiao Dai held a child, only 7 or 8 years old, her blood radiating a dazzling golden light. Xiao Dai's younger brother was quite gifted, possessing rare divine blood, and exhibited a pronounced atavism. Thank you, big brother. Xiao bowed, expressing his sincere gratitude. Without you, I'd just be raising pigs for them at home. When they reach a certain age, they slaughter me. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Fortunately, you helped me escape from that hellish place alive. Lin Luo patted Xiao's head. Next, I send you to a prestigious school and provide you with financial support so you can evolve as quickly as possible. Xiao said in a childish voice, Don't worry, benefactor. When I reach a high level of evolution, I will definitely repay you well. Just be nice to you, sister and Dashin. At Lin Luo's rate of evolution, it would be nearly impossible for Xiao to repay his kindness. Being a good employee would be a possibility. Xiao nodded. I understand. I will do my best to treat them both well. Without them, we wouldn't have been rescued. Gene Dashin changed into a formal suit and, after a quick wash, looked much more refreshed. He already had a good appearance, and he looked remarkably handsome. Next to him, Xiao Dai, wearing a JK uniform, had a well-proportioned figure and long straight legs. She was only half a head shorter than Gene Dashin. The two of them were a perfect match, both handsome and beautiful. Xiao Dai quickly waved and called out, Brother Dashin. The car downstairs is ready. We can get in and head to the mental hospital. Li Sun will be discharged at 9 o'clock. Let's go and give him a surprise, Gene Dashin said enthusiastically. Let's go, Xiao Dai said happily. After a period of relaxation, she had regained her usual cheerfulness. The three of them arrived at the mental hospital and waited. A moment later, Li Sun emerged. Li Sun saw Lin Luo and the others and hurried over. Brother Lin, you're here to pick me up. Let's talk in the car. Okay. Li Sun got in the car smoothly. Lin Luo asked, Have you noticed any changes in yourself recently? Yes, I found that my body is stronger than before. Lin Luo said. There are some things I can't tell you, but you're all my brothers, and I still trust you. Li Sun glanced at Han Qingqing, Xiao Dai, and Xiaohua. Lin Luo pointed at Han Qingqing and said he'd be working with me soon. If she knows some things, it won't be a big deal. It's your turn to explain, Li Sun said, nudging Jean Dashan. Jean Dashan said shyly, you know everything. There are some things you don't need to say. I've been with you for so long, and I can see the change in your eyes. You have feelings for her. When you look at others, they shyly lower their heads when they notice you're looking at them. This doesn't prove your relationship. Not even a fool can see that, okay? Li Sun said. Jean Dashan scratched his head. Xiao Dai is my fiancé. We're quite compatible. We've been through a lot together. We're close friends, for life and death. I can trust her completely. Li Sun slapped Jean Dashan hard, envious and jealous. I'm suffering in the mental hospital, and you found a partner outside without even telling me. I really despise you. Jean Dashan smiled bitterly. I can't help it. It's probably fate. I can only say I never expected to end up single like this. Xiao Dai blushed deeply. Brother Dashan is a good man. He's helped me so much. I'm so grateful to him. It's my honor to be with him. I'm so envious, Li Sun said jealously. Lin Luo smiled. Li Sun, don't insult Jean Dashan. You're a rich kid with so much talent. Finding a partner shouldn't be easy. If you don't want to find someone, no one can help you. Han Qingqing's eyes flickered, hinting to Li Sun that he could find her. Li Sun wasn't just a second-generation rich kid. He was a very powerful second-generation rich kid in the entire universe, and few could match his status. In the past, Li Sun's talent was too poor. Even with his parents' support, many still considered him unremarkable. Now it was very different. Han Qingqing learned a lot from the conversation between the three of them. Li Sun had changed. His talent was not yet revealed, which made many people look down on him. But once it was revealed, few could match him. Chapter 1204. If Han Qingqing could find Li Sun, her future would be smooth sailing. She even believed that Li Sun had great potential, and might even surpass her current boss in the future. There's a saying in the 8th universe, choosing a partner is more important than striving. Han Qingqing had harbored this thought for a long time, but unfortunately, powerful creatures generally look down on her. On the other hand, Han Qingqing looked down on some weaker creatures. Li Sun looked innocent, seemingly unattached. Han Qingqing felt she might have a chance. Han Qingqing kept flirting with Li Sun, but Li Sun seemed to be trying to charm her, oblivious. He must be an idiot, Han Qingqing cursed inwardly. But she also believed that Li Sun looked down on her, given his status. Han Qingqing had a legitimate career, and Li Sun might be interested in her, but it was a shame it was tour guide work. Whether a tour guide was high-ranking or low-ranking, they couldn't help but rely on that kind of service. Li Sun asked, Brother Lin, what are your plans? Didn't I tell you all about them? One is to build a salary. The second is to develop the team. If you perform well, I'll let you join the Deep Blue team. Lin Luo said. Li Sun was thrilled. I really have a chance to join the Deep Blue team. I thought my limit in life would be joining Sister Nara's 399th team, but I never thought I'd join the Deep Blue team one day. Xiaohua said excitedly, it's the now famous Deep Blue team. We completed 2 immortal level missions, cleared the natives, and killed the creatures of the 6th universe. From a young age, the 8th universe has been irrigating all creatures, clearing the indigenous population, and killing creatures from other universes. This is the duty of the people of the 8th universe. Every planet is instilled with the idea of protecting the 8th universe. Education varies greatly between planets and regions, but this curriculum is the only one that is universal, and must be followed by all people of the 8th universe. Xiaohua, young and easily influenced, has made protecting the 8th universe his lifelong mission. Xiao Dai shouted, don't interrupt when adults are talking. I'm sorry. Xiaohua quickly apologized. It's okay. As long as you perform well, you can become a member of our Deep Blue team in the future. As long as you work hard. Lin Luo caressed Xiaohua affectionately. Really? Xiaohua's face was filled with excitement. Why don't you thank Boss Lin? Xiao Dai said quickly. Thank you, boss. Xiaohua said excitedly. Li Sun hesitated for a moment before deciding, Brother Lin, this is private. I'm not sure if I should ask you. Go ahead. We're friends. I won't be mad if you ask. Go ahead, Lin Luo said. Li Sun continued, so you're now very powerful in the Deep Blue team. It seems you can decide whether someone joins the production team. Are you about to become team leader? Jean Dashan was surprised. Although I think Brother Lin has only been with the Deep Blue team for a short time, with his abilities, he have great potential no matter where he's employed. I firmly believe that. Don't flatter me. I'm not that great. Lin Luo smiled. Li Sun asked curiously, So, what's going on with Brother Lin and the Deep Blue team? It seems like if I don't tell you today, you might not be able to sleep at home tonight, Lin Luo said. So, I'm begging you, Brother Lin. Lee Sun clasped his hands together and pleaded. Since you begged me so much, I tell you. I'm not as powerful as you think. I'm still a ways from becoming captain. I'm just a vice captain right now, with some authority. Lin Luo didn't tell the truth. Some things were too surprising, and they were secrets to him. He had been with the Deep Blue team so recently, and he had gained decision-making power so quickly. This was unusual in every way. The 8th universe also has internet access, allowing for online exposure, which could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Lee Sun gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, Brother Lin. With your strength, I feel you thrive anywhere. Jean Dashan nodded. I agree. Brother Lin is different. He's incredibly powerful. Don't praise me anymore. How about this? You all join the Deep Blue team and celebrate. Lin Luo feigned seriousness. I have something to warn you about. If you're not truly capable, don't even think of relying on my connections. Lee Sun patted his chest vigorously. Brother Lin, don't worry. We're very measured on this. If we weren't capable, we wouldn't even be thinking of it. Xiao Hui shouted. I work hard and one day join the Deep Blue team. Boss, don't regret it then. Lin Luo smiled. You're right. If you were capable, I'd be eager to join. Why would I look down on you? Keep working hard. I still believe in you. Xiao Hui patted his chest and said, since the boss is so optimistic, I will definitely work harder. Han Qingqing, her face filled with admiration, stared at Lin Luo and said, I feel the luckiest thing in my life is serving the boss. There's nothing luckier than this. Lin Luo smiled and said, okay, don't give me the compliments. If I were any faster, I feel like I was going to be a star. The group returned to their residence, preparing to depart for the Deep Blue planet. Lin Luo felt the time was right and sent a message to the group. I'm looking to bring in a new member soon. What do you all think? Long Xian said enthusiastically, I agree. Xiaolin, you're trying to bring your sister over. That's fantastic. I think your sister is a very good person. Pink said coldly, shut up, you bastard. Stop being so disgusting. I don't even know your motives. Can you be more serious? Do you know why our team lacks new blood? The main problem is you. Others would be instantly intimidated by your eagerness. Not only would I be afraid of you, I'd be afraid too. Long Xian retorted, don't worry, I'm not particularly interested in you. I just laughed. You act as if I'm particularly interested in you. Stop bragging about it. Pink said. Ziyun said, you two should both cut down. We're all teammates, and it's been a while since we last met. You should spend some time together, but instead, you two start cursing at each other. Both sides should back off. It's for everyone's benefit. Besides, could you please talk a little less? Lin Luo hasn't even finished what he was saying, and you already spoken it all. Let Lin Luo start talking. Pink turned her head away. I didn't say anything. It's mainly because Long Xian is so disgusting. Chapter 1205. Lin Luo changed the subject. I recently met a captain from Team 399 named Nara. She's quite capable in all areas. I like her to join our Deep Blue team. We have a team of 10, and we're still gradually recruiting new members. One more person means more strength. If our team is fully staffed, it will be of great benefit to the entire team. I think it's all quite good. I send some specific information to the group, and you can take a good look at it. He shared Nara's details, focusing on her years of work experience. Nara's work record is excellent, but her background isn't good. She comes from a relatively weak race, and her combat capabilities are relatively weak. This resume barely qualifies her for the Deep Blue team, but Nara can't join because she lacks an introducer. With Lin Luo's introduction, Nara's joining the Deep Blue team is almost certain, and there won't be any surprises. He posted Nara's information to the group primarily for fairness and justice. Lin Luo had only been a member of the Deep Blue team for a short time, so his experience wasn't enough. Even if Long Xian, Ziyun, and the others trusted him, he couldn't act rashly and allow Nara to join the Deep Blue team directly. If he did, it would likely lead to dissatisfaction among the team members. Long Xian gave him a thumbs up. As expected of you, Xiao Lin. You know there aren't many beautiful women on our team, so you're specifically looking for them to join. What did you say? Pink said with a sullen face. I just said there weren't many beautiful women, not that there weren't any. Why are you so nervous? I wasn't talking about you. Long Xian said. You're just an old silver coin. Don't think I don't know I offended you earlier. You've been plotting against me. Pink said angrily, just wait, kid. Unless you don't want to return to the team, wait and see. Ziyun said, Long Xian, you lose your perfect attendance bonus next month. Why? What do you think? Sister Ziyun, there are still many beautiful women in our team. You and the captain are both stunning beauties. Long Xian said quickly. Ziyun tossed her purple hair with her hands. You don't need to tell me. I'm a beauty who doesn't need any makeup. Pink gave a jealous look. Ziyun and Jialan were both naturally beautiful, incredibly pretty, with almost no flaws to be found. She regularly used all kinds of high-quality cosmetics for her skincare and grooming, and she was just a little ahead of them. This so-called surpassing was just her own belief. It wasn't actually true. After reading Nara's message, Shenlan said, she's quite good. She could join our team. I've seen her complete the team's mission targets over the years, with almost no mistakes, which shows how dedicated she is to her work. There haven't been many casualties on the team, which shows that Nara is a very responsible person. There's nothing wrong with her character. It's not like the missions the team takes on are all easy, some are quite difficult. Pink scoffed, you're someone who owes a lot of money, yet you doubt someone else's character? Jinlan, you're kidding me. Jinlan angrily said, you're my creditor, but you can't judge me like that. I made mistakes, and I correct them. I long since stopped being that kind of person. Okay. Pink said, you sound so confident. Why do I feel so strange? Don't worry about the details. Just know that I changed. I'm completely different from who I was before. True Blue vowed. Stop the nonsense. Have you covered your medical bills? You've been so arrogant lately. Pink asked suspiciously. True Blue gave a happy emoji, and thanked Lin Luo profusely. I have to thank Shaolin for making me a lot of money. My business in the hospital is so good. I usually skip meals, and just starve. Sometimes the only thing I can fill my stomach with is medicine. It's really not easy. I'm so poor that I can only take medicine, and can't even afford to eat. My body has recovered and I'm almost well again. At the end of this vacation, I will return to my original form. I can confidently tell you that the man is back. The best captain of the Deep Blue team has returned to lead the Deep Blue team to new heights. As long as I'm here, I will. We can guarantee that other teams won't dare underestimate us. We will be the strongest. Long Xian couldn't help but lash out. I don't want to hear any of this. Be careful if the captain hears, you know what punishment is. Jinlan quickly added, I'm quite capable, but there's someone even better, our team captain Jialan. She's the embodiment of perfection, a perfect goddess, with almost no flaws. I feel like you haven't changed. You're still the same as before. Sometimes I'm blindly arrogant, and of course when someone leaves you, you be more humble. Alas, you're still the same person. I can't have you as captain anymore. Ziyun sighed. I just agree with this. Everyone else can be captain, but Jinlan can't. Long Xian and Pink agreed. The two, who often enjoyed internal strife, were highly consistent in their assessment of Jinlan's character. Jinlan scoffed, you make it sound like I really want to be captain. I won't be captain anymore. You can rest assured about that. You make it sound like everyone else really wants you to be captain. You should have some self-awareness. Refusing like this will actually be beneficial to you. Pink scoffed. Lin Luo had grown accustomed to the team's atmosphere. If everyone's okay with it, I'm going to have Nara resign and apply to join our team. Pink said, Shaolin, just go for it. You're the most reliable person on our team, and someone I've chosen. You won't make any mistakes. Just do what you say, and I always support you. I've been in the team for so long, and I always felt the team atmosphere is terrible. I feel like I'm walking on thin ice every day, and it's difficult to survive. You're the only one who makes me feel the warmth of the team. Could you add some more humane people to help me feel that warmth? Long Xian trusted Lin Luo more, and agreed directly. Shenlan said, I don't think we need to look at it anymore. It's basically done, right? We won't have too many objections to the person you choose. And Xiaolin, remember to come see me at the hospital, and help me with the discharge paperwork. It's a bit complicated right now, and I need someone I trust. You're someone I trust the most. I think there's no one more suitable to handle this. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. Chapter 1206. Pink warned, Shaolin, I think you need to be more careful. This guy is still very dangerous. You can't trust him completely. He could get you killed. Okay, Lin Lu agreed. Jinlan complained, Pink, how many times have I told you? I'm not the same person I used to be. I'm a trustworthy person. Hee, I won't trust you unless you pay me back in full now, Pink said. Jinlan chose to remain silent. In the 8th universe, creditors and debtors are two different species, like the relationship between slave owners and slaves. Slave owners have the power of life and death over their slaves, and the same is true for creditors and debtors. If a debtor can't pay, the creditor can take them to task, even killing them and selling their organs. Jinlan was relatively restrained towards both Long Xian and Pink. After all, they were the creditors. Ziyun smiled and said, "Everyone's saying that, so I can't say anything. Tell him not to resign yet. Submit the job application first. Once everything is reviewed and approved, he can join the team and resign later." Pink said, "Our Deep Blue team is more humane. Unlike other teams, they want people to resign before they even made a decision. If they succeed, it's fine, but if they don't, they lose their job." "That's simply bad practice," Long Xian commented. "I think so too," Ziyun said. Lin Luo chatted with everyone for a while longer, and then closed the group chat. He told Nara the good news. Nara was overjoyed. "Are you guys really going to let me join the Deep Blue team? You're not going to deny me just because I'm not qualified." "Don't worry, I told you. You're qualified," Lin Luo said. Nara smiled and said, "That's true, but without your recommendation, I wouldn't have been able to join the Deep Blue team. Anyway, I still want to thank you for all you done for me. You've been a huge help to me." "We're helping each other," Lin Luo said. "Okay, let's not exchange our thanks. Now I submit my application to the Universal Alliance and ask them to approve it." Natasha became a little worried again. "Do you think my application will be approved? Will it be approved?" "Don't worry. It's just a formality. It should be easy to pass." Lin Luo comforted her. "I hope so," Nara said. Lin Luo remembered something. "And don't forget some training. You should still have some exercises. These exercises are relatively easy. They're all simulations." He gave Nara his previous simulation. Nara was allowed to join, having completed the necessary procedures. Lin Luo and his group traveled to the multi-star system, located in the southern part of the 8th universe. At the center of a multi-segment galaxy, a massive star radiates a dazzling, all-consuming light. A massive storm roils across its scorching plasma surface. Solar prominences, exceeding 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, dance relentlessly across space like the outstretched tentacles of a cosmic beast. Its intense radiation distorts and ripples the surrounding space, proclaiming its unshakable dominance. Over 20 satellites of varying sizes orbit the primary star, tugged by gravity in eternal elliptical orbits. They gleam a cold silver white or a mysterious blue, carving brilliant paths against the dark cosmic backdrop. Some are dotted with fiery volcanoes, spewing magma that gleams against the primary star's radiance, while others are encased in thick crusts of ice, refracting a dazzling halo of light. This constellation of numerous satellites resembles a magnificent canvas of interwoven light and darkness, a ceaseless celestial waltz under the majestic gaze of the primary star. Jean Dashan asked, "Brother Lin, with so many stars, which one is ours?" Lin Lu replied, "All the planets here are ours. The entire galaxy is ours, right?" "The entire galaxy is ours." Jean Dashan was stunned. Li Sun said, "Dashan, you don't remember what Brother Lin said at all? Didn't he say before? The entire galaxy is ours." Jean Dashan said, "I do remember the flower, but I'm just too surprised to see it now. A galaxy with so many planets must be very expensive, at least several million." Li Sun smiled wryly. "Sometimes, money seems very valuable to us, but to some wealthy people, it's not worth much at all. Of course, some things are extremely valuable. Even hundreds of millions might not buy them. A galaxy this large is probably worth 100 million. Jean Dashan's mouth dropped open in shock. 100 million is ridiculous. Even if I worked my entire life, I probably wouldn't earn that much. Li Sun commented, "Even if you worked on some of the main stars of the 8th universe, you still wouldn't earn that much. It just goes to show how incredibly wealthy the rich are." Jean Dashan sighed. Han Qingqing was thrilled. "I really made the right choice. Following the boss will give me a good life. When those people see me like this, they'd be envious." Lin Luo was a member of the Deep Blue team. Being a member of an ace team is quite impressive, but there are many ace teams in the universe. The Protoss planet often hosts members of ace teams. Some substitutes are just substitutes, with no rights within the team. They can't act arrogantly on the Protoss planet. There was once a member of the ace squad who frequently spent money recklessly, pretending to be incredibly wealthy. At the time, many beautiful Protoss girls, believing they had encountered a soft-hearted deity, flocked to curry favor with this ace squad member. It was eventually revealed that this member had long been expelled from the team and owed a large sum of money, becoming a person of bad credit. A person of bad credit, as it were, has lost their credibility, making it difficult for them to find work. Their methods of repaying the debt involved part-time work and selling blood or organs. Thresh players generally struggled to repay the debt because high-paying jobs were unavailable. So this person came up with a plan. When a member of the Ace squad is expelled, there's a period of time during which information is kept secret. This presented him with an opportunity, so he devised a scheme to deceive others, claiming they hadn't been expelled, and used his meager savings to set up a scheme. He pretended to be wealthy and deceived many of the Divine Tribe girls, forcing them to use their savings and even borrow large sums. After being deceived, these Divine Tribe girls were unable to repay the money and resorted to selling their bodies to pay it back. At the time, many were forced to work as low-level tour guides, using their bodies to earn money to repay the debts. This was considered a good situation. Some, unable to repay the debts, even lost their lives. Chapter 1207. When Han Qingqing resigned, many colleagues used this incident to mock her, saying that she had received a fake loan and that she appeared to have money, but in reality, she had very little. Some colleagues knew the Ace squad well, and realized that the money an Ace squad member could spend was likely equal to their own salary. If they spent too much, they would have very little money. Most people were not optimistic about Han Qingqing, believing that resigning was a bad idea and would not end well. Han Qingqing was likely deceived, believing she had befriended a wealthy person, but in reality, she was just a poor man enjoying a life of luxury. If something happened to this person, causing her to lose her job with the Ace squad or even die, she would not have a good outcome. If Han Qingqing wanted to return to work, the Protoss planet would have no shortage of people. If she wanted to return to her original position, she would probably have to become a first-level tour guide again, otherwise she would be out of work. Everyone's pessimism inevitably made Han Qingqing feel uncomfortable. First-level tour guides are generally unpopular, so Han Qingqing naturally did not want to take the job. Han Qingqing knew she made the wrong choice. Her life was practically over. After seeing the multi-daughter galaxy, she realized she made the right choice. Lin Luo, despite his relatively low life level, surprisingly held such power within the Deep Blue Squad, controlling its development. Boss, does that mean this galaxy is entirely yours, primarily built by you? Han Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. You think too highly of me. The squad isn't mine. It was purchased with the collective funds of everyone in the team. Lin Luo said. So that's how it is. Han Qingqing said attentively. Even if the entire team isn't yours, I think the boss is amazing, young and promising. You're incredibly young and promising, having only been here a few years and already achieved so much. Not bad. Lin Luo smiled. Han Qingqing complimented. I believe with the boss's abilities, his future achievements are unimaginable. Sooner or later, he'd become a captain-level figure. I believe so too. Everyone echoed. Lin Luo smiled. Don't flatter me, I die of pride. We land on the main star right away. The spaceship landed, and everyone emerged. The main star is surrounded by a luminous layer, which generates its own heat and illuminates the 21 planets. Even the outermost planets have sunlight. The price of galaxies has dropped significantly recently, and a new region has been discovered in the 8th universe, containing many independent galaxies. Each universe is relatively large, almost undeveloped, and each has undergone considerable development. Multiple galaxies are quite expensive. 80 million is quite a bit. The price might drop significantly after a while, as those planets are already being developed. However, Lin Luo has an urgent need, so he wants to develop it well for now and bring as many people from Earth as possible. Lin Luo believes that the power of one person is limited, but strength is greater in numbers. What if the 8th universe ever becomes disillusioned and wants to strengthen itself by devouring the 9th universe? Lin Luo could bring everyone to the 8th universe, a change of pace. Earth's population isn't large, and a multi-subsystem system is more than enough to accommodate them. Lin Luo also brought in his team for cover, and the results were quite good. The only downside was that Lin Luo felt sorry for the people on his team. If anything went wrong, they would likely be affected. Construction had begun on the main planet, a massive palace. Outside the porthole, over 30 skyscrapers, like meticulously arranged dominoes, carved the word Deep Blue into the urban fabric with steel and glass. The midday sun cast a flowing halo of light on the building's deep blue-coated glass, and the angular facets reflected varying shades of indigo, like the layers of undercurrents in the deep ocean. The horizontal corridors transformed into powerful strokes, and the glass walkways in the sky twisted like threads between the lines of the characters, arranged in a regular pattern. As dusk deepened, the blue light strips built into the buildings lit up one after another, rendering the word Deep Blue like glowing liquid crystals. Neon lights streamed across the curtain wall, echoing with the city's countless lights. From afar, the two giant Chinese characters, suspended between the buildings, resembled a deep-sea monster emerging against the night sky, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Everyone stood there in shock. Even Lin Luo's face was filled with astonishment. He had thought the main star's construction was impressive, but he hadn't expected it to be so luxurious. The cost of the building materials alone must have reached several million. When the building is completed, including labor and maintenance costs, it will likely exceed 10 million. Li Sun, stunned, said to Lin Luo, "Brother Lin, you're truly remarkable. I knew you were amazing. This landmark building is truly stunning. I've seen landmark buildings in other star systems, and they pale in comparison. Can I say this landmark building has nothing to do with me? It was mainly built by someone I commissioned, and I didn't expect her to be so well built." Lin Luo smiled wryly. "Brother Lin, you're as low-key as ever." "I believe in your abilities," Li Sun said. Jean Dashan asked, "Brother Lin, what do you plan to use this building for now?" "I plan to house some of the planet's key operations here, and it will become the headquarters of the Deep Blue Team. I already registered a company, called the Deep Blue Team, and it will be responsible for all matters related to our ace team," Lin Luo explained. Li Sun nodded and said, "No wonder Brother Lin wanted to build it so well. It seems there's a reason. This building will be responsible for a lot of things in the future. We can get used to it before we start working here. Yes, we need your help during the construction period. After it's completed, you can settle in here for a while," Lin Luo said. "I will definitely settle in for a while, and join the Deep Blue Team as soon as possible." Jean Dashan clenched his fist. Xiao Dai praised, "Brother Dashan, you're very strong. I believe in your abilities. As long as you work hard, you definitely join the Deep Blue Team." Jean Dashan rubbed his head and said, "You're flattering me. I was just bragging, but you were serious. Joining the Deep Blue Team is still a long way off for me. My talent isn't great to begin with, but you have a great chance." Xiao Dai shook her head. "I don't want to join the Deep Blue Team. I just want to be by Brother Dashan's side. As long as I can be by your side, I'd be satisfied. I think you're definitely talented. Maybe you have some undiscovered bloodline. Do you really not want to join the Deep Blue Team?" Jean Dashan asked. Chapter 1208. Xiao Dai's lips curled up charmingly. "Brother Dashan, aren't you afraid that I evolved too high, creating a gap between our statuses and me finding someone new?" "Well," Jean Dashan hurriedly said, "I believe you're not that kind of person. Even if you become very powerful in the future, you won't cut ties with me. I believe in our relationship." Xiao Dai lowered her head and smiled. "You're still the Brother Dashan I know. I knew you'd be so kind." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jean Dashan and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions. Mine are relatively low. I'm content to be with Brother Lin." Jean Dashan said regretfully, "I'm really burdening you." "It's okay. I'm happy. Nothing is more important than that," Xiao Dai said. "Indeed, joining some ace squad, while seemingly our people are safe and sound, is a dangerous situation, with so many dying there, yet no one notices. Living a good life is a blessing. Sometimes, a simple life can be a kind of happiness," Jean Dashan said. Xiao Dai said, "That's true. I think peace and security are a kind of happiness." Xiao Hua stared ahead for a moment before reacting. "It's magnificent." He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Lin, can I take a closer look?" "Of course, be careful, and be as cautious as possible," Lin Luo said. Xiao Hua patted his chest and said, "You find that my bloodline is like an indestructible cockroach. Ordinary injuries are harmless to me. I can quickly recover. Just be safe." Lin Luo nodded. "Great." Xiao Hua rushed towards the building, dancing with joy. "Xiao Hua, wait for me. Don't mess around." Xiao Dai rushed over, fearing Xiao Hua might get into trouble. Han Qingqing couldn't hide her excitement. "Boss, can I work here from now on? You're my employee, so of course you can work here." Lin Luo nodded. "Great. I'd be able to do some good work from now on," Han Qingqing said. "A good job? I mean, I'm not in the service industry anymore." "Indeed, it's not. Just work hard here. You can be more assertive when you receive some people. Our team is quite famous in Universe 8, so try to speak with more integrity." "I know that. I won't bring back my bad habits from the past," Han Qingqing promised. "I believe in your abilities. From now on, you be responsible for hospitality. Initially, you need to personally handle the reception, but later on, we can recruit more people. I plan to establish a department based around you, and you be the department manager," Lin Luo explained. Han Qingqing was briefly stunned, speechless for a long time. She asked excitedly. If I really were to become the department manager, wouldn't that be a problem? You don't want to do it anymore? Lin Luo smiled. Han Qingqing quickly shook her head and said, of course I do, but I'm worried my skills won't hinder the company's development. Don't worry about that. You have so much experience in hospitality that it won't hinder the company's development. Besides, the company is still in its infancy and doesn't have a lot of business. You can learn slowly and take your time. Lin Luo suggested. I remember there are quite a few online courses focused on hospitality, and some companies even offer learning opportunities. With your Deep Blue team background, you can go in with confidence. Now that you're about to become an insider at our company, I need to tell you something. There are 2 immortal level creatures in the Deep Blue team. One is the former captain, who has returned to the team, and the other is the current captain, who is about to evolve to immortal level. Han Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. 2 immortal level creatures. They're much more powerful than the average ace team. That's why I say you should act tougher out there, because our team is much more powerful than the average team, Lin Luo said. Han Qingqing nodded vigorously. I understand. I will act tougher. Brother. Lin Na trotted over, accompanied by a familiar face. Lin Luo looked at Lin Na. Lin Na looked much more mature and steady than before. Lin Xuexue looked even more haggard than before. One of her arms wasn't the original, the flesh looked fresh, perhaps a newly reattached arm. In the 8th universe, only humans are immortal. The hospital's advanced medical technology could bring you back to life. It seems Lin Xuexue encountered danger and nearly lost her arm. Brother Lin Luo, it's been a long time since we last met, Lin Xuexue said. Lin Luo smiled. It's been a long time, Sister Shui, you're even more beautiful than before. Lin Xuexue curled her lips and said, you're lying. What do you mean by more beautiful than before? I've been through a lot of torture lately. I almost died. Is it just an arm, or is it a newly reattached one? What happened? Lin Luo asked. Lin Xuexue couldn't help but complain. It was me leading the team into some danger, and the captain immediately thought of us backup members, so we were sent out to distract the enemy. As a result, out of over 30 backup members, only a few survived, and I was one of them. The rest all died. This is simply inhumane work. Earlier, I was complaining about the inhumanity of Fat Fu Lai, constantly exploiting their employees, making it difficult for them to retire even after working so hard. I didn't expect this to happen to me so soon. I almost died too. Lin Na said helplessly. Xiaoxue has been working hard to become a full member. Unfortunately, as a non-full member, she can't become one of the team members. They didn't treat Xiaoxue as a member. Treat them like human beings. Lin Xuexue said helplessly. Yes, I'm not talented, my abilities are average, and my family has no connections. Becoming a regular member is nearly impossible. Now I finally understand. Being on the team and not being on the team are the same. Unless you become a regular member, you won't be sacrificed easily. But that's not guaranteed. Sometimes, if the entire team is in danger, someone will still be sacrificed. All I can say is that missions involve danger. Over the years, I come to terms with it. I might not have the talent to become a regular member. Even if I became a regular member, I don't think I'd last long. I'm almost ready to retire now. Lin Luo consoled him. Sister Shui, there's no need to sigh. Just stay here and work for me. If I have a meal, you definitely have one. Chapter 1209. Lin Xuexue smiled happily and patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. I think so too. I worked hard enough in the first half of my life. Now it's time for a good rest. I'm going to rely on you. Don't look down on me when the time comes, saying I'm incompetent, doing simple work for you without any reward. If you say that to me, I'd definitely be angry. And you said you can't fire me no matter what. If you fire me, I'd be out of work. I'm serious, not kidding. Lin Luo smiled. Don't worry. If you want to leave, I won't let you. I know you two are very conscientious. I believe what you say. Lin Xuexue said with emotion. Now think about it, you joined. The Deep Blue Squad was just yesterday. I thought you were doomed if you joined them. It's so dangerous you never come back. I didn't expect that you, the one we least expected, would be doing so well now. You're even building a massive galaxy, and still want us to work for you. Honestly, I'm grateful. You letting me work here is what keeps us alive. Lin Luo said. You can't really put it that way. I'm grateful you came to help me. There are some things I can't handle alone, and having someone here to help is a great help. Lin Xuexue patted Lin Na's shoulder. I noticed that your father is truly humble, just like you. As expected, your brother has been a little different at first. He's matured. He has the same personality as you. He's very capable, yet very low-key. Lin Na smiled happily and said, "You're right. My brother is much more capable than me, and more than just a little bit more capable. I can only be considered to have achieved a few minor accomplishments, but the gap is still huge." "True, but you're both very capable, so there's no need to be so modest," Lin Shueshua said. "Did you request the construction of this landmark building?" Lin Luo asked. Lin Na nodded and said, "We did. We found many designs and hired many talented designers. We feel this design is the most perfect. The building isn't finished yet, so you can't see anything from the outside. Once it's finished, and the light shines through, you'll be able to clearly see the words Deep Blue from high above. To be more precise, you'll be able to see the words Deep Blue from outside the galaxy. Then everyone will know that this information belongs to our Deep Blue team, and we can use it to warn those with bad intentions." Lin Luo was quite satisfied with this. Galaxy construction should be the same as outside, and landmark buildings are a must. If you want to disguise something well, you can't say anything. It must look incredibly fake. If it looks incredibly fake, someone with ulterior motives will still investigate. Lin Luo fears these ulterior motives the most. Generally speaking, they're mean-spirited people who investigate from multiple angles, making it easy to uncover flaws. "Are you satisfied?" Lin Shueshua asked. "Yes, the construction is quite good, and your planning is excellent. I told you all the other requirements. Try your best to meet their salary requirements. Money isn't a problem," Lin Luo said. "Okay, I save you whatever money I can. After all, making money isn't easy for everyone, so I can't let outsiders get away with it for free." Lin Na nodded. Lin Shueshua said, "Your sister is truly a good wife and mother. Whoever marries her will be blessed for life. She's very thorough, and has checked the accounts multiple times. That agent tried to rip us off earlier, deliberately inflating the construction price by a few % so he could pocket a significant amount. If we hadn't been more careful, we would have been ripped off to death, at least out of millions. This agent is really going too far. Fortunately, your sister checked the accounts multiple times and found the problem. That damn financial agent still refuses to admit it, claiming she didn't check and that the prices are always the same. Later on, he reluctantly admitted it, and admitted it with a rather arrogant air, saying it was the rules of the 8th universe. It's all the same now. We approached him the same way, and so did everyone else. We got angry and fired him, and that's when this guy started to talk softly. Lin Na complained, "You said I did a good job, so that's fine. Why do you have to keep saying all this? Good wife and good mother. Saving money is good wife and good mother. I'm mainly taking photos for the entire team. The Deep Blue team is relatively wealthy, but they're not hapless. We definitely save where we can. Making money isn't easy. A few million saved would cover our salaries for a long time." Lin Luo said, "Thank you, sister. If you have anything you can't handle in the future, just come to me. Don't mention anything else. We have people here who are specifically responsible for handling it. Anyone from the Deep Blue team would crush these people." Lin Na smiled and said, "Don't worry. We didn't argue for long. Many people know we're the Deep Blue team, so if you dare to speak up. That person only argued, not really confronting us. That's for the best. If they dare to harm you, tell me right away." Lin Luo said, "I brought quite a few people here today. You can arrange their work. Based on their abilities, Han Qingqing will be in the PR department. I think she's a decent person and capable. She's a senior tour guide on the Protoss planet, so she might have some ulterior motives. It's normal for Han Qingqing to have some bad habits after spending so much time in the melting pot of society. He might not have them now that he's just starting out. After working for so long, it's hard to guarantee she won't have any malicious intentions. So you should keep an eye on her, and try to stop her bad intentions." Lin Na nodded, "I understand. As for the rest, you can arrange them accordingly. Li Sun and Jean Dashan have always been good people. You can get to know them well," Lin Luo said. Lin Na nodded, "I understand." Lin Luo gave Lin Na a few more instructions, letting her develop freely. Lin Na and Lin Shui were no rookies. They had spent a long time in their respective teams, and had experienced many dangers. Building a star system was relatively difficult, but not particularly challenging. Lin Luo waited in the star system for a few more days, watching Lin Na arrange everyone's work. Li Sun became the deputy general manager, helping Lin Na with her work. His position was the same as Lin Shui's. Han Qingqing became the public relations manager, and she was responsible for recruiting her own staff. Jean Dashan and Xiao Dai were in charge of logistics, with Xiaohui helping out. Once the star system school was completed, Xiaohui could go to school, giving him an early taste of the job. Chapter 12:10. Lin Xuexiu arrived at Lin Luo's office and asked respectfully, "Boss, what do you think of this personnel arrangement?" Lin Luo feigned satisfaction. "Excellent work, flawless. Full marks. You're becoming more and more like a boss. It's a pity I'm too old. If I were a little younger, I want to be your girlfriend." Lin Xuexiu aside. "Sister Xue, are you serious? You're so beautiful. I'd be very happy if you were my girlfriend." Lin Luo smiled. Lin Xuexiu said, "If you're serious, I happen to be single. You might as well be my boyfriend." "That won't do. My brother is still young. Don't even think about him," Lin Na said fearfully. Lin Xuexiu said, "Sure enough, it's just fake sisterhood. I was just saying I was scared. You're making me so sad." She feigned sadness and began to cry. Lin Na laughed. "Xiaoxue, you're so old, and you're still pretending to be pitiful? The problem is, you're not acting at all. I can tell at a glance." "Really? It seems my acting isn't up to par. I need to learn more and make you trust me." Lin Xuexiu's face was filled with a smile, and she felt completely at ease. Not working in the squad, working in the company was still quite relaxing. No matter what squad it was, the characters they took on were dangerous, and bad things could happen if they weren't careful. Lin Xuexiu had been frightened by her last dangerous experience. She no longer had her old dreams, preferring to just lie low. Lin Luo said, "Just tell me what salary you two would like, and I give you a reasonable salary. I leave things to you for now." Lin Xuexiu laughed. "Aren't you afraid we'd bankrupt your team in a matter of days if we offer you a salary of several hundred million? If you dare, I can offer you one too." Lin Luo smiled back. "We wouldn't dare offer ourselves such high salaries. You're not the only one in the company. If only you owned it, we wouldn't dare offer ourselves such high salaries. The core members of your team would kill us both. We still want to live a little longer." Lin Xuexiu refused. "Sister, for the time being, I leave the deep blue galaxy to you. I have my own things to attend to." Lin Luo was about to meet Jinlan. Jinlan had asked him to visit her hospital several times, and it would be a shame if he didn't. Jinlan was a bit of a jerk, but he usually behaved very well. Everyone had finally accepted Jinlan. If Jinlan wasn't too foolish, he wouldn't do anything to harm them. "Let's stay here tonight. Let's have some fun here. You can leave tomorrow," Lin Na said quickly. "Sure," Lin Luo said. "Xiaoxue, let's prepare a good meal today, and give everyone a good meal. With so many new people joining, we need a welcome ceremony." "Okay." Lin Xue agreed immediately, and prepared to order takeout. Many food planets offer takeout. Some deliver food directly to the planet, while others have dedicated chefs who come to the planet to grill. Lin Na was terrified that Lin Luo would leave. "We agreed to celebrate tonight. You can't leave without permission. This planet is yours. If you, the owner, leave and leave us to entertain, there's no way we can get away with it. If you leave, we both go on strike and stop doing anything," Lin Xuexiu warned. "Don't worry, I promised you I stay here. Besides, it's late now, and it wouldn't be a good idea for me to leave now." Lin Luo prepared to say hello to Jinlan, so that things would be easier when they got there. "Let's pick a good place, and ask everyone what they want to eat. Just tell me what you want, and I do my best to arrange it," Lin Xuexiu said. "Anything's fine, as long as you're full," Lin Luo said. "Okay, I arrange it for you right away." Lin Na and the other two went to order takeout, leaving Lin Luo alone. Lin Luo had been a boss before, so he was quite experienced at it. He just sat back and let others handle things. He was in the same situation now, leaving things to Lin Na and Lin Xue. Both of them were seasoned professionals, so simple tasks were easy for them. Lin Luo had edged Jinlan in the group chat. "Former captain, I'm planning to come to your hospital tomorrow. I have something to do today, and won't be here for now." Jinlan replied immediately. "Shaolin is always honest. He comes when he says he's coming. I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. I definitely clean the ward spotlessly." "You need to clean the ward? Are you serious?" Lin Luo asked. Jinlan replied, "You don't know I'm living on a tight budget right now, but cleaning the room costs 5 cosmic coins a day, and there are only 40 days in a month on my planet. 200 cosmic coins a month, and there are 20 months in a year on my planet. That would cost me 4,000 cosmic coins a year. I lived here for almost 200 or 300 years. I insist on cleaning everything myself, saving myself 2 or 3 million universe coins. People are like that. When they have money, they don't know how to save and spend it recklessly. Only when they're broke do they realize how important saving is." Lin Luo gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of a former captain, you have unique insights on saving money. I really admire you. You need to learn more. I can save a lot of money in many small ways. Money is our resource. We don't necessarily have to spend it lavishly just because we have money. We should save as much as we can. The more money we save, the greater the benefit. Money plays a huge role in Universe 8. Jinlong actively shared his knowledge. Pink scoffed, that makes sense. You should think about why you're so poor, right? It's because of your promiscuity. Being poor is perfectly normal. She then said to Lin Luo, Xiaolin, I think you should stop visiting him. I have a feeling he demands some inexplicable money if you do. Lin Luo said, thank you, Sister Pink, for your concern. I understand. I think the former captain has reformed. He's not the same as before. Long Xian warned, Xiaolin, I think you're just too kind. You can trust everyone else, but not him. I have something fun here. There are so many beautiful women here. The hospital is so lifeless. It's better to come to my place. Ziyun took several photos, including several of the villa, which showed a beautiful scene of the sky and earth blending into one, and many fun places. Several photos showed Ziyun showing off her figure, her skin all milky white. Chapter 12:11. Long Xian drooled as he watched, not forgetting to praise her. As expected of Sister Ziyun, you're the one who knows how to enjoy life the most. You're having a very comfortable time here. Don't peek at my photos. If I find out you have bad intentions, I kill you. Ziyun warned. Long Xian hurriedly said, Sister Ziyun, this is a huge misunderstanding. How dare I have any ill thoughts about you? I only admire you. Ziyun said. I just laughed. It's best if you only have those thoughts. You deserve it. Jinlong didn't forget to kick someone when they're down. Remember, I'm your creditor, Long Xian said angrily. Everyone, go take a look at the goods. I tell you about the progress on your planet. Lin Luo posted a photo of the main planet in the group chat. The landmark buildings were clearly visible. From above, they formed the two words Deep Blue, the universal language of the 8th universe. Long Xian gave a thumbs up. This landmark building is great. As soon as we arrive on the main planet, we can see the logos of our two Deep Blue teams. Lin Luo explained, the test results might be even better than this. Not only will we be able to see these two words upon entering the main planet, but after construction is complete, they be visible from outside the system. It's even better if it's this good. We don't need to register the system name specifically. Many people will know it's our Deep Blue Team system at a glance. Long Xian agreed. I like beautiful things. I really like this landmark building. I originally wanted to decorate it in pink, but this seems better now. Pink is a person who loves beauty in all aspects. Pink isn't just interested in beauty, she loves all things beautiful. Ziyun said with satisfaction, you're truly the most reliable person on our team. Everything you do always satisfies me. This landmark building is practically flawless, and I'm quite satisfied with it. It doesn't really have anything to do with me. It was mainly chosen by my sister and her friends. They thought it was good, and after I reviewed it and thought it was okay, I let them build it. Lin Luo said. Long Xian said, Xiaolin, you're still so modest. You didn't choose this, did you? But the people you chose to build it are fantastic. Okay. Lin Luo smiled, then I won't be modest. This was mainly due to my work. That's right. Pink gave a thumbs up. Lin Luo said, next, they build your planet. I create a separate group for the builders, and everyone can choose their own construction method. Okay. Everyone happily agreed. Lin Luo inquired about Jia Lan's condition. Jia Lan was currently doing relatively well, and leaving too early wasn't a good idea. Evolving to the immortal level takes a long time, perhaps a month. I hope the captain succeeds. After Lin Luo sent the message, Lin Na came running over and told him to go eat. Blue Sea Star. Jia Lan transformed into a blue-white tiger and burrowed into the seabed, blue energy continuously flowing into her body. Beside her was a stunningly beautiful goddess, none other than Jia Lan's sister Jianan. Jia Lan gave Jianan a disdainful look and said, Old woman, I evolved to the immortal level. Why are you following me here? Jianan said angrily, You're making me want to come here. I wouldn't have come to see you if my father hadn't asked me to. You even want to use the blue-white tiger to evolve to the immortal level. You should use our Jianan bloodline. If we all evolve to humanoid divine states, aren't you afraid someone will suspect we're hiding a high-end bloodline? Jia Lan asked. What's there to suspect? Just say we purchased our bloodline, right? Besides, humanoid bloodlines are rare, and we have a lot of them. Everyone thinks we're the 6th universe Jiaxing bloodline, but we're not. We brought this bloodline from the 9th universe, Jianan said casually. Jialan sneered, "You're so careless. If I tell father, he'd definitely blame you. You let our secret out, and I'd beat you to death." "It doesn't matter. I feel I'm powerful enough. Even if they want to attack me, they only have a few more skins. Besides, I indirectly control the entire Elders' Council, so no one will doubt me," Jianan said confidently. "You old woman, it seems like things are going too smoothly for you. Being overly proud won't end well. Sooner or later, the secret will leak out. I wonder how you survive," Jialan said angrily. Jianan crossed her arms over her chest, continuously absorbing blue energy. "You should worry more about yourself. You haven't even evolved to immortal yet. I've been there for so long, almost reaching phenomenal immortal. You were just born earlier than me, and your other abilities are just average. What's there to be proud of? If I were born earlier than you, that doesn't necessarily mean I'd be any less accomplished than you. So stop pretending." Jialan gradually realized something was amiss and angrily declared, "You're not staying with me to help me, you're mainly absorbing my energy. I thought you were so kind, but it turns out you have other intentions. Get out of here now. Don't absorb all the blue energy. If I don't evolve to immortal, I fight you and kill you." Jianan dismissed the question. "Don't worry. I absorb energy with discretion. You can use the remaining energy to awaken the Jianan bloodline. You evolved to a powerful Jianan bloodline, and I need to evolve too." Jialan began to shed her white tiger skin, returning to human form. Her perfect figure, with curves, a flat belly, skin as smooth as milk, and long straight legs, was revealed. Blue energy continued to flow into Jialan's body, emitting a dazzling light. Jialan's figure grew larger, her body brimming with energy. Her legs began to transform, forming a snake-like tail. She briefly fell into a coma, her body consciously absorbing the blue energy. Jianan exclaimed in surprise, "My sister is quite strong. Her Jianan bloodline is even stronger than mine. It looks like she have great potential in the future." She didn't make any major moves, remaining quietly by Jialan's side. In a month, Jialan will have evolved to the immortal level. Given the strength of Jianan's bloodline, Jialan is destined to be extraordinary. Lin Luo boarded a spaceship from the Deep Blue Galaxy to the Holy Medical Galaxy. The Holy Medical Galaxy has 2 main stars and a dozen substars. One of the main stars shone with a dazzling light, like the sun in our solar system. Chapter 12:12. Earthlings have discovered patterns, some of which apply to any galaxy. Generally, galaxies with strong life forms have a single star, like the sun, responsible for disseminating energy. The founder of the Holy Medical Galaxy was a powerful immortal level being, a race of healing elves. They possess considerable combat prowess, and are capable of self-healing and healing others. Her name is Shang Luo, and due to her good image, she is a celebrity in the 8th universe, with many admirers. Those seriously injured in the 8th universe, those suffering from incurable illnesses, come here. Lin Luo was intercepted by a security spaceship before he could enter the planet. "Dear guest, welcome to our Holy Medical Galaxy. If you are ill, come to us, and we will provide the best service. No matter what your ailment, you will receive the best treatment in our galaxy. Billions of lives have already been treated and recovered here." The security spaceship shone a beam of light, revealing a sweet and beautiful elf fairy lady. The fairy lady had green hair, fair skin, long legs, a clear voice, and a sweet smile on her face. Lin Luo smiled helplessly. "I still don't want to try it if I have the chance." Sweet fairy nodded, "Of course. We have the best doctors who can help with treatment, but we still hope that no one will be seriously injured and need to be treated in our hospital." Lin Luo took out his personal information and explained his purpose for entering the Holy Medical Galaxy. Sweet fairy carefully reviewed it and confirmed it was correct. "Dear sir, your information is correct. I wish you a pleasant trip to our Holy Medical Galaxy. We have many holiday paradises here, and you can take a look. Of course, we have many beautiful young ladies here. You can talk to them. We elves prefer high-quality creatures, and you are a rare creature. If you are willing to bear offspring with us, we will give you some rewards later. Our Saint Medical Galaxy is the most suitable for retirement among all galaxies. Locals here enjoy many discounts, and it's much cheaper than in other places." The elf fairy continued to introduce Lin Luo, and Lin Luo was tempted. "I think about it." Lin Luo nodded. The elf fairy wished him a happy journey. Lin Luo piloted the spaceship towards the Saint Medical Star, passing several planets. There were hospitals on each of these planets, each with its own specialties: plastic surgery, fitness, biological evolution, and so on. There were also some overlapping departments, And the best hospitals were naturally on the central star. Lin Luo could also see a photo of Saint Luo. Her green hair and delicate features were almost flawless, practically flawless. Snow white, delicate skin, a pair of straight, long legs, and even wearing the dean's uniform. The fairy sister in front was quite beautiful, but she was far inferior to Saint Luo. It's no exaggeration to say that one is in heaven, the other in the underworld. Lin Luo arrived at the main planet and prepared to land. From this location, he could enjoy the green light. Another main planet was similar to the sun, and the light it emitted had a healing effect. Lin Luo felt very comfortable. Some of his previous hidden injuries had been healed by the light emitted by this planet. Lin Luo seemed to understand why Sheng Luo had chosen this galaxy out of so many. It was primarily because the main star of this galaxy was so powerful, the light it emitted possessing a healing effect. Lin Luo felt that being in the Holy Medical Galaxy was a form of healing. The spacecraft landed on the landing zone, which was entirely paved with white ceramic tiles, an exceptionally hard material. Even though this area had been repeatedly touched down by spacecraft, it showed virtually no wear and tear. A red-haired elf fairy was waiting. Seeing Lin Luo approach, she smiled gently. "Boss, welcome to our Saint Medical Galaxy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Yin. I served many tourists visiting this galaxy, and my positive review rate is as high as 99%. Every positive review is a testament to my work. I'm very happy to meet you. Is this your first time in our galaxy?" Lin Luo nodded and replied, "Yes, I do. Your galaxy gives me a very good impression." Hong Yin beamed. "It's an honor for our galaxy to receive your approval. Since this is your first time here, I will give you a free tour of this planet." "Free?" Lin Luo was a little surprised. He had experienced this kind of service in other tourist galaxies. Generally speaking, a 10% discount is considered generous, but the Saint Medical Galaxy was so generous as to offer it for free. Hong Yin smiled and said, "Our Saint Medical Galaxy has always provided the best service. We can say we have the best service in the entire 8th universe. Our principle is to treat our customers as immortals, sacrosanct and inviolable. Your service is quite good." Lin Luo wasn't short of money either. He'd finally gotten a vacation, so he definitely wanted to enjoy it. "Let's go out and have some fun later. I pay for the food." Hong Yan's face lit up with a smile. "Thank you, boss. No wonder you're so handsome. It turns out you have such a kind heart." "Not bad." Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry to see Jinlan. He was ready to have a nice meal. Seeing Jinlan would make things less fun. If you're asking the Saint Dr. Star what the best food is, you come to the right person. He's well informed and can guarantee you enjoy your meal. Hong Yin was very enthusiastic and enthusiastically led the way. Lin Luo arrived at a barbecue restaurant. The decor was luxurious, made of the finest wood, and had an antique feel. The aroma of barbecue was so strong that it practically filled the entire street. Hong Yin pointed at the barbecue restaurant and said, "This barbecue restaurant is very busy. It's almost always packed. Their meat is all grown by our elves, so it's incredibly delicious when grilled. The environment is also quite nice. When you eat meat here, there's a dedicated person to serve you. The price-performance ratio is also very high. A meal might only cost 300 cosmic coins." Lin Luo nodded. "It's quite good value. On some tourist planets, a simple snack costs 300 cosmic coins, while a single barbecue dish costs 1,000 cosmic coins. The last time Lin Luo and his group were on a tourist planet, they spent a full 3,000 cosmic coins on a single barbecue dish. The so-called barbecued meat from immortal-level creatures actually refers to meat from eternal-level creatures, which are slightly more powerful. Some barbecue restaurants serve the meat of immortal-level creatures, but immortal-level creatures aren't necessarily superior beings that cannot be desecrated." Chapter 12:13. In the capital 8th universe, everything has a price. Many immortals will inevitably spend money on themselves to evolve to higher levels. Because they are immortals, evolving means spending more money, leaving them with high debt. The best way for immortals to repay their debts is to sell their flesh, and selling it to barbecue restaurants is a very profitable way to do so. Some immortals who first start selling their flesh often sell it to research institutes, which pay high prices for their flesh and conduct research. The research institutes attempt to discover the secrets of evolution, develop new drugs, and sell them to those who want to evolve to the immortal level. Gradually, as more flesh is sold, the immortal's value becomes less, and they are forced to sell it to barbecue restaurants. At the time, the barbecue restaurant was quite arrogant and wanted to attack Lin Luo and his group. Later, Lin Luo and his group revealed their identities, and the barbecue restaurant immediately became obedient. Hong Yin was very agile, and quickly found a seat for Lin Luo. She ordered a large pile of barbecued meat and placed it on the table. The meat was tender and juicy, without a trace of fishy smell, but instead had a light aroma. Selling one's own flesh in the 8th universe was also fundamentally different. Some good creatures had meat without a fishy smell, but rather a fragrant aroma. The price of their meat would definitely be very high. The meat of lesser quality, or of a less attractive appearance, would not fetch a high price. This was the situation in the 8th universe. The craze was already unbearable, and selling meat was no exception. Hongyan smiled and said, "Boss, you're incredibly lucky. Today we harvested an eternal-level fragrant pig. This one's a very hard-working one, striving to avoid becoming our food. Very few fragrant pigs manage to evolve to the eternal level, most are slaughtered at the ultimate level. This one, however, worked incredibly hard, evolving to the eternal level, not far from the immortal level. And then it became a delicacy on our table. We should thank it. Thanks to its hard work, we wouldn't have been able to eat an eternal-level fragrant pig." Lin Luo felt Hongyan was praising the fragrant pig. The fragrant pig was incredibly powerful. If it had succeeded, it might have escaped the clutches of life and death. But then again, the fighting power of the fragrant pig species is incredibly low. Evolving to the immortal level might only mean they live longer than others. Hongyan dismissed the waiter and served the food herself. The eternal level fragrant pork sizzled as it was grilled, and a fragrant aroma emanated, filling the air. "Boss, open your mouth. I feed you," Hongyan said enthusiastically. "I don't need to eat it myself," Lin Luo refused. "I understand what you mean, boss." Hongyan placed the barbecue in her mouth, her bright red lips kissing Lin Luo. "What are you planning to do?" Lin Luo asked, quite surprised. "Feeding. Some customers like to eat like this. That's how I usually serve them," Hongyan said delicately. "No need. You're not feeding me. You can eat by yourself. Just treat me as a friend. You're doing this for free. I can't order you around," Lin Luo said. "Friend?" Hongyan said with joy. "It's an honor to have the boss's approval." "That's not so exaggerated." Lin Luo discovered that some people in the 8th universe were quite pure. Hongyan before him didn't seem to be pretending, she was rather warm and innocent. The Holy Medical Galaxy was better than the Protoss Galaxy. There were more rules here. For example, regarding tour guide services, the Protoss planets required special services, while in the Holy Medical Galaxy, it was optional. The initiative rested with the individual. "Boss, you're really very polite. You're a member of the Ace Squad, and now even the executive director of a company. You're much more capable than I thought." Hongyan picked up a piece of barbecue and began to eat. "Delicious. Delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, you can order more." "No, I can't eat much." Hongyan often worked as a tour guide, and many bosses provided her with food and lodging. However, when it came to expensive items, these bosses became much more stingy and unwilling to spend. Eternal-grade fragrant pork is very expensive, costing 100 cosmic coins per gram. Lin Luo ordered 5 pounds in one go, spending nearly 50,000 cosmic coins this time. "Don't be polite with me. I still have a little money." "I won't be polite." The two of them finished the fragrant pork, totaling 6 pounds. Lin Luo ordered another 5 pounds of fragrant pork, grilled it all, and prepared to give it to Jinlan later. He took a photo and posted it in a chat group. "Long Xian, Xiao Lin, you look so cool. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be on the Holy Doctor's main planet. I remember there's a very famous barbecue restaurant on the Holy Doctor's main planet. I think you're at that barbecue restaurant. Pink, you know so much. You know things I don't. You're always saving money and staying in one place, yet you know so many places. Long Xian, that's what you don't understand. So even if I don't have money, I can't necessarily travel. I just search for local pictures and imagine visiting a place." Pink sent a thumbs up emoji. "You're amazing. Just by looking at some pictures and short videos, you can imagine visiting a place. If everyone was like you, wouldn't you be invincible?" Long Xian sent a proud emoji. "I'm inventing this image. If it works, many people will be able to travel with their minds like me in the future. You don't need to go there yourself for a trip." Pink sent a disdainful expression. "When you're out and about, don't call yourself a member of the Deep Blue team. You're so stingy, I'm really impressed. We already made so much money. Sometimes you have to get over your stinginess. People who don't know think we're still so broke even after having a team, and we can't even afford to travel. Long Xian, that's what you don't understand. I have to save money. I need to renovate my planet later. When it's fully renovated, you'll be envious. Come on, you're making it seem like my planet isn't decorated. What do you mean by envy? You're envious of someone who owns a few arcade games. Gambling is shameful, Pink said. What's gambling? The 8th universe doesn't have any written regulations that say gambling is a bad thing. As long as you don't betray the 8th universe, any money-making activity is permitted. Long Xian retorted, according to your statement, you spent so much money on your beauty treatments, so you should be saying, what's the difference between that and a pyramid scheme? What pyramid scheme? Shut up. What is a pyramid scheme? We're just trying to be beautiful. Pink was furious. These women are really good. When they attack someone, they're ready to say anything. If someone says something bad about you, you're completely defeated. Long Xian sighed. Just wait. Unless you don't return to the team, I definitely teach you a lesson, Pink said. Chapter 1214. You two should just calm down, Ziyun said helplessly. You two really do have a good relationship. It's been so long since we last met, and you're already cursing at each other again. Pink was the first to retort. Sister Ziyun, stop trying to match people up. Even if I die, I wouldn't be interested in a stingy old man. Me too, said Long Xian. Pink angrily said, what right do you have to say that? I'm saying it, I piss you off. Long Xian said. Everyone, stop cursing. There's nothing to curse about. Lin Luo found it amusing. The chat group was similar to their real-life interactions. The two of them were constantly arguing and cursing. Long Xian didn't bother to argue with Pink anymore, and asked doubtfully, Shaolin, you went to the holy medical system. Are you really going to meet the former captain? Aren't you afraid this guy will screw you over? Pink nodded yes. This guy is always a jerk. Be careful, he make you question your life. Shenlong said angrily, you two are going too far. What do you mean by I'm a jerk? I said it countless times. I changed. I'm not the same person anymore. Why are you two so mean? You keep targeting me. Honestly, your behavior is outrageous and makes me very sad. After all, I was your captain. For a long time, I dedicated myself to you. You wouldn't exist without me. Pink retorted, stop the nonsense. You helped us grow a lot, but we also put in the hard work. You act like you help us if we don't put in the effort. Stop the useless nonsense. Long Xian nodded and said, that's right. Our current achievements are all due to our own hard work, and it has nothing to do with you. So-called training costs money. Well, Shenlong wanted to say more. Pink said directly, we will have great futures without you. You wouldn't be able to survive without us. Without our medical expenses, you would be dead. You're all right. Shenlong said helplessly. Ziyun sighed, Shaolin, you're capable of everything. But sometimes you've been in this 8th universe too short, and don't trust the darkness between living things. You must never trust Shenlong. This Shenlong is really a jerk. I understand. Lin Luo explained, it's mainly because I've been bored lately, so I wanted to come and see. We need to build a hospital in the deep blue galaxy. The most powerful hospital is in the Saint Medical Galaxy. If they're willing to help us build it, it would be much better if our galaxy had a good hospital. The team is often on missions, and it's inevitable that we get injured. During missions, we have to pay attention to the hospital. It's full of dangers, and one could easily lose their lives if they're not careful. We must build a hospital. It will greatly improve our entire galaxy. Many powerful individuals will enter our galaxy in the future, and these powerful individuals will be wealthy. Our galaxy will flourish. Long Xian praised Shaolin, you worked so hard lately. I certainly wouldn't have thought of this. You thought it through more thoroughly, considering everything in advance. If I were in charge of the Xian galaxy, I'd probably just build a few buildings and provide a place to settle down. I wouldn't even think about developing the galaxy. Pink sneered, what you're saying is nonsense. Don't you consider the vast differences between living things? If you could compare to Xiaolin, we wouldn't be living so miserably. I notice you're quite aggressive, and I don't think I said anything. Long Xian said angrily. Of course I'm quite aggressive. I'm not happy with you. Pink cursed. Don't argue, Xiaolin. Watch out for Shenlong. I'm going to take a nap, Ziyun said gently. I understand. Thank you, Sister Ziyun. Lin Luo nodded. Ziyun posted a photo of herself yawning. I'm so sleepy. Time flies. I thought I just got off yesterday and had a month left, but it's already been half a month, and I have to go back to work. Lin Luo said, work is pretty good too. I feel really good being with everyone. Ziyun smiled, you're so nice. Lin Luo said, Sister Ziyun, what gifts do you want? I'm in the Saint Medical Galaxy, so I buy you some. This galaxy not only has an amazing medical system, but also offers gift buying services. You can find anything you like. Don't give me this. I didn't prepare anything for you. I've been on vacation lately, and it's not easy to buy gifts in this galaxy. Ziyun declined. I give you a surprise. We talk about it later. You don't have to buy it for me. This is a gift for you taking care of me during this time. As a junior, I only want it. Lin Luo smiled. Ziyun said embarrassedly, I am ashamed of what you said. We didn't take good care of you. The fact that you are so good is largely due to your own efforts and wisdom. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Luo didn't forget to praise the team members. You can't say that. In some teams, because some veterans favor the younger ones, some younger ones, who are clearly very capable, never get any development. Comparatively speaking, our team is much better. I'm a newcomer, but I performed well, so you made me a key member of the team, allowing me to successfully complete my internship and become a full member. With your trust, I even became the team's vice captain. This honor is so great, I almost feel like I'm dreaming. Ziyun smiled and said, Don't think this is a dream. You deserve the ability, and you deserve a bigger stage to develop. I also believe in your character. Pink nodded and said, I think character is the most important thing. Without it, everything else is useless. For example, someone's character is pure and bad. We must be careful about that. True Blue said helplessly, I told you that you should give someone who has made a mistake a chance to mend their ways. You can't sentence them to death for just one mistake. That's very wrong. Stop talking nonsense. The creditor has the say, and the debtor has no right to speak. Pink said. Long Xian gave a thumbs up and said, Shaolin has no problem with his character. We believe he can develop well. Lin Luo felt a pang of guilt. If the Ninth Universe's affairs were exposed, the team would realize they were even more deceitful, making them question their lives. True Blue only cheated people out of their money, while Lin Luo was trying to steal their lives. Of course, Lin Luo would never say anything. He didn't want this to happen. As long as the Ninth Universe's information remained secret, everything would be safe. Chapter 1215. Long Xian hurriedly asked Shaolin, Do you have anything for me? Of course I have something for you. I can't think of anything right now. I take a good look around the holy medical galaxy. When the time comes, I definitely give you a satisfying gift. I guarantee you be satisfied. Lin Luo said. Long Xian said happily, It doesn't have to be expensive, just practical. I'm sure you find me a better gift. I don't need to spell it out. That's your strength. Pink scornfully said, I find you truly shameless. Asking someone directly for a gift, that's something only you could do. Anyone with a slightly thinner skin wouldn't do. You're the thickest skinned one. It's not that I'm thick-skinned. Xiaolin was going to give me the gift anyway, and I just asked ahead of time. If Xiaolin didn't give it to me, it would be a big deal. Everyone would be unhappy, so I had to warn you. Long Xian said confidently, That's why I'm honest. If I miss you, I definitely want a gift too. I might not say it, but I really want it. That's why I'm honest. You're so dishonest. Pink said. Sister Pink, Brother Long Xian, stop arguing. I prepare gifts for you, and guarantee you both be satisfied. Lin Luo promised. Pink smiled and said, That's up to you. I appreciate your kindness. By the way, how's the captain doing now? Has he replied? Lin Luo asked. No, the captain should be evolving. This is probably the most critical moment. It's normal that we can't find him. Ziyun replied. I'm going to see the former captain of Jinlan. Lin Luo finished chatting with the others, and stood up from the table. The barbecue was ready, and the fragrant pork was sizzling, emitting an enticing aroma. In addition to the fragrant pork, there were other delicious barbecue dishes. Hong Yan smiled broadly, saying, Thank you, boss, for the treat. This is the best meal I ever had in my life. It cost over 100,000 universe coins. Lin Luo laughed. Is that really an exaggeration? I'm not lying. I had better meals before, but never anything this good. Spending so much on a meal, especially for eternal level fragrant pork, is truly a first. I don't think I ever have a meal this good again. It's probably because the boss is so generous. Most bosses wouldn't be willing to pay that much. Hong Yan felt like she made a killing. Many people in front of her felt like they'd been taken advantage of. If this tourist continued to play, Hong Yan would have to serve him constantly, and the fees would be enormous. She wouldn't be able to accept orders. Hong Yan was somewhat reluctant to serve, but that was the rule of the Holy Medical Galaxy. Every first-time customer received a free tour guide. This is the rule set by Master St. Luo, and every healing elf must abide by it. Breaking this rule will likely result in permanent expulsion from the planet. The healing elf's racial characteristics are primarily healing, and their combat power is relatively weak, making them vulnerable to many races. Without the appearance of a powerful immortal-level creature like St. Luo, healing elves would be hunted. Some weaker races are more capable, making them easy prey. Healing elves are just this type of creature. They are beautiful, well-built, and skilled in healing, radiating healing properties. Creatures who stay with elves for extended periods experience significantly better health. Shang Luo is the savior of the elf race, having transformed its entire status. Many healing elves are grateful to Shang Luo, and strictly adhere to her rules. Hong Yan is one of them. Lin Luo smiled and said, "If you're a good guide, I give you a fee when you leave. Money isn't a big deal." Hong Yan waved her hand and said, "No need. This is your first time in our holy medical system. We have rules here. We can't charge you a penny. If I did, and the management found out, I'd be in big trouble." "Is that so?" "That's not a big deal. Then you can stay with me and enjoy the best food and drinks. I can't pay you, but I can buy you food and drinks. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Lin Luo said. "It's not a problem." Hong Yan nodded. "Do you have any channels to help me inquire? I have a galaxy, and would like to build a hospital. You're quite strong in this area, and I'd like you to establish a branch in our galaxy. We can use a shareholding system to distribute the profits, and we share the profits. I provide the venue, and you provide the technology and personnel. You can then train us later." Lin Luo felt that the tour guide was knowledgeable, and that Hong Yan was a good person who could help him make some connections. Hong Yan said, "I make the connections for you. Should that be possible? Our Saint Medical Galaxy's mission is to provide the best medical services. We have this goal in mind, and want to open more hospitals." "Thank you for your help," Lin Luo said. Hong Yan smiled broadly. "Boss, you don't have to say that. If you can actually open a hospital, I get a good commission." She was a little worried. "Are you really going to open a hospital in your galaxy? This is no joke. It's probably going to cost a lot of money." "Really?" Lin Luo took out a galaxy map and his galaxy property certificate, which showed the locations of the star system and 21 planets. Hong Yan's eyes sparkled. "Boss, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. I knew you were no ordinary person to be able to afford this kind of barbecue. And you are? It's okay. This week, it's mainly a team, not just me. I'm the one running the business," Lin Luo said. Hong Yan praised, "Boss, you're being modest. Managing a galaxy at your age is truly remarkable. Please contact him. We're almost leaving. We already agreed to arrive, but it's too much to wait a day and still not arrive." Lin Luo said. St. Luo Main Hospital. In a secluded corridor, doctors and nurses frequently pass by, along with patients. "Hey patient, please step aside. Don't block the path. We're serving a VIP client. If his injuries heal on their own, and not on ours, do you know how much we lose?" An older nurse said impatiently. "I'm sorry." Shenlong averted his gaze, and quickly apologized. "I'm waiting for someone. Someone came to see me today, and I was worried they'd find the wrong place." Chapter 12:16. Luin said, "Are you sure you're not kidding? You've been in the hospital for hundreds of years. You owe so much money that your credit is blacklisted and your parents have disowned you. You suddenly said someone came to see you, but I don't believe it. Are you sure you dreamed about someone coming to see you?" Shenlong said, "What are you talking about? I had many dreams about people coming to see me, but this time, I can assure you, it's not a dream. Someone really came to see me. I hope this isn't a dream, but a real thing," Luin said expressionlessly. "Luin, don't worry. When I'm rich and well again, I definitely marry you," Shenlong said sincerely. Green Shadow smacked Shenlong's head hard. "You think I'm still the little girl I was back then? I listened to your lies. I believed you back then, saying you recover and give me a lot, asking me to buy you food. It took you hundreds of years to recover, and I never got to see that day. And please stop saying such useless things. I already been married, and my children are almost 100 years old. My husband is your attending physician. If he knew you were flirting with me, you have no medicine to take today." Shenlong sighed heavily. "Sometimes the most unacceptable thing is that at the age I most want to marry you, I don't have the ability. Now I think about it, I'm really a loser." Green Shadow taunted, "You don't have to. You're not saying the same thing to just one person. You're saying it to so many people, all because they want to save so-called medical expenses." "Really? Am I that mean? Have I told everyone? I don't remember. You are just that mean. Maybe I really do like you," Masahiro said helplessly. "I'm done with you. I need to go to the operating room. Not everyone has the free time like you, sitting here waiting bored every day," Green Shade said. "I'm very hardworking. My clones have been on missions with the team lately. I'd be rich soon. Masahiro said indignantly. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? You owe your teammates so much money. I think they're doing a great job by not killing you. They're giving you a job. Greenshade said in disbelief. Shinlan said, that's what you don't understand. My teammates are all very good. They might want to kill me, but I still have to work. I work to earn money, and with money I can pay them back. That's the logic. You should understand what I mean. My teammates follow that logic. That's why I was able to successfully regain my job and make quite a bit of money this time. Luin held out his hand and said, you owed the hospital over the years a total of over 20 million yuan. If you have the money, pay the interest this month. Well, Shinlan couldn't come up with the money for a while. Luin snorted coldly, you're still the same as always. You can't come up with anything when it comes to money. I'm no longer the little girl I used to be, ready to deceive you at any time. I'm mature now, and you can't deceive me at all. Shinlan said seriously, Luin, I know I deceived you about many things, but you have to trust me on one thing. Trust me what? Luin was deeply moved, thinking of Shinlan lying in her hospital bed. At that time, she had just graduated from college and had never been in a relationship. She had met many men and had many suitors, but only one as outstanding as Shinlan. Over the years, Shinlan's condition improved, and he gradually moved from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. Due to heavy debts, Shinlan moved to the hallway. Luin had also changed a lot, from a college student to an elderly nurse, growing older and older, now the mother of several children. Still, Luin was touched and hoped that Shinlan would really marry her. Shinlan said, of course I believe I'm not dreaming, that the team members really did come to see me. You idiot. Luin was furious, feeling ashamed. Thankfully no one was around. It would be so embarrassing if others saw her tears. Brother Shinlan. A handsome young man walked into the hallway, accompanied by a beautiful, red-haired healing elf fairy. Xiao Lin, you're finally here. Shinlan rushed over and embraced Lin Luo, tears welling in her eyes. I thought you weren't coming. Luckily you did. If you hadn't, you know how heartbroken I would have been today. I was delayed at the barbecue restaurant a while ago, and I thought I'd bring you some food on my way over. I plan to grill the meat there, and bring it right here for you. Lin Luo held out a bag and presented it to Shinlan. Shinlan took a deep sip of water, deeply moved. I know you're the best among our members. Isn't this fragrant pork? Yes. This fragrant pork isn't just any fragrant pork, it's exceptionally fine. It's eternal grade. We were lucky enough to find one when we went there. It was a hard-working fragrant pig, but unfortunately, it couldn't escape fate's entanglements. Lin Luo introduced. Shinlan sighed, you can't say it didn't escape fate's entanglements. Perhaps the most meaningful thing about it is that it became our food. That makes sense. Lin Luo nodded. Shinlan called to Luin, I owe you so much over the years. Come with me today to enjoy this eternal grade fragrant pork. It do you a lot of good. Then I won't hold you back, Luin said. Shinlan said reluctantly, didn't you say you had surgery and didn't have time to come and eat this fragrant pork with me? What's wrong, you stingy guy? You're your old self once you have something to eat. Just now you said you only love me, and now you become like this. Luin sneered. Look at what I'm saying. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Shinlan saw Lin Luo nearby and didn't want to overdo it. Lin Luo said to Luin, please get me a VIP room. Money's not a problem. I want to get together with Brother Shinlan. He casually pulled out a card and handed it to Luin. Luin said enthusiastically, I arrange it for you right away. She was a little suspicious that the man before her was broke, since Lin Luo was Shinlan's friend. But seeing Lin Luo's generosity, he didn't seem broke. Luin decided to swipe the card. Having money in the card was what mattered. Luin ran to test the card, and was shocked to see it had paid out 100,000 universe coins. The other party was really rich, and there was more than just 100,000 yuan in the card. The amount might be much higher than that, but she didn't dare to ask for any other fees. Chapter 12:17. LVEM didn't swipe the card without permission. This required the owner's consent. If she had used the card to pay back Shinlan's debt without permission, Lin Luo would likely sue her. LVEM muttered to herself, don't worry too much. Shinlan isn't lying. His clone is probably out doing some private work. Otherwise, no one would come to see him. He used to be the captain of the Deep Blue Squad. As long as he's willing to complete the mission, this debt won't matter. He'd pay it back sooner or later. I don't need to worry too much. LVEM quickly ran back and returned the card to Lin Luo. Dear customer, a VIP room has been booked for you. Please come with me, LVEM said politely. Lin Luo asked. Didn't you say you had something to do? You can do your thing. Someone else can take us to the VIP ward. Luin replied. I already sent someone I know to the operating room. Okay. Come with me. Luin led the way, with Lin Luo and the other two following. Jinlan couldn't help but raise his head and puff out his chest, sighing, Xiaolin, my trust in you was in vain. I knew you keep your word. Look, I spent so much time with you, and you treat me like this. I've been so kind to them, and yet they treat me like this. I'm a little heartbroken right now. Lin Luo consoled him. I don't think anyone has any prejudice against you. They're just holding on to the past. If they did, they'd definitely treat you well. Maybe, Jinlan said helplessly. The four of them arrived at the VIP ward, which was remarkably luxurious. A double-leaf solid wood door, crafted from the tree of life, opened, and sensor light strips illuminated along the off-white marble baseboards, lending the nearly 300 square meter space a soft and luxurious feel. The room featured an open-plan suite design. Atop a carpet crafted from hand-woven, eternal-grade biological fur, a suspended medical monitor silently monitored vital signs, data projected onto the curved, nano-coated glass wall, reminiscent of a holographic projection from a sci-fi film. The master bedroom was equipped with an 8th universe certified zero-gravity suspended bed. A touch panel embedded in the headboard allowed for simple swipes to adjust the bed's angle and control smart devices throughout the room. A wall-length electronic screen at the foot of the bed played soothing natural images, and could also be switched to a medical data dashboard. In the walk-in closet, a constant temperature and humidity system protected guests' clothing, while a hidden safe and fingerprint lock secured valuables. The bathroom is a perfect fusion of technology and aesthetics. The floor is covered with smart tiles that change color with temperature, and the thermostatic showerhead automatically adjusts the water flow based on your heart rate. The smart magic mirror not only displays the weather and news, but also provides real-time skin analysis and health recommendations. The separate living room features a custom leather sofa, a liftable smart coffee table with built-in wireless charging and hidden tea sets, and invisible speakers on the wall play guests' choice of music, creating an extremely comfortable private space. Jinlan stretched out on the soft sofa, rolling around on it. It's so comfortable. This is a place where people really should be. Like that place in the hallway up ahead, not to mention that people often pass by, the bed there is really hard. I've been feeling really uncomfortable lying there for so long. I've been feeling back pain for so long, but it's much better now. Green Shade sneered, you can't even pay. Having a place to stay is good enough. If you weren't such a big customer here, we would have kicked you out of the hospital long ago. Jinlan sighed, if it weren't for that accident, my life might have been different. I might have married you. Don't talk nonsense. Without that accident, we two would never have met. Green Shade was very clear-headed, and knew that Jinlan was talking nonsense. Jinlan sighed, your words hurt me so much. I really do love you, I just don't have the ability. Stop the nonsense. I remember you still owe me 100,000 universe coins. After all this nonsense, you might consider paying me back. Green Shade said. Jinlan said, I definitely return this to you when I have the money. You can rest assured about that. I might be more confident about others, but I'm not at all confident about you. Luin said. Everyone, come and eat. Lin Luo brought out the barbecue and placed it in front of the group. The eternal-grade fragrant pork was so fragrant that Jinlan and Luin briefly stopped arguing and began to devour it, constantly stuffing their mouths with pieces of the eternal-grade fragrant pork. Soon, the eternal-grade fragrant pork on the table was gone. Luin gave a thumbs up and said, it's delicious. I always known that barbecue restaurant, but unfortunately, I've been too poor to buy it. I didn't expect to be able to eat it this time, and it even has eternal-grade fragrant pork. Regular fragrant pork is extremely expensive, let alone eternal-grade, which is even more expensive and tastes even more delicious. Jinlan vowed, Luin, I promised you that I would live on. Follow me, and you enjoy a life of luxury sooner or later. You successfully tasted this delicious eternal-grade fragrant pork. Forget it, what does this have to do with you? Luin looked at Lin Luo and thanked him. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I can enjoy such delicious food. This food is truly delicious. It's okay. You taken care of Brother Jinlan for so long, so I'm giving you some food as a token of my gratitude. Lin Luo said. Jinlan patted his chest and said, now you finally believe my rumors and went to work, right? If I hadn't been working, no one would have been so nice to me. Luin chided, you should be more reliable. You used to have a lot of friends, but because you're so unreliable, you ended up with no friends at all. Now, you finally have friends who come to see you. Don't screw people over. If you do, they won't come to see you anymore, and you'd be all alone again. Cherish this friendship. Jinlan said rather aggrievedly. I had no choice back then. If I hadn't had the medical expenses, I probably would have died. It's so hard to be alive now. You're asking for trouble. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be in this situation, Luing commented. What you said is so funny. I remember when you first heard me say that, your eyes were full of envy. Now they're full of disdain. It's true that people change, and love changes too. Jinlan sighed. Luing said angrily, what you said is nonsense. I'm not a new employee anymore. I'm bound to change. Chapter 1218. Luing finished her eternal grade fragrant pork. I feel like after today's meal, my life level will improve. It's been so long since I improved. It's not because I haven't worked hard enough. It's mainly because I don't have the money to buy better food. If I could, my level would definitely improve. Survival in the 8th universe is truly difficult. In the 8th universe, many jobs barely provide a living, leaving little extra for leveling up. Luing and her husband had respectable jobs on the Protoss planet, but the income wasn't substantial. After paying their monthly living expenses, they didn't have much left for leveling up. Later, they had children, but child support and evolution costs were expensive, much more than for an adult. Some creatures cultivate their children from embryos to get a head start. Some wealthy creatures spend a lot of money to raise their children early, allowing them to evolve more quickly. Jinlan said, Luing, I will never forget your kindness in my future. I can still vividly remember how you supported me with your salary. It brings back memories. It's the same old story. At the peak of my wealth, I missed you. Luing said disdainfully, stop spouting such useless nonsense. How can you be rich now? It's clearly the teammates who are helping you. You don't have any money at all. You seem to be right. I don't have any money yet. Jinlan clenched his fist and said, I will work hard to become very wealthy so that you can live a good life, both for you and your child. Luing said, don't talk nonsense here. If my husband finds out, I'll never be able to explain this. Jinlan scratched the back of his head. What I said was ambiguous. All I can say is that not marrying you is my biggest loss in this life. Forget it. I don't want to live a hard life with you. Heartless. Luing checked the time. I'm done with you. I have my own things to do. I won't waste my time with you. Keep working hard, Jinlan encouraged. Thank you for the encouragement. Luing left the VIP ward. Jinlan looked at Luing's back and said sadly, the most powerless thing in life is when you're powerless, and the other person is no longer around. Do you really like this nurse? Lin Luo asked in surprise. Of course it's true. Jinlan said affectionately, when I was most desperate, broke, and lacking integrity, Lu Ying gave me hope. She encouraged me to stand up and have faith. I was able to recover quickly thanks to her. Lin Luo said awkwardly, is it because no one else wanted to lend you money? Only he was willing, and then you feel grateful. Superficial. Jinlan said, of course that's one reason. Sometimes when you're broke, someone is willing to lend you money, and that person is better than a savior. Hong Yan nodded, that's true. When someone is broke and someone is willing to lend you money, they're deeply grateful. I experienced that. It seems you've been through the same hardships as me. It's wonderful to have a close friend. Jinlan shook Hong Yan's hand. Hong Yan quickly pulled her hand back. I don't have any money. That's harsh. I wouldn't make friends based on wealth. Don't underestimate me. I was once the captain of an ace team, after all. I still have some basic ethics. Jinlan said indignantly. I'm sorry. Hong Yan quickly apologized. Jinlan said, you can come visit me more often in the future. You're from the Holy Doctor planet anyway, so you don't need too many gifts. Just bring some edible fruit, and I'd be very happy. I really don't have any money. Hong Yan said bitterly. Forget it, I won't make friends with poor people like you. Jinlan said disdainfully. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Brother Jinlan, don't worry about it. We'll be returning to our own system soon. I'm planning to build a medical planet there, and the Saint medical system will soon be settled there. Jinlan exclaimed in surprise, as expected of Xiaolin's thorough preparation. I didn't feel comfortable staying in someone else's hospital, but I feel much more comfortable once I get to my own. You have access to many free services there, and you can stay here without worry. Okay, I'm looking forward to the day the new hospital is completed. People like us who frequently go on missions know that our lives are often in danger, and we can't leave the hospital without it. Yes, I'd be the first to build the hospital, and you can live there then, Lin Luo said. Jinlan sighed. I feel like I'm almost recovered now. What a pity. If I recovered sooner, I could have gone out and played some more today. I'm sure you recover soon. The two chatted for a while, and Jilan gave Hong Yan a look. Hong Yan immediately understood and walked out. Seeing Hong Yan leave, Jilan took out a precious orb and handed it to Lin Luo. Brother Jilan, what is this? This is a treasure I obtained from the core star. It seems to be called a dragon orb. If you eat it, you will have a greater chance of evolving to the immortal level. Don't tell anyone about this. If you do, we'd both be doomed. The treasure I have is too valuable. Forget it. Lin Luo tried to decline. Jilan quickly grabbed Lin Luo's hand and said, I'm telling you the secret because I trust you. Do you really think I gained nothing from the nuclear star, just my head? Lin Luo replied, could it be? Actually, I gained a lot up there, but I can't tell you about it. If it gets out, everyone around me will die. I've been hiding it for so many years, it's time to take action. Jilan said. Lin Luo couldn't understand Jilan for a moment. Jilan used to be so cheerful, and had no airs in the team, making him an easy target for bullying. Seeing Jilan's serious expression, Lin Luo realized he underestimated him. Jilan had been active in Universe 8 for so long, so he must have something of his own. Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, so you've been hiding for hundreds of years, not wanting others to know your secret. That's right. Sometimes, after hiding for so long, I almost thought I was a loser, having stumbled upon a life on a core planet. I almost hypnotized myself. Actually, I'm quite successful. I gained a lot on the core planet, more than enough for me to evolve, Jilan said. Chapter 12:19. Thank you so much, Brother Jilan. You're so kind to me. Lin Luo thanked him. Jilan was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. I believe you're different. If it were anyone else, they'd definitely think I was bragging, trying to cheat others, and making money. It's not that exaggerated. Lin Luo smiled. Jilan looked around carefully again and said, over the years, I've been deceiving others, making myself forget this memory. If it weren't for your kindness, I almost wouldn't be able to trigger it. He knew that if he wanted to convince others that he had gained nothing on Core Star, just ahead, he had to deceive himself before deceiving others. Jilan had successfully hypnotized himself, and even he himself was convinced that his life on Core Star was miserable. He felt that his memories would be difficult to recall, because no one would show pity to someone heavily in debt. Lin Luo was an accident, and he felt pity for him, and his memories could not help but return. Jilan sighed, in this cold 8th universe, I experienced human kindness in you. You don't need to thank me, you deserve it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have given it to you. Then I won't hold back. Lin Luo could sense the dragon pearl. Using it would elevate his bloodline to a higher level, making it easier for him to evolve into an immortal. You must keep this secret. If it's discovered, even phenomenal immortals will come to fight for it, Jilan warned. I know that, Lin Luo said. Two people ran over, and there was a knock on the door. Come in, Lin Luo said. Hong Yang came over carrying a large bag of food. Boss, I brought the food here as you instructed. Okay, bring the food out, and let's eat together, Lin Luo said. Hong Yan excitedly asked, Can I eat too? Of course we can. Lin Luo nodded. Thank you so much, boss. You're the most generous boss I ever met. Hong Yan said happily. I'm starving. I take medicine every day, and haven't eaten anything more. Jilan sat down beside him without hesitation, and began to devour his food. Luin opened the door and walked in. I could smell the delicious food the moment I walked in. You guys are really enjoying yourself. I've been working so hard, and you're already eating. Jilan's cheeks puffed out. Luin, come and eat quickly. I already bought your portion. Just come and eat. I really appreciate you. Luin sat down next to Jilan. Thank you, Xiaolin. I'm so honored to have such a sumptuous meal every day after get off work. This time, I feel like I can break through my previous life level, all because of what you gave me. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Jilan. He takes care of me the most. Lin Luo said. Okay. Luin nodded. Jilan waited for Luin to thank him for a long time, but he didn't say anything. He said angrily, Didn't you say you were going to thank me? Why haven't you? Luin said, chewing on the eternal level divine beef. With our relationship, thank you is enough. Indeed, your son is my son, Jilan said bluntly. Luin struck Jilan hard, causing her to cry out in pain. You know the pain too. It's fine if you say it in front of me, but if anyone else hears, especially my husband, you know the consequences. Jilan said. Forget it. Your husband won't mind. I didn't say it in front of him. Compared to before, you were a cripple. He didn't believe you could do anything. Now that you mostly recovered, things are different. That makes sense. Jinlan nodded. Luin addressed Lin Luo. I already inquired about your situation. The dean is willing to meet with you. He wants to discuss the details. Okay, let's set a time and discuss it. Lin Luo's plan to open a hospital is no simple matter. He needs to address various issues, including hospital revenue sharing and construction costs. He can choose any planet. Jinlan clenched his fists and said happily, great. I can finally leave the medical Saint Galaxy and have my own hospital. Luin scoffed, it seems you've been lying all along. You really want to leave this planet and get rid of me. No, it's all about my own hospital. I source all the raw materials myself, and I recruit all the medical staff. I'm a shareholder, and I get to stay in the VIP ward every day. Jinlan smiled happily. Just thinking about having my own hospital is really exciting. I'm so happy inside. Luin said, I finally seen through you. You're a fickle person. Money is all that matters to you, and I'm just a subordinate. Jinlan said, that's right. I have a hospital in the future. You can come work here. I make you the head nurse. Just the head nurse? Luin's brows furrowed slightly. Jinlan said, this hospital definitely isn't mine alone. If I were alone, I'd definitely make you the director. You're just making empty promises. Luin sneered. Lin Luo took a brief look at Jinlan's condition. Jinlan's injuries were almost healed, save for a few minor ones. He believed Jinlan's previous failure to recover was mainly due to not awakening those memories, and not utilizing the benefits he gained on the core star. If Jinlan had utilized the benefits he gained on the core star, not only would his injuries heal quickly, but his strength would also be significantly enhanced. Lin Luo believed Jinlan had recovered, but his current situation needed to be concealed. Jinlan had been in the hospital for so long and still hadn't fully recovered. If he recovered all of a sudden, it would surely arouse suspicion. Lin Luo had gained a lot this time, obtaining the Dragon Pearl. If he had the opportunity to swallow it, he believed his bloodline would evolve even further. Lin Luo smiled and said, if you're willing to come, you can be the head nurse. You be in charge of the entire nursing staff. Our hospital has just been established and needs capable people. You're a good friend of Brother Jinlan, so you're definitely qualified for this position. Luin's eyes lit up. Really? Jinlan said rather disapprovingly. Luin, you changed? When I asked you to join, you acted so cold, but when others asked, you were completely convinced. You're not doing the right thing. Luin said coldly, others are the bosses, and you're just a symbolic shareholder. Others own a whole galaxy, and you two are talking about different things. It hurts. Jinlan clutched his chest and said, I can only say that when I was at my most powerless, I met the right person, but there was nothing I could do. Chapter 1220. Oh! Luin said coldly, you said that so many times I'm used to it. Now I'm a mother of 3, so don't try to take advantage of me. Jinlan sighed, if you miss it, you miss it. Sometimes the things you miss are the best. The 3 of them chatted and ate. Most of the food on the table was gone, and there was still quite a bit left. These were quite expensive items. The total value of the remaining food was probably around 2,000 to 3,000 universe coins. Jinlan waved her hand and said, Luin, take the leftovers with the child. The child is still developing, and if he eats these good foods, his life level will increase faster. Luin said, finally you said something human. You know how to care about my child. It's really disrespectful for you to keep repeating those words. Jinlan feigned sadness, that's not disrespectful, is it? I'm sincere. I really want to be with you. Shut up. My husband will come and give you a lesson soon. Luin declined. Lin Luo said, Miss Luin, please consider this carefully. If you can come to our hospital, I will arrange a position for you. Luin smiled, aren't you worried that my lack of experience will lead to your collapse? I believe in your ability, Lin Luo said. Jinlan sighed, Luin, sometimes you should be low-key when it's time to be low-key, and high-profile when it's time to be high-profile. You have an opportunity right now. If you refuse it, it will be difficult to get it again. The Medical Saint Galaxy specializes in training medical talent, and we have no shortage of them. Your medical skills are quite high, but there are many skilled people in many hospitals. You have greater opportunities if you go elsewhere. Our Deep Blue Galaxy's medical system has just been established. You can get involved and get a high-paying job. Haven't you always complained about your low salary? Now's your chance for a huge raise. Luin didn't refute Jinlan's words. The Holy Medical Galaxy was too competitive. What they lacked most was creatures with medical skills, and the most abundant of them were healing elves. Healing elves were the most numerous in the Holy Medical Galaxy, but they had almost no unique characteristics. This was an opportunity for Luying. Lin Luo said, "There's no need to rush to give me an answer. Think about it carefully. I'm not that fast here yet. I still need to communicate with your leadership about how to build a hospital." Luying nodded. "Thank you. I think it over. If you want to go, I will. You don't have to worry about your husband and children. If your husband and children are willing to come, you can tell me, and I make appropriate arrangements for your husband. The salary will be much higher than before," Lin Luo said. Jinlan said uncomfortably, "Just let Luying come over." Why would her husband come over? That's not right. Is that so? Lin Luo asked suspiciously. Jinlan hurriedly explained, "Don't say anything nonsense. Luying and I are innocent. We were just chatting as friends, nothing more." "It seems you still have a strong will to survive," Luying said disdainfully. Hongyan took a deep breath and said, "Boss, I want to join you too." "You want to join?" Lin Luo asked doubtfully, "Is your life bad now?" "I think it's pretty good. The tour guides here are well behaved, and the salaries are quite high. My salary might have been higher initially, but a lot of things are still developing, so there are quite a few restrictions." Hongyan nodded and said, "I thought about this for a while. I probably won't make it here. The best I could do is become a special tour guide. Going any further is practically impossible." Lin Luo said, "Okay, it's your choice. I already have a PR department, and the manager position is filled. You can become a deputy manager. She's more experienced, and you can learn from her." "Okay." Hongyan was delighted. The deputy manager position was the best arrangement. She wasn't quite used to being a full-time manager. She hadn't been a tour guide long, and couldn't compare to some professional guides. She needed some time to learn. She felt it was unsafe to let Hongyan do everything. She packed up the remaining dishes for Luying to take away, not minding it at all, and actually enjoying it. These dishes were precious foods, sourced from eternal-level creatures, whose meat was extremely valuable. With Luying's salary, it was hard for him to afford to buy these foods. After all, he had a family to consider. Luying took the food back with her to supplement the two children's meals. "I'm leaving now. Something's going on at home. I talk to my husband about it later, and see if they agree," Luying said. "Of course. Our galaxy is newly established, and we're in need of talented individuals. If you're willing to come, we treat you well. You can rest assured," Lin Luo said. Jinlan didn't forget to boast, "You can trust Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin is very capable." "I trust the boss too," Hongyan said happily. Luying glanced at Jinlan, his eyes filled with confusion. Jinlan noticed something was wrong. "There's something wrong with the way you're looking at me." "What do you mean by that?" "Reasonable suspicion, I think. I tend to believe what he says, but I doubt what you say. You better stop praising me. You're making me wonder if you have ulterior motives," Luying said disdainfully. "My friend, this hurts," Jinlan said, clutching his chest. "What's so hurtful? I'm just stating the truth. If nothing else, I'm going back." Luying waved goodbye. "Bye." Hongyan waved. Just as Luying left, a beautiful, healing fairy nurse knocked on the door. "Is Mr. Lin here?" "I'm here. Our dean wants to see you. Please come to the dean's office." "Of course." Lin Luo, led by the beautiful nurse, arrived at the dean's office. The dean was a young man, handsome, even prettier than some women. He extended his white hand. "Hello, I'm Levi. This hospital is temporarily under my control, thanks to the favor of Lady St. Luo." Lin Luo returned the handshake and said, "Hello, I'm very happy to meet you too." Levi produced 2 cups of tea, one of which he pushed towards Lin Luo. The tea exuded a refreshing aroma and glowed green. Lin Luo breathed in the refreshing aroma and felt a surge of energy. Every cell in his body was breathing and evolving, and he felt his life level rising. Some of his old injuries had recovered significantly. As expected of the Saint Medical Galaxy, even a cup of tea had a healing effect. Chapter 1221. "Try it," LVE offered. Lin Luo took a sip from the teacup and gave a thumbs up. "This tea is amazing. I feel refreshed." LVE said, "LVE told me you wanted to come and discuss opening a hospital in your galaxy. Do you have any blueprints? Could you show them to me?" "Yes." Lin Luo produced a map of the entire galaxy and relevant documentation, which surprised LVE. After checking everything correctly, Louis gave a thumbs up. When Louis introduced it to me, I was a bit skeptical. Now that I see it, it's truly impressive. Someone so young can actually purchase an entire galaxy. Lin Luo waved his hand. "You're flattered. This galaxy isn't mine. It's part of our team, and I'm primarily responsible for some of the work. Louise smiled. Even so, you're quite impressive. You're so young, yet everyone trusts you so much that they're willing to let you make all the decisions on such a major matter. That's something I rarely see. For someone so young and with such a low life form, yet you hold such a powerful voice in the team, you're truly remarkable. Lin Lu asked, Dean, can you open a hospital in my galaxy? Of course. Louis paused, but I have my own requirements. It can't be on some small planet. I want it on the main planet. You know the strength of our Saint Medical Galaxy. You have to give us the most central area. Giving us the most central area won't be a big loss. We can attract a large number of patients to our Saint Medical Galaxy for treatment, and they're generally quite wealthy. They have a relatively high spending power. You can build snack streets, health clubs, bathing centers, and so on around them. It's all fine. Opening one on your main planet would be beneficial to your entire galaxy. Each planet can have its own unique characteristics, and it's best if the main planet is more complex and more attractive. Lin Lu nodded. That makes sense. I was a bit careless when it came to establishing the galaxy. Louis said, you can send my ideas to your team members and see what they think. Okay. Lin Lu sent it, and received a quick reply. Except for Jinlan, who was somewhat dissatisfied, his planet would soon be making a lot of money, but with Lu Yi's words, that opportunity was gone, and it became a contribution to everyone. Ziyun, Fen Hong, and Long Xian all agreed. Initially, the three of them didn't think too much about it, believing that establishing their favorite characteristics would benefit everyone. Putting aside their own hobbies, they also felt that Jinlan was the smartest. People can live without makeup or gambling, but they can't evolve without taking medicine or seek medical treatment when they're sick. Lin Luo said, everyone on the team agrees with your plan. They all think it's excellent and ready to go. We give you a large plot of land near the landmark. Please let us know how much land you need, and we reserve it for you in advance. LVE said with satisfaction, sometimes, talking to smart people makes things much easier. I thought it would be best if I told you so much, and you agreed all at once. Give me over 10,000 acres, and I build a fully equipped hospital. No problem. Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, I have a suggestion for you. LVE nodded and said, if you have any good suggestions, we accept them. We in the Saint Medical Galaxy have always been flexible. Otherwise, we wouldn't have grown so large in such a short time. Among all the giant companies, the Saint Medical Group has been on an upward trend. Lin Luo believed that what LVE said was true, not just a matter of face. I think you could build a university nearby. A university could train people from other medical systems, making the entire Saint Medical Galaxy more comprehensive in its treatment, not limited to one race. Lin Luo said bluntly. Louis thought for a moment, and slapped her thigh. Good idea. Our current medical system is too simplistic. Our Elven Fairy healing system relies on a slow healing process, which is particularly beneficial for some patients. But it's not very user-friendly for some patients. Some patients are more seriously injured and require more rapid treatment, which the Elven Fairy healing method wouldn't be suitable for. Lin Luo nodded. So you might consider building a university. This would attract many creatures to study there. Many creatures would pursue high-paying jobs, like doctors and nurses. Louis said, that makes sense. Our Saint Medical Galaxy has always been open and inclusive. If more creatures come to study, it would be a significant development for our entire galaxy. Very true, Lin Luo said. Louis stood up and extended her hand for a firm handshake. It's not enough for me to agree. I need Lady St. Luo's approval. Once she approves, we go to your galaxy to select a site. I also tell Lady St. Luo about the university. Of course. Lin Luo also stood up, shook hands with LVE, and left the office. LVE opened the connector and connected to Sheng Luo. A shadowy image of Sheng Luo emerged, her delicate features, each one perfectly balanced, even at the right angles. She was crafted from mutton-fat white jade and clad in snow-white armor. She stood about 2 meters tall, with a curvy figure and long straight legs. Lord Sheng Luo. LVE knelt. Sheng Luo fiddled with her nails. If you have something to say, please hurry up and tell me. You know I'm busy. I'm going to get a facial later. Even immortals need to take good care of their appearance. Someone from the Deep Blue team wants to cooperate with us and build a hospital on their home planet. The Deep Blue team has become quite famous lately, completing major missions and making a lot of money. Yes, that's the team. They've been making quite a bit of money lately. They already purchased a large star system and are planning to build it up, including collaborating with us. We can cooperate. If we don't build a hospital in another star system, there will be plenty of people building it. Why not build it ourselves and earn the money ourselves? That's what I thought. Green said, they gave us a very good suggestion. They want us to build a university next to the hospital to better train medical personnel. That's a good idea. It will greatly alleviate our staffing pressures. Shen Luo said. You're truly amazing, my lord. You understood what I meant the moment I said it. LVE gave a thumbs up. Don't force your praise. This little fellow's suggestion is excellent. I'd love to meet him sometime. Shen Luo said. Chapter 1222. Do you want me to arrange it directly for you, my lord? Louis asked. Shen Luo shook her head and said, there's no need to rush. I'm quite busy here, and meeting this little guy isn't particularly important. I see how well he's developed our hospital, and then I see if I want to meet him. Okay. Louis felt that Lin Luo was quite capable. A hospital was nothing in the eyes of Master Shen Luo. The Saint Medical Galaxy was well known for all its hospitals throughout the entire 8th universe, and there was no shortage of investors and partners. Lin Luo's proposal for a hospital university was particularly promising. Louis summoned his men and prepared to personally explore the deep blue galaxy and begin the process of establishing a hospital. He needed to estimate Saint Medical's share of the hospital's profits, so he could maximize his profits. The hospital university proposal was also quite good, and it was also going to be built. Boss, you're back. Hong Yan, her red hair prominent, hurried to Lin Luo's side. Shenlong asked anxiously, how's it going? The negotiations went well. It won't be long before the Holy Medical Galaxy builds a hospital here, Lin Luo said. Shenlong gave him a thumbs up and said, as expected of you, Xiao Lin. I always had great faith in your work. You done an excellent job. The only pity is that it can't be built on my planet, but on the main star. That's not a pity. Lin Luo said, the dean is right. Building a main star will radiate to other planets, which will be very beneficial to our entire galaxy. That's right. Shenlong nodded. Lin Luo chatted with Shenlong for a while, and then walked out of the VIP ward. The VIP ward had several rooms where Lin Luo and Hong Yan could sleep together. Lin Luo had already booked the hotel, and had already paid for several days' stay. It was difficult to get a refund, so he had to finish his stay. He had other things to do, so staying at the hotel was better. Boss, good night. I take you here, Hong Yan said happily. I should have taken you there. It's dangerous for you to be alone at night, Lin Luo said. Hong Yan covered her mouth and laughed. Boss, you came to our galaxy, but you didn't really research our racial structure. We're mostly female, with only a small percentage of males. Generally speaking, men are more at risk when walking on the streets, while women are generally not at much risk. You don't need to worry about me. Lin Luo smiled. Then it seems I'm still quite dangerous. Yes, boss, you're so handsome. Stop praising me. Go back and get some rest. Lin Luo returned to the hotel and lay on his bed. Traveling was truly tiring. He hadn't done anything, not anything particularly strenuous, but his body was just as exhausted. The only thing he did today was probably discussing the hospital situation with LVE. It was a complete success. With the Deep Blue team as his backing, success was easy. He took out the Dragon Pearl. The round blue pearl radiated a blue light, imbued with energy that made Lin Luo feel comfortable. A thought entered Lin Luo's mind. Swallowing the Dragon Pearl would grant him the power to transform himself. Keeping it within me is a hidden danger. It's better to swallow it directly. I absorb it directly. Unless other creatures attack me directly, keeping this treasure and getting discovered by others would be a serious problem. Lin Luo knew the best way to conceal his presence was to devour the Dragon Pearl, giving the other party no chance. Swallowing the Dragon Pearl in the hotel would surely lead to something unfortunate. It would be better to devour it in a more secluded location. Lin Luo left the hotel and deliberately headed for the nearby convenience store. He then quickly disappeared from the store and reappeared in a mountain park. At this hour, the park was already teeming with living creatures, so he could devour them without worry. While Lin Luo remained in human form, devouring the Dragon Pearl was naturally difficult. He transformed into a giant golden dragon and devoured the Dragon Pearl in one gulp. The pearl digested rapidly, releasing a massive amount of energy, and every cell began to activate. The golden scales on Lin Luo's body began to recede, transforming into deep blue. A surge of power surged into the sky, spreading outward. A blue protective shield formed around Lin Luo, enveloping him. His flesh and blood began to undergo a drastic transformation, becoming more vibrant and powerful than before. Golden scales covered the deep blue ones, and the creature's entire size doubled, emanating an aura far more powerful than before. A creature has evolved to the immortal stage. This is one of our powerful masters, who has been hiding himself. Finally, a second healing elf immortal has appeared. Our holy medical galaxy will become immensely powerful. Don't worry. I don't think it's our species, but most likely another. This creature's evolutionary strength is far greater than ours. It's definitely not our species, most likely another. Although it's absurd that a species has evolved to the immortal stage on our planet. That's quite outrageous. Logically speaking, powerful immortals generally have their own territories, so they'd likely evolve on their own planet. Danger is common during evolution, so few are so careless as to evolve in another galaxy instead of their own. It's possible they might want to evolve in our galaxy. If their plan fails, they can heal any injuries here. The evolution of an immortal attracted the attention of many creatures. Some, unbearably curious, headed for Lin Luo's location. By the time they arrived, Lin Luo had already left. After a while, even one of Sheng Luo's clones arrived and observed the scene for a long time. Greenie bowed to Sheng Luo and said, "Sir, you're here." Sheng Luo muttered to herself, "Incredible. This creature has evolved to the immortal level. It has enormous potential, potentially even becoming a phenomenal immortal in the future." Greenie exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, you rate it so highly. This creature is truly remarkable, and it could potentially evolve to the phenomenal immortal level. My rating might not be high enough. This creature might even surpass my expectations. It could become something like me in the future. Alas, it's a shame it passed away so quickly. If I could meet it, I have a good conversation with it." Sheng Luo sighed. Greenie asked, "How about I conduct a large-scale search to see if I can find this powerful elder? If he doesn't have his own designated planet, we could have him join our system, even as a nominal member." Sheng Luo replied, "Your suggestion is a good one. Let's try. If we can't find him, that's fine. Creatures like these generally don't join companies like ours. They usually have their own forces." Chapter 1223. Louis was also concerned that a strange immortal-level creature joining their galaxy might cause some adverse reactions. Not everything is good. Unknown immortal-level creatures are inherently uncertain, and if care is not taken, they could potentially retaliate against the holy medical galaxy. Sheng Luo said, "Be as cautious as possible. If you find him, come directly to me. Don't act on your own. Immortal-level creatures generally have their own tempers. If you offend them, they might attack you." "Okay, I be careful and won't do anything rash." Louis nodded. Sheng Luo yawned and said, "Sleep is crucial for a creature to maintain a youthful body. Lack of sleep can easily lead to sagging skin, significantly diminishing its appearance." Louis said, "Master, go to bed. I take care of the rest. I believe in your abilities." Sheng Luo did not linger any longer and chose to leave. Louis dispatched many people to search for him. If they could find him and invite him to join the holy medical galaxy, it would be a great achievement. The other party wasn't just a simple immortal-level creature, it had the potential to evolve into a phenomenal immortal-level creature. If he could invite the other party to join, he would surely be rewarded by Lord St. Luo. Louis began a wide-ranging search, searching nearly every area. This was especially true for outsiders, who were the most likely to harbor immortal-level leaders. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Luo opened the door, and saw a golden-haired healing elf fairy. Healing elf fairies, male or female, were all incredibly beautiful. The golden-haired healing elf fairy had golden hair, fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and long straight legs. She wore a law enforcement uniform. The plaid uniform made the golden-haired healing elf fairy look exceptionally beautiful. Lin Luo thought the healing elf fairy was quite brave, knocking on his door so late at night. She wasn't really afraid of being attacked. But after a moment's thought, he quickly understood. The healing elf fairy population is more female than male. Hongyan had said that. The one who should be afraid shouldn't be the other person, but him. The golden-haired healing elf fairy extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Jean Een, and I'm from the Law Enforcement Department. Something happened on the planet, and I ask for your cooperation in the investigation." "Of course. Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Lin Luo asked. Jean Een glanced inside. "Is it all right? Is there no one inside? Do you mind if I go in and take a look?" Lin Luo, "Well, I was just kidding. We're law enforcement officers, so we can't break the law knowingly." Jean Een patted his chest. Lin Luo said, "Come in. It's no problem." Jean Een entered the room, glancing around, his eyes becoming hazy. "This place is perfect for living and romance." "Huh?" Lin Luo was completely uneasy, fearing that Jean Een would do something awful. Healing fairies are quite thirsty, and well known in Universe 8. Jean Yin's eyes returned to normal, and he coughed twice. I take back what I said. I'm sorry. It's okay, Lin Luo said. Jean Yin began to ask Lin Luo where he had been, and if he had seen anything strange. Lin Luo went to the convenience store, bought some food, and returned to his room, doing nothing else. Jean Yin finished his questions, and stood up. Thank you for your cooperation with the investigation. I found what I was looking for. I wish you a happy time in our galaxy. Okay, thank you for your hospitality, Lin Luo thanked him. Bye. Jean Yin reluctantly left. Lin Luo closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that Jean Yin was even more terrifying than the investigation itself. The next day, Louis reviewed all the subjects of the investigation, but didn't find the person he was looking for. He sighed. As expected, if this lord doesn't want me to find him, then it's impossible to find him. The vice dean said, Dean, I don't think finding this lord is a good thing. He's secretly evolved to the immortal level. If he truly wants to see us, he can come and see us. As an immortal, he's not afraid of us at all. Levi nodded helplessly. You make a lot of sense. Let's not force it. It's not good for either side. There was a knock on the door, and Louis let the person in. It's Luin. What can I do for you? Levi and Luin were from the same tribe, and had known each other since childhood. However, their statuses were vastly different. Louis's father was the tribe's leader, and he had been carefully nurtured since childhood. His family also had strong connections, making it easy for him to advance in rank. In the 8th universe, connections are a matter of public concern, determining a creature's future. In Ursian Nation, people generally keep a low profile, fearing danger, but in the 8th universe, it's the opposite. Having connections is fine, even if someone objects. People will mock you for not having connections while envying others for having them. This is a deeply despicable behavior. Louis was right that Louis was the dean, because she had such good parents. She was just an ordinary healing elf fairy. She was incredibly proud to have reached her current position, and she had no reason to complain. Louis asked, What have you thought about the suggestion that client made yesterday? Louis slapped her thigh. I was so busy with things last night that I missed the opportunity to talk to him. I already reported the matter. Lord Shumluo feels that investment is necessary, and a large-scale investment will be made when the time comes. That's good. I get back to you, Louis said happily. Louis saw Lu Yin's question and asked, Are you planning to take up a position on that planet? Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I am planning to take up a position there. Sure. I'd let you be the vice dean there. I've seen your hard work over the years, and you were the one who secured this investment. I definitely reward you. Louis said. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed, and he hurriedly said, Thank you, Dean. You can talk to him now. I go right away. Wait a moment. Dean, what's up? Did you notice anything strange last night? No, I took the kids home and went to bed early. I only heard this morning that a creature had evolved to the immortal level. Lu Yin shook his head. LVE asked, What do you think of Lin Luo? LVE asked in surprise, Dean, do you suspect something's wrong with Lin Luo? I don't have any particular suspicions. I'm just conducting a normal investigation. Is your judgment plausible? LVE asked. Chapter 1224. My judgment? LVE was stunned for a moment. Right. You can express your judgment without worrying about saying the wrong thing. LVE nodded. LVE thought for a moment, and shook her head. I don't think it's likely. Lin Luo holds considerable influence within the Deep Blue team, but his life level is very low, and he needs approval from those above him on many matters. Also, the Deep Blue team has 2 powerful immortal level beings. If there was something wrong with Lin Luo, they would have surely discovered it early. LVE nodded. Your analysis makes sense. I'm just skeptical, not 100% certain. Anything else? LVE asked. Go back to work. I transfer your husband over too, LVE said. LVE wanted to resign and move over. If the general hospital could help her transfer, it would save her unnecessary trouble. If her husband also transferred, she could transfer her child smoothly. Louis quickly thanked him. Thank you, Dean. No need to thank me. You found this person, so I'm honoring you, right? I have another position for your husband. Louis planned to open a medical university, and let Lu Yin's husband become the dean of studies. Her husband was quite skilled in treatment, ranking among the top 10 in the hospital. Lu Yin couldn't suppress her joy. Thank you so much, Dean. The vice dean watched Lu Yin leave and asked, Dean, are you suspicious of this Lin Luo? Lu Yin nodded. I was suspicious, but then I thought it was a little unlikely. It would be very difficult for a near-immortal being to make it in the A's squad. What if this creature is special? The Vice Dean asked. LVE shook her head and said, It's special, and we can't afford to provoke it. Let's ignore this matter for now. I'm more confident that Lin Luo isn't that immortal level creature. I think so too, the Vice Dean said. VIP Ward? Brother Jinlan. Lin Luo brought fruits unique to the Holy Medical Galaxy. Each one was plump and juicy. A sniff of it revealed a uniquely refreshing aroma. These fruits were collected from various locations in the Holy Medical Galaxy and cultivated by the galaxy itself. Eating them can greatly assist in healing. The fruits are extremely expensive. The cheapest ones cost hundreds of cosmic coins. In the Holy Medical Galaxy, those who can afford fruit are very wealthy. Jinlan's eyes lit up when he saw the fruit. He took the bag from Lin Luo's hand, pulled out an apple-like fruit, and began to bite into it. He took 2 bites, his mouth brimming with juice, and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, Xiaolin. Since you're here, what fruit did you bring? These fruits are incredibly expensive. I'm already content with the medicine I take to heal my body. I really don't need all this fruit. Lin Luo smiled. They're not expensive. Compared to what you gave me, this is nothing. What did I give you? Jinlan asked, puzzled. Yesterday? Lin Luo asked tentatively. Could it be that Jinlan, in order to conceal the events surrounding the nuclear star, chose to forget what had happened previously, and this unique situation triggered memories of the past? It's possible that Jinlan remembered what he had obtained, and then chose to forget. True Blue's life form hasn't reached the phenomenal immortal level, making him very vulnerable to powerful creatures. If the nuclear star's situation were exposed, he would likely be robbed and killed. Immortal level creatures are highly secure, and ordinary creatures wouldn't provoke them. But their secrets involve higher levels of evolution, so these creatures will still try to take action. True Blue nibbled on the fruit. I think I only ate a few of your barbecues yesterday, and didn't do anything else. But they said there was quite a commotion last night, and someone here had evolved to the immortal level. It seems so, Lin Luo said. Jinlan sighed. It's a shame I slept too deeply. Plus, I'm almost fully recovered now, but not yet fully recovered. Otherwise, I would definitely go check it out. I have to say this creature is incredibly low-key. When I first evolved to immortal, I chose the main star of Universe 8, fearing the entire universe wouldn't know. Many immortals think the more secluded their evolutionary location, the better. Actually, this is a paradox. The more creatures there are, the safer it is. They evolve secretly, and I was the only one who chose the main star. I used to be quite formidable, but I never imagined I end up in a hospital. Evolving to immortal is definitely a dangerous undertaking. Evolving to immortal means future gains, sparking the envy of many. Some already immortal creatures believe that too many immortals will lead to an imbalance in resource allocation, and they constantly sabotage those who have already evolved. The door to the ward opened, and Luin walked over, saying coldly, You're always reminiscing about the past. I don't even know what you're reminiscing about. Get up for your injection. Jinlan feigned sadness, saying, Luin, this is my fault. If you had met me at a better time, you would have surely cherished our encounter. Whatever you think is true, that's what it is. Luin came over to Jinlan and helped him put up the saline solution. The saline solution contained many active ingredients that could help Jinlan revive. Jinlan, feeling the active factors in his body, sighed. Compared to taking medicine, I feel more comfortable with saline drips. My energy is 100 times higher with saline drips. Taking medicine relies entirely on my body, and I become increasingly weaker. Luin taunted, You're really taking advantage of me. You only been in the VIP ward for a short time, and you're already complaining that medicine isn't enough, and you think saline drips are the only way to go. Your shamelessness is truly disgusting. Can you dream a little? Besides, my body is recovered and is functioning well. We'd be able to return to the team in person soon, Jinlan retorted. Are you sure you recovered a lot? Luin asked. Jinlan replied, It's true. I felt completely different these past 2 days in this VIP ward. My body tells me I'm recovering rapidly. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. I fully recovered. You won't lie to me again. Was it a dream yesterday that gave you hallucinations? Your words hurt me. What do you mean by hallucinations? I truly feel much better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you and wasting your time. I hope you're not lying. I check it out. Luin signed Jinlan up for a full-body checkup at noon. Chapter 1225. I already signed you up for a checkup. Just come over for the checkup later at noon. I give you a comprehensive physical exam. The fee is 300 cosmic coins. Luin quickly signed up for Jinlan's checkup. Jinlan exclaimed in surprise, It's so expensive. Can't it be a little cheaper? Luin scoffed. You're about to become a wealthy man, and you still care about 300 cosmic coins? You're such a rip-off. Jinlan hesitated, then said ecstatically, your management has agreed to our plan and allowed us to build your hospital on the main planet. Yes, I worked hard to convince the dean. He said, we'd be going there soon and building a university. The university idea must have been yours, Lin Luo. Luin smiled and looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded and said, yes, the idea for the medical university was mine. I just happened to have it and mentioned it casually. I didn't expect it to be accepted. On Earth, medical universities are very common. Some large hospitals establish their own universities to continuously replenish their student intake. Many large hospitals in the 8th universe don't have medical universities. Luin smiled and said, you're being modest. None of us thought of it, but you did. This wasn't a coincidence. The dean fully agrees with your proposal and plans to establish a university in your galaxy. Shaolin, everything's fine, except you're too modest. Jinlan praised Lin Luo, saying, he's our team's idea king. The establishment of our company, our further development, and the creation of our galaxy, so we don't have to worry about retirement, were all his ideas. Luin said, that's impressive. I want to thank you profusely. The dean agreed to let me join your hospital, making me the vice dean, and even letting my husband take up a key position at the medical university. Thank you so much. Lin Luo smiled. Luin, you don't need to thank me. This is primarily due to your own abilities, and the dean's recognition. I didn't do anything. Luin shook her head. You shouldn't have come with me. It's all your credit. The dean said it all, saying I got you this big order. Okay, Lin Luo said. Jinlan complained. Luin, why don't you thank me properly? I finally managed to trick Lin Luo into coming here. Without me, this plan wouldn't have been possible. Well, I don't need to thank you too much. Anyway, I haven't done much for you. Luin said coldly. Alas, there's a saying that goes, a married woman's heart changes. She's no longer with me. Jinlan sighed. Luin said coldly, never on you. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jinlan clutched his chest. I'm too lazy to waste time talking to you. You're just talking nonsense all day. You can just stay in bed and rest. I have to go to work, so I won't wait for you here. Luin went outside and got busy. The hospital was crowded with patients. The people who worked here had a very tiring daily routine. Lin Luo ordered another specialty from the Holy Medical Galaxy, a kind of medical beef. It's called live beef, and its flesh is incredibly alive. Live beef was discovered on an indigenous planet. Research suggests that if it survived without outside interference, it might possess a vitality similar to that of the universe. Their life cells are so powerful that they can maintain their vitality even while constantly dividing, keeping their life force forever. This cycle is unbreakable. In Earth terms, the life cow is like a perpetual motion machine within the biological world, able to keep moving without any external energy. Then many creatures began hunting the life cow, believing that eating them could maintain their vitality. In particular, some wealthy individuals with limited talents found a long lifespan by consuming the life cow. The life cow wasn't completely extinct, many remained, and St. Luo bought them all. At first, many people opposed this, arguing that the life cow should be public property, unprivileged by anyone. St. Luo, with her own strength and wealth, silenced these people. She also took the moral side, arguing that she didn't buy all the life cows, so she could manage the ones she raised herself, a natural and legitimate thing. The wild life cow had become extinct, and the only ones left were life cows, cultivated by the Saint Medical Galaxy itself. These cultivated life cows had been improved and were much better than before, and consuming them could significantly improve their health. The live meat you want to buy is quite difficult to obtain, requiring a long journey. Lin Luo had Hong Yen buy it early this morning. Eating this live meat is believed to help quickly restore true blue. Hong Yen arrived, carrying large and small bags, her red hair damp. Boss, I'm back. Lin Luo hurried over and brought the packaging back. You're exhausted, aren't you? Lin Luo asked. Hong Yen shook her head, not at all. Helping the boss with things doesn't seem like much work. Eat more later and recover your strength, Lin Luo said. I can eat it too. Hong Yen was delighted. Live beef meat is very expensive, measured by the gram, costing over 10 cosmic coins per gram. Lin Luo bought half a cow, spending a full 100,000 cosmic coins. Hong Yen felt like she earned back her travel expenses with every bite. Lin Luo smiled. You can definitely eat it. We can enjoy such delicious food thanks to you, otherwise, we wouldn't have it. Hong Yen smiled sweetly. Boss, you're flattering me a bit. If you said running errands offered this live beef, I'm sure there would be so many people coming that they could fill up the entire 8th universe. That's an exaggeration. At most, it would fill up the entire holy medical galaxy, Lin Luo said. Jinlan wiped away tears, saying, Xiaolin, you've been so kind to me. You even bought me live beef. I always coveted this food, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect you to buy it for me. It's incredibly expensive, isn't it? It's okay, 100,000 universe coins, I guess. Lin Luo said, it's mainly because I figured since I'm here, I shouldn't treat myself to a good meal. This live beef is definitely worth the money. I'm also fortunate enough to have tasted this delicious meat. I'm sure it's delicious. By the way, which restaurant did you cook it from? Jinlan asked. Lin Luo replied, I remember a place that makes delicious elf fairy beef. Did you buy it from that restaurant? That's right. Lin Luo nodded. You've been so kind to me. I knew you were the best person on the team. Treating me to such delicious meat is so touching. Jinlan said, tears welling up in his eyes. Chapter 1226. The boss is truly kind. You didn't even pay him, yet he's willing to spend so much to help you. This is the first time I met such a kind person in the holy medical galaxy. Hong Yan's eyes reddened, tears welling up in them. Many creatures come to the holy medical galaxy for treatment, but the high costs have bankrupted them. They've seen countless families torn apart and friends betrayed in the process. The high medical bills have left many unable to pay, forcing many to forego treatment. I'm not that well anymore, and there's no need to be so touched. I just couldn't finish the food by myself, so it's better for everyone to share. Lin Luo wasn't wronged at all, mainly because Jinlan had lost a previous memory. If that memory had remained, Jinlan wouldn't have been so grateful to Lin Luo. Jinlan rubbed his hands, eagerly opening a package. I've been craving this for ages, thinking it would take ages before I could enjoy it. I didn't expect to be able to eat it before I left. Today I'm going to let go and eat a good meal. I won't stop until I'm stuffed. This food is so delicious. Luin just happened to walk over. I have a checkup this afternoon. If you eat now, what will happen to the exam later? I almost forgot. Jinlan refused to give up. I think live beef has no side effects. After I eat it, I have a better exam. Good, you big-headed idiot. Luin said, if you eat live beef, the exam will be invalid. It's coming up soon. Wait a minute. Come back and eat after the exam. Okay. Jinlan had no choice but to give up. Let's go, check it out quickly, Luin urged. Jinlan was afraid the live beef would be eaten up. Xiaolin, Hongyan, you two must wait for me. Once I'm done, come eat with me. Don't worry, Lin Luo said with a wry smile. Luin said angrily, do you think others are like you, eating it all when you're not around? Don't overthink it. I'm just giving them a heads up. I don't assume they eat it all. I'm sure they won't, Jinlan said. Luin scoffed, I'm just laughing. Let's wait a moment. Okay. Hongyan was obedient, waiting beside Lin Luo. Lin Luo didn't forget to send a message to the group chat. Longxian, Pink, and Ziyu knew Lin Luo and Jinlan were enjoying the live beef and were envious. Longxian had always wanted to eat it, but it was so expensive that he couldn't bear to eat it now, let alone before. Longxian, Pink, and Ziyu were all envious, each wanting to try some live beef. Lin Luo didn't play favorites, and planned to bring some back for everyone on his return trip. He still had 100 million in his account, more than he could possibly spend. Lin Luo wasn't particularly interested in saving money. He spent what he earned, and saving every day was exhausting. After posting this to the group, Lin Luo didn't forget to show it to the God of Karma. The God of Karma said angrily, Little Lin, you're going too far. You eat such delicious food every day, and don't even bring us a little. Are you rich now, and living it up all the time? You already noticed this, aren't you envious? It's because I'm rich that I should be living it up. Lin Luo said. You bastard. The God of Karma was filled with impotent rage, and said with a righteous indignation, You're so beautiful, it's too much. You don't even bother sharing your goodness with us. I love to share, but I know I can't because of my past. I definitely share with you when I get the chance. Lin Luo smiled. The God of Karma said, No, I don't know what you're thinking. You're just trying to piss us off, to make sure we can't have any, and then you're sending us these photos. You figured it out. I was just trying to piss you off, because you're definitely in the chat group. Lin Luo said. You bastard, you completely forgotten all the kindness I showed you. How can you be safe with me? You keep talking about the past every day. I always feel like you screwed me. Humph. Now that it's over, it's your business. I clearly helped you, and now you can say I screwed you. The god of karma said angrily. Lin Luo stopped joking with the god of karma. I'm not kidding. I'd bring you some when I get back. You got some conscience, kid. If you say so, I won't bring any. Dragon god, you're the best. The god of karma wanted to save face, but when it came to delicious food, face meant nothing. Lin Luo smiled. You're quite realistic. I bring you some when the time comes. Ho-Tu asked, how's the plan going? Is it going well? It's going pretty well. We're halfway through. A major hospital has agreed to move into our home planet. Later, I can finish building the planet, and you can use that to gain a formal status. Lin Luo's clean background is now extremely difficult to achieve. The easiest way is to become a laborer and become a legitimate employee. Many galaxy construction projects employ indigenous people. After the indigenous people complete the construction of the galaxy, they are allowed to work within the galaxy. After a period of work, they can obtain status. Lin Luo planned to give the 3 people statuses, and then work on the galaxy, and obtain their statuses accordingly. The god of karma said, I disagree. Why should I become an indigenous person? I am one of the 10 noble indigenous gods. The status of an indigenous person is too insulting to me. I strongly oppose it. It's up to you to choose whether to become one or not. You don't want to stay at home and play all day, do you? Lin Luo said. You? The god of karma said angrily. The Jade Emperor advised, is there no other way? It's too difficult for someone like Lin Luo to get in. This method is much easier for us. We need to have some sort of indigenous identity, but that indigenous identity brings us a lot of conveniences and eliminates the need for inspection. The god of karma said, there aren't any corresponding benefits, are there? Those benefits don't really matter to us, do they? Besides, they're just a small part of the package. We earn more in the future. The Jade Emperor said. Ho-Tu said, as long as we develop well, those little benefits won't matter to us. What I need most right now is identity. With it, many things will be much easier to handle. The god of karma sighed, I feel like I can't live like this anymore. That damned 8th universe, they think they're so superior. We, the 9th universe, won't be any less powerful than them. Don't say such angry words. What we need now is to find a safe place. The dragon god has made excellent arrangements. If we can't survive in the 9th universe, we can come to the deep blue galaxy to survive. The Jade Emperor said. Chapter 1227. Don't worry too much. I take care of everything. All you need to do now is improve yourselves and learn some of the languages of the 8th universe. You should also learn the indigenous dialect that Nara found for you. This will help you cope if the Universal Alliance investigates. Lin Luo reminded him. Don't worry. This kind of thing is too easy for us. The god of karma patted his chest. Lin Luo said sullenly, you're the one saying that. The most unreliable person. They're all more talented than you, and they're improving faster than you. It's not just that you're less talented than them, but you're also not working hard enough. The god of karma angrily said, shut up. I'm one of the 10 indigenous gods. How can I be as mediocre as you say? It's just the truth. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been on Earth for so long without evolving to the ultimate form. Lin Luo said. The god of karma said, I'm sealed. You're just picking on me, you bastard. You're being too vulgar, Lin Luo said angrily. The god of karma said, you despise me, and I show you my contempt in return. Ho-Tu covered her mouth and smiled. Both of you, please keep your words to yourself. From now on, let's work together to live a better life in the 8th universe. The god of karma said unhappily, some people don't want to give me face, but I can't do anything about it. Lin Luo ignored the god of karma and instructed, just be patient for a while. After this period, our lives will get better and better. We'd be as careful as possible. The Jade Emperor nodded. Lin Luo chatted with the Jade Emperor and the other 2 for a while before preparing to return to his own galaxy. Brother Zhilan, you rest here. I'm leaving now. You should recover. Why aren't you leaving so soon? Zhilan said reluctantly. Lin Luo explained, the Holy Medical Galaxy wants to build a hospital in our area, and there's a lot I need to do myself. Zhilan quickly said, then you should hurry back and build the hospital. It's so important to us. If we don't get hurt in Universe 8, it's inevitable that someone in our team will get hurt in the future. Building a hospital is a must. Also, we got the support of the Holy Medical Galaxy. Other sponsors are investing in our information, and our galaxy will continue to improve. I hope one day we won't have to work and can make a living just by relying on information. That would be the best thing. Lin Luo smiled. He nodded, I hope it works. Then we won't have to work anymore. Zhilan said confidently, I wouldn't believe anyone else's suggestion, but I absolutely believe it. I believe your ability will make our galaxy even better. By then, we won't even have to worry about pensions. Money earned in your own galaxy is much better spent. There are many concerns about pensions, such as financial difficulties and potential delays. Lin Luo said, I do my best. After bidding farewell to Jinlan, Lin Luo prepared to head back to the Jinlan galaxy. The red-haired Hong Yin was waiting outside. Boss, Hong Yin said, waving. Resigned? Lin Luo asked. Hong Yin replied, I resigned. From now on, I be following the boss. As long as the boss has something to eat, I have something to eat. As long as the boss has something to drink, I have something to drink too. Shouldn't I be the one saying this? Why are you the one saying this? Lin Luo felt strange. I'm just going against the will of heaven, Hong Yin said with a smile. You're really brave. What if I try to cheat you? If you can't follow me, it's basically impossible for you to go back to work, Lin Luo warned. The Holy Medical Galaxy currently has no shortage of healing elves. Over the years, with the help of Shen Luo, healing elves have multiplied in large numbers, and their numbers are increasing. Due to the large number of people, jobs are now extremely scarce. It's almost impossible for Hong Yin to return to her previous job after resigning. It's possible that someone might have already arranged for her to be employed right after she resigned. Ah! Hong Yin's face was filled with panic. Boss, do you think I can find a job if I go back now? What if someone takes my job? Aren't you responsible for me? It's probably impossible to get your old job back. With my supply relationships, it's easy to find you a new job in the hospital. Don't worry about that, Lin Luo said. Hong Yin smiled and said, I was just kidding. I made up my mind to quit. How could I go back with just a few words? I seen your ability. I make a few thousand yuan a month here, but I only make more if I'm with you. It's very likely I make over 10,000 yuan. Lin Luo said, just hang out with me. 10,000 cosmic coins is still a good deal. If you can utilize my abilities well, I can give you not just 10,000, but tens of thousands. Thank you in advance, boss. I won't let you down. Hong Yin was overjoyed. Lin Luo took Hong Yin back to the Deep Blue Galaxy. Nara was temporarily in charge of the Deep Blue Galaxy, with Lin Na and Lin Xuexu assisting. Nara was experienced, having been a captain for so long, and she knew every department. She brought a lot of convenience to the team, and Lin Na and Lin Xuexu could learn from her. Once the two of them had matured in their roles, they could confidently hand over the entire operation to them. The landmark had been built, and the words Deep Blue could be seen from afar, radiating a dazzling light. The spaceship stopped, and Lin Luo emerged with Hong Yin. Boss. Han Qingqing wore a blue uniform and delicate makeup. Her figure was well proportioned, with long straight legs and a pair of bright high heels. She waved at Lin Luo and ran over excitedly. You're dressed well. I can spot you in a crowd at a glance. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. Han Qingqing noticed Hong Yin, who was narrating beside her. Her long red hair was particularly striking, and her looks and figure were no less impressive than hers. Who is this? Aren't you short of staff? I found someone to help you. You be the department manager, and she be the deputy manager. You two can manage the business together. After listening to Lin Luo's explanation, Han Qingqing extended her hand and said, Sister Hong Yin, I'm the manager of the PR department. Right now, there are only the two of us in the department. We must work together to further the development of the entire galaxy. Hong Yin extended her hand and shook Han Qingqing's. Sister Han, please take good care of me in the future. You're my senior. Lin Luo said, when you work for me, remember one thing, unity and harmony. No internal fighting here. If I find out who started it, I deal with it immediately and strictly. Chapter 1228. Han Qingqing beamed. Boss, don't worry. Internal strife is out of the question in my department. If anything bad happens, I let you know immediately. I also assist Sister Han with her work. Hong Yin said sincerely. Lin Luo said with satisfaction, it's good that you have this mindset. I'm confident in handing the job over to you. Qingqing, take Hong Yin with you to familiarize yourself with the job. Brother, how's the hospital contact going? Lin Na ran over. Lin Luo said, it's all arranged. In a few days, they be here to help build the hospital, and they assign people to the job. Lin Xuexu smiled, Xiao Lin, you're amazing. I noticed you truly grown up. You arranged everything so perfectly. We're just rookies in front of you. Sometimes when I was in that team, the captain would often say that some people were just more talented and could break certain rules and relationships. I didn't believe it at the time. I think the captain said that on purpose, laying out a blueprint for us, pumping us up, and making us into leaks. Now it seems he's telling the truth. You're the one with the talent. Your growth is incredibly fast. I think you can rival the geniuses of the great clans. Lin Luo smiled. Sister Shui, if you keep praising me like that, I'd be so proud. If I ever regress, it'd be your fault. Okay, even praising you is a sin, Lin Shui said unhappily. Come with me. There's a lot for you to take care of, and there are documents you need to sign. Lin Na pulled Lin Luo towards the office. Haven't you already taken care of all this? Why do you still want me to handle it? You trust me enough, but some things still require your signature. If I'm the one signing from now on, it won't be good if others find out. Besides, your team members might accept you, but they can't accept me, Lin Na said. Lin Shui sneered. I just praised you, and now you exposed your true colors. All your other strengths are fine, but there's one thing you're lacking: laziness. You won't even sign your name. Sister Shui, I just mocked you, and you're saying I'm wrong. It seems you still shouldn't offend women in the future, Lin Luo said. Lin Shui said, don't overthink it. I'm not that angry. The main thing is that you have to sign these documents. Okay. Lin Luo reluctantly entered the office. On the desk lay a pile of documents, all related to the cooperation agreement, requiring his signature. Lin Na said, you can take a good look at the contract and decide whether to sign it. I reviewed it thoroughly, so you shouldn't have any problems. Excellent. Lin Luo gave a thumbs up. You're truly a sister. You secured so much investment lately. Lin Na smiled and said, of course I should. Brother, you entrusted me with such an important task. I feel so sorry for you if I didn't work hard and attract more investors. Lin Shui said, you're so talented, we should all work harder. If we don't do anything, people will label us as people with connections. Okay. Lin Luo checked the contracts, confirmed they were correct, and signed them. The Deep Blue Galaxy, with the Deep Blue team as its backing, is located in the center of the universe, boasting a prime location and attracting many people. Lin Luo didn't even need a personal invitation. Some investors, after just a quick survey, were eager to invest. The next period was very busy, with construction going on all over the main star. Construction was underway on several prominent planets, though the scale wasn't particularly large. The main focus remained on the main star. Someone from the Holy Medical Galaxy had finally arrived. Originally scheduled for a week, they arrived on the 7th day. If it had been more than 7 days, he would have been ready to contact LVE. You're finally here. Lin Luo personally came to greet them. LVE said apologetically, I've been busy with other things lately. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. I understand if you have a lot to do. Just come and build, Lin Luo said. I brought the construction team with me, and we can begin construction as planned. We're planning to build a hospital and university here, and we expect completion within 6 months. Lui personally led the construction team and built the hospital and university according to his own specifications. Ordinary galaxy owners wouldn't allow outsiders to do this. The Holy Medical Galaxy is special. Building there is already a huge benefit. Their coming to build a hospital can bring enormous economic benefits to the entire galaxy. This handwriting doesn't mean the hospital and university are too demanding. It's quite reasonable. Lui showed Lin Luo the blueprints. The hospital was enormous, consisting of more than a dozen connected palaces, each responsible for a specific project, such as the evolutionary department, the injury department, and so on. The university was also quite large, with 5 or 6 palaces. Lui said, you're new to this idea of a university. We in the Saint Medical Galaxy have decided not to build many for now, to see how it performs. If it works well, we continue to build more universities. We should still have time. I think 5 or 6 palaces are too few. How about I invest in building 3 myself? Lin Luo said. It seems you're very confident in your proposal, boss. I believe the university will be a hit. Lui said. Haha, of course you have to be confident when you propose something yourself. If I don't have confidence myself, how could anyone else have confidence in me? Lin Luo said. Then I do as you say. I don't need your investment, right? I had 3 more palaces. The Saint Medical Galaxy doesn't want outsiders interfering, so Lui declined. Lin Luo felt a pity. If he had a stake in the university, he could have built his own system in the future. We need to build quickly, and not waste any more time here. You need to find accommodations during this time, and we pay for them. Okay. Lin Luo called Hong Yan over to arrange accommodations for the Holy Medical Galaxy. The landmarks had already been built, but many other construction projects were just beginning. Many people needed places to live and eat. Lin Luo specially renovated a building, primarily apartments, to accommodate everyone. Rooms 2, 3, 4, and 5 were the cafeterias, where the businesses that occupied them were relatively affordable and willing to invest. There were many businesses inside, with multiple businesses on each floor, each serving a unique cuisine. LVE saw Hong Yan and said, "Wow, you're quite fast. You came to our holy medical galaxy and brought someone back." "What do you mean by brought someone back?" "I hired them with a high salary," Lin Luo corrected. Chapter 1229. Louis asked Hong Yan, "How much is your monthly salary here?" "Over 10,000. I have to thank my boss for giving me this high-paying opportunity." Hong Yan's tone was filled with gratitude. Louis nodded. "You're quite good at your job. I like people who are willing to spend money. If you want to make more money, the first thing you need to do is spend money. Being stingy will only lead to missed opportunities. I'm very pleased with you for that. You even arranged accommodations for me in advance. I once came across a star system that had everything well chosen, but when it came to construction, it was utterly rubbish. They tried to trick us, the holy medical star system, into moving in, and then tried to get investment opportunities from others. It nearly drove me crazy. I ended up suing them, and making them pay a lot of money." Hong Yan said, "Our boss is very good. You can be assured of that. We knew you were coming. The boss has already made all the necessary arrangements for your daily life. The accommodation and food are quite good." She realized she had overstepped her bounds and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted." "It's okay. You're telling the truth. The information you provided was quite useful." "It's okay. Thank you, Dean." Louis smiled. "It seems you're doing a very good job, otherwise the employees wouldn't praise you so much." "That's okay. My philosophy is different from everyone else's. I believe that raising employees' salaries and benefits will motivate them more." Lin Luo said, "In our universe, many bosses believe they create wealth and share it with their employees. Without their support, their employees wouldn't earn a penny. But I have a different perspective. I don't think employees are tools. They create a lot of wealth for us, and I think this wealth already belongs to them. I distribute the wealth to them, but they receive high benefits. This cycle can be a cycle. I believe the benefits gained by employees will be fed back to us. When they have money, they can buy our products." LVE was silent for a moment, then nodded. "That makes sense. When employees have money, they can give back to us. Giving them money, so they can buy what they want, can increase their motivation." Lin Luo said, "So I think giving to employees is beneficial to the whole. I might make some big changes in the future, not just two. These are just some benefits. I also set up a pension association to provide insurance for my own employees. Every month, employees will receive 1,000 yuan in pension insurance, and my company will contribute another 1,000 yuan, for a total of 2,000 yuan per month. All this money will be stored together. Employees will receive insurance benefits based on their life level, with a monthly return of 2,000 yuan. I will definitely use this money for business investment, and any profits will be returned to this association, ensuring a continuous flow of funds." On Earth, pension insurance is a very common social system, found in almost every country. But in the 8th universe, it's rare. Most professions don't have it, with the exception of a few specialties. In Lin Luo's Ace team, Deep Blue, both regular members and substitutes are insured. In some ordinary teams, even regular members have insurance. These pension plans aren't particularly stable. Often, the Universal Alliance can't pay out, and pensions fill the gap. Even after hearing about these things, Long Xian wasn't willing to pay for pension insurance even when given the opportunity. Most creatures would like to pay for insurance, but they don't have the chance. Some at lower life levels can receive pensions very early. For them, it's definitely a very cost-effective solution, even if they don't get paid for 2 months. But the Universal Alliance headquarters still wants to save face, and they basically pay off all arrears within 6 months. So far, there haven't been any. If there aren't any pensions, they simply won't be paid, and at most, they'd be delayed. The reason the 8th universe isn't willing to implement a pension system on a large scale is primarily because each creature is different, and lifespans vary greatly across their respective life levels. Unlike humans, who have a very limited lifespan after 60, some creatures that evolve to god-level lifespans can reach 100,000 years. With such a lifespan, pension companies would be losing money. Of course, Lin Luo couldn't base pension payments on lifespans. He had money, but he couldn't afford such a spending spree. He calculated the amount based on working hours. The other person paid 1,000 yuan in pension each month, and he would top up the 1,000 yuan totaling 2,000 yuan per month. When the other person stopped working, he would pay the pension until it was all paid out. The longer the employee worked, the larger the pension would be. Lin Luo decided to increase the benefits annually by 100 yuan over 10 years. It was possible that the benefits would exceed his salary in the future. After all, the longer he worked, the more money he would spend. He wasn't worried about some employees running away, because so much of the money was tied up in it. Lin Luo had changed the system somewhat because of the 8th universe, combining the Provident Fund with a pension fund. Louis stroked his chin and said, "Your idea is quite novel. Giving your employees pension insurance, aren't you worried about the high cost? I think it would be more cost-effective if you paid them high salaries. It's going to be difficult to fund this pension insurance initially." Lin Luo said, "I invest my own money in this. From now on, everyone will receive a regular monthly pension, and your salary won't be low. I guarantee an average monthly salary, and I provide all the benefits." Louis said, "You can try this system. If it works well, I think we introduce it to others. I talked to Lord Sheng Luo about introducing this system to our company's system. He said, rather troubled, some things are quite troublesome. We in the Saint medical system are either short of people or not short of people. We're short of newcomers and technical backbones. Medical care is a very long process. Many newcomers need a long period of training before they can perform good surgeries and recover from injuries. Our system has cultivated a lot of this talent, leading many systems focused on medical development to poach our talent. They offered exorbitant prices to poach all our talent. We also significantly increased some benefits, but we can't withstand this kind of poaching. If we use your method, we give newcomers a retirement insurance policy from the start, with the price increasing every 10 years. Once they become skilled doctors and have a substantial insurance premium, they won't be tempted to leave immediately." Chapter 1230. It seems the systems I came up with on a whim are quite useful, and you, Dean, have approved of them. Lin Luo smiled. Louis pondered the situation for a moment and praised, "It's more than just approval, I'm extremely satisfied. Now that I thought about it carefully, this plan is feasible. I discuss it with the higher-ups when the time comes. I think there's one downside. If an employee leaves, their pension will only be paid if they can't find another company or work elsewhere. If they do, their pension will be frozen." Lin Luo nodded. "I think your change is a good one. If someone wants to recruit talented individuals, they have to pay a higher price. Most people won't leave easily." "I think so," Louis said. "I think a more extreme approach is better. Since it's pension insurance, the other party has already paid real money, and then having all that money wiped out will definitely lead some people to not want insurance. A small deduction is enough." "It's best to make it mandatory," Lin Luo said. Lai agreed. "This is just one solution. I make improvements later. Wait, let me see how you use it. I think you've been using mine for too long. After all, I'm just starting out, and it might take years for others to reach this level. You can make improvements as you go. Many areas are different and require reasonable improvements." "That's right. The gap between us is quite large. Some things can't just be yours. It's best for me to experiment on my own and then make improvements." "I think it's possible," Lin Luo said. Louis was very interested in the new pension system. He discussed it with Lin Luo at length, clarifying some of the details. "After a thorough understanding, I think this system is perfect. It will greatly maintain the employees' dedication and boost their spending power. We can try it out. I'm not very confident about my own pension system. This is just something I came up with on a whim. Whether it will be effective or not is uncertain." "You're being modest." Louis sighed. "Now I finally understand why the Deep Blue team is willing to entrust you with such an important task, even though your life level is so low. It seems there's a reason." Lin Luo smiled. "You're very kind. I have another suggestion. I'm going to promote our galaxy throughout the universe. If a new galaxy wants to develop quickly, I think advertising is necessary. It's a good investment, but I don't think you need to invest too much. Even if you do, it won't be very effective. Sometimes quality is what matters most," Louis reminded him. "I understand." Lin Luo didn't elaborate. Advertising in the 8th universe would be frowned upon. Many bosses invest large sums, only to lose everything. The 8th universe isn't completely superior to Earth. In some areas, Earth surpasses it. Lin Luo considered promoting the Deep Blue team and increasing its visibility. If you want to fish in troubled waters, you have to make someone even more troublesome. "Dean, please." Hong Yan took the initiative to lead the team, leading several important individuals to the residence. It would take some time for the construction team to arrive. The chosen location had been arranged long ago, and the construction team could begin work immediately upon their arrival. After arranging the accommodations, Hong Yan returned to Lin Luo and said, "Boss, you're truly amazing. You knew what they wanted and prepared everything. They're very pleased with our accommodations." Lin Luo smiled, "As long as they like it, that's fine. Sometimes, when we arrange the details well, we can earn their appreciation and make the work go more smoothly. I never thought of that. Working with you, I think, even if I don't get rich, I'd be content with having enough food and clothing in the future, and living comfortably," Han Yan said. Lin Luo said, "Take good care of us all. I won't treat you unfairly. I'm going to build an apartment building here, specifically for you to live in." "You're really going to build us an apartment building?" Hong Yan's eyes lit up. "That's natural. If you were to live on another planet, how long would it take you to commute here? It would be better if I built an apartment building here. Once everyone lives there, our employee benefits will be maximized. I also give you a daily meal allowance. As long as you work here, the cafeteria is free. The standard is 10 cosmic coins. If you don't eat, you can earn another 10 cosmic coins. You can choose. I give you other benefits as well. The specific benefits will depend on the plan when they are implemented," Lin Luo said. Hong Yan couldn't help but let the tears flow down her cheeks, her eyes red. "Boss, you've been so kind to us." Okay. There's no need to cry, right?" Lin Luo said. Hong Yan wiped her tears and said, "Boss, you don't understand. I used to work my ass off, only making a few thousand universe coins a month. Sometimes customers would make unreasonable demands. If it weren't for someone helping me, I would have been unable to avoid them long ago. Here, I feel like I'm just having fun all day long, and I even make over 10,000 universe coins a month. Compared to before, I'm so lucky. I'm almost moved to tears." Lin Luo smiled bitterly. "Do you really need to be so exaggerated?" Hong Yan wiped her tears and said, "Not at all. Without your boss, I wouldn't have a good life. Do you need my help?" Hong Yan wiped her tears and said, "I've always been very tolerant of my employees. As long as you do your job well, money and benefits are not a problem." "I understand." Hong Yan ran to the back. "I have another group of people I'd be entertaining later. I brought them in. I need to have a good discussion with them. I hand you the contract after we finalize the details. Do you need my help?" Lin Luo said. Hong Yan shook her head and said, "We can't let the boss do everything. That would make us seem useless. I have to work hard and show my worth. I can't let the boss feel like my money is being wasted. You don't need too much of a burden. I think your work is very valuable. Then I work even harder." Hong Yan ran faster, heading towards the spaceship's location. Lin Luo had already built a landing site. It was very large, about the size of a city, covering 500 square kilometers. This landing site was large enough for outsiders to land, but it would definitely be insufficient over time. Future construction could be located in a remote area, or on other planets, with people using other means of transportation. The deep blue galaxy was being built at a rapid pace, and various investors and brands were moving in. Chapter 1231. With more construction sites, the need for manpower also increased. Lin Luo had no choice but to recruit. His requirements were for candidates with no criminal record, a strong sense of responsibility, hard work, and, ideally, the ability to treat company property as their own. From an employee's perspective, treating company property as one's own wasn't exactly a good idea. It was simply a way to hypnotize a cow or a horse. As the boss, Lin Luo thought this statement was brilliant, the truth. Only when employees worked tirelessly could he earn more money. Lin Luo recruited a group of people from various races, accepting anyone who met the requirements. "Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. Other recruiters immediately rejected me when they heard my race. No one wanted to hire someone from the resentful Ghost clan. I have a strong objection to you saying we're unlucky. Our ancestors made tremendous efforts in building the Universal Alliance." A resentful Ghost clan woman named Nami expressed her gratitude to Lin Luo. Nami was quite beautiful, with delicate features and pale skin. She wore a black gauze dress that revealed her long, straight thighs, a unique beauty. Lin Luo hesitated. "You just said your race is particularly unlucky. Does that mean I'd be unlucky if I hire you?" Boss, haven't you heard of the resentful Ghost clan?" Nami felt she had said something wrong. It seemed like she didn't understand some of the resentful Ghost clan's affairs. If she did, I might not be able to take care of myself. "I really don't know you that well." Lin Luo nodded. Nami's smile froze, her eyes reddened, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. "I just want to learn about your race. I don't mean anything else. Don't you need to cry?" It's not that serious. Besides, whether I hire you or not has nothing to do with your race. Lin Luo couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman cry. Nami wiped away her tears and sighed. Sometimes you have to accept reality. If I don't explain it to my boss now, he can still fire me later. I better explain it. The resentful ghosts primarily evolved by absorbing resentment. They can absorb all kinds of negative emotions and promote their own evolution. There's a saying that spending too much time around the resentful ghosts will bring bad luck. So that's how it is. After listening to Nami's description, Lin Luo prepared to offer her a reasonable position. Nami pleaded, "Boss, please don't fire me. I work hard. No matter what position you assign me, I do it well. I can't be without a job. I have parents to support and more than a dozen brothers and sisters at home. Without money, they can't even afford to eat." Lin Luo asked in surprise, "You have so many children?" "Boss, you won't believe me, but I have photos here." Nami took out the photo from the communicator and handed it to Lin Luo. It was a family photo. Besides Nami, there were more than a dozen people, including her parents and siblings. Nami said pitifully, "Look, boss, I'm not lying to you. I really do have so many brothers and sisters. My parents are old, and I used to have a job, but now they're old and faded, and the company doesn't want them anymore. There aren't many companies where the resentful ghost clan can work. They usually take on more dangerous positions, such as exploring an indigenous planet, transporting corpses, or cleaning up space debris." Nami's parents were very lucky, having secured this position through a series of maneuvers at a young age. Trash scavenging is considered a rubbish job by other races, and no one would do it. But for the vengeful ghosts, it's a rare job. Without jobs, the vengeful ghosts have no money to support themselves, leading to a drastic decline in their numbers, nearly to the point of extinction. To ensure the survival of the vengeful ghosts, Nami's parents had to bear so many children. They were somewhat reluctant, believing they were so poor, their lives in space were so painful, and their work so arduous, they didn't want to pass on their suffering to the next generation. But Nami's parents secured this job thanks to the financial support of many members of their tribe. Now, their tribe wanted them to have more children, to prevent the extinction of their tribe, so they had no choice but to comply. The inadvertent overabundance of children worsened the situation within the tribe, leaving them with no money to support them. Nami had no choice but to graduate from high school and search for work. She had already applied for many jobs, but was generally rejected outright. Only a few prostitution companies offered her work. The sex industry is rife with dark rules. Nami knew that once inside, it would be difficult to escape. While searching for a job, Nami learned that the Deep Blue Galaxy had just been established and needed a large number of people. She regained hope and decided to see if she could succeed. Things went just as Nami had imagined, smoothly progressing, and she was hired. The problem was a major blunder. The boss didn't understand the vengeful ghost clan. Nami resigned herself to her fate. "Boss, I don't blame you for hiring me now. You gave me a chance, and I'm already very grateful. The main problem was that I didn't explain the situation." Lin Luo asked, "Who said we won't hire you?" Nami said delightedly, "Boss, you're lying to me. I do it, but it might be unlucky. I think your race is quite good. You can absorb the resentment of others, which is very useful. Many races commit suicide due to bad moods. I think the hospital should add a department called psychiatry. The 8th universe doesn't have a psychiatry department, perhaps because this is not taken seriously. Lin Luo can discuss this with LVE. He believes that such a department is very necessary. Some creatures inevitably become depressed after working long hours. The resentful ghost clan has excellent racial talents, making them excellent attending physicians in psychiatry. They can effectively help those suffering from depression." "Ah? I can become a doctor?" Nami froze in her tracks. Lin Luo said, "What's wrong? You don't want to do it?" Nami shook her head. "How could I not want to do it? I'm so happy, but I can't believe I can become a doctor without knowing anything. It's not a good idea." Lin Luo said, "Then we definitely can't let you start working right away. First, you need to go to university for a few years. Our department is temporarily under construction, so we might let you work a few times during that time. If the results are good, we train you vigorously." Lin Luo believed the results couldn't be bad, but some things needed to be done according to procedures, so we couldn't rush things. Some things that appeared too suddenly might arouse suspicion, so we had to take our time. Chapter 1232. "I can still go to school, but I don't have the money," Nami said embarrassedly. Lin Luo said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have the money. I can give you the entire scholarship." "Thank you so much, boss. You're even better than my parents." I want to call you Dad. Nami was deeply moved, her eyes reddened, and tears kept falling. Lin Luo smiled. No need to be so exaggerated. The 8th universe expressed gratitude more simply, and Nami wanted to call her Dad. Is it that exaggerated? I'm so grateful. Nami thanked him again. Lin Luo said, go and complete the employment procedures now. You be taking classes at the school for 2,000 universe coins a month, and your pension will be 500. Once you become a full-fledged doctor, I double your salary and benefits. Boss, you're so kind to me. I'm just a student, and you're giving me so much money. Nami was astonished. Of course, I'm not giving you this living allowance for free. You must work for me for at least 100 years before you can resign, or you have to pay me back tenfold. Lin Luo acquires talent through funding, which is quite common on Earth. Some companies need talent that's difficult to recruit publicly, so they cultivate it. This is common on Earth, and equally rare in Universe 8. Lin Luo believes Nami can be cultivated. If he trains her well, the money he spends on her training will surely be much more than what he earns. Hongyan, come and take her to complete the paperwork. Lin Luo shouted. Okay. Hongyan came over and took Nami to the Human Resources Department. The company's initial structure had been formed, with HR, finance, and so on. As Hongyan and Nami left, Lin Luo picked up his communicator and called Vi. Dean, I'm planning to open a psychiatry department. What do you think? My opinion is that you shouldn't open one. I don't think it's very useful. We considered it before, but the returns weren't very good. I think biological evolution is the most important. Biological evolution is what leads to a good mood. If biological evolution isn't possible, then mood will definitely deteriorate, and some psychiatric treatments will be of little use. Besides, evolution is mainly based on talent and personal ability. I don't think mood is very important. Lin Luo had previously suggested opening a psychiatry department to Vi, but Vi had rejected it. He didn't think it was a good idea. Because others had suggested it before, it had always failed. Vi felt that Lin Luo's suggestion was completely useless. Lin Luo said, if you don't support me, I can build a palace myself. I take over the psychiatric department, and then I can buy shares in your hospital. No, we don't allow shares. You can use our facilities and our educational resources, but you must keep them separate from us. Lu Yi said. Alright then. Lin Luo most wanted to share Lu Yi's idea. The Saint Medical Galaxy was their own galaxy, but the people of the Saint Medical Galaxy were naturally arrogant. The Saint Medical Galaxy considered their hospital a hot commodity, and many places welcomed their establishment. Green E opposed Lin Luo's desire to join. He believed that not everyone was qualified to join his galaxy group. Even some members of the parliament were not easily allowed in. The A squad members held a high status, far inferior to the parliamentarians, so Green E didn't see anything wrong with refusing. Also, while Lin Luo's suggestions had some merit, that didn't mean they were all good, they needed to be verified. Green E was skeptical of Lin Luo's plan to establish a psychiatric department and didn't think it was a good idea. Lin Luo was right most of the time, but he couldn't be right about everything. Green E thought Lin Luo was overconfident and might suffer a setback. Lin Luo, however, was delighted. Once he saw the psychiatric department's earning power, he believed Green E would cooperate with him. At that time, whether he wanted money or shares, it would be his decision. 2 weeks passed quickly, and the hospital and university were complete. Some races were well suited to construction, and they could build houses very quickly. The 8th universe is very competitive. If you don't build quickly enough, no one will invite you to build in the future. Green One has been sending people here one after another to help run the Deep Blue Saint Doctor's first hospital, which may eventually open branches on other planets. In the contract Lin Luo signed with Green One, he would receive 30% of the profits in exchange for the Deep Blue Galaxy's medical system being built by Saint Doctor. At first, Green One was hesitant, mainly because he saw the Deep Blue Galaxy's layout was superior. A large spaceship bearing the Saint Doctor's logo landed at the airport, and a group of people emerged. Lin Luo spotted a familiar face. It was Luin. Next to Luin stood a tall, handsome man, not much less handsome than Jinlan, and upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to her. Hongyan stroked her delicate chin. I think Sister Luin still hasn't gotten over it. She feels she can't marry Boss Jinlan, so she's just looking for someone else. They're quite similar. That makes sense. I also think Brother Jinlan is just talking nonsense. If he really wanted to marry someone, I believe head nurse Luin would wait a long time. Lin Luo also thought Jinlan was just talking nonsense. Jinlan had a very long lifespan and was an immortal. Perhaps Luin was older, and he didn't have much time left. According to Ziyun, Jinlan was a non-marriagist. He might have a strong affection for someone, but he often talked about it, but he wasn't actually looking for anyone to marry. Hong Yin sighed. Now it seems that brother Jinlan is the scumbag who let sister Luin down. Sometimes it's better not to talk nonsense. If there's no hope at all, I think sister Luin would be better off. Don't worry too much. I think Luin has found a husband and married, and she's probably gotten over it. After all, she has 3 children. That's true. Luin came over with her husband and smiled at Lin Luo. What were you two talking about just now? Hong Yin hurriedly explained. We welcome Sister Luin. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I'm very happy, and the boss is very happy too. Welcome. Lin Luo extended his hand. Luin extended his hand and shook Lin Luo's hand. I'm here thanks to you. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't be here. It's mainly because you're very capable that you were sent here. I'm just a little bit of a help, Lin Luo said. Chapter 1233. Luin beamed. You're being modest. Without your help, I would never have been able to come here again. That's an exaggeration, Lin Luo said with a smile. Luin introduced the people around her. This is my husband, Lulin. We're from the same clan. We used to work together. Hello. Lulin smiled. I like to express my sincere gratitude to the boss. It's your help that has allowed us to get here. Lin Luo smiled. You're being modest. You two are very capable to be here. If you weren't, you wouldn't be here. Sometimes, you have many capable people, but lack an opportunity. We are one of them. Lulin said. You two are here. Louis ran over. Dean! Lulin and Luin hurriedly said. Louis said, now that you're here, I have some work for you. You must do it well. We will definitely work hard. The Luin couple were quite excited. I already told you about the welfare system, and it will be implemented soon. Everyone's benefits will be higher. You two hold high positions, so your benefits will be correspondingly high. Louis had served as dean for many years, and had long considered the Holy Medical Galaxy his home. He believed that implementing this pension welfare system would greatly boost everyone's enthusiasm. It would also greatly benefit him. Among so many employees, who would have the best benefits? It would definitely be the dean. Lu Yi's own standard was 10,000 cosmic coins, and this had already been approved by Sheng Luo. Salaries have been reset, and pensions are deducted from salaries. In reality, salaries haven't increased. It's mainly because of these deductions that some people who don't understand the system think they have a benefit. The wool comes from the sheep, and LV understands this very well. LV Lin said, Dean, everything else is good, but there's one drawback. We have 3 children in elementary school, junior high school, and high school, and there's only one university here. We can't afford to send our children to school. They can't possibly go to university at such a young age, right? Even if we wanted them to go to university, they wouldn't be able to. I'd like to trouble you, Dean, for this. I hope you can help us resolve this issue. LVE said, I meet your request. The main issue is that I can't build the elementary, junior high, and high school. He glanced at Lin Luo, his meaning clear. Building a university is quite profitable. Once talent is cultivated, they can join your company. Building elementary, junior high, and high schools isn't necessarily so easy. It can easily lead to talent diversion, and there's no guarantee of finding any outstanding talent. LVE believed this type of investment was completely pointless, arguably offering high investment and low returns. Lin Luo naturally understood LVE's intentions and silently cursed him, leave this to me. I meticulously build the elementary, middle, and high schools. This is not only needed by the employees of your Saint Medical Galaxy, but also by ours. LVE said, excellent. You're truly a generous boss. Working with you is incredibly effortless. You understand some things as soon as I tell you. Lin Luo felt a pang of disgust. Of course, he was happy to be ripped off. A school for elementary, middle, and high school students didn't cost much to build, but the returns were practically non-existent. Running an aristocratic school like that was difficult for Lin Luo. His school wouldn't qualify for that category at the beginning. It needed to build a reputation before it could be built. Achieving a high-profile school was still very difficult. Everything was new, so it was still difficult for Lin Luo to make money. The initial investment was essentially a huge return, and there was no telling how much it would yield. At most, he'd just have to collect tuition. Lu Lin, understanding Lu Yi's intentions, smiled wryly and quickly thanked Lin Luo. Thank you, Boss Lin, for building 3 schools for our children. If the school expenses are high, I can contribute some of them for free. Yes, Thank you very much. Lu Yin had been with Lu Yi for so long and knew some of her behavior. It was obvious that she didn't want to lose money on her investment, so she handed it over to Lin Luo. Lin Luo said, "No need to thank me. I'm also interested in getting into these 3 schools. I have a lot of employees there, and I'm committed to providing them with adequate benefits." The couple expressed their gratitude again, and Lai led them to the dormitories. The first hospital and the university were already built, and the corresponding dormitories were also ready for everyone to be assigned. Lai had originally planned to build only a few dormitories, just for those with high professional titles, and leave the rest alone. But Lin Luo's benefits were so generous, providing nearly every employee with a dorm, so he couldn't help but build one. Hospital and university dormitories don't cost much to build. Vi felt like she made a mistake. Sometimes, trying to be nice to employees can cost so much that it feels like it's not worth it. But he already done it, so he couldn't possibly regret it midway. As Lin Luo's tasks grew, LVE grew increasingly resentful of him. Many of Lin Luo's suggestions cost him a lot of money, essentially taking money out of his own pocket. After LVE and his hospital staff left, Han Qingqing angrily said, "This dean is going too far. What do you mean by we need to build it? They're so rich, why don't they just build it? Besides, he has many children of his employees. The fairest thing to do is for us to work together. We're the only ones to build it, and we're expected to pay for it all. That's simply not right." Hong Yin nodded and said, "The boss has good intentions, but he's so ruthless. He's like a fool, letting him do whatever he wants." She realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. "Sorry, boss, I said the wrong thing." Lin Luo said, "It's okay. I was planning to build these 3 schools myself anyway. It would have been even better if it wasn't a joint venture. We could have invested all the shares, and then we could control it ourselves. Besides, if he doesn't have a university, we can build one. Universities don't have to be limited to medicine, they can teach other things, which is all very good." Hong Yin's eyes lit up. "I never thought that if he's not trying to fleece us, we can do the opposite and recruit the talent they cultivated." Lin Na said worriedly, "Brother, wouldn't that be a bad idea? Their hospital is next to ours, and if we recruit their talent, it might cause them to turn against us." Lin Xuexue said, "Xiao Na, you're just too soft-hearted. He's been so deceiving your brother, so we should retaliate appropriately. We can't be too kind." "That's true, but falling out with him doesn't seem to benefit us. Let's just endure it for now," Lin Na said. Chapter 1234. "Of course I know that." Lin Luo comforted Lin Na, "Don't worry, I won't poach their medical talent. I just recruit some who are interested in other projects, and I try not to conflict with them." Lin Xuexue encouraged, "Xiao Lin, you don't have to worry at all. You have the Deep Blue Team as your backing, and the Deep Blue Team has the backing of the Universal Alliance. No matter how powerful the Holy Medical Galaxy is, it wouldn't dare offend the Universal Alliance." Lin Na pinched Lin Xuexue's soft spot unhappily, "You're always up to no good. You're always trying to instigate something. Conflict is never good. It hurts. Xiao Na, it hurts so much to pinch someone's soft spot like that. You don't care about our friendship at all. You know it hurts too. I know you're joking. If my brother takes it seriously, things will be very difficult to handle." Lin Xuexue's will to survive was strong. "Xiao Lin, don't listen to me. I was just talking nonsense. It's okay. I know what to do," Lin Luo said. Another half-month passed, and the mall was completed, housing various merchants. These merchants were all well known in the 8th universe, guaranteeing quality and credibility. He had deliberately divided the mall into 2 areas, one for the affordable end, offering high-quality goods at affordable prices. Such areas did exist in the 8th universe, but they were simply called the poor area. Many creatures were bothered by the name, and would not shop there, leading to its frequent closure. Lin Luo found this to be normal. In the 8th universe, the value of money was very abstract. It was ridiculous to think that someone so poor still needed a name. He felt that many poor people possessed dignity, a fact the Earth had done well. It was clearly a poor area, but it was renamed the affordable zone. Lin Luo would also be strict in the affordable zone, using only the best products to avoid the impression that it was a poor area. The affordable zone wasn't just about the name, but also the value of the goods. Lin Luo planned to collaborate with various merchants and have them run promotions every once in a while. Promotions would attract a large number of people and drive consumption of other products. At best, merchants wouldn't make a profit from promotions, but they wouldn't lose much. Besides, it's impossible for just one merchant to run promotions every day. Every once in a while, a different merchant would run promotions, ensuring everyone profited. Besides the affordable zone, there would definitely be a VIP area. The goods in the VIP area were all very expensive, each one extremely valuable. Some of this was simply due to brand recognition, mainly because some customers liked to pretend, so they definitely had to be given an opportunity. Lin Luo had opened several shopping malls in a row, and none of his shares were given away for entry. Merchants had to pay a fee. The hospital had already been taken over, and the business was lucrative, so he naturally couldn't give up. The main planet was being built very quickly. In 20 years, it would surely be prosperous. The investment was substantial. Each member of the Deep Blue team had contributed 10 million, bringing the total to nearly 50 million. Lin Luo decided to pursue the investment. He couldn't give up now. If he did, it would be all gone. He might make more money later, even more. He took photos of the main planet's design and shared them in the group chat, showing the university, hospital, shopping mall, pedestrian street, major roads, green spaces, and so on. Lin Luo invited a renowned designer, demanding that every aspect be complete. Some planets lack greenery, emphasizing the importance of exploiting their value. Sometimes, poor greenery can lead to desertification of the entire planet. While desertification may not significantly impact high-level life forms, it may still reduce the consumption of some outsiders. Long Xian gave a thumbs up. Xiao Lin, you're incredibly efficient. I remember this main planet being all greenery, but now it's filled with tall buildings. Pink said, it seems like entrusting you with everything was a very good choice. You haven't let us down, and have done everything exceptionally well. Ziyun frowned slightly and said, this main planet is so well built, it must have cost a lot of money. 50 million isn't enough. Lin Luo nodded, it's certainly not enough. I'm mainly looking for you guys this time to pool some money. Everyone can chip in another 10 million to get the main planet built for now. The rest? First, the patient won't see me. Long Xian said emphatically, Xiao Lin, you know my income isn't very good. It's a bit difficult to come up with another 10 million. Pink interrupted, just shut up, you idiot. What do you mean by no money? You have at least 100 million in savings. We split 100 million. What did you do? You spent all that money? I mainly put it in the bank for a life insurance policy, Long Xian said. Lin Luo said, I know the cost is a bit high now, but the future economic benefits will be very high. You can rest assured about this. We're willing to pay 10 million. I believe in your ability. Long Huan is a stingy guy. Every time you ask him for money, he always finds some excuse. Otherwise, don't give him shares and redistribute them. We get 20 million shares, but he only gets 10 million. This guy can't give him face. Giving him face makes him feel powerful. Pink said coldly. Ziyun said, just build it with confidence. Don't worry about the money. We cover the cost. This galaxy doesn't belong to you alone, it belongs to all of us. It's good that you didn't take any money as labor fees. We all had a relaxing 2 months of vacation, while you had to work hard for 2 months. Honestly, we feel bad for you. Lin Luo shook his head. Once this is completed, it will be of great benefit to me as well. It's a win-win situation. Thank you for your hard work anyway, Ziyun said. Long Xian said, Xiao Lin, money isn't a problem. I just go to the bank and withdraw it right away. It's just 10 million, right? I transfer it to you right away. Thank you, brother Long Xian. Lin Luo said, don't worry. Our investment is a bit larger now, so the money we make will be even greater. I can guarantee you this project will be profitable. Our 20 million will become 100 million. That's a 5-fold increase. Long Xian asked in astonishment, how confident are you? Lin Luo replied, 100%. I believe that by then, the total value of our galaxy will exceed 10 billion. All our previous investments will be worth it. Our shares are practically priceless. It's like a golden chicken that lays golden eggs. If you sell it, you might only get a few thousand cosmic coins, but if you keep it, it can earn you hundreds of cosmic coins every day. Chapter 1235. Long Xian's eyes widened. Xiao Lin, is everything you said true? Our galaxy is really that valuable. Your estimate isn't wrong, is it? Our galaxy is perfectly situated. As long as something is attractive and well-structured, I believe its value will rise to such a high level. This isn't just talk, it's a real thing. Lin Luo said confidently. Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lin, your confidence reassures me. I believe our galaxy is becoming increasingly wealthy. Ziyun said, the holiday is over. I told you it was a month, and it's already been 2. You should come back. I set up a gathering place. Ah! Time flies, and we're back to work again. The Universal Alliance headquarters is so demanding. How long have we rested? Pink was the first to complain. Long Xian said, I have some important matters to attend to. I go over there after I'm done. I like to take a month off. I have other things to attend to. Not allowed. Ziyan vetoed, we already given you 2 months off, and you're still asking for more time off. Don't overthink it. We only have 1 month off to begin with, thanks to the captain. We can only take another month off. The captain will be out soon, so we can't take another month off. We still have 2 weeks left, so everyone should focus. You all know that every mission our ace squad undertakes is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you could lose your life. You can't have the same playful attitude as before. We've been going smoothly lately, and you relaxed a bit, even forgetting the previous team vacancies. Pink turned serious. I understand. Things have been going so smoothly lately that I'm a little overconfident. I face it head on. Long Xian nodded. I spent a lot of money improving my survival abilities. I believe I can survive longer during missions. Are you only improving your survival abilities? Pink said coldly. Long Xian felt guilty for a moment, then quickly explained, You're talking nonsense. All aspects are enhanced. It's impossible to only enhance my own defense. Am I that selfish? Pink sneered. I just laughed. You're just that selfish. You only enhance your own survival abilities. Whether the mission is completed depends entirely on your teammates. Long Xian argued that's not true. Sometimes I can't die, which helps everyone. I can buy time. You can't say I'm completely useless. You have so many excuses. Pink threatened, if you guys, during a mission, use this animalistic approach, only protecting your own skin, I show you how I deal with you. Long Xian said, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I'm a team player. Do you believe that? Of course I do. You're still shameless. Pink sneered. Long Xian said, You're deeply prejudiced against me. No matter how much I say, you won't believe me. Later, you see how much my improvement will benefit the team. You find we made significant progress. Pink said, I hope you can give me a surprise. By the way, what progress have you made recently? Long Xian countered. Pink hesitated, What's wrong? No, why are you asking me that? I certainly improved. It's none of your business. Long Xian said, Even if you don't tell me, I already know what you've been doing. You're obsessed with beauty all day long, haven't you? I don't even know your personality, and you've been getting prettier all this time. Shut up. Pink, a little annoyed, said, Because everyone is like you? So boring, just because you evolved a little you're bragging? I definitely improved, but I can't tell you. I'm keeping it a secret. Long Xian scoffed, Be careful we don't give you a slap in the face. Don't worry, we won't let you get that chance. I only get stronger. I'm definitely improving faster than you. Pink raged. Long Xian said confidently, I'm very confident this time. I spent a lot of money on transformation, making myself many times stronger than before. I'm sure you'll be shocked when the time comes. You're the one who believes in you. Pink scoffed. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a very serious announcement. Jinlan shouted happily. Pink and Long Xian chose to ignore him, taunting each other without paying any attention to Jinlan. Jinlan said angrily, Can you two respect me? I already said I had a great announcement, and you two kept chatting away, and I'm talking like this. Pink said, You don't have to say anything. No one expects you to say anything. Long Xian said, I'm not really expecting anything either. It's better if you just shut up. Your behavior really hurts me. Jinlan complained. If you're sad, then be sad. Think about what you've done. Those things of yours only make us sadder. How could anything we do make you sad? Long Xian said. Pink and Long Xian stood together for a rare moment. Yes, think about what you've done. Do you think we can expect anything from you? Jinlan said, Let bygones be bygones. Everyone, don't dwell on it. I come as soon as my original form is healed. Your original form is healed? Long Xian asked doubtfully. Jinlan said happily, I thought it would take a long time to heal, but I didn't expect it to be so quick. Some of my injuries healed immediately. I'm really lucky. I'm well now. When my main body joins the team, our combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Our success rate on future missions will soar, and our team will earn more money. Long Xian said, I like what you said. You should do more of the team's work in the future, so that we, the creditors, can have an easier time. This is your talent, and we can also reduce the debt. That's a good point. I thought you were well, but you wanted a bigger percentage. Pink said. Don't worry about that. I said I split the profits after completing 5 missions. I already completed 2, and there are only 3 left. Once we complete those 3, I won't owe you anything, Jinlan said. 5 tasks? Did you deliberately understate the number? You said 5 tasks instead of 6. The difference between 1 more and 1 less is huge, Longxian said. Jinlan said angrily, I think you are the worst kid. I advise you to be kind and deliberately talk too much about the mission. You are my creditor, but you can't say too much. Chapter 1236. Longxian said unflinchingly, I'm your creditor, so you should be more polite. I see you're not being polite to me at all. I remember it was 6 missions. Ziyun, tell me how many missions there are in total. Jinlan could only seek confirmation from Ziyun. Ziyun was fair and impartial, and wouldn't lie easily. Ziyun said, 5 missions, please. Don't try to trick Jinlan. If Jinlan completes 3 more missions, he get his share of the profits. Jinlan was quite touched and said, Ziyun, you've been so kind to me. It turns out my kindness to you wasn't in vain. You're still as kind to me as ever. Ziyun said coldly, no need to thank me. I just did something ordinary, nothing insignificant. Don't feel bad. With my original form joining the team, our strength has greatly increased. We'd definitely be able to complete better missions and earn more money. Jinlan promised, patting his chest. Pink said, I'm looking forward to your hand. You won't let me down. True Blue said, don't worry. So much time has passed. I completely transformed. You'd definitely be astounded by my transformation. I bring you huge profits. Lin Luo, knowing some of the details, nodded and said, I trust brother Jinlan. With Jinlan back, our team will be even better than before, and we make even more money. Long Xian disapproved, Xiao Lin, you're still too naive. Trusting him so much? Do you know how deceptive he is? Don't listen to him. I still trust brother Jinlan on this point. Lin Luo smiled. The group chat is so lively again. What are you guys chatting about? How's everything been going lately? Jialan asked. Captain! Long Xian exclaimed in surprise, you're still alive. Jialan said angrily, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm still alive? I'm definitely alive. Do you want me to die so you can become captain? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're the worst person on the team. Long Xian quickly said, I'm wrong. I really didn't mean that. Jialan said, I see you're just letting your feelings slip. I'm wrong. Long Xian said. Captain, have you evolved to the immortal level? Pink asked cheerfully. Jialan replied, of course. Otherwise, how could I have the nerve to talk to you? My own bloodline has evolved again, and now it's a new, better one. Ziyun asked, is it stronger than Jinlan? Jinlan complained, Ziyun, I don't like your words. Aren't you trying to compete with the enemy? You're comparing me to the captain. That's not a good idea. There's nothing wrong with that. You're so powerful, you feel like you're the best in the world, and you might even want to rebel, Ziyun said. Jinlan said, we've been together for so long, don't you know my character? I'm a little scary, but I wouldn't do something like that. It would be a betrayal of our team. Ziyun said, that's true, but I'm more convinced that some people, once they do something, they're bound to do it again. You already backstabbed us once, and you probably do it again. Never mind. Time will tell. Jinlan said helplessly. Pink nodded, time will prove you're a complete jerk, screwing us over. No matter how much I say, you won't believe me. Only time can prove my worth. Jinlan said helplessly. Jialan said confidently, don't worry, I feel incredibly strong right now. I can easily defeat Jinlan. Long Xian suggested, Captain, I think you need to fight Jinlan to confirm your leadership position in our team. That's a good idea, said Pink. Jinlan, let's have a duel. It's a good opportunity to let others know my strength. Jialan said confidently. Jinlan was a bit timid. We're all teammates here. Fighting isn't good. It's better for us to live in peace. You're such a coward. Long Xian taunted. The captain has only just evolved to the immortal level, and you've been there for so long, yet you don't have any confidence at all. You even claim to be a natural strongman, but now it seems that's not the case. Jinlan finally couldn't help but explode. You think you're so powerful. How about we have a duel, and see how I beat you? Long Xian lost his previous arrogance. Aren't you ashamed to say that? I'm only at the eternal level, and you're already an immortal. If I were an immortal, I would definitely duel you. Waste. Jinlan cursed. Who allowed you to call me a creditor like that? Long Xian said angrily. I didn't want to say such a thing, but you made me so angry that I said it. Jinlan said. Brothers, please stop arguing and get along harmoniously. Everyone agrees that progress is the best. Lin Luo felt that Jialan wasn't necessarily inferior to Jialan at the moment. Jialan's strength had likely increased significantly thanks to the help of his father and sister, and perhaps even his bloodline had been replaced. In the 8th universe, every life form undergoes a bloodline change during evolution. It's a very common occurrence. One uses a specific bloodline for a period of time, then replaces it after that period, which is more beneficial for self-improvement. Jialan's improvement on the core star was also significant, and this improvement was fundamental. Jialan knew the powerful energy behind Jialan, and Jialan's ascension to an immortal-level creature must have been a significant improvement. Jialan asked, "How's the construction of our galaxy going?" Lin Luo replied, "Our deep blue galaxy is well underway. The hospital, university, and shopping mall are all complete. Next, the real estate developers will sell off all the villas and commercial properties to make more money. I believe in your abilities, you're very reliable. Our gathering place is on the main star you're building. We'd love to have a look around. I believe it's quite nice." Jialan said, "Everyone has had a great time traveling. Take some time to focus. We gather on the deep blue main star in a month. Shaolin, please send the address so everyone can get there on time." "No problem." Lin Luo agreed immediately. Ziyun asked, puzzled, "Isn't it 2 weeks? I already requested an extra month from headquarters to recover. My plan, which I just started, will take some time to complete. Enjoy yourself during this time," Jialan said. Ziyun said happily, "Thank you, Captain, for giving us an extra half-month." Pink said, "Another month of rest is fantastic. I can buy some extra makeup and bring it with me. I'm most afraid of running out of makeup on a mission." Chapter 1237. Longxian said, "I can also buy more life-saving methods. The 8th universe is developing rapidly, and some things are changing with each passing day. I could study them thoroughly." Pink snorted, "You claim to be selfless, yet you prefer to resort to brutal methods. As expected of you. You have quite a few life-saving methods, but you don't use them during missions. You're not much better. Didn't you say you made significant progress? You spend every day making yourself look pretty, hoping that your beauty will make the enemy show mercy?" Longxian scoffed. "None of your business," Pink said angrily. Longxian said, "You're mocking me? How dare you say you don't want me to care? First of all, if you don't care about my business, why would I care about yours?" "Shut up," Pink said. Jialan felt a headache coming on. "Can you two please calm down for a bit? It's not enough to argue in the squad, but you're also talking so much in the group chat." Longxian said, "I never attacked Pink. It's only when Pink attacks me that I have to fight back." I just laughed. "It was you who attacked me," Pink said. The two began to quarrel again, but for a long time, there was no conclusion. Jialan shook his head helplessly. "Let them quarrel. It's probably been a long time since we last saw each other. Sometimes, arguing in the group chat is good for everyone. Everyone, remember the time. We meet on our home planet in a month. Anyone who's late will have 30% of the first mission's share deducted." Pink stopped arguing and said quickly, "Captain, don't worry. We promise to be there on time." "I'd be there too," Longxian said. Jialan said, "Sure enough, the best way to deal with you two is to threaten to deduct your wages to stop you bickering. But you just can't stop. You two are still bickering, chattering non-stop, unable to stop for a long time." Longxian said angrily, "Captain, you're wrong. What do you mean by US? Don't lump Pink in with me. I'm much better than her." Pink's face flushed. "What right do you have to criticize me? If you weren't attacking me, I would be attacking you. You're really rebelling against the Tian gang." The two began arguing fiercely again. Jialan shook his head helplessly. "Ignore these two. Get ready and remember to come on time. I received notice. We have a very important mission this time." Jialan had a bad feeling. "I don't think my original body has fully recovered yet. My clone will have to come when the time comes." "You can send your own clone, but you be fired," Jialan threatened. Jialan said, "I come in my main form. Don't worry, everyone. Our team has 2 immortals, while other teams only have 1. My strength has greatly increased, so completing the mission will be easy. You don't have to worry at all," Jialan said. Pink breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay." Lin Luo took a few more photos of the renderings. Everyone was very satisfied with them, and said they would come early. In a month, many fun buildings will be completed. You can come and have fun then. I cover all expenses. Lin Luo had a strict fee system. No matter who came, they had to pay, and the money would be divided later. The boss can get it for free. If the boss has many relatives, then everyone will get it for free, which will cause some confusion. Longxian asked, "Does our boss also want money?" Lin Luo explained. I think this is a serious problem. Many people abuse their power to give things away for free. This has happened on other planets, and ultimately caused great losses to the entire planet. I want to put an end to this. Everyone will come and spend money, and no matter who they are, they will have to pay. We then make another distribution. I think this is better, and will make the entire planet fairer and more equitable. Pink sneered. Long Xian, this guy must be up to no good. I know him very well, and we can't let him go easy on him. Long Xian complained. You're my inner worm, you know everything. I agree with this. I have almost no relatives or friends, so I'm not worried about that. I'm most afraid of yours. Ziyun said. Shaolin, let me take over your financial needs. I also oversee them. I don't think it's okay to let your subordinates handle all the accounts. That's fine. Lin Luo nodded. Ziyun said. I'd be there early then and take care of the accounts. I want to, too, Zhenlan said with envy. No. Everyone objected. Zhenlan said angrily, you guys are so overreacting. I'm just mentioning it, not really taking care of it, and you're reacting so strongly. You don't trust me at all. It's right not to trust you. It would be wrong to trust you. Pink said confidently. I don't want to bother with you. I'm moving to a new home, with a new hospital. I believe I recover quickly there. Zhenlan said. Long Xian said, you're the most cunning person. Using our public funds to create a hospital stay for yourself. You're truly morally corrupt. Don't say that. It's so harsh. I'll be well soon. The medical bills won't be much. Lin Luo exited the group chat. Everyone was talking so much that they couldn't stop for a long time. Boss, someone's looking for you. Han Qingqing hurried over. Who's looking for me? Lin Luo asked. Han Qingqing shook her head and said, I'm not sure. It was just an immortal level creature, covered in lightning. It was called something like the Four Heavenly Kings. He said he was your friend. I don't think I know anyone like that. Lin Luo asked, did he say anything else? Han Qingqing replied, no, he just said your friend wanted to come see you. I go check it out. Lin Luo led Han Qingqing over. A handsome blue-haired man was waiting, sipping the delicious red wine. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lei Dian, or Thunderbird, the blue-haired man introduced himself. Lin Luo frowned at the handsome blue-haired man. I don't think I've seen you before. Lei Dian smiled. You may not have seen me in this form, but you definitely seen me as Thunderbird. So it was you. Lin Luo remembered the incident on the forest planet. The forest had invited the Four Heavenly Kings to join the battle, including Thunderbird. During the battle, he felt the Thunderbird's terrifying gaze, the kind it gave food. Lin Luo hadn't taken it too seriously. After the incident on the forest planet, it had become difficult for the two sides to meet. He hadn't expected the other party to seek him out. Chapter 1238. The corners of Thunderbird's mouth curled slightly. I'm a little annoyed by the way you talk. What do you mean by you? I'm an immortal level creature, and you're an eternal level creature. Shouldn't you be more polite? I'm a little dissatisfied with your attitude. If you came here with good intentions, then I'd definitely be happy. The problem is, you harbor ill intentions towards me, so my attitude naturally won't be good. Lin Luo's face turned cold. The corners of Thunderbird's mouth curled slightly. Really? I shouldn't be that obvious, right? You know best whether it's obvious or not, Lin Luo said. Thunderbird's face was indifferent. I always been like this. I can't help it if you mind. I came here mainly to discuss cooperation with you. What cooperation? Lin Luo wanted to refuse outright, but he didn't do so out of respect. Thunderbird said, I want you to give me 20% of the galaxy's shares. You? Hong Yan's face immediately flushed with anger. Lin Luo stopped Hong Yan and said, I'm afraid I can't. Besides, I don't have the right to do that. The deep blue galaxy doesn't belong to me alone, so I don't have the right to make the decision. Thunderbird said, stop bothering me. Just agree first. I tell your teammates later. Lin Luo's face turned cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Thunderbird sneered and said, boy, I advise you to give me the things, otherwise you might be tortured. Shut up. Lin Luo said, you uncultivated native, you really think you're lawless. Believe it or not, if you start a fight here, you die. Thunderbird's face flashed with ruthlessness. Believe it or not, I can kill you with my own hands. You can try and see for yourself. Lin Luo showed no fear. Han Qingqing walked in from outside, bringing Vi with her. Vi smiled and said, I thought it was someone else, Thunderbird. How do you feel about being here? Not bad. Thunderbird's expression immediately changed. Dean, why are you here? I was invited by Lin Luo to invest here. Didn't you see a hospital and a large university when you came here? I invested in both of those, I said. Thunderbird said, I was wondering why those two buildings resembled the Saint Medical Galaxy so much. They're actually yours. What's wrong? You like this place too. Are you planning to invest here too? I asked. I do want to invest here and take a good look around. We, the four heavenly kings, also want to invest, said Thunderbird. Green said, you also want to invest. That's perfect. A galaxy wants to make more money. The more investors a galaxy has, the more money it earns. If you're looking for financing, I welcome you. Han Qingqing and Hong Yan were anxious. When Thunderbird's conversation with the boss went badly, they promptly notified Green. They thought Green would come to Lin Luo's defense. Green's attitude was clearly ambiguous, somewhat unpredictable, and more inclined toward Thunderbird. Thunderbird and Green enjoyed a pleasant chat. I'd known that person for a long time, and we had a pretty good relationship. Thunderbird said, your treatment in the Saint Medical Galaxy is truly amazing. My last injury was quite serious, and I recovered very well after receiving treatment there. I feel very healthy now. Greenie smiled and said, that's what we should do. It's my duty to help every patient recover. I'm deeply honored to receive the recognition of an immortal level being like you. I told my brothers that the treatment at your Saint Medical Galaxy is excellent. My last injury was quite serious, and I thought it would take a long time to recover, as I've been injured before. Thunderbird, seeing Greenie's politeness, began to flatter him. It took me a long time to recover at that hospital. The treatment they provided wasn't very good, not even close to what you have at your Saint Medical Galaxy. Your Saint Medical Galaxy is better. After my treatment, I was able to return to work quickly, which is something other hospitals can't offer. After hearing my story, my other three brothers decided that if they get sick in the future, they come to you first, so you can get treated faster. Our galaxy is quite close to the Deep Blue Galaxy. Your building of a hospital there is a blessing for us. From now on, if any of our four heavenly kings are injured, we won't have to travel so far for treatment. We can receive treatment right here with you. Green said with a broad smile, I'm very happy to receive your praise. It seems our efforts over the years have not been in vain. With your praise, we are committed to serving every customer well, especially the immortals. We hope to heal them. Only when they recover will the efforts of our Holy Medical Galaxy be worthwhile. Thunderbird echoed, I believe that with the Holy Medical Galaxy's capabilities, we can definitely do it. He saw the timing was right. You just mentioned investing in this galaxy. I want to invest too. Green said, of course we can invest. This galaxy is the Deep Blue Galaxy. Whether or not we invest depends on the Deep Blue team's approval. Thunderbird feigned an apology. I was wrong earlier. I apologize. I truly want to invest in your galaxy. Please give me some land, and I'd build it myself. Lin Luo snorted coldly. You threatened me earlier that if I apologize now, I have to give up the land. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Your servant? Thunderbird's face darkened. As an immortal, my apology to you is already very kind. Now that I'm backing down, I hope you won't go too far. What do you mean by too far? Speechless. You're the one who went too far. I treat you like ordinary investors, but I didn't expect you to try to encroach on our territory. I really can't tolerate this. Others can invest, but you can't, Lin Luo said. Don't be angry. Some things can be discussed peacefully. As an immortal level creature, Thunderbird sometimes speaks a little too harshly. I hope you can understand. Greenie said. Lin Luo said coldly, I invited you to build a hospital in my galaxy, and gave you many benefits, but that doesn't mean you can interfere in all our affairs here. I'm not representing just myself, I'm representing the Deep Blue team. If you think you can arbitrarily control our team, I speak to Captain Jiaolan. Captain Jiaolan's identity doesn't need to be explained. I don't think you have the ability to influence your own thoughts. Don't take yourself too seriously. Since arriving in the 8th universe, Lin Luo has kept a low profile, fearing that others would discover his problems. When Lin Luo negotiated with Greenie, he always chose the side that offered the more generous terms. Greenie almost always agreed to everything he asked, and gradually began to look down on Lin Luo. If Lin Luo agreed this time, Greenie would likely bypass him and agree directly next time. Chapter 1239. LVE was surprised Lin Luo would dare say that. Her expression turned extremely grim. She stared at him intently, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Thunderbird smiled and said, Dean, I think you're just too kind to people. No matter what level of creature you're interacting with, you're always so kind. Some people are just lawless, and don't take you seriously at all. I think so. LVE's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous look on his face. In his eyes, Lin Luo was merely an ultimate creature, while LVE was a powerful immortal. Killing him would be far too easy. Lin Luo was not afraid at all. You can choose to kill me, but you face retaliation from the Deep Blue team. Your Saint Medical Galaxy is powerful, but you can't completely cover the sky with one hand. The 8th universe is still the Universal Alliance. Our Deep Blue team is the ace team of the Universal Alliance. If you kill one of our members without authorization, even if you're the Dean of the Saint Medical Galaxy, you have a hard time saving your life. He then looked at Thunderbird. You're quite courageous. I'm just wondering if you dare to kill me. Thunderbird was about to explode with rage. You bastard. Just as Lin Luo had expected, Thunderbird didn't dare to touch Lin Luo, at least not openly. Thunderbird was just a native. If it dared to attack Lin Luo, the punishment it would suffer would surely be much greater than that of Green. The three of them began to confront each other, and the air began to freeze. Lin Luo said, if you two don't have anything else to do, you can leave. Investment promotion here isn't your decision. I have my own opinions. Thunderbird and Green Eye were very dissatisfied and ultimately chose to leave. In their eyes, Lin Luo was an ant. But they couldn't take action. With the Deep Blue team as their backing, they dared not act recklessly. They could only temporarily leave and wait to exact their revenge on Lin Luo. Han Qingqing and Hong Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two leave. The mere anger of the two immortals emanated a terrifying aura. Han Qingqing angrily said, these two are really going too far. Even though they're immortals, they can't just do whatever they want. The Deep Blue Galaxy is clearly ours, yet now they're acting as if it's theirs. Hong Yan sighed, there's nothing we can do. Immortals are always arrogant. I once met an elementary school student who wanted to buy me as a slave. If it weren't for my immortal relatives who spoke up, I would have been doomed. The two didn't think Green Eye and Thunderbird were being too much. Immortals possess this privilege, free to invest or seize other people's property at will. Immortal-level creatures generally don't treat those below them as human, giving them no respect at all. Only immortal-level creatures can negotiate with them. Han Qingqing was concerned about Lin Luo. Boss, I'm not speaking for them. It's mainly because they're immortal-level creatures. If you offend them like this, they retaliate later. Hong Yan said, Dean Louis might evacuate the hospital and university, and then things will get serious. You don't have to worry about that. Louis is just a dean. There are beings with even greater power above him. The Saint Medical Galaxy has spent so much on the hospital and university. They can't just withdraw? I won't reimburse the expenses. Lin Luo said. Han Qingqing said, I'm mainly worried about the boss himself. This is a new business, and with such a large investment, it's certainly not something we can take lightly. If they want to withdraw, they can withdraw. They won't be able to recover their funds, and they can target your boss. Hong Yan nodded and said, that makes sense. Sister Han understands this deeper. Since the boss has angered them so much, most immortals are petty, but they can tolerate other things. It's just challenging the authority of an immortal. Lin Luo challenged Green Eyes and Thunderbird like this. They can't deal with Lin Luo. If the news gets out, it will be a huge disgrace. Han Qingqing said anxiously, Boss, you better try to find someone to back you. If they target you, you be in great danger. Immortals are very powerful, and wield great power. Hong Yan echoed, Immortals are terrifying. Don't worry, I have someone to back me too, Lin Luo said. At this moment, Green Shade called. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with the Dean? He was furious when he came back, locked his office, called me in, and gave me a beating, and threatened to remove me from my position. I implicated you. Here's what happened. Lin Luo recounted the entire situation. Lu Yin angrily said, the Dean is going too far. The production information is yours. We're just investors. How can we make choices for you? Besides, your Deep Blue team is an official team. We in the Holy Medical Galaxy don't have the authority to manage the Deep Blue Galaxy on your behalf. We're wrong. Don't be angry. Don't worry, Dean Louis has immense power. He doesn't call the shots in the Holy Medical Galaxy. Even if I didn't want this position, I would have reported him. Lin Luo hurriedly said, don't be impulsive. Losing your position is a minor matter. Reporting could put your life in danger, and you might even die. He had been in the 8th universe for some time, and knew the consequences of reporting immortal-level creatures. Some creatures, dissatisfied with the evil deeds of immortal-level creatures, had repeatedly reported them, with disastrous results, many suffering death in retaliation. The 8th universe is relatively humane, with a reporting system. Other universes don't even have one, leaving many creatures forced into bullying, with death as the outcome. Lu Yin worked under Louis, so his report would undoubtedly be discovered immediately. The consequences of what followed were clear to you without your even having to say anything. Greenshade angrily asked, but are all these things he did really the same thing? I used to think he was a good dean, but now it seems he's not such a good person, just someone driven by profit. He can do a lot for us for profit, and correspondingly, he'd do anything for profit. His cooperation with that Thunderbird today was also driven by profit. Lin Luo said, from his perspective, he can do this. You better not side with me. It's disadvantageous to you. I'm a member of the Deep Blue team, so nothing will happen to me. You might lose your position. The position of vice dean was hard one. I be fine. I contact the team leader. They won't dare do anything to you. You can rest assured about that. Greenshade smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it's too late. Chapter 1240. Huh? What did you do? Lin Luo asked, puzzled. Luyin said, I got so angry that I asked for my resignation, and he accepted it. Now I don't have any position. Now I think about it, I regret it a little. I feel like I was too impulsive. If I had just quit, it would have been a waste of money for them. He would have definitely arranged for someone else to take over. Lin Luo nodded. You were a little impulsive, but you don't have to worry about being unemployed. I find you one. I have a psychiatric department, and you can manage it. The salary and benefits will be the same as before, but the power will be less. Luyin said happily, really? Lin Luo smiled. I didn't need to lie to you. It's just a shame. You worked so hard for so long to become vice president, and now you're suddenly out of position. I'm not feeling good anymore. It's not painful. Luyin said helplessly, after such a long career, I finally got this position as vice dean. It's a shame to lose it all at once, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. But I think I made the right choice. Without your help, I wouldn't have gotten this position. Overall, I'm very lucky. Lin Luo said, okay, it would be great to be a section chief here. The work pressure is much less than before, and the pay is the same. Okay. Luyin said, my husband is also resigning. Do you have any positions available? Yes, your husband can come over and start high school education. Your husband's university education is great. I'm building 3 schools here, and your husband could come and help me. Lin Luo said. Luyin said, wouldn't it be against the rules to just make him the principal? Wouldn't that be disgruntled? No problem. We're all new here, and you're all veterans. The longer you stay, the more benefits you receive. Lin Luo said. Okay, thank you so much. Luyin was filled with gratitude. The other person was truly a great person. Lin Luo said, no need to thank me. In my eyes, you two are both talented. They don't want you, and I'm short on people here. I welcome you. You're welcome. The Deep Blue Galaxy is all over the place right now. Many people know about the high salaries, and they're eager to get in. Some are willing to pay to get in. Luyin said hurriedly. Lin Luo shook his head, that's different. People recruited from outside often have questionable character. I have great faith in yours. I believe you're doing a great job. Thank you for the compliment. We're not that good. I trust my own judgment. After Lin Luo dealt with Lu Yin's affairs, he let Han Qingqing and Hong Yin do their own work. Han Qingqing asked worriedly, Boss, you offended 2 immortals. Will they retaliate? They will definitely retaliate. Don't worry. I tell my captain that she's a powerful immortal. They won't dare to act recklessly. Lin Luo said. Okay, I'm sure Boss will make the arrangements. Han Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. After Han Qingqing and Hong Yin left, Lin Luo's face darkened. Green and Thunderbird went too far today. They didn't even take me seriously. Lin Luo felt that he was too polite, which had led to these 2 people's excessive behavior. As for the threat posed by Green Path and Thunderbird, Lin Luo ignored it. He had obtained the Dragon Ball given by True Blue, evolving into an immortal-level creature, far more powerful than ordinary immortal-level creatures. Without combat experience, Lin Luo couldn't predict his own strength. One thing was certain, he was incredibly powerful, capable of crushing Green Path and Thunderbird. If it weren't for the restrictions of the 8th universe, Green Path and Thunderbird would have been devoured by him. Lin Luo called True Blue. Since Jialan couldn't make it for the time being, relying on True Blue's help was the best option. One thing was certain about True Blue, his enthusiasm was quite good. Perhaps he had betrayed his teammates because he was too desperate to survive. Relationships in the 8th universe depended on money. Without it, nothing could be said. If True Blue didn't use this method, he would definitely not be able to borrow money. Without money, the hospital would definitely not provide treatment, and without it, he would surely die. Lin Luo felt that a living being, faced with life and death, would inevitably give up everything in order to survive. He felt that Jinlan's choice was the right one. Jinlan quickly answered the phone and spoke enthusiastically. Xiaolin, I was just about to call you when you called me. It seems our relationship is growing stronger, and we sometimes think alike. Brother Jinlan, I'm mainly looking for you because something bad has happened, and I need your help to resolve it, Lin Luo said bluntly. Jinlan's voice grew serious. Tell me what happened, and I go and fix it for you. Lin Luo recounted the entire situation, especially the threats from Thunderbird and Green. Jinlan was furious, nearly losing his temper. He snapped, all right, this Thunderbird native is so bold. We're the ace team, Deep Blue, and he's asking for it straight away. Who the hell does he think he is? I was supposed to move to your place at noon today, but I'm leaving now and moving right here. I want to teach this native a lesson. Who the hell is this native? He's lost his mind. Lin Luo said, no need to rush. I already fought him back. For now, they won't dare to attack. Just come over at noon. I'm already recovered. I can come over now. What a jerk. Do you think our Deep Blue galaxy is easy to bully? Jinlan was about to explode. I'm coming over now. Even at our lowest point, our Deep Blue team wasn't threatened by a single native. I can't bear this. Okay, I meet you outside, Lin Luo said. Hospital. Director's office. Green E slammed the table fiercely. That ant. I was talking to him kindly, and now he's treating me like this, showing no regard for me at all. Thunderbird said, I also feel that no matter what we've done, a creature lower than me can't do anything to us, especially speaking to us like that. I absolutely cannot tolerate that. And 2 of my subordinates actually wanted to resign from me for an outsider. Now that I don't have time to deal with them, they're so bold. When I have time to deal with them, they know the consequences of offending me. Green E was practically exasperated. It had been a long time since anyone dared to defy him. Green E, especially with his subordinates, adopted a conciliatory policy. If his subordinates obeyed him, he would be relatively better off. If anyone defied him, Green E would take drastic measures. Chapter 1241. LVE has always used this method, with almost no resistance. This time, LVE's confrontation with Lin Luo unexpectedly led to the betrayal of 2 of his subordinates. LVE's eyes narrowed slightly. Before, I didn't know I had 2 such despicable subordinates. Now I know. Let me see how I punish them, and show them how powerful I am. Thunderbird said, we must take revenge on this man named Lin Luo. If creatures of the same level find out, it would be a joke to be ridiculed by a lower-level creature and unable to do anything about it. You're absolutely right. If this gets publicized, it'd be a joke. LVE said. I think we should deal with this guy first. We can't let him survive. Once he leaves the system, we can then take action to eliminate him, Thunderbird urged. Greenie nodded and said, this is a solution. Remembering what happened just now, I immediately attack. I cripple and devour him, making him regret speaking to an immortal-level creature. Thunderbird, don't be impulsive. Some things can't be rushed. This guy is quite right. He has the Deep Blue team behind him. If we really kill him like this, the Deep Blue team will definitely fight us to the death. Green E angrily said, I don't know how stupid the Deep Blue team are. They hire such a low-level Wind Tribe member to do something like this. It seems this team is rotten to the core. Thunderbird said, we can't let this go. Before we kill this guy, we must contact the Deep Blue team. This is a matter of both our reputations. We must demand an apology from them. That's possible. First, make this brat apologize to us. After he apologizes, we can capture him and torture him thoroughly to vent our anger. LVE already hated Lin Luo to the core. She cared most about her reputation being humiliated by Lin Luo, and she hated him so much that she wanted to kill him. Bang! The door flew open, and a tall, blue-haired man rushed over, standing in front of LVE. Shenlan, what do you want to do? LVE panicked. You know what I want better than I do. Shenlan lifted LVE up and slapped her hard. LVE's cheeks flushed, leaving 5 distinct marks. Thunderbird narrowed its eyes, wanting to help LVE. Shenlan threatened, you got to consider the price of your help. You're just a native, and now you're so bold you don't even dare to intervene in my affairs. Back then, some natives wouldn't even dare to breathe when they saw me. I'm really giving you face. Thunderbird's face darkened. The 4 heavenly kings have become quite famous in Universe 8 lately, and many people are afraid to offend them, rarely mentioning their native status. Jinlan gave Thunderbird no respect at all. Green E angrily said, Jinlan, I was just threatening your team members. I didn't do anything else, and you slapped me in the face, leaving me humiliated. Believe it or not, I kick you out of the hospital right now. Your injuries are so severe. Only our Saint Medical Galaxy can treat them. No one else can. Believe it or not, I kick you out right now. Jinlan refused to give him any face. I'm sorry, my injuries are healed. I don't need your hospital anymore. You wretch. We done you so much good by coming to the Deep Blue Galaxy. You're such an ungrateful person. We only came here to ask you to invest in hospitals and universities, not to make decisions. Good fellow, you're really going too far. You treat my Deep Blue Galaxy like your own home, showing no mercy. We want to kill you right now. Louis didn't dare offend Jinlan and wanted to shift all the blame onto Lin Luo. Whatever your team members say is true. You should be able to tell the truth. What if he's lying to you? It's very possible. Jinlan sneered. I knew you say that, little one. Lin Lao recorded it long ago. I have everything you said. You're truly brave. Who gave you that courage? Our Deep Blue team is yours, right? We're the Ace team, affiliated with the 8th Universe Alliance headquarters. Even the counselors can't order us around. What's your Saint Medical Galaxy? You're quite powerful, but compared to the true Universe Alliance, you're just a district. I really been giving you guys too much face. Now I want to strangle you to death. Jinlan was so aggressive that LVE couldn't utter a word. What recording? LVE believed Lin Luo was deceiving him. The incident happened so suddenly that he had no time to record it. Jinlan said, Shaolin, play the recording. This guy still doesn't believe it. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Okay. Lin Luo walked up from behind Jinlan, holding a recorder and playing the audio. The recording played was from the previous fight, with LVE completely siding with Thunderbird. Thunderbird said with a sinister look, Boy, I really want to see you. We didn't come to find you, but you came to cause trouble for us. I completely forgot, I need to teach you a lesson, brat. It's mainly because you're the worst. Who the hell are you, demanding shares in my Deep Blue Galaxy? I seen arrogant potato natives, but I never seen one as arrogant as you. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. True Blue walked over and grabbed Thunderbird. Thunderbird was furious and tried to resist. True Blue threatened, think about the price you pay for your actions. If you don't, I hold back. But if I do, I kill you. Thunderbird was furious, and finally received a hard slap from True Blue. Green Grig gritted its teeth and said, You dare? I'm no match for you. If you go too far, I'm an immortal level creature. If you bully me too much, I destroy your Deep Blue Galaxy. You can try. I promise I kill you myself before you destroy the Deep Blue Galaxy. True Blue said. Thunderbird angrily declared, You killed me. My 3 brothers will not let you go. Louis was furious. I didn't imagine this would get this big, but now that you've done this, don't blame me. We will withdraw all our investments in the Holy Medical Galaxy. Jinlan retorted, If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Do you think our Holy Medical Galaxy is your home? I report this to your higher-ups, and see how they deal with you. Louis blushed, Our higher-ups will also help me. You humiliated me like this. We in the Holy Medical Galaxy will not easily yield. I think you're asking for a beating. Jinlan said, Don't be a coward if you have the guts. Let's go to the life and death planet, and have a life or death battle there. Life and death will be decided by your own ability. Chapter 1242. Lai was speechless for a long time. You're bullying the weak. I'm not a combat creature, unlike you. What do you mean? You mean I'm superior to you? Jinlan frowned. That's not what I meant. You know it. Lai said. Jinlan sneered. Get out of here, you piece of shit. Lai was furious, but he didn't dare say anything harsh. Jinlan had a bad reputation in the past, and he was known for being domineering. Jinlan had returned from the nuclear planet injured, and no one was willing to lend him money. If he said anything harsh here, it would be much more difficult for him to leave, and Jinlan wouldn't let him go easily. I won't come back again. Lai said this indifferently and left the office. Seeing the situation was getting worse, Thunderbird wanted to leave with Louis. Jinlan shouted, Who allowed you to leave, you native? Thunderbird paused, You're being too harsh. You don't even take me seriously. Let me tell you, we 4 heavenly kings are no longer natives. We made significant contributions to Universe 8. We officially been approved as residents of Universe 8. You're one too. You have no right to look down on us. The 4 brothers had worked so hard to finally gain the status of residents of Universe 8, and they thought they were different. But Jinlan's words struck a chord with Thunderbird. Jinlan said coldly, You think you're from Universe 8 just because you obtained your residency certificates. I'm telling you, you're far from it. You're not even close. Look at your behavior. You don't act like Universe 8 at all. We in the 8th universe wouldn't do such a thing. They're asking for a percentage of shares, trying to use violence to gain personal advantage. If violence could achieve this, we have already gained a great deal. Thunderbird scowled. How can I leave? True Blue said, you can leave, but only with Xiaolin's consent. Thunderbird could only temporarily submit. True Blue was far more powerful than it, and it was no match for it. I apologize here. I was too aggressive earlier. I shouldn't have been so brutal. For an immortal level being to submit was already a significant concession. Lin Luo said, I understand. The fact that you're targeting our deep blue galaxy proves its value. Thunderbird sneered inwardly, thinking that Lin Luo was special and powerful, but the result was the same. He had never hated an ultimate being so much. He had dared to threaten him like that, and force a noble immortal level being to apologize. He would remember that. With True Blue by Lin Luo's side, Thunderbird knew he couldn't do anything. Thunderbird wanted to tear Lin Luo into pieces immediately, but had to accept the apology. Fine, we're acquainted through fighting. We meet again someday. His words were tinged with a threat, a promise of revenge against Lin Luo. Don't go too far, kid. Jinlan was deeply grateful to Lin Luo. Lin Luo had taken great care of Jinlan during this time, paying for much of his medical expenses, and even building a hospital for him. Upon hearing that Lin Luo had been bullied, Jinlan was furious and rushed to his defense. Thunderbird said, I didn't intend to do anything extreme. I just think Lin Luo is very powerful. He's already so powerful at such a low level. What will happen when he reaches a higher level? Jinlan said, that's none of your business. Xiaolin is so talented, he'd definitely be even stronger than you in the future. There's no need to worry about that. I'd definitely crush you. Thunderbird said, you're overconfident. I'm very powerful. What do you mean by powerful? If you come with me to the life and death planet, I can easily kill you. Jinlan didn't take Thunderbird seriously at all. Thunderbird could sense Jinlan's power. If the two of them were to truly battle on the life and death planet, he might not be a match. Lin Luo said, you have to apologize and compensate me for my losses. I suffered a lot, both physically and mentally. You need to pay me back. Compensation? Thunderbird's smile froze, and his face darkened. Lin Luo accused him. Why are you threatening me without paying me? I'm not your subordinate. You can do whatever you want. Your words just now really hurt me. I can't evolve to a higher level in the future, and it's all your fault. Thunderbird sneered, you're being too harsh. I didn't see you were frightened at all. On the contrary, I think you're very happy. Lin Luo said, my mental damage is psychological, so I can't see it on the outside. You're going to pay me, but you don't have to pay much. Just 300,000 cosmic coins. Thunderbird angrily said, you're really asking for 300,000 cosmic coins. Your compensation for mental damage is really high. Think about it, I'm a member of Team Deep Blue. Everyone believes I have unlimited potential, and will eventually evolve to an immortal level creature. I think 300,000 cosmic coins is too little. I should ask for more. 300,000 universe coins is too little. 500,000 is a reasonable amount. If you don't pay now, the price might go up later. I should probably go to the relevant authorities for a thorough appraisal. The mental damage you cause me will require a significant amount of money. I need this money for proper treatment and recovery. Lin Luo said confidently. Thunderbird angrily said, I find you truly shameless. You say anything. Even the most promising creature in the 8th universe can't claim to have evolved to the immortal level, yet you just say it. The 8th universe holds exams periodically. The better the results, the more resources they receive. Every creature seeking to evolve to a higher level will strive to perform to achieve a higher ranking, and through this high ranking, they can evolve to a higher level. Over the years, many top-ranked creatures have considered themselves exceptional if they have evolved to the eternal level. Evolving to the immortal level is rare. I'm different. I don't need to participate in those competitions. I can still evolve to immortal. Lin Luo wanted to say that I was already immortal, and those resources were completely unattainable to him. While others might consider immortals unattainable, Lin Luo was already one. However, immortals are truly difficult to evolve. Lin Luo almost failed, and it took a tremendous amount of effort. If it weren't for the Dragon Pearl given by Jinlan, he wouldn't have been able to evolve to immortal. Thunderbird scowled, I really underestimated you. You're so outspoken. No wonder you're so high up in an ace team at this level. Chapter 1243. True Blue said impatiently, you bullied someone, so you must compensate. Stop the nonsense and compensate me quickly. Xiaolin is the hope of our team. We haven't had such a good new member in a long time. When we retire, we still rely on Xiaolin to support us. 600,000 cosmic coins isn't too much. Pay me quickly. Thunderbird scowled. I offended a true immortal, and it won't cost me 600,000 cosmic coins. Your price is really expensive. And the 500,000 cosmic coins I mentioned earlier, I repeat, it's 600,000 cosmic coins. True Blue said, really? I don't think there's much difference between 500,000 and 600,000 cosmic coins. It's just a difference of 100,000 cosmic coins. It's mainly because you went too far that I'm asking for so much. What do you mean by what I did was too far? It's clearly you who went too far. You two are blackmailing me. Believe it or not, I sue you in the Universal Alliance Court. Thunderbird said angrily. Go ahead and sue me, he said, unfazed. If you do, I sue you for threatening our ace squad, and you end up in even worse trouble. It's up to you. 600,000 cosmic coins isn't a lot, after all. Consider it a gift. Thunderbird gritted his teeth and said, 600,000 cosmic coins belong to me. When did it become a gift from you? I seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. What do you mean by giving money to me? It's always been mine. And I didn't even say give this money to you, yet you made the decision for me. You're so shameless. You want to give me money? I seen scoundrels, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. Jinlong said impatiently, I told you, I'm a very fair and just person. If you want to sue me in court, I do whatever I want. I'm not afraid of you. Thunderbird's face darkened. The other party was within the system, and had significant connections within the Universal Alliance. Plus, Jinlong was in the right. Lin Luo had the video recorded, and it was Thunderbird who had started the fight. According to the laws of the 8th Universe Alliance, regardless of the cause of the dispute, the person who made the first threat is at fault. If Thunderbird were to sue, he might be the loser. If he lost the case, the consequences would be dire. The 8th Universe has always been biased against indigenous people. Indigenous people represent barbarism and unreasonableness in the 8th Universe, and terrible things often happen. Most of the time, the indigenous people are at fault. To maintain their image in the 8th Universe, the 4 Thunderbird brothers did a lot of good. On the surface, they were philanthropists, frequently donating to children in need. In secret, the 4 Heavenly Kings engaged in plundering, seizing anything that benefited them. If a lawsuit were to ensue, Thunderbird would be terrified, fearing his actions would be discovered. The indigenous people have always had a bad reputation, and if Thunderbird's actions were discovered, they would surely be dealt with severely. Jinlong said calmly, my time is limited. Make your decision quickly. If it's too late, I have to reject your offer. He added sarcastically, we indigenous people are different from you. We indigenous people think about going to work every day, but you indigenous people are quite idle, wandering around all day, doing nothing, and your biggest weakness is extortion. Thunderbird mentally grumbled at True Blue's shamelessness, stating that his extortion skills were far inferior to True Blue's. True Blue demanded 600,000 cosmic coins. 600,000 cosmic coins could be invested on Deep Blue's main star, earning a considerable sum. Thunderbird suppressed his rage and pulled out a card. I have a total of 600,000 cosmic coins on my card. I can just swipe the money. True Blue said with satisfaction, wouldn't you have agreed sooner? You only asked for 300,000 cosmic coins before, and now you're asking for 600,000, double the amount. Some people are always like this. They won't agree when the offer is small, but insist on agreeing when the offer is large, ultimately leaving them with nothing. Thunderbird said, hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. He was genuinely afraid. 600,000 cosmic coins was a lot. In any galaxy, they could have established a local specialty market. The 4 Heavenly Kings had capitalized on the indigenous peoples, establishing a market where they could acquire cheap local specialties and sell them at high prices. This business made the 4 Heavenly Kings a fortune. They originally invested 600,000 cosmic coins, but if they hadn't taken advantage of the threat, they could have saved a fortune. Now Thunderbird was in trouble. Not only did they not secure the investment location, they also lost a fortune. Lin Luo brought over the card machine and swiped 600,000 cosmic coins from Thunderbird's card. Thunderbird took the card back and left angrily. True Blue, not forgetting to criticize, said, come to our Deep Blue galaxy when you have time. Those who want to blackmail us are the ones we welcome most. Come as often as you like. Thunderbird, furious, left without a word. True Blue watched Thunderbird's retreating figure with disdain. What a jerk. You really think you're invincible just because you're a native? Lin Luo laughed. I think I was impulsive. I taken away 2 major financial backers at once. Jinlan comforted him. Don't feel bad. With someone like that as a financial backer, giving us random orders, management will only become increasingly chaotic, and our galaxy won't make any money. One thing is certain. No matter what, our galaxy cannot have other factions. Our galaxy belongs exclusively to Team Deep Blue, and no one else can interfere. Lin Luo said, I think so, especially this Thunderbird. When I was fighting on the forest planet earlier, he was constantly watching me from the sky, his eyes unfriendly. This time, when we met again, this guy didn't treat me well either. He went after me directly. He probably thought I was easy to bully, and he was trying to threaten me, so he could make a good investment without spending a penny. Thunderbird most likely wouldn't want the 20% stake in the Deep Blue Galaxy, which would affect the entire Team Deep Blue. The entire Team Deep Blue is still very powerful. If he acted recklessly, his life would be in danger. Thunderbird was thinking of using threats to drain Lin Luo's worth. It would be best to get him out of Team Deep Blue and devour him elsewhere. He believed that by devouring Lin Luo, his own strength would rapidly increase. True Blue said, I was wondering why this guy looked familiar. So, he's the 4 Heavenly Kings natives the forest invited over when we were fighting them. Seeing that our strength was evenly matched, they chose to retreat immediately, and then watch the show from the sidelines. They already earned a good income, and these 4 guys were the ones stealing their wages. Chapter 1244. Lin Luo nodded and said, that's right, these 4 guys. Shenlong became even more angry and said, if that's the case, then these 4 guys should be grateful to us. If we hadn't shown up and fought the forest, how could they have gotten this money? Not only are they ungrateful, but they're mocking us to death the moment they see us. It makes me furious just thinking about it. For natives got such a great deal, and not only are they ungrateful, they're threatening me. You should have warned me sooner. I have to go to the 4 Heavenly Kings' residence and teach these natives a lesson. Lin Luo smiled and said, forget it, brother Jinlan. We gained 100,000 cosmic coins is already quite a bit. Arguing with 4 natives is just lowering our status. There's no need for that. Jinlan agreed. I didn't despise the natives before, but after interacting with them, I found them incredibly despicable. Sometimes I have to despise them. Their behavior is simply disgusting. Lin Luo laughed. I agree. The Thunderbird natives disgust me. I rest in the ward. I already posted this to the group chat. Regarding connections, it's up to the captain. I've been in the hospital all these years, and I have very few relationships to maintain. Jinlan said. Thank you for your help. Lin Luo thanked him. Jinlan patted Lin Luo's shoulder. Don't say that. The Deep Blue Galaxy is our team, and logically, we should manage it together. It's just that we're lazy and left everything to you. I don't think that's right. If something bad happened, I should have stepped in and let you handle it. I wanted to teach them a lesson, so they remember this lesson. But we're in the Deep Blue Galaxy. This main star cost a lot of money, and many businesses have invested in it. If I fight here, it could have a negative impact. A negative impact could cause some businesses to be reluctant to invest in us, and we'd be the ones who suffer in the end. Lin Luo nodded. I understand that. I've been in business for so long, I'm quite knowledgeable about these things. I understand. We don't need to destroy our reputation just for one thing. Enough talk, I'm going to the hospital. Jinlan said. Is LVE gone? Why don't we take over the hospital? Lin Luo asked. Then we definitely take over. It's because that guy left on his own. Don't worry, there's no need to worry. The captain will take care of everything. You might not know that the captain's sister and Sheng Luo are close friends. They always had a very good relationship. Sheng Luo knows the details of this matter, and will definitely help us. You better take advantage of this time to find out about his corruption. I think it's normal to be somewhat partial to your subordinates. It's normal to trust your subordinates. Jinlan said, but most bosses can't tolerate corruption. It's absolutely unacceptable. I understand. Lin Luo immediately called Lu Yin and Lu Lin. The 2 of them still trusted each other. When Lu Yi and Lin Luo had a falling out, they immediately sided with Lin Luo, believing him to be right. Lu Yin immediately agreed. We help you find evidence of Lu Yi's corruption. He must have embezzled some over the years. I discovered quite a bit about this. The tools in the department used to be much better. It's gotten worse every year. You might not have noticed it at first, but the difference is huge when you think about it. Some medications used to work in a day, but now they take a week. Lu Lin nodded. As a doctor, I understand this best. The sutures are much worse. A casual stitch would heal the wound, But now they have to be done very carefully. Some of the equipment is also poorly maintained. It's almost non-existent. They only repair things if they say they're broken, otherwise they don't bother. Lin Luo sneered. All that money was embezzled. It seems LVE is just putting on a facade, and the real work isn't as good as they say. Lu Lin said, we find evidence for you now. Thank you, Lin Luo said. Green Forest hurriedly said, no need to say that. Helping you is the same as helping us. We contradicted Green E last time, and Green E is a vengeful fellow. He won't let us off easily. If we don't take him down, the consequences will be disastrous. Hurry up and search for evidence. I contact your Lord Sheng Luo, Lin Luo said. Okay. Green Forest and Green Shade exchanged a few words, and quickly gathered evidence. Lin Luo opened the group chat, which was already overflowing with over 10,000 messages. Pink, how arrogant! They don't even take our Deep Blue team seriously. They're actually plundering us like this. Even when our Deep Blue team was at its lowest point, they weren't threatened by the natives. Long Xian, thinking of the natives makes me angry. Back then, I was gambling in a casino. At first, I was making all the money. A native tried to talk to me and described himself as utterly miserable, saying he could barely afford to eat. I told her to play a few games with me. My luck was pretty good at the time, and I thought she'd definitely make money with me. My luck continued to improve, and I won several games in a row. She was easy to talk to when she won, but she got angry when she lost. My luck can't always be good. She won at first, but then started losing half of what she won. The money the native lost, plus the money I borrowed, still left me with 8,000 cosmic coins. 8,000 cosmic coins is a lot. If you put it in some places, you can live for decades. Even on some prosperous planets, 8,000 cosmic coins can last a long time. Seeing that I was leaving, this guy got angry and demanded compensation from me. Lost money? If she hadn't followed me in gambling, she wouldn't have lost. I was completely in a bad state. If I hadn't lent her money, she wouldn't even be able to gamble. I was so angry I was speechless. After I ignored her, she reported me to the casino. The casino staff found me, investigated me, and released me after finding no problems. But because I broke the casino's rules, I was insulted and blocked from entering that casino again. Thinking about it, the service there was really good. You make a small profit at this casino, and they don't care. Thinking about it now makes me very angry. Chapter 1245. Pink asked suspiciously, are you sure you weren't just being lustful and feeling sympathy for a beautiful native? I don't think you're a good person. It must be because she's beautiful. If that's the case, you deserve to be reported. Who told you to feel some damn sympathy for someone beautiful? You don't just enjoy helping others. I'm just really broke right now. Help me quickly. It doesn't cost much. V50 will be enough. It doesn't take much. Long Xian, don't think too badly of someone. I have sympathy too. This native is so hateful. From now on, I hate natives. All natives don't deserve sympathy. Purple. Yuan, I met some good natives, but I think most of them are pretty bad people. They enjoy brutal fights. Our 8th universe has always been a civilized society. Even if you're a high-ranking immortal, you can't steal other people's property or harm their lives. Long Xian nodded. I think so too. Lin Luo at Jiaolan. Captain, we need your help with this matter. The Holy Medical Galaxy is planning to evacuate, and we have to compensate them for their construction costs. Pink, seeing Lin Luo appear, hurriedly asked, Xiao Lin, how are you doing? Not bad. Thank goodness Brother Jilan took care of things for me, otherwise I'd be in trouble today, Lin Luo said. Pink, that Jilan thing can be kind sometimes. He does a pretty good job protecting his own people. True Blue complained, what are you talking about? I did borrow a lot of money, which has caused my reputation to plummet. But before anything happened, I was very good and protective of my people. Thunderbird and Green both slapped me. If we weren't on our own territory, I would have beaten them right there and then, or at least made them question life and learn what true pain is. Pink said, you seem like a human being, better than a maggot. True Blue said, you're going too far. What do you mean I went up there? I'm obviously very good to my teammates. I had no choice before. I'm so seriously injured. I'm going to do whatever it takes to survive. Your excuse is that you have more than others. Hurry up and complete your 3 missions. Pink said. Jiaolan said, leave this to me. I'm the most connected person on the team, after all. This LVE is so audacious. He really thinks he's invincible just because he's the dean. Granting him free land to build a university and a hospital is his way of repaying us. I already contacted the old woman. Send me the surveillance video, and I pass it on to the old woman. No need to be polite now. It's time to use her. She screwed us so much, it's time for her to repay us. I make sure that native named Thunderbird is compensated handsomely. At least 100,000 cosmic coins. Those who threaten our team must not be let off lightly. Pink said, 100,000 cosmic coins is too little, I think. It should be at least 200,000 cosmic coins, or they'd be getting away with it too easily. Jialan nodded and said, that makes sense. 250,000 coins is more reasonable. Lin Luo said, I already demanded 600,000 coins in compensation from them. Jialan gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Shaolin, there are few people who would let you suffer. You did a great job on this matter. This guy should be made to pay. Long Xian said greedily, 600,000 coins for just one threat? That's too much. Why doesn't he threaten me? I charge a lower price, only 300,000 coins per threat. Pink said disdainfully, you look spineless. Long Xian disagreed, your integrity can be used as a livelihood. Why not sell it for money? Stop mocking me. When you realize you can sell integrity, you'd definitely be even crazier than me. You won't be much better. Haha, you think everyone is like you. You're the most shameless person, Pink said. Ziyun said, leave this matter to the captain. He handled it well. Thank you, Captain, Lin Luo thanked him. Jialan said, no need to thank me. All matters in our galaxy are in your hands. Your life level is too low, so you might run into trouble sometimes. Don't worry about that. Come to me with any questions, and I handle them for you. Okay, Lin Luo said. Saint Dr. Star. LVE returned to his office, pounding his desk in anger, angrily saying, you ungrateful bastard. I saw it. I was so kind to him, and yet he treated me this way. Now that I built the university and hospital, you're turning against me. The vice president said angrily, for an ultimate being to treat us this way is truly excessive. We must deal with him appropriately. It's difficult to handle. This guy complained quickly. Before we could even take action, he was already talking to the immortal level beings in the team. Louis calmed down and said to the vice dean, next, I'm going to contact Master Sheng Luo. Please cooperate with me. The Deep Blue team is formidable, and I've given them honor. Okay, I cooperate. The vice dean nodded. Louis knew that it would be difficult to deal with Lin Luo on her own. The Holy Medical Galaxy had invested heavily in the Deep Blue Galaxy. It wasn't something Louis could withdraw simply by saying so. The real decision-making power lay with Master Sheng Luo. Louis connected with Master Sheng Luo, and a shadowy image of Master Sheng Luo appeared before her. What's the matter? Master Sheng Luo's graceful voice echoed. Greenie cried out in indignation, Sir, you have to help me. Didn't I previously invest in the Deep Blue Galaxy to build a hospital and a university on their home planet? After it was built, you know what they did to me. They want shares in our Holy Medical Galaxy, saying that if we don't give them shares in the galaxy, they won't give us the hospital and university. How can that be justified? We built the hospital and university with our own capital. They only provided us with accommodation and food, and nothing else. Sheng Luo said coldly, if what you say is true, then they're going too far. We built everything, we provided the people, they just provided a place, and we pay taxes to the local government every year. They have no reason to encroach on the hospital and university we built. Don't say you can't tolerate this. I can't tolerate this either. I must deal with this. Greenie cried. I disagreed and slapped me hard. Look at the slap mark. Chapter 1246. Lu Yi extended her right cheek, which bore 5 distinct slap marks. Sheng Luo said angrily, don't worry about this matter. I take good care of it for you. No one can bully anyone from our Holy Medical Galaxy. I deal with that man named Lin Luo, and also with that Jilan guy. His injuries were so severe back then that other hospitals wouldn't dare treat him, fearing they faced claims from the Universal Alliance if they failed. Only our hospital was willing to step in and offer its best medical treatment. Only Jilan could cure him. If he hadn't, he might still be in the hospital now. I permanently block Jilan and demand interest on any medical bills owed. No respect. Lu Yi hurriedly thanked her. Thank you so much, sir. Are you satisfied now? Sheng Luo asked coldly. Satisfied, satisfied. Lu Yi noticed the tone was off. Sir, what do you mean? Sheng Luo snorted coldly. You should understand my current stance better than I do. I won't deal with outsiders' affairs first. I deal with yours first. You're misappropriating public funds and dominating your own corporate culture. Turn the entire company into your own planet. Those who obey you will gain access to abundant resources, while those who disobey you will be subject to your repression. My words may not carry as much weight in First Hospital right now as yours. Am I right? Louis hurriedly said, Sir, someone must be seeking revenge against me. How could I do such a thing? I always consult you for decisions on everything. You see, when it comes to building hospitals and universities, I always report to you first. Shun Luo raised an eyebrow. You're just not brave enough, not because you don't want to do it. If it lasts longer, and you don't take me seriously, you can do it. It's unfair. I really don't dare. Louis said. You've been my employee for many years. If I hadn't been shown evidence, I wouldn't have believed it. But the evidence is overwhelming, proving it was you. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Shun Luo played the recording. Director, this patient's medical bills are 300,000 cosmic coins. I already had him pay 300,000 cosmic coins at the hospital. Now, I suddenly explained that the patient's condition is very serious and requires another 200,000 cosmic coins. The patient has already believed us and is eager to pay. I already had him transfer the money to our account. You must keep this a secret. Don't let anyone get caught. If we do, we'd both be doomed. Don't worry. We're being very careful. The 200,000 cosmic coins will be transferred to our account. Nothing will go wrong. I believe in your abilities. There are several other patients you can help with. It's too difficult to make a fortune relying solely on our salaries and performance. We need to do some private work. Don't worry. I do this discreetly. We want to buy a house and a car, and give our children a better life. We must resort to embezzlement. Very good. The recording ended. Shun Luo said sternly, Now, can you explain why you're doing this? Isn't my salary high? 3 million a year. Many young, top-tier team captains don't even make that much. You're just the director of a hospital, and you get paid that much. Other captains of other ace teams earn their money by taking enormous risks, and you live in your office. Your life is even more relaxed than mine. Sometimes you're just asked to sign documents and make some decisions. Surgeries are performed by doctors, and nursing care is done by nurses. You don't really have anything else to do. I'm saying you're so enthusiastic, talking about helping others build hospitals. You want more, right? One hospital isn't enough, you want two. 2 hospitals isn't enough, right? Building a university costs a lot, so you could take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money, right? You're really calculating, kid. I admire you so much. LVE slumped to his knees. Please spare me, sir. I was greedy. Raising a child is expensive these days. I have an adult child, a girlfriend, and we need to buy a house and a car. My child isn't very motivated. He can't earn much, so he relies on me for support. You know I have a large family. 10 million may seem like a lot, but I have 100 children. That's not much at all. He then gave the vice president a wink, allowing him to take the blame. The vice president weighed the pros and cons, and quickly knelt down to admit, Sir, this whole thing is my fault. The president didn't want to get involved at first, but I instigated him. This whole thing is entirely my fault. I felt my salary was only a little over 1 million, I had children to support, and I was also thinking about buying a house on the main planet. This amount wasn't enough, so I had evil intentions. Many patients are very wealthy. They don't care about money at all. As long as they can get good medical care, paying a little more is fine. I saw this, so even though the patients had paid enough, I still demanded more. I succeeded the first time, and then I did it several times. Every time I asked for it, the results were pretty good. But the dean found out and decided to tell you. I knelt down and begged for mercy, saying a lot before he finally agreed. If you want to blame someone, blame me, not the dean. This matter really has nothing to do with him. Shun Luo snorted coldly. You really think that when the dean got into trouble, the vice dean took the blame? I still admire you very much. Everything I said is true. The vice dean said. Louis, sensing the situation was over, said, Sir, the vice dean cannot be blamed for this matter. The primary blame is on me. I can bear it all. No matter what punishment is imposed, I am willing to accept it. Very good. Shun Luo laughed in anger. She had great trust in Louis. The continued success of First Hospital was inseparable from Louis's efforts. Shun Luo paid Louis an annual salary of 3 million, far exceeding that of other hospital deans in the Holy Medical Galaxy. The truth had been revealed, Shun Luo had made it clear, yet Louis was still quibbling. Let me play you another recording, and see if you have anything to explain? Shun Luo played another video. It showed a man and a woman. The man was Louis, And the woman was a beautiful, healing fairy. Shang Luo paused, then pointed at the woman and said, I remember this correctly. She should be the director of one of your departments. She's quite famous. There were 2 surgical errors in our hospital. One time, they forgot to administer anesthesia, and the patient died in agony on the bed during the operation. Another time, the operation went wrong. They clearly had a problem with the patient's left leg, but they cut off the right leg, ultimately losing both legs. These 2 surgical errors cost our hospital a considerable amount of money, made headlines, and severely damaged our reputation. Chapter 1247. LVE saw this video, staring blankly at the screen without catching her breath, her heart icy. While the vice dean could take the blame for the previous incidents, no one could take the blame for the next one. He could only admit it himself. LVE knew he was finished, that he would die miserably, and began to tremble all over. Shang Luo said to the vice dean, LVE won't answer, so you can speak. The vice dean said, this woman is the head of our department. Our hospital has fired her for 2 medical malpractice cases. Really fired? Or was it a fake dismissal? Could she have changed her name and continued working at our hospital? You 2 could still do something like that, Shang Luo said. The vice dean quickly said, no matter how bold we are, we wouldn't dare do such a thing. Shang Luo looked at LVE. Do you have anything to say? LVE pondered for a long time before finally coming up with an explanation. Sir, this video must be a fake. They must have remembered my position and my annual salary, and deliberately fabricated this video to frame me. It's possible someone fabricated this video because I offended them. Sir, you must believe me. No matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare do anything to harm the hospital. I simply embezzled some money. Shang Luo said coldly, don't worry. Let's finish watching the video, and see if you have any wishes for it. In the video. Female healing fairy. Director, how's the department director you assigned me? You promised me you find one within a year, and now it's almost 10 years, and you still haven't done it. Greenie, I'd love to help you, but you're too young. The chief physicians in our hospital all have long careers and extensive clinical experience. You only been at the hospital for a short time. I want to promote you to chief physician, but it's still very difficult. Don't worry. In a few years, when you had enough time, I arrange it for you. The female healing fairy approached charmingly, her words sweet. I leave it to you. As long as you can help me become chief physician, I agree to anything you ask. You said it. Greenie patted the female healing fairies, and began to talk indecently. Shang Luo spat contemptuously and turned off the video. Can you explain this? Lui explained. Sir, I was coerced. She has evidence. If I don't do as she says, she will expose everything I did. It wasn't just me embezzling money that she discovered. Then she used this incident to threaten me, forcing me to obey her. If I didn't, I would be ruined. It wasn't really my primary concern, I was coerced. Shang Luo said, your explanation is excellent. I actually believed it. She played another video, featuring 2 people, Lu Yi and the beautiful healing fairy. Healing fairy, Dean, my skills aren't good enough. I couldn't treat that patient well. What should I do if I accidentally cause a medical accident? Don't worry, I take care of it. You just need to serve well. Our hospital is so big, with so many patients, a little mishap won't be a big deal. Of course, I'm not much different from you. I got into the hospital through my father's connections. At first, I knew nothing, and they asked me to perform surgery. How could I know how to perform any surgery? It was my father who gave me the qualifications. You just chopped off someone's left leg and turned it into their right leg, and ended up amputating both legs. My situation was different. I did something completely wrong. I removed a kidney and a heart, then replaced it with a random one. Louis said with a smile. Most creatures have 2 or more kidneys, and many don't suffer significant damage from losing one. Some creatures have strong self-healing abilities, and can even regrow kidneys. The heart is different. Some creatures only have one heart, and once it's gone, it's impossible to grow it back. Shang Luo said coldly, I never expected the dean I personally promoted would have so many medical malpractice cases. I was already angry that you concealed these cases from others. You yourself have so many medical malpractice cases, and yet you're still bragging about it, saying it was just a heart failure. Don't you realize what would happen if you were to fail the heart of a higher being? His relatives and friends are powerful. How much compensation would our hospital have to pay? And your father is also excessive. What he did wasn't for the company at all. I always thought his son was very capable. I think your father has done so much for me. Even if he didn't have any merit, he's worked hard. His son is so outstanding, so he should be promoted. But he's just being unfair to me, and his son is just a relative. Louis was sweating profusely, unable to utter a single word for a long time. His face paled, and no matter how good his explanatory skills were, he couldn't explain what he had said. Louis swallowed hard. Sir, I was a newbie at first, so surgical mistakes were normal. I haven't made any mistakes since then. I feel deeply guilty about my earlier mistakes, and I pay you later. Shang Luo produced a report and read out. The person who had that organ replaced yours with one from an inferior species. Their organs were simply incompatible, and you didn't tell him. As a result, this creature discovered the problem with its organ too late. Numerous issues had already developed, and it was rushed to our hospital for treatment. Other hospitals wouldn't have been able to resolve the issue, but ours was easily resolved. Other hospitals can identify organ problems and report them, but in ours, you can manipulate them behind the scenes. As the director, you have privileges, and you can do whatever you want. I'm trying to conceal this matter. Louis said, Sir, I feel I was wrong in this matter, but I done everything I could to resolve it all. Shang Luo angrily said, You're going too far. I didn't open this hospital to make money. My main purpose was to treat the injured and sick. In your words, I'm the one who is asking for money. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. I never imagined there was someone with malicious intentions in my hospital. If no one had reported you, I wouldn't have known you were so capable of such a thing. Louis knew she couldn't defend herself, so she knelt and begged for mercy. Sir, I know I was wrong. What happened before was all my fault. I apologize. I haven't made any contributions, but I worked hard. Can you spare my life? Chapter 1248. Shang Luo snorted coldly. You don't know you're wrong, you're simply afraid? You know my temper. If I were to deal with you, you'd be in great pain. I know I was wrong. Sir, please spare my life. I will correct my mistakes. Please give me one chance. LVE wept bitterly, kowtowed repeatedly, and begged for mercy. The vice dean said, Sir, I also know I was wrong. Please forgive me once. Shang Luo's shadow stretched out a slender hand and grabbed LVE, dragging her back. LVE was terrified. Sir, please don't eat me. I will correct my mistakes. Please give me one more chance. I will never do the same thing I did before. I will respect my patience. I already gave you a chance, but you were useless. The reason you're crying so hard now is mainly because I found out, said Shang Luo. Seeing her plea for mercy was futile, Louis angrily declared, It must be that damn Deep Blue team. I only helped him make a decision, and that True Blue slapped me, and this is how they treat me. Without my consent, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to build the hospital and the galaxy. This ungrateful is so pissed off. I want to kill him. I should have cared less and devoured that True Blue ant. I wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Shang Luo said, You had to do that, but it's a shame you don't have that chance anymore. Louis angrily declared, I call you master every day. I done so much for you. First Hospital is getting better and better under my leadership, and I earn you a ton of money every year. And this is how you thank me, you damned creature. You're going to kill me just because someone else is gathering evidence. Your people won't serve you anymore if they find out. You're such a cold-blooded person, your hospital is doomed to fail. Shang Luo sighed. I was thinking of sparing your life, but now you're being so forceful, I can't be soft-hearted. Just get into my belly. I know I was wrong. Give me one chance, and I won't dare to do it again. LVE said. Too late. Shang Luo pulled LVE into her body, and LVE let out a scream. As the scream faded, LVE vanished completely. The vice dean was stunned for a moment, then kowtowed. Sir, please spare my life. I didn't intend to make money this way. It was mainly because the dean threatened me. He threatened me to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. Believe me. It seems you're also a victim. Shang Luo nodded, then suddenly opened her bloody mouth and swallowed the vice dean whole. After swallowing, Shang Luo felt full and burped. She had a realization. Sometimes, you can't let food die too clearly, otherwise it will be very troublesome. A more confused death is better for both parties. Shang Luo called Jianan. The matter is resolved. If you hadn't given me this information, I wouldn't have known that my subordinates had committed so many evil deeds. It almost damaged our hospital's reputation. Jianan praised, You are worthy of you. You handled the matter very quickly. You dealt with the people under you so quickly. I thought you would hesitate, but you were so decisive. Shang Luo said, Of course I have to be decisive. Some things have to be judged by their essence. I don't think the success of my Saint Medical Galaxy has much to do with my subordinates. It's mainly because of me. I'm a phenomenal immortal being, which is why my galaxy has thrived so well. If I lose that status, all my efforts will be in vain. Jianan smiled. I've seen clearly that any creature you give me is a tool for exploitation. If there's a compelling reason to abandon it, you decisively discard it. Sheng Luo said, you sound a bit heartless. I'm not that kind of person. It's mainly because this person went too far. As long as he didn't ask me to, I definitely wouldn't have taken action. There's some truth to that, Jianan said. Sheng Luo said, I'm at your Deep Blue Stars Hospital and University. Don't mess with me. They're my property. I appoint a new dean soon. What are you saying? We've been close friends for years, after all. Don't you even trust me on that? Best friends are friends for years. Sometimes, you need to be skeptical. Jianan said, you're heartbroken. Alas, that's what heartless women are like. No matter how close you are to them, they won't trust you. Sheng Luo said, that's good to know. You're talking nonsense. I have a lot of things to do. We only been chatting for a while, and you already got so much to do. It's like you're busier than me. I'm definitely busier than you. You work in the system, so whether you work more or less, you get paid the same. But it's different for me. The company belongs to me, so I can only work hard. I don't earn the same as you do. You don't understand. Sometimes, work in the system is also very busy. I'm also very busy. The recent profits haven't been particularly good, and I need to develop new revenue channels. The Deep Blue Galaxy's channels are pretty good. I've seen the idea of Lin Luo, and I think it's pretty good. If fully implemented, it could make a lot of money. Sheng Luo gave it a high evaluation. Jianan smiled, I think so too. Young people like Lin Luo are very opinionated and always come up with some brilliant ideas. I think some of them are feasible. I recently visited a Deep Blue Star. The Deep Blue Star is well built, which is why I used our relationship to find you and ask you to deal with your own subordinates. That LVE is quite capable of such a thing, and still serving as hospital director for such a long time. Sheng Luo said angrily, are you mocking me? Jianan said, what do you mean by mocking me? Your place is relatively good. You have the final say on everything. Here, there are some residences that we can't resolve even if we discover them. We're dealing with them through gentle means. The Elders' Council has been around for too long, and there's more corruption within it. It's incredibly difficult to address. We know the problems, but we can't solve them. We can only slowly address them. Sheng Luo smiled, if you really can't stand it, you can come work at my hospital. What do you think? Jianan, I don't think it's a good idea. Asking you to divide the shares and hand over half of the company to me would be worse than killing you. I wouldn't dare be your subordinate. I still have considerable power. You call me a heartless woman, but what's so good about you? You're a profit-driven woman. Sheng Luo scoffed. Jianan, I'm not going to waste my time with you. I need to report back. I understand. You're going to pursue your own interests. Sheng Luo said, understandingly. Chapter 1249. Lin Luo invited Jianan to join the Deep Blue group chat. I'm not seeing things, are you? It's you, sister, who's joined our group? I'm so happy. Pink flattered, I told you something good would happen today. I didn't expect Sister Jianan to join our group chat. What an honor. Long Xian, fearing he'd be left behind, hurriedly said, Sister Jianan, ever since I last saw you, I've been astounded. I think few girls could be more beautiful than you. You're the most beautiful in my heart. Ziyun said, I feel like Sister Jianan can bring me a lot of good luck. Our Deep Blue team has always been in poverty, and has had relatively bad luck. It's like everything we do fails, and everything we do is unlucky. After the forest planet, our Deep Blue team's luck has improved a lot. Every mission has gone much more smoothly, and we earned a lot. We made a lot of money, and now we're much richer, and life is getting better day by day. Jia Nana Jialan, saying with satisfaction, Sister, it seems everyone in your team is grateful. You still remember clearly the last time I helped you and brought you good luck. Sister, you should learn this from your teammates. Know what gratitude means. Don't be so heartless, only remembering my faults and forgetting my good points. Jialan said coldly, if you're talking about being heartless, someone should be even more heartless than me. Speaking of who helps whom, I helped you a lot when we were little. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say that? Jianan said, you're always living in the past. No wonder you haven't grown. Jialan suddenly said, that's a bit harsh. What do you mean I haven't grown? I already evolved into an immortal level creature, and my growth is clearly significant. You're truly shameless. Jianan said, never mind. I don't want to waste my time with you. Jialan scoffed, stop spouting nonsense. First, explain how you joined our team chat. You're not a member, so why are you joining my group chat? Your words hurt me. I just helped you, and now you're saying these things again. I already told Sheng Luo about LVE. Sheng Luo has obtained the investigative materials, and has already dealt with LVE and the vice dean. You won't have to see those two people again, Jianan explained. Ziyun gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Sister Jianan, there's nothing you can't solve, and you took care of it so quickly. Damn, Green E is quite arrogant. He really thinks that just because he invested in our main planet, he owns it. He dared to take possession of our deep blue galaxy's supplies. He's truly reckless. It's better for him to die. It's retribution. Pink said, as the managing elder of the Elders' Council, Sister Jianan possesses immense power. Taking care of Green E is a piece of cake. Long Xian sighed deeply. Seeing Lady Jianan's excellence, I realized how vast the gap between people can be. Now I know the gap between people is even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. From now on, I must strive to learn from Sister Jianan. I must stop wasting time and become a better person. I must stop relying on easy wins. Pink said, you know you've always been a lazy winner, and you even managed to get MVP, right? Long Xian suppressed his anger. I don't want to argue with you. Sister Jianan is here, and I need to maintain my image. I can't let it get damaged here. Pink said, what image do you have? You act like you have one. Sister Jianan is the real one. No one can compare to her. Don't praise me. It's only right for me to help you. We know each other, and you helped me a lot last time. Jianan said modestly. Jialan said coldly, it seems you still have some conscience. You know how much we helped you. I thought you had none at all. You think I'm someone? Jianan said. Jialan said, that's right. You're not me. That's why you don't have such great abilities, and such a kind heart. Stop boasting. It's disgusting. Jianan said disdainfully. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. I like to express my sincere gratitude to Sister Jianan. Dean Louis and Vice Dean are both deceased. Lady Sheng Luo will assign us new personnel. They're younger and less malicious, so we can still get along peacefully. Jinlan sighed, sure enough, powerful people do things simply. There's a big difference between me and Sister Jianan. I could only resort to violence, but Sister Jianan, you handle things very skillfully. I'm far inferior to you in that respect. Jianan, not bad. After all the words of gratitude, it's time for you to take concrete action. What concrete action? Long Xian was stunned. Jianan sighed, you're being rather rude. You all forgotten our 8th universe's way of expressing gratitude. Gratitude alone is useless, money speaks volumes. I'm handling this matter for you. You shouldn't show some appreciation. Well, no one expected Jianan to be so direct. Jialan snorted coldly, you guys, now you understand how big this old woman's appetite is, right? There's no point in talking like that. Without money, you be despised no matter how long you talk. Lin Luo said, Sister Jianan's request is reasonable. After all, she's helped us. We give her some shares, and receive dividends annually. I'm sure if our team runs into trouble in the future, she'd definitely help us, and won't just stand by and watch. Jialan reacted, Xiao Lin, you're thoughtful. If you put it that way, you should still give this old woman shares. With shares, she'll help us in the future, and we won't have to pay her. Jianan said, what do you mean by working for free? Are you overthinking this? If you're capable, you don't want shares. With shares, you have to work for free. Everything we do at our team is free now, not a penny. Jialan was delighted. This move was a retreat to advance. Jian agreed, and received shares in the Deep Blue team. From then on, she would work for free, with no fees charged for any work she did. Then, thanks to Jianan's connections, the Deep Blue team could grow significantly. It would have been even better if Jianan didn't want the shares, as that would have suited Jialan's taste. Jialan knew how nosy her sister was. With Jianan joining the team, things would definitely be tough, and some decisions would be difficult. Chapter 1250. Old woman, make a decision quickly. Our Deep Blue team shares are very valuable. If you don't want them, just say so. Jialan said. You're setting me up on purpose. Don't let me take Deep Blue team shares. Jianan said to Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, Sister Jianan, you misunderstood. You just helped me. How could I possibly set you up? I'm going to create a better scenario. We have many teams in Universe 8. Some teams have established companies, but they're not very harmonious. Everyone's out for themselves. The team was relatively harmonious at the beginning, sharing common interests. The company has just started. Over time, the company has gained sufficient profits, and everyone will make significant moves to profit. The team's operations are deteriorating. Team members are afraid of being harmed. Every time they help the company go on a business trip, things will get worse. Each person only cares about their own interests, abandoning those of the company. Some people are even willing to sacrifice significant company profits for their own personal gain. This is a common occurrence. I think our team should establish good rules and prioritize the team's interests. Only then can our company thrive. Pink gave a thumbs up and said, "That makes sense, Xiaolin. When a team works together, there are bound to be MVPs and easy winners. For example, Long Xian and I are in this situation. I'm the MVP, and Long Xian is the easy winner." Long Xian angrily said, "Your words are heartbreaking." "What? I'm the easy winner? I'm not always an easy winner. I made a lot of contributions to the team. Anyway, I'm not an easy winner." "Shut up, you're always interrupting me. Can you please let me finish my sentence?" Pink said. Long Xian said, "You started with mine? This is just a reasonable rebuttal. I don't want to bother with you." Pink said, "Teams tend to have these two extremes, but the closer a team works together, the greater the benefits they create. Internal strife ultimately hurts both sides." Xiaolin has a longer-term perspective. Jianan thought of his own Elders' Council. This is the situation in the Elders' Council right now. There's a bunch of lazy people who live off their parents every day, doing nothing for a month, and yet they're still getting paid a lot. I want to reform, but every time I do, I realize how much resistance I encounter. If I make changes without authorization, I might damage the reputation of the Elders' Council. The Elders' Council in Universe 8 is declining. It has lost its former authority, and is gradually becoming very. Many people look down on us. The Council even made us pay for our own revenue. The situation at the Elders' Council is getting worse, which is why I'm so shameless and looking for more ways to make money." Jialan scoffed, "Why are you targeting us? So you want to make money from us? You see that our deep blue galaxy is profitable, and will likely become a large company and a famous galaxy in the future. That's why you want to invest early to benefit from our company and make more money. You're such a calculating old woman, you're really a tough guy." Jianan said, "Shut up. I helped you with such a big matter, and you don't even feel any gratitude. As your sister, don't you feel guilty about what you've done?" "No guilt," Jialan said bluntly. "You're truly heartless. Don't just say I helped you, or didn't. You should also be nice to me. Don't just say I helped you, or didn't. Isn't your duty, as a younger sister, to help your sister solve her problems? Siblings should help each other. What you're doing is completely wrong," Jianan said. "I think it's a good idea to have Sister Jian join the team. Our team could use a lot of her help," Lin Luo suggested. "I agree." Pink was the first to raise her hand. "I agree too." Long Xian was afraid of being left behind. Pink scoffed, "You're such a pushover. You need to learn everything." "I just agreed, and you agreed immediately." Long Xian hesitated, "Don't talk nonsense, you idiot. What do you mean I should learn from you? I always been in favor of Sister Xian joining our team. I think Sister Jianan is incredibly important. She's the final piece of the puzzle. With Sister Jianan joining, our team is complete. She's the final piece. With this complete team, I feel we're invincible. Our team will only get better and better." Pink scorned, "You're such a boaster." "I'm telling the truth," Long Xian said calmly. Lin Luo said, "Our team as a whole. Let's vote now. Those who support Sister Jian joining should give a little yes, and those who don't should give a little no." Except for Jialan, everyone agreed. Jialan said angrily, "You bunch of traitors. Don't you know that this old woman joined our team with some conspiracy? If you don't listen to me now, you will definitely regret it later. It'd be too late by the time you regret it. This old woman has already taken control of all our team's resources. Listen to me, everyone. Vote against me." Pink said, "Captain, we usually support you, but today I think you've gone a bit too far. Sister Jianan is quite nice." As Xiaolin said, "If Sister Jianan joins our team, we benefit even more." Long Xian said, "Yes, sometimes profit comes first. Look at how Pink is so over the top, always calling me a losing dog. I don't really care. I'm arguing with her mainly for the good of the team. Even if I win, I won't gain anything." Pink said, "It's not that you can't argue with me, but you're in the wrong, so you have no reason to argue." "Haha, I don't want to bother with you," Long Xian said. Then, if everyone has no objections, I announce that Sister Jinan has joined our Deep Blue Company. Deep Blue Company serves our Deep Blue team and also operates its own profitable business. Lin Luo said. Thank you all for your support. I, Jinan, was right about you. Unlike some people who only know how to take and never give, I'm heartbroken to have a sister like this. Jinan sighed heavily. Long Xian said, Sister Jinan, don't be sad. If you don't mind, I can be your brother. You lost a sister, but you still have a brother. I think having a sister is better. Let me be that sister. Pink enthusiastically said. You two are so shameless. Shut up. Jialan said angrily, I was so nice to you, and this is how you treat me.